For the past year, I've been sharing my brain. $250. That's how much my sane mental state is worth to me, apparently. About 2 years ago, I was a little low on money. Not dangerously so, but enough where I was looking for a little extra. So, when I saw that a science company called Visiones was offering $250 for non-dangerous tests and samples, I almost immediately signed up. I had to go to a random small building in my city. It's one I walk past all the time, but never really take any notice of. I occasionally see the doors open and people inside. I think it's just a generic building for businesses to rent out for a day. It was my first time inside, and it consisted of just 2 rooms. The larger room, that you entered, was full of chairs. The door I walked through was propped open, and on the opposite wall was another door, closed. There were only 3 other people sat down. I took a seat and waited. I thought I had gotten off pretty well. I expected to be there for at least an hour, probably closer to 2 hours. But after 10 minutes of waiting, the closed door opened, and my name was called. I made my way into the smaller of the 2 rooms. It felt very medical. There was a desk, with a man sitting behind it, and a woman sat in the corner of the room. Next to the desk was a box with smaller boxes inside. One was labeled gloves, and another syringes. I didn't closely look at the other labels before the man spoke to me. "Please, take a seat. Do you have any questions? Do you need a glass of water? I hope we didn't keep you waiting too long." I sat across from him at this clearly cheap foldaway desk. Despite the sign-up claiming this to be non-dangerous, I still asked, "Is this going to be dangerous?" "No, not at all," the man replied. That being said, there are a few legal things we need to go over. I think the woman saw I looked a little concerned. As she spoke up, "It's all just boring stuff. Honestly, the law makes everything boring." She laughed, and I faintly let out a fake chuckle. The man looked briefly at something written on paper, and then spoke again. "So, we're going to be collecting a few skin cells. We'll give you something to numb the pain, and then use a razor to just collect a small section off of the top layer of your skin. Are you okay with needles?" "I'm okay with needles. A razor taking off my skin sounds a little harsher, though." He smiled. "Please, it's just the wording. It'll be from the top of your arm, and frankly, even without the numbing, it wouldn't hurt a whole lot. With the numbing, you won't feel a thing. Plus, it'll heal in days." I felt more reassured. "Okay. Is that all the legal stuff?" "Oh, no. The main thing is that we need your consent for what we'll be using the skin cells for." "And what will that be?" "We're experimenting with growing human brains, without using any tissue directly from the brain. We're seeing how we can use different cells to clone entirely different organs. I figured this must be for safer and more common organ transplant surgeries." I wish I had asked what exactly the brains would be used for. Instead, I asked, "Sound interesting. So, will it be a replica of my brain?" "Exactly. Well, maybe. Theoretically, yes, it'll be a brain wired the same way as yours. Cloning an organ is usually like taking a blueprint for a computer and rebuilding it." The woman spoke up now, "Except, in our case, we aren't taking the exact blueprint for that exact computer. It's more like we're taking a different blueprint from the same library and using it to figure out other blueprints." I was a little confused, but confident enough in my understanding. "I think I get it. Because you're not using my actual brain cells, you're using my skin cells to predict what my brain cells are like." "He gets it," the woman said whilst cheering. The man laughed and pretended to celebrate, too. The atmosphere had been lifted greatly, and I was given a contract to sign. Within 5 minutes, it was over, and I was out, with my money. Within an hour, I could feel my arm again, and the area of skin they had shaved off only stung a little. Within a week, it was completely healed. It was as if I had never even been. After that, months went past. A whole year went past. I hardly ever thought about my time donating those skin cells. Once or twice I told the story to family or friends, and some of them thought it was odd. "How do I know you're not a clone? Was a joke made all too much?" A year ago. That is when the thoughts began. Thoughts in my head that were not my own. The thing is, these weren't bad thoughts. They weren't anything. They were just thoughts that felt separate from mine, but happening in my head all the same. The thoughts weren't clear. I couldn't make them out. I could just feel my brain faintly working in the background, a feeling I don't quite think I could ever describe in such a way that could capture it for anyone else. Focusing on the thoughts didn't help, it just hurt. It was like trying to listen to a conversation from across the street, with busy traffic between you. A month went by like this. I didn't tell anyone. That's when, for the first time, I could make out one of the thoughts. It was an equation. D equals x1, x2 squared plus y1, y2 squared. I could clearly and vividly imagine the equation. I couldn't hear it or see it. These were not external hallucinations. These were thoughts in my head. Foreign thoughts that I could not control. I was not a numbers guy. I didn't know much about math or computing at all. Yet, when I looked this up, it was a real formula. It calculates the distance between 2 points. I was convinced that I had never heard this equation in my life, but I calmed myself down. I wasn't having visions. No, I must have learnt this back in school and it's gone to the back of my mind. I was wrong. As time went on, so did the thoughts. All sorts of math and scientific theories. Ones I had never heard of. You may have noticed my wording of "I was not a numbers guy." Well, that's because I am now. This constant flow of information integrated itself slowly into my thoughts. My brain became a container for information, and I was learning so much. I got comfortable with it and learned to block out all the noise in my thoughts. I learned to be one with the knowledge. I didn't question it too much. I know that seems odd, but once it started helping me, I just didn't care anymore. It felt nice that I had a database of information, not even at my fingertips, but at the literal synapses of my brain. I am not all-knowing. I am not fed all information about everything ever. But I'm a lot smarter than I used to be. Then came the voices. The voices were shocking. I woke up about 3 months ago, and I could hear the voices of people talking. Only every now and then, it wasn't constant. But I remember so vividly the first things I heard. 2 people talking. I wonder if it's conscious? Of course it is. It might not understand us yet, but it's certainly conscious. I guess we'll find out how much it understands us when we hook it up completely. The other ones were. That last sentence got quieter with each word and was interrupted by the sound of a door slamming shut. These voices occurred multiple times a week, usually on a weekday. Saturday and Sunday were rarer, but it happened. It was almost always people talking about vague, cryptic nonsense. Some random sentences I remember are, "The fourth dimension is going to be the end of us before we can utilize it, I swear. Do you think anyone in Zonda has figured anything out?" We got another one from Beyond Perception. "It's becoming more frequent. I've been trying to piece all of this together. I can't. I'm missing too much of the puzzle to even try. But last week, I got another piece. I dreamt that I was in a jar, full of water. I couldn't move or even look around, my vision was fixed in place. But I could see other jars nearby, 3 of them with a brain inside. After minutes of staring at this, a woman came into my field of view. The same woman who had been sitting in the corner of that skin cell donation room. This was the first time that it clicked what had happened. I've been understanding the thoughts and perceptions of my cloned brain. The other brain jars had wires sticking out of them. I couldn't look up, but I can only assume mine did, too. My best guess is that they cloned my brain and are trying to use it as some sort of computer, to calculate equations and understand the world better than any human. They just didn't expect some of that information to leak back to the source. It was around this point that I jolted awake from the shock. I caught my breath and concentrated. There I was again, without even dreaming, I was back in that jar. Yet, at the same time, I could see multiple other places. I was viewing so many different perspectives at once, mostly inside Visiones HQ. It's like I was inside the camera systems. I could see a room of people sitting at desks, typing. I could see a small seaside village. I could see a room that was empty, all apart from a table and a tall gray creature stretched out on top. The creature was cut open, with organs spilling out of it that you wouldn't see in any human or animal. I can see so much whenever I close my eyes. Every day, it changes. Every day, it's something horrific. Today, I can see a man, sitting on a chair. He's just sad, whilst there are bodies on the floor around him, inside out. They have no skin. They're dead. I cannot contact Visiones. They won't answer me. I can only see the horrors that go on inside. This company is ducked up. I want them to unplug their brain. I want them to unalive it. I think it's helping them automate their systems, but that's my brain. They are using me to run their diabolical research. I don't care what it does to me, I need them to unplug it. I need them to stop it. They have no idea that they're using me. They have no idea that I can see them. They have no idea that I'm in their systems. I try every day to control my other brain, and I feel like I'm getting closer. I'll take them down from the inside when I can. Until then, I can only watch. Until then, I have to accept that I am no longer just myself. I am Visiones. Somebody has been leaving notes around my house. They're starting to freak me out. They started innocently enough. Don't forget your keys, read the first message, scrawled on a sticky note in loopy letters. It had been left on my fridge door. It immediately grabbed my attention because at the time I lived alone, I had no memory of writing it, and the handwriting didn't match mine or anyone I knew. I was slightly perturbed but wasn't sure how to react. In the end, I just tossed the note and went to work. The second note came a few days later, left on my kitchen counter. The sticky note was pink this time but still had the same distinctive loopy handwriting. Make sure to pack a lunch today. Again, I was unsettled. Now, any normal person might have reported this to the police, but during that time I was going through a major depressive spell. I had moved to a new city away from my friends and family, and had started a new job that I quickly realized I hated and didn't nearly pay enough. The home was lonely and work was soul-crushing. I had trouble enough getting out of bed each morning, let alone filing a report that I am sure the police would not take seriously. Even more stressed, I crumpled up the note. However, I ended up packing a small lunch for myself. Usually I didn't bother to put in the effort and just ate cafeteria food, but against my better judgment, I fulfilled the wishes of the note. That day the cafeteria was closed. The main cafeteria fridge had broken overnight and many of the frozen lunches inside had gone bad. Management thought it would be better to shut it down for the day. A feeling of unease settled in my stomach after learning the news. It was as if the note had predicted it. The notes continued throughout the following weeks. They would typically show up on random days, no more than 3 notes to a day. They were all left in obvious places in my apartment, all on sticky notes, and in that unfamiliar loopy handwriting. They began to grow more prophetic. Take I-80 today. There will be a bad accident on your way home. Janet is going to offer you some cookies at the office. Politely decline. They will give you food poisoning. Marie has been on a diet. Compliment her on her weight loss. She'll end up thinking well of you. Of course, I tested the notes to see if they were accurate. Every time I ignored their advice, whatever it warned against came true. One day a note said to pack an umbrella, and I purposely didn't. It was forecasted to be sunny that day so any normal person wouldn't think to pack one, but sure enough, I got soaked that evening walking to my car. I was incredibly curious about the notes. There were so many questions I had about them, and those unanswered questions kept festering in my head. I tried writing notes back in return and leaving them out, but never got a response. I'd speak out loud and ask questions as if, or in case, the note writer could somehow hear me, but this only made me feel foolish. I'd occasionally make a surprise visit home at odd hours, just to see if I could catch the note writer leaving their notes. Of course, I never caught them. I tried installing cameras in my apartment, even making sure all of the cameras were completely hidden, but the next day I found every single one of the cameras' insides completely torn out and placed on the kitchen table with a single note next to them reading, "Never do that again." The notes stopped coming after that, which made me deeply regretful. I had grown accustomed to the notes. I had begun to rely on them even. They had significantly improved my way of life over the last few months both mentally, financially, and socially. I had actually started making friends at the office thanks to their advice, and for the first time in my life, I was even a bit popular. My managers, who before the notes didn't pay much interest in me, now valued my presence and would ask for my opinion on projects. It was no secret I was on my way to a promotion. Could I still do that without the notes? I also value the notes as a friend, as weird as that sounds. Or more like a guardian angel. Wherever they were from, they were always protecting me. Without them, the future was suddenly unknown, dangerous. Every time some mild annoyance popped up from that point, from bad traffic to stressful work situations and even a minor paper cut, I thought about how this all probably could have been avoided if I still had the notes. The next week, a bright green sticky note appeared on my bathroom mirror. Don't forget to call Mom today. It is her birthday. I nearly cried. I decided to sack my investigation and just accept things as they were. Slowly, the fog of my depressive spell began to lift and I could feel myself returning to how I used to be. My confidence rose and for the first time in a while, I felt in equilibrium with my life. I went out, cracked jokes, and even managed to clean up my apartment. I also managed to get a girlfriend somehow. Her name was Amanda. I met her at a pub when I was out with my buddies. The best part of all this is that for some reason, she seemed to actually be into me. She was gorgeous, way out of my league really, with long auburn hair that reached down to her back with soft brown eyes. Her laugh was lovely and the lemon-scented perfume she liked to wear was intoxicating. She was the type of girl you could chat with for hours and never run out of things to talk about. The relationship was still new, so I was trying not to plan our whole future together in my head, but she was so lovable it was hard not to. At some point, I briefly thought about telling her about the notes. I've always wanted to tell someone about it but never really had anyone to tell up until now. I decided not to, however, afraid she might think I was crazy. There was no point so early in the relationship making her think I was a loon. Plus I was afraid the notes might stop again. If whoever was leaving them clearly didn't want me looking into them, how would they react if I shared what was happening with somebody? So at the moment, I kept it to myself. Amanda had a hobby of cooking and had invited me to her house on Saturday for, in her words, the best f***ing spaghetti you'll ever eat. I was pumped since this was the first time I would actually visit her house. I was in a good mood that evening as I was getting ready for the date. I hummed to myself happily thinking about how lovely this was going to be and went downstairs to grab my keys. On the kitchen counter was a new hot pink sticky note. I picked it up instinctively. Kill your girlfriend. My brain stopped for a moment. I read it once, twice, a third time, the words flashing in my brain but hitting an error every time. I set the note down and gulped, feeling nauseous. Anxiously, I went to my car and started driving. I tried not to think about the note but the words kept circling in my mind. Kill your girlfriend. The notes have never failed me before, and they were always in my best interest as far as I knew. Which was admittedly not much. Maybe they were wrong this time? Maybe it wasn't meant to be taken literally? Kill could be a synonym for break up, right? My mind kept trying to make up poor excuses the whole way there. By the time I arrived, I was a sweaty mess and not a lick calmer. I pulled down my sun visor to check my face and a bright green sticky note fluttered out. I went cold. The notes had never appeared outside my house before. Hands shaking, I picked up the note and read it. Kill Amanda. Take the gun from your glove box and shoot her. I looked at my glove box wide-eyed. I did indeed keep a handgun in my glove box for safety purposes. I wanted to puke, to believe this wasn't happening. Again, I ignored the note and walked up to Amanda's house, trying to shake the message from my mind. She answered the door almost immediately after I rang the doorbell. Hey, what's up? She said with a bright smile, but when she saw my face the smile dropped. You okay, Gary? What's wrong? She said in concern. Nothing. I lied, trying to force a smile. Well, actually I think I have a bit of a stomachache. Come in, she said, ushering me in. The inside of her house was cute and homely, and she fretted over me worriedly as she led me over to her kitchen table. She then took my hand and rubbed it comfortingly. If you're not feeling up to spaghetti, we can always have it another time. Don't worry about it. Do you want any antacids or something? I smiled. The way she was so concerned for me over a simple stomachache made me fall in love with her all over again. My heart panged with both love and guilt. The aroma of cooked spaghetti was also extremely strong, and even though she said it was fine I knew it would probably be a bummer for her to pack away all that spaghetti after just making it. I'm fine, sweetie. I probably have a stomachache because I haven't eaten much today. I was looking forward so much to your spaghetti. Her smile returned again. I always loved how fast she smiled at things. Well then, Mr. Hungry, let me grab you a bowl. She left for the kitchen. I reclined back inside, sticking my hands in my pockets. I felt a crinkle of paper. I pulled the paper out of my right pocket. Take your chair and bash her head, and I had a hard time controlling my breathing as I stuffed the note back in my right pocket. I also felt paper in my left pocket, and against my mind screaming for me not to, I pulled it out, realizing that it was actually two notes crinkled together. Shakily, I unwrinkled the first note. Do not eat the spaghetti. Drugged? What's that, Gary? Asked Amanda behind me. I nearly jumped out of my skin. I stuffed the notes back in my left pocket. Oh, just some note from work I forgot was in my pocket is all, I said in a weird voice. She frowned, looked like she wanted to say something, but then thought better of it. Here, babe, she said gently, handing me a bowl of spaghetti. It looked heavenly. I wanted to puke. She sat next to me with her own bowl. She rested her head in her hands and looked at me excitedly, expectantly. I stared at her blankly. Well, take a bite, silly, she said, gesturing towards my bowl. I'm so sorry. I really need to use your bathroom. I jumped up and started looking for her bathroom. She jumped up after me, looking confused. Gary? What's wrong? You've been acting weird. When I found the right door, I went in and locked the door behind me. She kept knocking and knocking. Gary? Gary? Seriously, what's wrong with you? Is the stomachache that bad? Talk to me, Gary, please. I backed up against the bathroom wall, then sank down to the floor. I pulled out the two notes from my left pocket again, this time reading the second note. My heart sank. She is not Amanda. My sister's boyfriend bought a mask from a garage sale. He started putting it on in the middle of the night. I was there when he bought the damn thing. We went to a garage sale just out of town, an old woman's house that had the driveway filled to the very edge with hand-me-downs and knickknacks. My sister Angie and I were waving through a selection of old dresses when he surprised us with it. He was just standing there, staring at us behind the eye holes of that hideous thing. I'll never forget that 1,000-yard stare, coupled with those unsettling lips and wispy strands of hair. I nearly jumped out of my skin, and my sister screamed, one that drew the attention of everyone else browsing the drive. It was just a prank, something Tom was known for, but there was something so awful about that mask. It looked like a human face. "You're such a Angie said, flailing at his chest. He laughed for a second, extending his arms and acting like a zombie, cheesy moans and all. He kept laughing as he pulled it off, the stretch of the thin rubber elongating the nose and cheeks. "I'm sorry. I couldn't resist. I mean, look at this thing," Tom said as he hugged her around the waist playfully, holding it out for her to see. She was flustered and holding back tears, but she tried to play it off. "Thanks. I hate it," Angie said, pushing it away. I knew then she really didn't like it. Angie was sensitive to pranks like that. Even when we were kids, she would bawl every time I would hide somewhere and scare her, crying long after our parents would comfort her. It was something that stuck with her even into our college years. Angie hated to be scared. Tom stopped laughing, sensing he had clearly hit a nerve. "All right, babe, I'm sorry." "Sorry, okay? I'll put it back," he said, attempting to soothe her with a caress on her cheek. One she didn't give in to until after he tossed it back in the box he found it in. It rolled sloppily over some old VHS tapes, coming to a flattened halt on its side. The empty eye hole stared innocently at Angie, and she shuddered as they went back to browsing. The mask seemed to have a personality of its own. It was fucking creepy, plain and simple. I knew the thing was going to be a problem, so as they walked away I tried to hide it. I covered it up with another box, one filled with weathered basketballs and old tennis rackets. Tom was smart, even going to college to be a doctor. But he was a natural prankster. If he found it again, he wouldn't be able to stop himself from buying it. Not long after, we concluded our day at the garage sale. We got a pretty good haul. I found a few old sweaters that would look good with some shoes I had, and Angie got a pair of platform boots, as well as an old vinyl of Purple Rain. Tom got a haul of his own, clutching an old paper grocery filled with jeans and a 90s version of the Ab Coaster. Together we left the garage sale and headed back to town. I drove, and Angie sat up front with me. Tom sat in the back seat, rifling through his bag to inspect the jeans he bought, mumbling something like "You have to pay to get them like this now." We drove for a while, taking back roads on our return to town so we could enjoy the sun and the weather. Things had gotten so busy as we got older, it was nice to just drive around like we did when we were teenagers. Looking back, I wish I had taken more time to enjoy Angie's company, and make more effort to hang out outside of work. By the time we got to town, we decided we would grab something to eat. We pulled into a burger place, intending to get some food and eat outside. As I swung into a parking spot, Angie unbuckled her seatbelt and swiveled in her seat. I saw it coming in the rearview mirror, but it was too late. The scream that followed could have woken the dead. Tom was sitting perfectly still in the backseat. Stretched across his face was the mask from the garage sale. Angie ran out of the car, screaming bloody murder. Tom took the mask off immediately and threw his hands up in surrender, but Angie was inconsolable. "I didn't actually buy it, it was just there in the bag. I don't know how it came with me, I swear. You saw me buy my stuff. I didn't buy it. I didn't even know where it was. I don't know why I put it on. I just thought I'd get you one more time. I'm sorry. I don't know why I did it." Tom pleaded his case, but ultimately it was his fault for buying it, even more so for putting it back on. I didn't actually see him buy it, but he was smart enough to figure out a way to hide it. In the end, I was the only one to calm her down, sprinkling some of that older sister charm in the midst of the shitty looks I gave Tom. He gave me the mask, and I threw it in the trash. I told him I'd kill him if he scared my sister like that again. He apologized several times, most of which fell on deaf ears. He said the same thing over and over again. "I promise I'll never put the mask on again. It's gone, okay? It's over. I promise." I could hear the sincerity in his voice. He understood he f***ed up. But all I could see was the unsettling look of his eyes behind the mask in the rearview mirror. I wasn't easily scared, but there was just something not right about that mask. It made me think of a woman's face. Angie came around, eventually. Tom paid for our meals in an attempt to make amends, but it was pretty clear he was in the doghouse for the rest of the day. We ate our food in silence, Angie sniffling while she chewed her cheeseburger. Tom tried joking and turning on the charm. It worked a little bit, but you could tell she was still wounded over the ordeal. After we ate, we decided it was time to call it a day and return home. The two of them had school in the morning, and I had to work the next day. I made an effort to check the garbage before I left. The mask was still there, quietly watching underneath burger wrappers and fountain cups. It stayed there as we pulled away. Tom didn't even look at it. They sat together in the backseat, and Angie warmed up to him again. They talked about school, trending shows, and current events. They laughed. Tom was funny when he wanted to be, and he could be really sweet when he wasn't f***ing around. I don't think I'd ever fully forgive him for the second scare. You don't quite forget something like that. Before I got to the campus, they were sweet on each other again, and I had to tell them to get a room. They laughed a little. It seemed like they had gotten past it. Tom's dorm was a couple of miles away, and my sister's apartment was only a couple blocks down the road from there. It was dusk by the time I dropped them off. We said our goodbyes and made plans to get together again when things got less busy, on the condition that we wouldn't go to any garage sales next time. On the way home, I thought of that horrible mask, and how badly it had scared Angie. There was something about it that I just couldn't shake. The way its dingy locks felt like human hair. The way the rubber felt like real skin. Even as I dozed off to some Netflix, I couldn't get the image out of my head. It made me want to drive back to that burger joint, dig it out of the trash, and set it on fire. In the middle of the night, I woke to the sound of my phone going off. Through the fog of sleep, I checked the time. It was shortly after 2 a.m. Angie was calling me. I answered immediately, thinking something was wrong. "Hey, Ang. What's going on?" I said through a yawn. There was nothing on the other line for a time, and I wondered if she had called me by accident. "Ang? You there? Hello?" The only response was rapid breathing like someone was running in the background. "Hello? Angie, you there?" She hung up. I immediately called back. The phone just rang on the other end, over and over until her voicemail picked it up. I left a message telling her I was worried, and for her to call back. I was just about to set the phone down and go back to sleep when I realized I had some unseen notifications. Like a lot of them. Angie had texted me several times, more and more frequently leading up to her call. Hey, you up? I know it's stupid, but I keep thinking about that mask you guys threw it away, right? Right? I called Tom, but he's not answering. Probably playing COD again. You guys threw it away, right? Sorry, I can't stop thinking about it. I know it's dumb we lost power. Weird Tom's not answering. Would you mind picking me up? I can't sleep, I guess I'll just try to sleep. It's f***ing creepy here, though. I think there's someone in my apartment. Oh god, the last text was an attachment, an image that hadn't been downloaded yet. My heart raced as I stared at the screen, waiting for the Wi-Fi to do its thing. When I opened the image, I wanted to scream. The picture looked like her living room, the center of it illuminated by the flash of her phone's camera. Tom was sitting on the couch in the dark, staring blankly at the turned-off television. He was only wearing a t-shirt and boxers, his feet covered in dirt. Stretched over his head was that horrible mask. I called Angie again, and when she didn't pick up, I called the police. I reported a break-in and started getting dressed to head over there myself. By the time I arrived, the entire apartment complex was lit up. 4 squad cars, a fire truck, and an ambulance. No sign of Angie or Tom. Neither of them answered the phone. People were standing outside in their pajamas, looking terrified, pointing their fingers. I had to push past the group to see, and when I did, I felt a knot forming in my throat. Everyone was looking at the same thing, despite the policeman's efforts to keep them back. The stairs leading to Angie's apartment were covered in blood, a trail that continued onto the sidewalk and into the grass. The messy drag mark kept going until it reached the woods, where it seemingly vanished. It took 2 weeks before the police would give me any details, aside from what I already knew. They can't really explain what happened, they don't really have a straight answer. There's obvious suspicion of foul play, but there are no witnesses. With the power being out, there's no eyewitness statement on what unfolded. They suspect the blood spatter started in the bedroom, but there's no murder weapon to clarify exactly what happened. There are dozens of handprints on the sheets, stained in blood. All Angie's, because they're simply too small for a man's hands. There were muddy footprints all over her apartment, but only an adult male's. Angie didn't take another step after what happened in the bed. They searched the woods for her, but the trail went cold immediately. No blood after the drag mark. Nothing. Like they just disappeared. Tom didn't have a car. That night, he had left his phone, wallet, and dorm key on his nightstand. They said they'll keep me updated, but I can see it in their eyes. They have nothing. It's already over. I went back to that burger joint where we tossed the mask and went through the garbage. I checked the bin we tossed it in, even cut open every bag in the dumpster behind the building. The mask wasn't there. I went to the old woman's house and questioned her about the mask she sold us, but she had no idea what I was talking about. She remembered us quite clearly, but she said she never sold us a mask. She never had one in the first place. Both Angie and Tom were never seen again. Their disappearance and the cause have shaken our little town to its core. I don't understand. Nobody seems to understand. The news can speculate, people can form their theories, but it doesn't really matter. The lack of reasoning behind this isn't what keeps me up at night. It's not the fact that the trail goes cold. It's not the fact that we combed the woods and found nothing. It's not the fact that the burger joint was 3.5 miles away from the dorms and her apartment. It's a little detail in the police report, one that was left out of the press. Tom's muddy footprints were all over the crime scene. Up the apartment stairs, heavy imprints outside the door before they let themselves in. They led from the front door to the couch, where he sat in the same spot of the picture Angie sent me. A single path leads to the bedroom, presumably following her to the bedroom where she ran in fear. The mud tracks don't follow her to the bed, though. They go up the wall, and onto the ceiling, where they stop. Directly above her bed. In the exact spot, I see them now. If you sign up for the lights out dining experience, you'd better know what you're getting into. For dinner last night I had a bowl of fresh from the box mac and cheese, a supermarket bag salad, 20% off, and an off-brand light beer. I enjoyed this gourmet feast on a tray in front of the TV because Terminator 2 was on. I tell you this so that you will understand that I am not, in any sense, a part of the high-end food world. My fiancée, on the other hand, was. Rosalie self-identified as a foodie, and slept with a copy of Salt Fat Acid Heat on her nightstand. She was constantly scouring local markets for the freshest ingredients and newest combinations. She didn't mind ingredient lists a mile long or dishes that took time to make. Cooking was her zen, and the kitchen was her temple. That meant, of course, that we also had to make holy pilgrimages to the hottest restaurants. I didn't share Rosalie's passion for food, but we shared just about everything else. Different as we were both willing to learn and grow, together. I've never had that with anyone else, and I wonder if I ever will again. You see, my fiancée Rosalie died a few months ago. I was a mess for weeks after. I soon realized I needed to say goodbye to Rosalie in a way that a closed casket and a few hollow words hadn't provided. I decided to try an experience that had been Rosalie's last obsession, eating at a dark restaurant. If you don't know, the concept of a dark restaurant is that by depriving the diner of their sight, they are able to focus more fully on their sense of taste. Some say it's gimmicky, some say it's science. I just thought it might be a way to find closure and move on with my life. The only dark restaurants I could find were hundreds of miles from the mid-sized city where I lived. Not only that, but a lot of them looked incredibly expensive and pretentious as well. If there's one thing I learned visiting taco trucks with Rosalie, it was that price was no guarantee of quality. Not only that, but often the restaurants that focus the most on appearances cut corners in other areas like the treatment of the staff, for instance. And stressed, underpaid workers often cut corners themselves, just to get through the day. Rosalie used to say that some places were so toxic you could feel it as soon as you walked in the door. Taking care of Rosalie's old belongings was hard. I sorted through her stuff a little at a time, partly to lose myself in the memories, partly because I didn't have the stomach for much more. I knew that once I'd sealed up that last cardboard box, she'd really, truly be gone. I was going through her nightstand drawers when I found it, an ad for a mobile dark restaurant called the Lights Out Experience. Based on its tour dates, the Lights Out Experience would be coming through town in just a few days. I scrambled to call the number on the leaflet and make a reservation. An automated voice walked me through the steps as I used my phone's keypad to punch in the date and time I wanted to visit Lights Out. It was annoying, but as something of an introvert, I think I actually prefer a machine rather than a person. I scrambled to find a pen when the automated voice read off the address where my Lights Out Experience would be. I had to press 1 to repeat the message several times before I was sure I'd gotten it right. It was strange that Lights Out didn't have an email service, website, or even Yelp. They didn't have an Instagram either, but then again, what would they post? Little black photos of complete darkness? My suspicions deepened when I saw the address of an empty factory in a mostly abandoned, industrial part of town. I wondered if it was all a scam. If it was, at least they didn't have any of my important information. I figured I'd go anyway if it was all a practical joke. Fine. Lesson learned. At least I'd have a chance to get dressed up and drive to an evening meal with the window down, listening to some chill beats the way we used to do. There's something so gloomy about that whole side of town. The dead grass in the fenced-off lots. The rusted corrugated metal. The potholed streets. I was starting to be glad I'd be eating in the dark instead of having a view of the place, but when I pulled up to the address of Lights Out, my jaw dropped. They'd literally rolled out a red carpet for guests, lined with brass poles and velvet ropes. Glittering lamps strung overhead illuminated our path in the gathering dusk. There was an ornate facade in front of the old factory door that reminded me of what the circus uses for fun houses and arcades. The big, flowing letters pronounced the Lights Out Experience. So far, the only thing dark about the whole thing was the doorway, which was as black as a toothless open mouth. I'm not sure why that was the image that came to mind, but I shivered a little as I walked toward it. I calmed down a bit when I saw that I wasn't the only customer arriving. Cars that cost more than I'd make in my life and shining black limousines discharged men in tuxedos and women in evening gowns onto the sumptuous red carpet. A few cars diverted to a hidden, garage-like structure that I figured was for clients even more VIP than the crowd unloading in front of me. I suddenly realized that at no point had I seen a price for Lights Out. At worst, I'd just have to order the cheapest thing on the menu and hope they took MasterCard. My fellow diners didn't enter Lights Out en masse. They formed an orderly line outside before stepping one group at a time into the darkness. The facade looked a lot different up close. What had looked like a quaint painting of happy Victorian banqueters now seemed fantastic, even sinister. A ghostly woman caught her tears in a wine glass that shone with a silver glow. A man wearing skull face paint and a top hat feasting on a plate full of human eyes. A hooded figure grabbing a faraway appetizer with abnormally long, gnarled arms. Even more strangely, every figure that wasn't monstrous was blindfolded. If anyone tried to cover my eyes with something, I decided I'd be out of there. Goodbyes be damned. When it was my turn to cross the threshold, I hesitated. The air in there was much colder, and the cross breeze seemed to be pulling me in. People behind me started murmuring, clearing throats, and making other polite signals for me to move. In the end, my fear of social interaction overcame my fear of the unknown, and I stepped into Lights Out. I think I actually held my breath. "Welcome to Lights Out," a suave female voice exclaimed. "Name and reservation, please?" I provided what I was asked for. How they checked anything in the absolute pitch black around us, I had no idea. I heard clacking high heels approach me. "Hold out your hand, please," the voice requested. I felt like a fool, but I did as I was told. I held in a gasp when the anonymous woman placed one end of a silk rope in my palm. It was true the absence of sight and sound heightened my other senses. I felt every fiber of the cord, and the unexpectedness of it all sent a delicious tingle running up my spine. "Now, if you'll kindly hold onto the cord and watch your step," the voice added, "I'll guide you to your table." The first thing I noticed was how vast the space was. Everything in the old factory must have been gutted. It felt like standing in a massive cave chamber, unable to know where the walls and ceiling might be. "You definitely seem to know your way around in the dark," I commented. The quiet only broken by the rustling of other guests and my guide's shoes on the bare concrete was a little unnerving. "The tables are in a grid pattern, always the same distance apart, so it's actually quite easy," my guide responded. "And besides, I was born blind, so you could say I'm used to it." "I'm sorry, not to worry, sir. Here we are." I felt the sensual tug of the rope guides me into a plush chair. "Simply hold your hands out to find your dining set. If you need to summon our staff, simply ring the bell in front of you." "And, I ventured, how do I order?" "We offer a set menu, sir, so that won't be necessary. Enjoy your meal." The high heels faded into the distance. I suddenly felt very alone. I couldn't see my hands in front of my face, but I soon ran them over linen tablecloths, napkins and silverware, a wine glass, a water cup. To kill time, I tried to focus on the sounds of the other diners and imagine what they might look like. The person to my right must have really been a glutton because they were snuffling, snorting, and chomping just like a pig. It sounded like they had a whole deer carcass over there and an enormous quantity of food. Meanwhile, the people on my left were like robots. Their cups and silverware clinked so mechanically I felt like I could set my watch by it if I could see my watch, that is. For some reason, I imagined them as the Grim Reaper and his family of little Grim Reapers, all out for Sunday dinner. It was a fight to hold back my laughter. Rosalie would have loved this. I heard the sound of pouring and plates being placed in front of me, followed by the tinkling of a tiny bell. "Your first course, sir." This voice was male, so oily and soft and close to my ear that I jumped a little. I was never going to get used to this. Not sure what else to do, I reached out with my fork. The first course felt like some sort of bread dish. I cut off a bit and tried it. It melted in my mouth and I think I actually sighed out loud. French toast with custard and tropical fruits. It was heavenly. More than that, it was the last dish Rosalie talked about making before the accident. What a perfect coincidence. Maybe somehow here, in this bizarre place surrounded by strangers in the dark, I could actually make peace with Rosalie's memory. I was reaching for another forkful of French toast when I felt a hand grasp my wrist. I nearly shrieked and tried to recoil, but those delicate fingers held fast. The touch felt familiar somehow, but very, very cold. "Come on," Rosalie whispered. Aren't you gonna save me a bite? It couldn't be. But whoever it was, the person across from me sounded exactly like my dead fiancé. I swallowed. My throat was dry. I polished off all of the water in a single go, then reached for the wine. It was a fruity, flavorful Spanish wine called Grillas del Paso, which I only knew about because Rosalie always had it in the house. It was her favorite. What the hell was going on? I think you're at the wrong table. Sorry about that, I stammered. Don't be silly. The voice like Rosalie snorted. There's no place I'd rather be. Is this some kind of a joke? I hissed, starting to get really angry now. Because if it is, it isn't funny. I mean, the French toast isn't that bad, but I think it needs more cinnamon, don't you? The voice like Rosalie asked. You can never add too much cinnamon. Well, I mean, unless you drop the spice jar into the cake. I grinned in spite of myself. It was an inside joke Rosalie and I had. When she was making my mother's 60th birthday cake, the cinnamon container fell into the batter. She baked the cake without noticing, and my mother was treated to an odd, lumpy glass object on her birthday plate. If this person had anything to do with my Rosalie, they'd know that story. They'd react. That could have happened to anyone. My arm received a playful smack. And if she keeps bugging me about my short hair, next time it will be cayenne pepper. It was impossible. We were talking as if no time at all had passed, as if it had never happened. If this was some kind of horrible prank, fine, I was going to believe for as long as I could. If you sign up for the lights out dining experience, you'd better know what you're getting into. I licked every bit of cream and fruit from my fork as we discussed everything from the vacations we never got to take to our high school experiences. Even those questions that you never think to ask your partner until it's too late, like what was your favorite memory we had together? A tiny bell rang. Second course, that oily male voice announced I gotta go now. Babe, Rosalie sighed. I'll see you in time. What? I gasped. Wait, no. I reached out wildly but found only empty darkness. Hey, Rosalie. Hey. I stood blindly and started to wander away from my table until I noticed the heavy silence. Even in the dark, I could feel the eyes watching me. It felt like there were hundreds of them. Have a seat, please, sir, the voice ordered. When I tried to protest, gnarly fingers as long as my arm pushed me back into a seated position. Nails dug into my skin. And please enjoy the second course. A rich, charred odor sizzled up from the plate in front of me, mixed with caramelized onions and the sour tang of beer. This time I didn't even have to take a bite to recognize the meal. They say smell is the scent with the closest ties to memory, and I remembered this smell very well indeed. October, 1990s. I was 5 or 6 years old, on a camping trip with my father. It took us forever to set up the ancient, complicated tarp tent and get a fire going, and my stomach was rumbling by the time the steaks came out of the cooler. Dad cooked them right on the fire, then made a sauce from the meat drippings, onions, black pepper, mustard, and a splash of beer. Unbeknownst to me, Dad had also buried some potatoes with garlic wrapped in tin foil under the fire as a side. I burned my tongue on everything, and it was glorious. It was also the last time my father cooked for me. The first heart attack came a few days later, and it was all downhill from there. I was too young to understand or remember most of it, but that last camping trip together still stands out in my mind. There might be some ashes in the potatoes. My father's voice said from across the table, but they should taste okay anyway. How is this happening? I whispered, flailing blindly again and feeling nothing. Well, you just wrap the potatoes in foil and bury them around the fire. It's not that complicated. Are you okay, kiddo? No, I sobbed. No, I definitely am not. Dad listened for a solid 20 minutes while I explained everything that had gone wrong in my life, how lonely I'd been in high school, how I never really took advantage of my time in college, my regrets about choosing nursing as a career, how hard it was just to make ends meet, how bleak the future seemed. Rosalie's accident. He was a good listener. He made a comment here or there, but mostly just gave me room to vent. When the words ran out, I dug into my steak and potatoes with gusto, wondering about the presents that waited patiently in the dark on the other side of the table. The bell sounded. This time, I didn't even get a chance to say goodbye. Be good, kiddo. You turned out all right. With that, my father or whatever was across from me stepped back into the absolute blackness and was gone. Dessert is served. My spoon touched the rim of an elegant glass dish. I wondered who my dining partner would be this time. After all, I wasn't close with anyone else who died. I could tell other diners were also having conversations, but they were always just a bit too faint to understand. Some definitely weren't in English, and others were sounds that I'm not sure you could call a language at all. I didn't want to speculate about what some of them might be eating or discussing, and I had a feeling that if I could hear what was going on around me, I'd be too terrified to move. Hurry up, man, a slurred SoCal voice said from across the table. Or the ice cream's gonna melt. I was stumped. I had no idea who this person could be. Something about the tone felt vaguely familiar, but I couldn't quite put my finger on it. I dug into the ice cream to gain some time. It was the typical, cheap chocolate soft serve that you could get for 99 cents at a gas station within walking distance of my old university. That was it. During my freshman year, I had a roommate from Southern California. We took a couple of night walks to that gas station for a 1 a.m. snack. Todd Wurlitzer? I ventured. The very same, man. I could tell the figure on the other side of the table was excited that I'd remembered. What are you doing here? I didn't mean to be rude, but I was dumbfounded and a little disappointed that an ex-roommate who I barely remembered was about to be my last interaction here in the otherworldly darkness of the lights out experience. I had so many more things I wanted to ask Rosalie, so many more stories I wanted to hear from my dad just one more time. Hey, yeah, I could almost imagine Todd scratching his neck awkwardly like he used to do. It's kinda complicated, man. The more Todd stalled, the more I felt my anger building. Now I remembered what Todd was like. The guy never took responsibility for anything. Not for cleaning the room, not for his schoolwork, not even for his own life. He'd been such a downer, and here I was, stuck with him again. What? I groaned. I guess I just wanted to say thanks, Todd sighed. Everybody always bailed on me, man. Ever since I was a little kid. Dad bailed for a job in Seattle. Mom stayed but got lost in the bottle, which is just another way to bail, I guess. The friends I had in Cali were only my friends until somebody better came along. You were the only one who ever invited me someplace and meant it. I blinked. This definitely wasn't what I'd expected. Todd went on, look, I get that we only hung a few times, but you were always real with me. I dropped out later, but you gave me this idea that you could go for a night walk with a stranger and they might really talk to you, and they might even listen if you talk to them, and then you both could just chill and have an ice cream and look at the moon or whatever. It was, my pleasure. I didn't know what to say, but now that I thought about it, I actually had kind of enjoyed those rambling, aimless walks with Todd, too. It gave me hope. Kept me living, for a while at least. Well, I guess about 4 years and 11 months to be exact, but anyway, they were a good 4 years. I came out of my shell. Partied with some wild people. Started drawing. Hey, I actually became a big name in the graphic art world back out west. Pretty cool, huh? You might have even worn one of my t-shirt designs without realizing it. Isn't that trippy? Yeah, I couldn't help but smile. Pretty trippy, man. Hey, look, I gotta bounce, but stay real, okay? I'll try, Todd. I was already imagining the peace sign he was probably throwing me, despite the darkness. And it was, good to see you again. Good to see you too, man. What was left of the ice cream melted. I jumped a little when I felt a silk cord slide into my hand. If you'll please come with me, sir, we need to get your check and prepare this table for the next customer. It was the blind woman from earlier. Why hadn't I heard the clicking of her heels? Had I been that lost in thought? Following her to the exit, a subtle change had taken place. Despite the strangeness of absolute darkness, the dining sounds and conversations around us now seemed normal. No eldritch abominations gnawing on forgotten bones. No more vampires sucking their dinner dry. No more conversations with ghosts, demons, or the dead. It was a normal restaurant, lost in total obscurity. Once back by the well-lit front desk, I began to wonder if sensory deprivation had made me hallucinate the whole thing. Then I got a look at the bill. It was printed in the same gimmicky circus font as the facade outside, but instead of a price, I just saw a large, fancy number 3. What's this? I held up the paper, confused. That's the number of appearances you owe us. Diners who you will entertain here at Lights Out as a payment for your own experience. Some will be others who you'll want to talk to. Others will be those who will want to talk to you. The receptionist smiled. And I'd suggest you put your affairs in order, sir. According to our records, your first appearance is due to be next Tuesday. Public restroom. I had to go, like bad. The sensation hit me as I pulled into the Walmart parking lot, a terrible gurgling that bubbled in my stomach. I gingerly put my car in park, and placed a hand on my gut, as if it would help me thwart the uncomfortable churning. Suddenly I realized the error I had made and was now cursing myself for eating the pizza my company had bought for lunch. It was a band-aid for the erratic change in hours we had been working, and we ate it like we'd never eaten before. I should have known better. The pizza they ordered was the same as they always did, and it f***ed up my stomach every time. I opened the car door and started stepping out of the vehicle, looking across the dark lot. There were only a handful of cars in their giant lot. Shopping after midnight was both a blessing and a curse. For the most part, you had the store to yourself. On the other hand, the ones who happened to show had a habit of being sketchy as hell. I had gotten so sick of fast food in recent weeks, and I was dying to have some home-cooked leftovers in my lunch for a change. I was willing to roll the dice on tonight's midnight shopping crowd. 1 foot out of the car, and my stomach started bubbling again. I stopped moving, hoping it would soothe my stomach. I didn't have much time. Whatever was upset and there was ready to get out. I chanced to disrupt my stomach and got out of the car. I made my way to the store, clamping my ass together as hard as I could while blindly aiming the keyless remote to lock the doors. I marched like I was on a mission, each step bringing me closer to losing it. I knew I looked ridiculous, but there was nobody in sight, so I shamelessly shuffled in. Through the automatic doors and past the carts. I immediately beelined left, my shoes squeaking as I hurried along. I didn't see any employees and hoped to God there wasn't one cleaning the restrooms. Past the shutters of the closed Subway restaurant and the darkened corner for customer service. I looked around embarrassed, clearly walking like I was trying not to lose my bowels. Relief washed over me as I saw the sign for the restrooms, and I quickened my pace. I swerved left again down the tiled corridor for the men's section and promptly died on the inside. The path was blocked, a large yellow cart keeping me from entering. I seethed and looked past it to see if there was anyone in there. An old man in an apron and gloves was spraying a urinal, one slow squeeze at a time. I considered going to the other restrooms, but they were on the other side of the store. Another rumble in my gut told me I wouldn't make it. Hey, excuse me. I tried to say politely, my knees shaking. The old man looked at me slowly, panting over like an owl. Just finishing up. I'll be a minute, he said, pausing his leisure spray of disinfectant. I'm gonna be honest, man, I'm about to die. I'm not gonna make it, I said, dancing in misery next to his cart of cleaning supplies. He stared at me for a moment, taking his time, probably on purpose. Finally, he let out a labored sigh and started walking slowly to his cart. Fine. If you're in such a hurry. He grabbed his cart and started pushing it out of my way. The wheel squeaked as he slowly created a gap, and I squeezed by as soon as there was enough rough. Thank you, I said, and power walked in. There were 5 stalls in a row, with the larger handicap accessible one at the end. My stall of choice was obvious. Picking one in the middle of the row would have just been weird. I slammed the door, locked it, and silently praised the old man for cleaning the stall before I could ruin it. Sitting on the cold seat, I listened for the squeaking cart to go away. I heard it finally leave the bathroom entrance, and immediately unleashed the hell in my stomach. It wouldn't surprise me if the sound echoed through the entire store. I would never eat that pizza again, probably. Aside from the shame, I felt much better. I yanked on the bouncing toilet paper roll, finished my business, and flushed. Chaos was successfully averted. As the ambience of the toilet filling faded away, I prepared to stand and get out of there. I grabbed the waistband of my jeans, and a loud noise made me jump out of my skin. It sounded like someone had kicked open one of the stalls further down as hard as they could. My heart jolted in my chest. I thought of the employee that had been cleaning it and assumed it was his attempt to get back at me for interrupting his job in the shittiest way possible. I sighed and tried to laugh it off. "Man, you got me," I said with a chuckle, my voice ringing in the silent bathroom. "Good one, old." Wham! The same sound echoed again, louder and closer this time. Whoever was doing it had moved down a stall in my direction. I found myself holding my breath in disbelief. I heard nothing, aside from the creaking of the stall door as it bounced on its hinges. As quietly as I could, and leaned forward and tried to sneak a peek at whoever was responsible. I expected to see the old man's shoes, walking to the next one, but was shocked to see none. "Hello?" I called, feeling very vulnerable with my pants at my ankles. I wanted to pull them up, but I didn't want to advertise my presence with the jingling of my belt and keys. I received no answer, only complete silence. Goosebumps crawled over my skin. I listened for movement, footsteps, anything. It was just so quiet, I couldn't even hear anything by the checkout line. I heard a single drop from the sink, then what sounded like a wheezing exhale. Wham! 2 stalls away, the door flew open and bounced loudly. "Hey man, come on, it's not funny." I pleaded and fumbled through the pocket of my jeans for my phone. I didn't know what else to do. Wham! The door next to my stall was next, and it bounced so hard it rattled the toilet paper dispenser next to me. I cringed and waited for mine to fly open, and for whoever it was to burst in. I cowered on the toilet and raised my hands to protect myself. The stall doors creaked in a frightful chorus. Ahead, I watched the turn lock jiggle, like someone was trying the flat portion on the other side. "Occupied. Be out in a minute," I blurted, my words stuttering. They tried the lock several times and seemed to give up. I could hear heavy breathing outside the door. I looked through the cracks in the stall, but there wasn't anyone there. All I could see was the mirror's reflection above the sink outside, my own awkward pose with my phone in my hand. I aimed my phone at the door, thinking if I could record it, I would be able to file a harassment charge or something. I opened the camera app and hit record, and froze. Through the video feed in my recording, was a large figure, tall and lanky. I couldn't see it directly, only its back in the mirror's reflection. It wore no clothes and its skin was pale, blue veins scrawled across its body. I held my breath, unable to look at the sight my phone revealed. Whatever it was watching me through the stall. I sat there for a time recording, and the figure refused to move. Its heavy breathing echoed in the bathroom, and I wished for the first time in my life that someone else would come in and also use the restroom. With a low groan, it turned and walked away. I heard it push past the door in the stall next to me and get in, the sound of bare feet plopping on the tile. I heard it sit on the toilet next to me. I sat there for a moment, the recording still going. Trying to breathe as quietly as possible, I leaned painfully slow and angled the phone under the stall. Oversized, shoeless feet lay flat on the floor. Its toes were too long, its ankles where they shouldn't be. I could also see its knees like its limbs were too large to fit in the stall. Next to me, there was a painful groan, followed by the sound of a horrid mess hitting the toilet water. The stench that followed was just as disgusting as the sound. With it occupied, I took it as my cue to leave. I sat straight and pulled my phone to my lap, and switched the camera to forward facing so I wouldn't get my junk in the recording. My empty stomach twisted as my mind tried to make sense of what I saw. Behind my face in the camera's view was another, along with 2 sets of long fingers over the top of the stall. Its head was bald save for some wispy strands, and its eyes were hollow, different sized pits. It had been peeking over the whole time, and its neck was getting longer. I screamed and fell off the toilet. The tile was hard and cold, and I writhed like a worm on the floor. I struggled to simultaneously pull up my pants and flee, the stall door knocking on my head as I ran into it. Without my phone, I couldn't see it, but I felt its breath on my face. Still screaming, I squirmed underneath the stall, scooting my way out and kicking my feet until I was out. I could hear the stalls creaking under their weight as I thrashed to my feet. I bolted out of the bathroom, pulling my pants up as I went. I immediately crashed into something heavy and screamed again as I stumbled to the floor. "Hey, watch it." The old man looked bewildered, his janitor cart knocked over, cleaning supplies rolling everywhere. I was on my feet in a second, and running as fast as I could, one hand holding my unbuttoned pants up, the other still clutching my phone. I ran and ran until I was out of the store, nearly hitting the automatic doors as I fled to the parking lot. Chest heaving, I sprinted across the dark lot, barely buttoning my pants and getting my keys. Hands shaking, I got my keys and unlocked them as I approached. I swung open the door, barreled in, and slammed it behind me. I locked the doors and started the car. I shifted to drive and took one last look at the store before driving away. My throat was hoarse, my heart beating hard against my chest. There was nothing there, the automatic doors closing on their own. No one had followed, no one bothered to chase me. I looked at the doors for a time, wondering if it had even happened in the first place. It had all happened so fast, I was still trying to make sense of it. I wiped my forehead with my shirt. When I looked again, the automatic doors opened, on their own. There was nobody there. I peeled out of my parking spot, blowing every stop sign out of the lot. I left the store behind me, not even wanting to look back. Maybe if I got far enough away, I think I would be able to handle fast food one more night. My husband gave his life away for a job. I did not. So why is it following me? I love my husband. I know he kept secrets. Every marriage has them. You can either recognize it and move on or lie to yourselves like all the other self-medicated with an 4 full of housewives and a drum full of honey fried chicken wings. Nevertheless, a friend of mine once opined that outright deception in a relationship is like lying to your left lung. Some people can breathe that way just fine all their lives. Others can't. I knew for sure from a young age that I never could be that type of girl. The type that nodded and smiled sweetly and said things that didn't make any sense. That just wasn't me. One morning, John woke up sick. He tried to hide it from me, but the creaking floorboards couldn't conceal his clumsy footsteps, and the thin walls did nothing to mask his cat-like retches. I laid awake for a while listening to him cough and gag. This wasn't the first time that week. It wouldn't be the last. Something was wrong. I just couldn't comprehend what would cause him to lie about it. Honey, I eventually called out. Are you all right in there? Aha, he shouted excitedly. Fine. Totally fine. Didn't mean to wake you up. The drone of a conference call replaced my reply. A man in a monotone mumbled something undoubtedly important about numbers and critical mass. My husband whispered back. The loud being light turned on over the sink and the screech of the bath followed. I couldn't hear much more. John came back out after a shower and a shave. He looked like hot death. His skin was pale. Fresh snot welled up around his nose. Nevertheless, he claimed he would still be going into the office that day. Meetings to be had, budgets to be discussed, important people here, important people there. We have a project lined up, he insisted. A big one. The type that can finally get us out of this old house. We had argued about the topic before. Nothing could keep my husband from an honest day's work. I typically played the slacker to his overachieving ladder climber. But this time was different. He breathed differently, as discussed, literally and figuratively. You are going to get the whole office sick, I snapped. Come on. Stay home. I'll take care of you. He ignored me and walked over to the closet to pull out a shirt and tie. I rushed out of bed and planted my feet in front of the dresser. He stared back at me. New lines of thin blood leaked from razor nicks on his neck. You're not going in, I repeated. Really? Enough is enough. You have worked yourself to the bone for this company. They can allow you a simple day of rest. He eased me aside and pulled back a drawer. We get 10 days of vacation a year. One work from home day a month. I've used up all of that and it's only February. Plus my director is up my ass. My boss is up my ass. They have us testing this new material. I moved back in front of the dresser. Ah, what's the point? You don't care. I don't care. Nobody cares. But it's work that needs to be done, and it pays well, and we don't make enough money as it is. There it was. I'm sorry. The dagger. I didn't mean anything by it. But my new thing will get us out of this shithole. I promise. He reached for the pant drawer. Did you know the toilet and there only flushes when you hold down the plunger? I disappeared into the basement. I heard the door slam sometime later. I didn't get up to investigate. I was pissed. Goodbye, he shouted. I love you. John got home late that night, sometime after 8, as announced by his hacking coughs and relentless sneezes. I greeted him in the kitchen with some tea and cold medicine. He shrugged it aside and collapsed into a chair. Sweat leaked out from the armpits and belly of his button-down blue shirt. No tea, he groaned. Water, please. I nodded and went to fetch it. He grabbed the glass and winced in pain when a little spilled on his hand. That's when I noticed the rash. Bright red blisters formed at the joint of his collarbone and shoulder. Some were popped, some not. I pulled down the fabric and saw the cut snake all the way down his arm. Are these all new? He nodded painfully. I only touched it once, he whispered. It was an accident. They don't know. They can't. They wouldn't. If they knew I touched it, they wouldn't have let me leave. Right? I grabbed his hand. The skin felt loose. Slow down. What did you touch? He considered the question for a second. Nothing, he muttered. I don't know. I'm fine. Clearly not, I laughed. You need to see someone. No, he sighed. I'm fine. Please. They'll know. I relented in a compromise to see a doctor in the morning. We slept in separate beds that night. I set up cooling pads in the guest room and brought in a half-dozen humidifiers. The room had an awkward sort of glow to it with all the different lights. The aromas made it feel kind of like an underground rub-and tub. John traipsed in and buried himself under the covers. I kissed his forehead and it felt cool and clammy, but not feverish. I had hoped that meant the effects were subsiding. Thank you, he kissed me. This helps. Doctor tomorrow, I repeated. Doctor tomorrow, he agreed. I watched television for a little while. John fell asleep before me. The raspiness of his snore mixed in with the drone of the rain. I fell asleep to the episode of Friends where Monica gets her head stuck inside of a chicken. I woke up to a skittering in the halls. I don't know any other way to describe it. We have 2 cats. Sometimes they chase each other around in the night. This would be like that if the cats were the size of bulls. Picture frames fell down the hall. The walls buckled. The floor shook. Something enormous growled and something bigger hissed back in response. I reached for my phone on the nightstand and slammed the screen with half-open eyes. 3 in the morning. The house grew quiet. I waited hopefully for my husband to get out of bed. I assumed an animal got inside. I knew he kept a baseball bat in both closets. I wished then that we had a gun. I could hear this low sort of vibration. I reached around and felt for the source. I realized then that both cats were in bed with me. They stared back with wide eyes piteously. The house was still quiet. A loose floorboard creaked by the bathroom. Then another one in the kitchen. A door creaked open. Then silence. All of a sudden a rush of scattered footsteps sprinted for the dining room. My china cabinet fell along the way. A voice howled an oddly interpretable victory as the remains of my teetering glass figurine shattered into pieces all over the floor. I got out of bed. I am not a formidable girl. I don't have any fighting experience whatsoever. I tend to be more well-versed on the flight side of things and every instinct in my body told me to get the fuck out of that house. There are no windows in my bedroom. I was on the 2nd floor. I needed to make it down the stairs and out the front door for my plan to succeed. I reached into the closet and found the backup bat for safekeeping. The floorboard outside my bedroom only creaks if it's hit dead on. I danced around the broken motherfucker like a ballerina. I looked in the guest bed and saw my husband wasn't in it. I should have stopped there. But something urged me forward. Call that curiosity or just plain stupidity. The stairs only squeak if you rush. I took them one at a time, careful to place half my weight on the preceding one before continuing. I could hear a mashing sound from the dining room. Something was eating. Something big. It ripped and gnawed hungrily along the broken glass pieces from the cabinets. I turned the corner and wished I didn't. My husband was lying down across the floor. He was dead, as evidenced by the blood-covered wound on his neck, and the glazed look in his eyes. Something was eating him. I couldn't see the full shape of it at first. His legs pulled and ripped like a broken antelope on the savannah before his entire body flipped over in favor of the meteor backside. I held the bat over my head. My feet followed one foot after the other routine. Time slowed to a crawl. I could hear my every breath. Then a voice completely shook my battle trance. "Honey?" The corpse went still as the shape behind it stood up. It was him. My husband walked over to me gracefully. Blood dripped down from his lips. He wiped at it awkwardly, like he'd just been caught snacking on ice cream. The blisters were gone. All of the sickness from the previous day seemed to be erased. He smiled and gestured smoothly at his own body on the floor. "What the f***? I can explain that," he whispered. "Why don't you just relax?" I swung once and the bat connected with his jaw. He grimaced for a second, looked back at me, and grinned. "I made a mistake, honey," he started. "White Valley made it right. Good as new. New me. Can't you see? I'm fine. Really. I am completely fine." I hit him again. "Honestly. We are good," he spits out a tooth. "But we won't be if you keep this up." John reached for the bat and the next few moments happened in a blur. I pushed him back, he fell to the floor, and I went for the door. I found the handle and raced out into the cold before remembering my keys. I opened the door one last time and snatched them from the ring. I looked into the house one more time and noticed John wasn't chasing me. He had returned to the corpse of himself on the floor, with a long knife at the ready, tearing apart the easy bits. I did all of the things you might expect. I called the cops and asked them to check the house. He wasn't there. I had somebody go and pick up my cats. They were fine. I tried to put that night behind me as some sort of bizarre fever dream. John never tried to contact me. I never tried to contact him. I told my parents we were done. They didn't press me on why. They never really trusted him anyway. I returned to the house this morning for the first time in a long time. It felt eerie being there again. I took about an hour to pack some boxes and move stuff around for the eventual sale. I caught my reflection in the mirror towards the end of the trip. I looked haggard and exhausted. The bags under my eyes had bags. I felt sick. And I almost didn't see it, and never would have noticed, had it not been for the placement of that mirror in the bathroom. A bright red blister appeared on my neck. I watched as it popped right in front of my eyes. I found 2 more in the last hour. Something is happening. I don't want to end up like him. Please help me. If you're armed and at the Glenmont Metro, please shoot me. Make it a headshot. Shoot me in the temple, aiming slightly downwards. I need the bullet to travel the shortest possible distance through my brain before it hits my hippocampus. If I'm lucky, the sensation of the gunshot ripping through my skull will only last a few decades. As awful as this sounds, you'll be doing me an enormous favor. Death by a headshot, as soon as possible, is vastly better than the alternative. My ordeal started over 10,000 years ago, at 10:15 this morning. I earned extra money by participating in drug trials. I'm a so-called healthy subject who takes experimental drugs to help assess side effects. Once it was a kidney drug. A few times it's been something for blood pressure or cholesterol. This morning they told me the drug I took was a psychoactive substance intended to accelerate brain function. None of the drugs I had tested so far have ever done anything for me, in the recreational sense. In other words, none of the drugs I've tested have given me a killer buzz or mellowed me out, or anything. Maybe I've always ended up in the placebo group, but nothing I've tested had affected me at all. Today's drug was different. This worked. They gave me a pill at 10:15 and told me to hang out in the waiting room until they called me back for some tests. Only about 30 minutes, the research assistant told me. I flopped onto the waiting room couch and read a few articles from a copy of Psychology Today that was sitting on the coffee table. They hadn't called me back when I finished Psychology Today, so I picked up a US News and read it cover to cover. Then I read an old Scientific American. What was taking them so damn long? I sluggishly turned my head to look at the wall clock. It was only 10:23 a.m. I had read all 3 magazines in 8 minutes. I remember thinking this was going to be a long day. I was right. The waiting room had a little bookshelf with some used hardcovers on it. When I stood up to walk to the bookshelf, it felt like my legs barely worked. It's not that they were weak. They were just slow. It took a full minute just to stand up off the couch, and another minute to take 2 steps to the bookcase. I scanned the old books on the shelf and picked out a copy of Moby Dick. My arms had the same problems as my legs. Just reaching one foot in front of me to grab the book took a long time. I actually got bored just waiting for my hand to reach the spine of the book. I slogged back to the couch and collapsed onto it in a slow-motion fall that reminded me of the low-gravity hops of astronauts on the moon. I opened Moby Dick, slowly, and began reading. I started with Call Me Ishmael and got as far as Ahab throwing his pipe into the sea, which was all the way to friggin' chapter 30, before they called me back. "How are you feeling?" the research assistant asked me. "I feel slow," I said. "Actually, it's the other way around. Everything seems slow because you're so fast. But my legs, my arms, they're moving in slow motion. Your body seems like it's moving slowly because your brain is fast. Your brain is running 10 or 20 times faster than normal. You are thinking and perceiving reality at an accelerated pace. But your body is still constrained by the laws of biomechanics. Frankly, you're moving much faster than a normal person," she pantomimed a jogging motion. "But your brain is running so much faster right now, that even your fast walk seems very slow to you." I thought about my slow motion flop onto the waiting room couch. Even if my muscles had slowed down, my body would still react to gravity the same way. But in the waiting room, I even fell in slow motion. Slow muscles couldn't explain why gravity seemed weaker. My brain was going at warp 10. That's how I managed to read 3 magazines and the first 30 chapters of Moby Dick in 15 minutes. They ran a series of tests on me. The physical tests were fun. They made me juggle 3 balls. Then 4. Then 6. I had no problem keeping 6 balls in the air because they seemed to be moving so slowly. It was boring, frankly, waiting for each ball to move through its arc so I could catch it with my slow-motion hands and toss it back into the air. They threw Cheerios in the air and I caught them with chopsticks. They dropped a handful of coins and I counted the total value before they hit the ground. The cognitive tests were less fun, but very illuminating. Finish a 50-word word search, 3 seconds. Solve an intricate maze drawn onto a poster-sized paper, 2 seconds. View a slideshow projected at 10 images per second and answer detailed questions about what I saw, 95% correct. They told me I measured over 250 on the Knopf scale. Apparently, that's deep into the superhuman range of thinking speeds. Then they sent me home. It'll wear off in a few hours, they said. Which will seem like days to you. Try to use the residual effects to get some work done. Catch up on work emails while you're still in high-speed mode. The ride home was horrible. It was only 3 metro stops, and in real-world time, it only took about 35 minutes. But in my drug-accelerated hypertime, it felt like days. Days. Just walking out of the medical research suite to the elevator seemed like it took an hour. I sprinted out of the office, willing my legs to push me faster. But, the laws of biomechanics held me prisoner. As accelerated as my brain was, I couldn't do anything to make my legs work faster. The huge disconnect between my body and mind made it extremely difficult to judge how and when to slow down, turn, or rotate my body. I had basically turned into a giant, slow-motion spaz. I misjudged my speed and rammed into the wall by the elevator button at a pretty good speed. Even though I could see the wall coming at me, I couldn't make my finger, outstretched to hit the elevator button, move away fast enough, and I jammed it against the wall. Hard. The pain was intense. If my brain had been running at regular speed, it probably only would have hurt for 30 seconds or so. But in my accelerated state, the intense pain seemed to last for half an hour. 45 minutes maybe. The elevator ride was horrible. It felt like I spent 4 or 5 hours just descending 7 floors, with nothing to look at but the interior of the elevator car. I sprinted to the metro station. I have to admit, this part was almost fun. Even though my body moved at, what seemed to me, a super slow speed, I could still carefully choose how and where to place my feet, swing my arms, and turn my torso. It only took a block or two to getting used to having a brain that ran 24 times faster than my body. Then I'd basically sprint dance the rest of the way, twisting and juking between people on the sidewalk and dodging moving cars with inches, aka minutes, of clearance. I spent an hour, in my time frame, descending into the subway and running to the platform. Endless tedium waiting the 6 minutes for the red line train to arrive. Although there was more to look at on the metro platform than inside the elevator, it was still intensely boring. I should have stolen the copy of Moby Dick. The red line train roared into the station in slow motion. The normally high-pitched squeal of its brakes was frequently shifted by my high-speed mind to a long low tone, like a monotone tuba solo. It wasn't just the squealing subway train that was 3 octaves lower than normal. All sound was slowed to the point of near inaudibility. Voices were gone, shifted below the threshold frequency of my hearing. I did manage to hear a screaming baby on my subway car, her shriek slowed to sound like whale songs. Sharp sounds like car horns and trucks bouncing over potholes were low, muddied roars like distant thunder. Back at the research offices, I could still hear and communicate with the research staff. But now verbal communication with anyone would be impossible. The effects of the drug were still intensifying. I spent what seemed like days on that f***ing red line train. Days. Listening to the whale song of the screaming baby and the tuba solo of the brakes. Where ordinary voices were frequency shifted out of my audio range, smells didn't seem to be affected. I never became nose blind to the body odor, the stench of the train's brakes, and the melange of farts and other smells wafting through the metro car. I finally got back to my apartment. Sprinting through my open door and into the front hall at full speed was like a slow, relaxing drift down a lazy river. I was relieved to be home. At least I had stuff I could do there. I picked up the book I was reading, 100 Years of Solitude, and finished it. Despite turning the pages so quickly that I tore many of them, it seemed like most of the time I spent finishing the book was spent on page turning and not actually reading. 3 minutes had passed since I got home. I tried surfing the internet. My god, it takes a long time for computers to boot these days, but it was too frustratingly slow. Hours, seemingly, to load each new page, and a fraction of a second to read it. 100 articles in my newsfeed read in just 3 more minutes done. I dipped into my pile of yet-to-be-read books and finished 2 more. 4 more minutes had passed. I decided to try to sleep off the remaining effects of the drug. Unfortunately, whatever part of my mind is responsible for perception, the part that's been accelerated to hyperspeeds by the drug isn't the same as the part that governs sleep. Despite being awake for what I perceived as days, my physical brain still thought it was 1:25 p.m. It was not ready for sleep. Nevertheless, I tried to sleep. I walked to my bedroom, a slow 45-minute drift through my apartment, and flung myself into bed, lazily falling like a feather onto the mattress. I closed my eyes and lay there for hours and hours, 10 minutes of reality time, before giving up. Sleep would not come. I was facing what was going to feel like days, or maybe even weeks of being trapped in a slow-motion prison. So I took an Ambien. The sensation of the pill and the splash of water I used to swallow it sliding my throat was sickening. A lump that blocked my breathing, moving like a slug down my esophagus. I read a book. 10 minutes had passed. I read another. 18 minutes since I took the Ambien. I threw the book across the room in disgust at my situation. The book slowly pirouetted and spun through the air, like a leaf blowing in a breeze. It hit the wall with a long, faint rumble, the only sound I had heard for what seemed like hours, then drifted to the floor like a flip-flop sinking in a swimming pool. The force of gravity hadn't changed since I took the pill. The laws of physics were the same. It was just my perception of time that had gone wackadoo. This meant I could use the speed thing seemed to fall as a way of judging the effects of the drug. Based on how long it took the book to drift to the floor, I estimated the effects of the drug were still intensifying. I read a magazine. I turned on the television. I clearly saw each frame of video like I was watching a slideshow. Frustrated, I turned the television off. I read some more. The first 2 books of Churchill's A History of the English-Speaking Peoples. Not exactly a light read. Frankly, I hated it. But given the hours of tedium it would take to go get another book off my bookshelf, just sitting on the couch and reading Churchill was better. Or at least less bad. It had now been 35 minutes since I took the Ambien. I laid down on the couch and closed my eyes. Time passed. I inhaled, an hours-long process. Time passed. I exhaled for more hours. Sleep. Would. Not. Come. I needed a new plan. I decided to go back to the offices where they gave me the drug. Maybe they would have something that could counteract its effects. Or at least something to knock me out until it wore off. I exited my apartment as fast as possible, taking hours in my time frame to do so. I didn't even bother locking the door. It would have taken too long. Down the stairs, it's faster than the elevator if you run, through the lobby, out the front door, and onto the street. These few things felt like a long day at the office. Sprinting down the street, dancing and weaving between pedestrians with, what must have looked to them, superhuman dexterity. Down the first flight of stairs at the metro. Across the landing. Another hour. Then onto the second flight of stairs. That's when the Ambien hit me. The Ambien didn't make me sleepy. Not at all. Instead, it must have had a severe cross-reaction with the experimental drug I took this morning. I was bounding down the second flight of stairs, moving in slow motion, but still making perceptible progress. Then, wham, everything stopped. If you're armed and at the Glenmont Metro, please shoot me. The dull roar of the street and metro noise ceased, replaced by the most perfect silence I've ever experienced. My downward motion seemed to completely freeze. Before the Ambien kicked in, my perception of time was maybe a few hundred times slower than in real time. After the Ambien took effect, time moved thousands of times slower. Every second seemed like days to me. Even just moving my eyes to focus on a new point was like an impossibly slow scroll across my visual field. Over the course of the afternoon, I learned how to walk, run, and jump when my mind ran hundreds of times faster than my body. But with another 4 or 5 orders of magnitude of slowdown caused by the Ambien, body control was almost impossible. I fell on the stairs. Even though I was all but frozen in mid-step, controlling my muscles was impossible. I commanded my foot forwards for hours, then backward for hours more when it seemed like I would miss the next step. Hours attempting to adjust the angle of my ankle, then readjusting when it felt wrong. Despite these efforts, I rolled my ankle on the next step. The pain wasn't at all mitigated by the slowness. Hours of increasing strain on my bent ankle. The nerve signals that send pain into the brain must work differently than the nerves in my ear. Sonic energy was spread out over time, diluted until it was imperceptible. Pain flowed into my brain undiluted by the change in my perception of time. Hours and hours of increasing weight on my turned ankle turned into hours of increasing pain upon increasing pain. I pitched forwards, my high-speed mind is completely unable to control my low-speed body. I drifted downwards for days, managing to rotate my torso enough to keep my head from impacting the ground first. I eventually landed on my right shoulder. At first, the impact wasn't even noticeable. Then I felt a slight pressure in my shoulder as it came in contact with the ground. The pressure grew, bringing increasing pain, for hour upon hour. My shoulder finally gave out, popping out of its socket with an endless sickening tug. I came to a stop days later, crumpled onto the ground, staring at the ceiling. The pain in my shoulder still screaming with the intensity of a fresh violent injury. I had plenty of time to think during that fall. If every second seemed like days to me, then each minute of real-world time would be like years. Even if the drug cleared out of my system in the next 2 or 3 hours, this nightmare would seem to last centuries. By the time I hit the ground, I had a plan. I would somehow get to the platform and throw myself in front of a train. I twisted onto my hands and knees. Days of my dislocated shoulder crying for relief. I misjudged my rotation and rolled onto my back. I tried again, collapsing onto my face as I tried to figure out how to control a body that moved slower than grass grew. Weeks of effort were finally rewarded with success. I stabilized on my hands and knees. If just getting on all fours was this difficult, I figured that walking or running was completely out of the question. So I crawled. I crawled through the metro tunnel. The dumb look on the faces in the crowd lingered on me for weeks. I crawled under the turnstile and onto the escalator. The escalator spilled the rush hour crowd onto the platform at the same speed a glacier spills ice into the sea. I looked out over the crowded platform during my interminable downward ride. The train status sign said the next train wouldn't arrive for 20 minutes. 20 minutes was like a year to me. I'd have to spend a year on the metro platform, waiting to die. I crawled off the escalator, enduring days of stupid expressions on the commuters' faces. I crawled a few feet to a concrete bench and curled up next to it, trying to find a position to lessen the pain in my shoulder. Then my problem with time got worse. Impossibly worse. The massive slowdown on the stairs was just the beginning of the interaction between the experimental drug and Ambien. It fully hit me while I was curled up by the bench. I blinked. Years of darkness followed. Sound was already gone, and with my blink, the sight was gone as well. All that existed was the pain from my fall. My hyper-accelerated mind wasted no time compensating for the lack of sensory input. Voices spoke to me. They sang to me in languages that never existed. Patterns and faces and colors came and went in my mind's eye. I recalled my whole life and imagined living another. I forgot English. I settled into profound despair. I spoke to God. I became God. I imagined a new universe and brought it to life with my thoughts. Then I did it all again. And again. My eyes opened with geologic slowness. A faint glow. Weeks. A slit of light. Weeks. A narrow view of the metro platform, ankles of the commuters near me and an advertisement on the opposite wall. I extracted my phone from my pocket. A project that spanned decades. How can I even explain the boredom? The pain in my shoulder is nothing compared to the boredom. Every thought I can think, I have thought hundreds of times already. The view of ankles and advertisements never changes. Never. The boredom is so intense it's tangible, like a solid object of metal and stone wedged into my skull. Inescapable. What are my options? If I crawl and fall onto the tracks without an oncoming train to crush me, I won't die. I'll experience even more pain from the 4-foot fall, but I'll most likely be rescued by some do-gooder on the platform and unable to act when the train finally does arrive. My suffering in that scenario will be endless. So I wait for the train. So I can throw myself under it. When it finally hits me, I will experience the pain of being ripped to pieces for centuries until finally, the light of life leaves my brain, and my experience ends. I've lived hundreds of lifespans at the foot of this bench. I am far older, in spirit, than any human who has ever lived. Most of my life experience has been a snapshot of pain huddled on the floor of a subway platform, with an unchanging view of ankles and advertisements. This post is my plan B. My Hail Mary. My long shot. I've spent lifetimes typing and posting this message in the hope that someone will read it and become convinced that my suffering must end. Someone is on this platform right now. Someone who will find the man curled under the bench, the man who crawled down the escalator, and kill him as swiftly as possible. A bullet to the temple. If you're armed and at the Glenmont Metro, please shoot me. My grandfather doesn't have a grave. My family has always been a bit of a mystery to me. For years, I carried that around as a chip on my shoulder. I'm an only child. My parents died in a car crash when I was 3. I was raised by my sole surviving paternal grandmother, who passed away from breast cancer in 2013. I was, essentially, alone. And so when I first discovered Ancestry and some of the genealogy sites like it, I dove face first into a sea of census records and obituaries. The results were fascinating. I found connections to mafia members, and Scandinavian royalty, and Irish peasants, all woven into my unique family history. I did the DNA test. I bought and translated old records from foreign countries and kept them all neatly organized in my GEDCOM file. It quickly became my own quirky little hobby. After 5 years worth of efforts, my family tree stood at about 10,000 verified individuals. By verified, I mean their existence can be justified by one or more primary and secondary sources. To a lot of folks, this is all extremely boring information. I appreciate you sticking with me. As any good researcher will tell you, however, no amount of homework can solve the past's oddest mysteries. One branch of my family has always haunted me in this way. Oddly enough, they spent their life in the United States, but the lack of records in my state around the turn of the century is a nightmare. For years, I based my entire understanding of my grandfather's family tree on one lonely census record. And then, one morning, I found it. The one record that lifted the veil off my mystery. It was a newspaper article that listed the announcement for funerals. The microfilm was damaged and spotted in some places, so it was difficult to make out all of the details. But, there was a picture and a small description below it. John, of this city, died of natural causes on September 13, 1967. He is survived by his daughter, Olivia, and predeceased by his wife, Maria. Funeral services will take place at St. Rose Church at 3 o'clock. Burial will follow at 5 o'clock. That single record set off a chain of dominoes. I knew my grandfather died at a young age, but I had no idea what date, or where, or how. The death date led to a social security record. The cause of death was just suspicious. The burial location, however, led to my phone call to St. Rose Church. Administrative office, grunted an impatient and annoyed female voice. Hello, my name is Matt, and I'm doing some research on my family history. Could you help me in locating any records you might have for John? Something about what I said caught the gruff lady's attention. Are you a direct relative of this family? She asked, quietly. Yes, ma'am. He was my grandfather. She paused over the phone. I heard whispering in the background. For some reason, her next words sounded nervous. We have no grave record for that name. Are you sure you have the right St. Rose Parish? Yes, ma'am. I have the obituary, I said. We will need to see some proof of lineage before we give records out, sir, she replied with a rehearsed tone. If you come down here and bring the obituary, along with a driver's license, we will release the records. So you do have records? I was confused. Yes, sir. Will that be all today? I told her no, said thank you, and hung up the phone. The trip was 3 hours north. Being a bachelor with a few days off work and nothing but time to kill, I made the trip that afternoon, on a whim. You see, sometimes if an individual is buried somewhere, you can find members of their family in the same cemetery. All of that information is useful when you are trying to piece together a picture. I hoped that maybe somewhere, somehow, I would find some long-lost cousins. I didn't plan it very well. On the empty highway, I dreamed about reconnecting with long-lost family members. Maybe we would get a beer, and they would regale me with tales of my wily and memorable grandfather, or something along those lines. I hoped for a lot of sad, senseless things. But, by the time I arrived, I soon realized that all of them would lead to disappointment. The town was desolate. It was tucked inside the foothills of a major mountain range. Each individual city was cut off and accessible by only one major road. I was about 20 minutes out when the first bout of snow peeked its way through the hills. There were 2 inches on the ground by the time I turned into the shitty little city at 6 o'clock. Most of the local businesses were already shut down for the night. I checked the library, post office, and general store, before finally settling on a historical hotel at the end of the street. It was 7 at that point, and the snow had started to stack up to 6 inches. The innkeep was suspicious from the get-go. I tried to pay my bill with some cash I had brought just in case, but he insisted on a credit card for potential damages. I paid him and shuffled into the dingy room down the hall without much of a fight. There was a twin bed waiting, with an already broken cable box. I'm not sure what he thought I could break. It was hard to sleep. The town was completely foreign to me. Maybe that was the reason. Or maybe it was because I was not used to traveling without my dog, Lola. But every time I felt myself drifting to sleep, I would wake up again with a start. I had a horrible, aching feeling in my gut like someone was in the room with me. Eventually, I realized it was stupid to be there. What would I prove, in the end? That I had cousins? Everybody does. I had 10,000 of them, alive and dead, and none of them had any more reason to give a shit than these ones would. I resolved my mind to get up and go home. I rolled over to get my boxers. It was then that I realized, an undressed man was lying in bed next to me. Before I could scream, a foreign voice filled the room from somewhere near the closet. That's real good, Mick, look him in the eye. Look that devil in the eye. Something smacked me good on the side of the head, and everything turned black. I woke up with my entire body suspended over an empty valley. It was freezing. My clothes were gone. At first, the cold was more of a problem than my fear of falling. I was lifted up, somehow, above a gushing river that coursed a good 60 feet below my toes. I shouted in a hoarse voice for anyone, to explain to me what the was going on. Someone responded in the background. Your grandfather was a real asshole, boy. Did you know that? The owner of the voice was old. It was tinted with an accent that I did not quite recognize. I tried to lift my arm to swing at him, but it was stuck. I turned to my left to see nails piercing into the center of my palms. I only felt their pain at that moment. What the f are you talking about? I never met him. What does this have to do with me? Why are you doing this to me? I rattled out a rapid combination of the preceding phrases as rocks and debris fell underneath my feet. There was nowhere to look but down, and my overwhelming fear of heights kicked in. But neither fight nor flight was an option. The same voice chuckled patiently. Some might have even called him a witch. Even in my state, I was still able to choke out a chuckle. Are you f***ing kidding me? He laughed louder. See, the problem is that kind of thing runs in the blood, clearly. And our town has flourished without that blood for centuries. He paused. When we find it, we flush it down the river. Call it a sacrifice, if you will. A number of hoots and jeers joined in from the background. And baby, let me tell you, it has been years since the last sacrifice. A full audience applauded the man's words. There had to be at least 10 of them. At that moment, I accepted my death. There was nothing that could be done. My body was failing me fast. Between the blood loss, the cold, and the sheer horror of falling 60 feet while nailed to a crucifix, I guess, I was ready for it to be over. The man started to shake the wood from its station underneath me. I felt the balance start to shift. The audience got louder as they added oohs and ahs to their horrible chants. Just as I started to slip, a gunshot shattered the cold night. The wood slipped back into the pole as a body thudded by my feet. Everyone was silent. There weren't any cries of sorrow or screams of horror. Just silence. And then there was a second gunshot. And a third. Several pairs of feet wordlessly ran for cover. But a rapid wave of gunfire resulted in several loud thuds on the floor around me. I screamed with my last remaining energy at the empty night. After a minute, gentle hands pushed my cross backward on the ground. Immediately, the pain of suspension was released from my arms and legs, just as a dull vibrating shock shook through my bones. I fell asleep to the reflection of a pair of understanding, bright, blue eyes. Just like mine. I woke up, alone, in a hospital in my hometown. The nurses immediately inquired as to how I sustained my injuries. It took me a while to come up with a cover, but in the end, I settled on a thing. I assured everyone who asked that the injuries were self-sustained. They thought I was a freak, but they bought the story. In the months since the attack, I sometimes see a car sitting on the corner of my block. The woman inside does not make much of an effort to hide herself. Her skin color is an oddly olive tone. She has bright, blue eyes, with a crop of curly blonde hair. Just like mine. She smiles every time I see her. I am obviously aware of her presence, but she does not seem to mind. My family has always been a bit of a mystery to me. I hope it stays that way this time. The monster that used to live under my bed was my big brother. His eyes are golden. They look like that of a toad. They shine in the darkness. That was the first thing I saw of him, two glowing dots shimmering in the pitch-black space under my new bed. It was a large canopy bed with light pink curtains. My parents and I had just moved the day before and my dad had immediately assembled it in my room. He and Mom had prepared the whole room for me. They had built up closets, cupboards, and a desk. All the furniture was of a pleasant pastel purple color. It was the first night I would spend in this beautiful new room and I already loved it to bits. Still, the golden dot stood out to me, so I got on all fours and crept up to the bed to look underneath it. However, my eyes were only met with utter darkness, as if the only light able to reach the space underneath the bed was this odd, golden shimmer. I frowned in confusion and reached out to poke one of the dots with my finger. It felt like jelly. Ow, I gasped and backed off, quickly pulling my arm out from under the bed. When I had calmed down a bit, I looked around. I was all alone in my room. Pressing myself to the floor again, I stared into the blackness. Hello? I stammered. Hi. The same voice. It was deep and rugged, but not unpleasant. It sounded rather nice, actually. Are those your eyes? I whispered. Yes. Ooh. Sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you. It's okay. You didn't know. I hummed quietly. You have very pretty eyes. Like a toad. The voice from under the bed chuckled. Thank you. So, I'm Mel. Who are you? I asked, extending my hand under the bed once again for a handshake. However, instead of fingers, something warm and furry wrapped around it. It felt almost like a dog's tail. It tickled my palm a bit and I giggled. I'm your older brother. Or not, I puffed. I don't have any brothers. No sisters either. M2. Mom and Dad just never told you about me. Why not? The voice from under the bed sighed. Because they hate talking about me. So much so that they will get very angry if you ever mention me. After a short pause, he added, we don't want that to happen, do we? I shook my head. So, how much older than me are you? I'm not sure. A couple of 100 years maybe? I snorted. You're lying. You can't be that old. You'd be dead. And yet I'm here. But Mom and Dad aren't even that old, I argued. How can you be their son if you're older than them? It's complicated. I could explain but not in the mood for some long-winded story. I puffed my cheeks. Fine. So, what's your name? My name? I'm afraid I don't have one. You can give me one though if you'd like to, my brother replied. I'll call you Jasper then. I like that name, I said. A low chuckle came in response. I think I do too. The next day, I didn't mention Jasper to my parents. Or any other day, for that matter. At first, it was because I didn't want them to get angry. However, my interactions with my older brother soon became a thing of such intimacy that I didn't even want to tell them about it at all. I would talk to him about everything, even about secrets I didn't even share with my mom or dad. Jasper was very understanding and always good for some advice. We became incredibly close incredibly quickly and soon enough, I felt like he was the only friend I actually needed. I knew he felt the same way. He would tell me how much he loved me all the time, and how much he missed me when I was at school. But my brother wasn't exactly easy care. I always had to feed him. It was difficult at first, but at least he wasn't picky. I would sneak all sorts of food and snacks from the kitchen upstairs into my room for him. And he would eat so much. He barely ever stopped. My parents would sometimes allow me to take my meals upstairs with me under the guise of me wanting to do homework while I ate, but after a while, they grew really tired of not having me around for dinner or lunch. So they forbade me from doing it. Jasper wasn't happy with the small portions and tiny snacks I was still able to steal for him. After the third time, I only brought him an apple. He really began to complain. "Can't you get me anything more meaty? This won't do. I'm so hungry." He moaned. "I'm sorry," I said truthfully. "Why don't mom and dad ever feed you? Don't they know you need to eat?" Jasper didn't respond. A short pause ensued, neither of us saying a word. I felt terrible. Suddenly, he spoke up again. His voice was low and foreboding. "Could you do something for me, Mel? Could you leave the window open tonight?" I nodded hesitantly. "Why though?" No answer. Still, that night I did as he told me. I figured maybe he simply wanted some fresh air. I didn't want to upset him either after the food I had brought him had been so disappointing. I loved my brother after all. That night, Jasper told me a goodnight story before I fell asleep. The morning after that, he was gone. I noticed when I woke up and greeted him. He wasn't answering me. I figured he just wasn't up yet. It was Sunday, so I didn't have to go to school or anything. My parents seemed to still be asleep, so I quickly ran down into the kitchen to grab a couple of slices of bread. I took them upstairs and slid them under the bed for Jasper. Instead of him immediately gobbling them down though, they remained untouched. "Jasper?" I uttered. "Wake up, I got you something to eat." Everything was silent. I started letting my hand travel around in the darkness but was unable to find anything. That's when it finally sank in that he wasn't there. I never stopped waiting for Jasper to return. Every morning, I'd check under the bed, clinging onto the sliver of hope of seeing his two glowing eyes again. I would leave the windows open every night, even if the cold air seeping in through them would make me shiver. Days of waiting turned into weeks, weeks into months, and months into years, and eventually, I must have been around 13, I gave up. I left my secret brother behind, and with him, all the times I had cried myself to sleep, caught a cold because of the open windows and checked the space under my bed in vain. It was around that time I began to doubt his existence in its entirety. I figured Jasper had been nothing but an imaginary friend, a specter a lonely child's mind had conjured up and discarded once it had grown useless. Deep down, I must have known I was merely lying to myself, but I liked this conclusion better than the alternative. Believing I had gotten rid of something of the same worth as a once beloved childhood toy was better than knowing I had been abandoned. The missing person reports and cases of people being found mauled in the surrounding neighborhood simply didn't register with me. I didn't suspect a thing when my parents suddenly started getting reluctant to let me leave the house on my own. Curfews were placed in our small town. Policemen and women patrolling the area after dark became a common sight. I think I understood somewhere in the back of my mind that these abductions and violent attacks had reached our own neighborhood, but as I said, it simply didn't register. That only changed when I was 16. I would always catch a ride with a friend of mine who went to the same high school as me. Her name was Ruth, and she was kind enough to drive by my family's place every morning to pick me up. The last time I saw her was early on a chilly day in the fall. Thick fog was rolling through the streets, covering our town with its gray, damp veil. When Ruth arrived outside, I was already standing on the porch waiting for her. Her car's red paint was shining through the fog, becoming brighter and brighter as I walked toward her. I climbed in on the passenger side and wrapped my arms around my backpack, which was resting on my lap. I exchanged a few words of greeting with Ruth before we set off. She had to drive very slowly and carefully due to the fog, causing us to arrive at school about 10 minutes late. I thanked her for the ride, as always. She said it was no big deal, as always, and then our ways parted in the main hallway. That was the last time I saw Ruth. That day, the final classes were interrupted by an alarm ringing. Our teacher turned pale and told us to hide under our desks while she went to turn off the lights, lock the door and windows. At first, we all thought it was just another drill, seeing as we had those a lot. But as our teacher told us in a quiet voice to remain silent and quickly counted us to take attendance, the suspicion of something being different this time began to increase. After about 40 minutes of hiding like this, we were finally released as our teacher unlocked the door for us. Our parents had been informed already, and apparently, during these 40 minutes the police had been called and searched through the building. None of us knew why there just yet. The monster that used to live under my bed was my big brother. My parents picked me up from school right away. My mom explained on the car ride. She was sitting in the back with me, something she must have planned in advance so she could hold me while I cried. Ruth had wandered off to the back of the school building to sneak a cigarette during the last break. When she hadn't returned to her classroom though, a teacher had sent out another student to go look for her. They found the remains of her body behind the school gym in a pool of blood, next to her bag, a lighter, and a box of smokes. This was the final straw for my mom and dad to decide to leave our hometown. We moved to a suburban neighborhood pretty far away. I had to change schools, but that wasn't too much of a bother. Ruth's death had left me frightened and sad. She had been a close friend of mine for years. I had simply wanted to get away from it all, I guess. The new place was nice. It's where I graduated, got my first job at a gas station, and my first apartment. Living on my own was great. I remember I enjoyed it from the very start. I was doing okay for myself. I was fine. Until everything changed this morning. I had the night shift at work yesterday. It ended at around 3 in the morning, which is when I headed out. The sun wasn't about to rise yet, so the streets were dark and empty, apart from a group of 4 guys who were walking ahead of me. They looked pretty young, and all of them were wearing those jackets you'd see on members of high school sports teams. They appeared to be pretty drunk, more stumbling along the sideway than actually walking, while grabbing each other by the arm from time to time to keep their balance. To be honest, I thought it looked a little funny, even though I felt bad for them. They seemed to be pretty out of it. I stayed behind them, keeping my distance. That meant I had to walk rather slowly, but that was fine. I only had to get back to my car after all. I would always pull up next to the entrance of the city's park. When the first trees came into sight, I let go of a quiet sigh of relief. I couldn't wait to get back home. The 4 drunk guys were still more or less blocking my path, but I knew it wouldn't be long now. We were about to pass a large maple tree when something dropped from its cave of thick foliage and landed on the ground, right in front of the 4 young men. At first, I didn't even understand what was happening. It was the boys' screams that tore me out of my trance. My eyes fell onto the creature that had been hiding in the maple tree. It was enormous, but with the way it pressed itself to the ground, it took me a second to notice its full size. It was almost gliding across the street as it stalked toward the 4 youths, its head lowered menacingly. Its black fur was gleaming in the faint light of the street lamps shining down at it from above, and its long, thin tail was whipping the ground behind it. Its mouth opened to reveal too many rows of jagged, sharp teeth, the shape of which reminded me of a broken glass bottle. It let out a low, rumbling growl, finally prompting a vocal response from the 4 guys and me. They let out screams of terror, but as my voice rose to join theirs, the shriek died in my throat. It had been in that very moment that I saw its eyes. They glaringly stood out from the rest of its bestial black body. 2 glowing, warm golden orbs. Like the eyes of a toad. I stared at him and Jasper stared back. He slowly proceeded towards me, but there was no menace in his gait anymore. The 4 young men stumbled apart, almost like they were making way for him, only to run off. Jasper rose to his full height. He was towering above me. If it hadn't been for his demonstration a few moments prior, I wouldn't have believed him to ever fit under my bed. Maybe he had grown since the last time I'd seen him as well. I felt tears form in my eyes. "It's you," I uttered, my voice barely above a whisper. He didn't say a thing. It was then that I admitted to realizing what I had probably known all along. The day I had released my big brother from my room, I had unleashed his hunger onto innocent people. I wondered for how long I had been carrying this feeling around in the back of my head. "Please," I began quietly, trying to keep my voice from breaking. But Jasper interrupted me. His mouth didn't open when he began to speak, but I could hear him in my head. "I'll be back for you soon." With that, he suddenly turned and dashed off into the darkness of the park, leaving me by myself as he disappeared between the trees. I was alone again, standing underneath the flickering street light. I wiped the tears from my eyes and slowly, with shaking steps, made my way over to my car. I drove home in complete silence, not even listening to the radio. I stayed up until daybreak. Sleep wasn't an option. Now that it's night again, I admit I am very tired. I spent the day at my parents' place. I love my mother and father with all my heart, and this might have been my last chance of seeing them, talking to them. Tell them as much. I don't think they noticed anything off about the way I was acting. I've always been good at hiding my fear and sadness. I'm not sure what Jasper will do when we meet again. I'm of course well aware that he might eat me. I don't really think he will, at least I hope not. Then again, I know he might not be the same as all those years ago. I want to try and convince him to stop these attacks. Maybe I could get him to move into the woods or something so he'll feed on animals. But to be honest, most of all, I just want to talk to him. If he won't be here for that, I guess I can still comfort myself with the knowledge of being able to properly feed him at least once. All this time, all I had wanted was to be his little sister again, no matter how insane that wish might have been. Now that I know I'll see him again, I'm so incredibly happy. I know I shouldn't be. I know anyone who reads this will think I'm mental, but I can't help it. I'm so happy I could die. I mean, my mother had 3 children. A boy, a girl, and the devil. I grew up somewhere too rural to even be called charming anymore. My mother fled there from my little brother's father when she got pregnant. None of us kids were fathered by the same person, and I for one never met the man she had me with. Her 3rd baby was born in a crummy trailer parked in the middle of nowhere with nothing but dirt and dust around. I don't know how she made it through the birth with no one but 2 frightened children to assist her. My big brother says I was too little, but I swear I can remember hearing her scream to this day. Benjamin is my half-brother, but it's not like that ever made me see him in a different light. He's my big brother and we've always been close. Ben and I are 5 years apart. I don't know how old we were exactly when our mom died, but we still live in that trailer of hers. It's just standing somewhere else now. For a long time, I didn't know where our younger sibling was, either. Neither my brother nor I were keen on finding out. I guess we'd assumed his father had collected him after mom had left him in the woods and ran off with us. We thought we'd never see him again. It's been over 15 years since it happened. We hadn't expected him to ever come back to us. Yesterday night, Ben and I were sitting in the trailer going through my material together. I was preparing for the job interview I had scheduled for the following morning and was very much stressed out over it. Ben had to remind me not to pull on the hairs on my arm every few seconds. It's what I do when I'm nervous. "If we had the time, I'd make you get your arms waxed," he threatened me. It was then that we heard the first scream. It came from outside, somewhere behind the tree line. I winced at the sound. It was high-pitched and loud. I think if someone had been to skin a live animal, it wouldn't have sounded any different. Ben wasn't as phased as me. He just shrugged and told me it was probably a fox in heat. "You've heard them screech before. Always spooked you," he told me. "They shouldn't be around until January though, should they?" I asked. "What do I know? Maybe this one's early. Who cares? It's nothing. Keep reading." I grumbled a little but looked down at my papers again. Until the next scream followed. I jerked my head up, and more determined this time, I said, "That is not a fox." Ben sighed deeply. "You want me to take a look?" I nodded and he grabbed his shotgun and opened the flimsy trailer door. It was dark outside. He didn't seem to need a flashlight though. My brother is a big guy, over 6 feet tall and very heavy. We don't talk about how he makes money, but I suspect he and his buddies moonshine and sell it under the table. I try not to think of how risky that is for him and his customers. I hope they're at least careful and that the stuff they brew doesn't make people who drink it go blind or anything. There's not much I can do to stop him, even though I'd really like to. I also think that his father looks out for him in secret and maybe gives him money from time to time. I've never met Ben's dad and I don't want to. From what I've heard, he's no good, which is also why my big brother has always made an effort to keep me from ever encountering him. The one thing I'm sure of is that Ben will always be able to protect himself and me. People don't usually mess with him. I pulled my jacket from the back of my chair and put it on, trying to fight the cold air coming in through the open door. I sat and stared out into the darkness, waiting for Ben to return. Part of me expected to hear the sound of the shotgun being fired or maybe another one of those screams. All remained silent though. Eventually, I stood up and walked over to peer outside, just as Ben came in. He almost ran right over me. I backed off and he shut the door, putting the chain in place before sitting down. "There's nothing there," he told me in a calm voice. Still, I couldn't help but notice that he was keeping his shotgun close. A deep frown was creasing his forehead. Something wasn't right. I slowly sat back down and glanced up at him once or twice before finally focusing on preparing for the interview again. When the screeching started up again though, I knew I wouldn't be able to concentrate for much longer. I put my papers aside and got up, informing my brother that I was going to turn in for the night. He was barely listening. Instead, he kept staring at the door with that same frown on his face. He looked like some kind of statue and hardly appeared to register what I was saying. I was concerned, sure, but fatigue outweighed my worries and I disappeared behind the screen dividing the bedroom from the rest of the trailer to change clothes and lay down. Ben sleeps on a smaller mattress on the floor most of the time. He says it's important for me to take the actual bed because of how soft I am. At least he allowed me to give him the warmer blanket. I want him to get better rest and I know it helps. We have a bunch of cheap, thin blankets which I always place on top of one another to use for myself. I crawled underneath them and shut my eyes, trying to ignore the unnerving screams that kept coming from the woods in unsteady intervals. It was cold too, but the cold helped me fall asleep. I woke up because of a weight pressing down on my back. I was lying on my stomach with my face buried in the pillows. How I managed to even breathe was beyond me. Either way, someone was sitting on my back. They were heavy, but not heavy enough to be my brother. I knew if he'd been the one sitting on me, I wouldn't have survived to wake up in the first place. They were emanating a smell of manure and wet fur, strong enough for me to stifle a gag. I had this sinking feeling in the pit of my stomach like I was in the process of realizing the danger I was in but not quite there yet. My heart was pounding in my chest and my mind was racing, but I didn't dare to move. I tried to keep my breathing steady despite me having broken into cold sweat already. I shut my eyes, attempting to relax my whole body just so I'd stop trembling. Where was my brother? Where was Benjamin? That's the only thing I could think of. I knew whoever was on top of me had to have gotten past him to get to me. He was a light sleeper. He would never let anyone simply get inside like that. Bit by bit, the memories of the previous evening came trickling back in. What time was it? 1 or 2 in the morning maybe? I was just lying there, listening to this person's slow, raspy breaths, until they suddenly started vocalizing. It was like they were putting sound into their breathing, the result being a low, hoarse growl. I winced, gripping the bedsheets with the hand that was hidden beneath the blankets. My breathing hitched and the weight on my back shifted. I pressed my eyes shut even tighter and tensed up, attempting to mask my shaking. Then, suddenly, I felt something graze my neck. It felt like bristles, mixed with hot, reeking air hitting my skin. "Hello, big sister." The voice came out mangled and distorted, like somebody playing a recording of somebody talking in reverse. I felt a sharp yank on my hair as he pulled me off the bed. I landed on the floor, the impact knocking the air out of me. I had played dead for long enough. I flung myself onto my back and kicked blindly into the air, my naked foot meeting with something warm and soft and furry. I had hit his belly. This didn't stop him for too long though as I felt his hand in my hair again, gripping it and forcing me to sit up. Not knowing what else to do, I screamed my older brother's name. "Look at me," the creature above me hissed, right before slapping me in the face. "What do you want?" I whimpered. In the sparse light of the trailer, I couldn't quite see him. I did make out his silhouette though. Tall and broad, with something large and warped on top of his head. It didn't look right. I tried to remember his appearance from when he was only a baby, but my head was empty. Maybe I really had been too little. Instead of responding, he wrapped his arms around my chest and picked me up, dragging me out the door. I struggled and flailed around, trying to hold on to anything I could reach, but eventually giving up and letting him throw me into the dirt outside. "What do you want?" I repeated, tears in my eyes. "You left me to die," he growled. "What?" I whined. "That's what were we supposed to do? We were kids. I was a toddler. It was Mom who..." My voice broke off again. "Can you blame her? She couldn't have. You left me to die. You could have stopped her," he shouted. In the light of the full moon, I could finally see him clearly. He looked even worse than I'd imagined. My mother had 3 children. A boy, a girl, and the devil. He was covered in thick, matted fur from his waist down and he had the inverted legs of a goat. His arms ended in malformed hands that looked like his first and second as well as third and fourth fingers had grown into each other, 2 long black claws protruding from each of the pairs. I don't think he had any thumbs. His head was the least human thing about him. It looked almost entirely like that of a ram. How he managed to form any comprehensible words through that snout was beyond me. The silhouette of the 2 large horns on his head stood out against the sky. "I'm sorry," I yelled, getting on my hands and knees in an attempt to crawl away from him. My sides were burning with pain. I let out a cry of agony when he stomped down on my foot from above. "Please," I sobbed as I rolled over, shielding my head with my arms as he bent down to see eye to eye with me. His hands snaked their way past mine and he wrapped his long, twisted fingers around my neck. I whimpered when his claws scraped my skin. Tears were running freely down my face as he began to choke me, his grip on my throat hard and painful. One's need to breathe is never stronger than when you're actually being deprived of air. I can't really describe the feeling of trying, again and again, to gasp for air. It's a burning kind of sensation, I believe. It gets harder and harder every time. I thought I was about to black out. Everything was already getting dark when suddenly, the pressure on my throat vanished. It just disappeared. Released from my little brother's hands, I slumped over and immediately began inhaling, coughing, and gagging while trying to steady my breathing almost like a fish on land. There was some kind of murmur filling my ears. When I could finally see clearly again, something large fell down next to me. It took me some time to register this, my grasp on reality as fragile as it was. I felt something warm and wet on my cheek. Then I felt it on my arms too. It was hard to make out at first, but judging from its smell and color, I could soon tell that it was blood. The next thing I realized was that it was everywhere. It didn't just stain my arms and face, it was on my clothes, on the ground below me, and even in my hair. I looked up to see Ben towering above me. There was no blood on him though. He pulled me up and wrapped his arms around me, gently stroking my back. "It's okay," he whispered. "He's dead, it's alright." I turned to look at the dead body lying in the dirt, but Ben reached up and placed his hand on the back of my head, carefully yet firmly keeping it in place. "Please don't look," he said softly. I took a deep, shaky breath. "Where were you?" "After you fell asleep, I went back outside too." "Well, I thought it was him when we heard the screams. I had to deal with him somehow and I didn't want to frighten you." In hindsight, I guess the only reason he announced himself like that was to lure me out so he could. I don't know why he'd start with you. I'm just glad he couldn't finish it. I'm so sorry, I should have paid closer attention to you. I should have never left you alone in there. Do you think his father will come for us? I'd like to see him try. Where's your shotgun? I asked after pulling away and looking him up and down. Crap, I forgot all about that. Had to put it down for a few seconds back when I was in the woods. I really had to take a leak. He smiled awkwardly and scratched his stubbly neck. I must have left it there when I heard you scream. I'll just pick it up tomorrow. It's not like we need it anyways. I get scared when you do stuff like that without a weapon or anything though, I muttered. Yeah, Big Brother's a circus freak, ha. Ben laughed nonchalantly and placed his hands on my shoulders again. I'm sorry. I know. I'll fish it out of the bushes first thing tomorrow, I promise. What about? I'll ask my old man to get rid of him. I'm telling you, when you get up in the morning, it'll be like none of this ever happened. Now let's get you inside, okay? I sighed and nodded, obediently staggering back inside the trailer with the broken down door and climbing into bed, still in my dirty, bloody clothes. I didn't mind, I simply wanted to rest. I knew Ben's dad was no good in the grand scheme of things, but he'd always been good at fixing things for his son. He'd clean up the mess if Ben asked. I was shaken and beyond exhausted. Thankfully, I fell asleep the instant my head met with my pillow. When I woke up, my pajamas were clean. The streaks of blood I had expected them to leave on the sheets were nowhere to be seen. I grabbed my cell phone and took a quick look at myself through the camera. There was not a single bruise on my neck. I slid open the screen to find my brother sitting at the small table with a bottle of lemonade in one hand and an open book in the other. Upon noticing me, he looked up with a wide smile. "Morning," he said. I gave him a lazy grin in return and nodded at the fixed trailer door. "So your dad was here already?" "Yeah. You missed him yet again." "I mean, it's not like he stayed very long but, you know." He shrugged and lowered his head, focusing on his novel once more. "Did we really leave him to die?" I asked. "We didn't. We were literal children. It was Mom's call. Besides, it was sort of my father's fault in a way. He told her it was either him or me and she chose me." He looked up at me with a little smirk on his face. "You can only look after one type of circus freak at a time, I guess. I'm kind of sorry for him. Aren't you?" "Nope." His grin grew wider. "Not one bit. Did you get your gun back?" "Not yet." He took a sip of his drink. "I don't really want it anymore. I know I creep you out sometimes, but I think you need to let me be myself a little more." I fell silent, looking down at my feet. "Come on, it's not like I'd ever hurt you." He sat aside his book and walked up to me, offering me his lemonade. I declined and he took another sip. He then spread his arms, offering a hug, but I turned away a little. He sighed, dropping his arms. "Come on," he tried again. "Please just get the shotgun back. Do what you want when I'm not around, but please. I don't want to see that again," I murmured, fiddling with the hem of my shirt. "That's all I'm asking." "Okay." He sounded happy again. When he opened the door and hopped outside to stretch, there was a little skip in his step. I guess no matter how much I try not to think about it, my brother is the way he is and someday, he'll be just like his father. Then he and I will have to part ways. You can't change things like that. It's sad though, especially since he's the only family I have left now. Mom only had us three, after all, a boy, a girl, and the devil. Just not in that order. If you've looked in a mirror today, it might already be too late. No, mirrors are not a paranormal portal to a dark dimension. They're mirrors. They reflect light. The issue is when you think you're looking into a mirror that isn't really there. The mirrors in your home? Probably fine. Dirty mirrors with smudges on? Probably fine. Mirror on a wall where you know what's on the other side? Definitely fine. But if you see a clean mirror in public, on a wall that you can't get behind, stay away from it. Do not look at it. Do not look at the thing pretending to be you. That is not you. I can't say for certain who is orchestrating this, nor do I know why businesses and public bathrooms are agreeing to it. But more and more establishments are building identical bathrooms next to existing ones. I know this because I'm one of the contractors who keeps being hired for this. I have built 3 bathrooms so far, each of which we were told to pay meticulous attention to detail and to build an exact mirror image of an existing bathroom. At first, it didn't seem too strange. The places probably just needed space for more toilets, perhaps they were getting a lot of customers. The first job was for a generic public restroom in my local town center. The second job was in a restaurant a couple of miles away. The third was for the university of a neighboring city. The fact that each of these separate and very different locations had the exact same request was unsettling, but it was money. Why wouldn't we accept? A few days into the third contract, I was in my local town center, purchasing some supplies for the job. I needed to use the bathroom, so I made my way to the public ones. They were a little hidden through an alleyway, the type you definitely wouldn't use at night. When I got there, I noticed that the bathroom I had helped build was simply not there. They had filled the doorway back in with bricks and cement. It was as if it was never there. I figured they had realized that having 2 identical bathrooms was silly. They had probably got some people in to knock down the shared wall between them, to turn it into one larger bathroom facility. But, no. Once I was standing inside, it was the exact same size as before. The shared wall, the one with the mirror across, was still there. They had hardly even cleaned the place up. It was all as filthy as ever. All except for the mirror. The mirror was crystal clear. It didn't make sense. This would indicate a terrible job had been done. However, we had been paid on time and didn't receive any complaints. As far as my team and I are aware, we did everything perfectly fine. I couldn't understand why they would hide it away. But it wasn't my job to understand. We got paid, and it's up to the client what they do with the work once we leave. We collect 50% of the payment up front, and the other 50% when completed. Once we were done with the third contract, we had to chase up with the restaurant. They still had not paid us for the second half and hadn't even been in contact to tell us why. I made my way down the same day we completed the university bathroom. The restaurant wasn't too busy, as it's not a very popular place. I had been surprised when they needed double the bathroom capacity. As I made my way up to the counter, I noticed that the new restroom we had built was not labeled as such. The door was still there. They had not hidden it like the public restroom, but a sign on it read supply closet. Staff only. Nobody was at the counter yet. No staff was in sight, just 2 customers who weren't even paying me any attention. So, I pushed the door gently open, and it was not a supply closet. It was the bathroom we had built. I stepped in slowly. Something about the whole situation felt odd. This was the second place trying to hide our work. As I stepped into the center of the room and looked towards the mirror, I noticed no reflection. I stepped slowly towards the sinks and stood in front of them, staring. It was as if I was waiting to see myself. But I wasn't there. I reached out, and my hand went right through. There was no mirror here at all. This was a cutout into the next room. For some reason, I felt I had to prove that to myself, as I climbed through into the original bathroom, and stood facing away from the mirror. My only explanation was, again, perhaps that they decided to knock down the shared wall to simply expand the room. I figured they must only be halfway finished. This explanation was short-lived as I turned back around, and saw my reflection looking back at me. By this point, being confused was an understatement. I wasn't scared, either. I was unsettled, but more than anything I just didn't understand what was going on. I reached out, and sure enough, my hand met my reflection. At this point, I began to wonder whether the mirror would slide away for any reason, like a secret passage between the rooms. That was until I realized my hand hadn't felt the cold touch of a mirror surface, but the warm and soft feeling of another person's hand. My face dropped. My eyes glazed over with fear. I don't know how terrified I looked, because my reflection had stopped copying me. He smiled. His hand clasped around mine as I tried to pull away. Our fingers were interlocked, as he began to slowly climb through. I truly think I'd have been done for, had it not been for the door swinging open at that point. "Oh hey, I thought I saw you come in. You're here because we didn't pay you the other half, right?" My reflection returned to normal, and I backed away from the mirror. My heart was beating out of my chest, and I couldn't take my gaze off myself. "You like the mirror?" I was able to look at him as he continued to speak to me. "We didn't want the new bathroom. I can't really get into details about why we got it. We were forced to and threatened by a third party. They even gave us the money to pay you. Maybe it's some legal loophole for them to get a tax write-off somehow. I won't pretend to understand it." I was able to find words somewhere in my head. "So, you have the money?" "Well, that's the thing. We were already in debt. Business hasn't been great. We've spent it all. But we will get you the money, I promise. It's okay, keep it." I walked out of there without turning back, despite being pretty sure I could hear the manager shouting at me. I do not believe these things in the mirrors to be human. I don't know how, I don't know why, but someone is trying extremely hard to allow these to mimic us without being noticed. Right there, in front of your eyes, something pretending to be you, and you wouldn't even bat an eye. For whatever reason, it is important that they be allowed to copy people, and this is the best that they could come up with. So next time you find yourself in front of a spotlessly clean mirror, don't touch it. They don't like to be noticed. They exist beyond perception. You may have heard that our universe has 4 dimensions. 3 spatial dimensions, and then time. This was the working theory until recently. It's now understood that, whilst time is one of the 5 dimensions, there are 4 spatial dimensions. Only 3 are truly comprehended. I work at a company called Visiones. We're a science and research company. We're privately funded, and generally tackle things that humanity doesn't yet have a full understanding of. Our aim has always been to bridge those larger gaps in our knowledge. I work in the outreach/public monitoring department. Some of what we do involve members of the general public, who don't quite know they work for us. But my exact field isn't important in context, and even being that specific is a little risky. I don't want this tracked back to me if my superiors find this. As far as I'm aware, very little information about our company is kept from me. From my understanding of where I stand here, I'm allowed to know about everything we do. So, to the best of my knowledge, what I'm about to tell you is the exact same as anybody else in Visiones knows, minus some of the more exact science. That's not my field. This started about 7 months ago. We were working on ways to exceed the zoom level of electron microscopes, and the team managed to get something working. They were able to achieve a zoom level of 200 million, roughly double what was previously possible. We thought this would help some of the other projects we have going on, but instead, something strange was discovered. Tiny particles, previously unknown to science, that were seeming to grow and shrink in and out of existence. No energy transfer. It seemed as though these little things were breaking the laws of physics, creating energy from nothing, and destroying energy to become non-existent. Due to the unknown origins of this article, we refer to it internally as the null particle. The first hypothesis was that as one particle dies, another is made. It would explain where the energy is going/coming from. But this theory was quickly tossed aside in favor of another, the idea that our world might just exist on more spatial dimensions than we realized. This sounds like an extreme jump to a conclusion, but all other possibilities were, well, impossible. I'm a fan of the Sherlock novels, so to quote Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, when you have eliminated all which is impossible, then whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. Think of it this way, if you were a 2D person, living in a 3D world, your entire perception is just a 2-dimensional cross-section of what's really out there. If a sphere were to roll through this cross-section, you wouldn't see the sphere as a whole, you'd see slices of it as it moves through. From your perspective, there's a 2D circle that slowly grows from nothing, and then slowly shrinks to nothing once again. I hope I haven't lost any of you with that. But that explanation almost perfectly translates to 3D 4D. A four-dimensional shape passing through the 3D cross-section that we perceive would look like a three-dimensional shape growing and shrinking, or more likely even morphing and contorting. The next thing I knew, Visiones were working on ways to view into or move through this newly discovered spatial dimension, using null particles. Most of our funding has been going into this for a while now, and it seemed to pay off last month. We had developed something that can push things on this fourth axis. It looks as simple as a round metallic platform. It doesn't appear to move from our perspective, because it isn't pushing objects in a direction we can perceive as humans. Last month was the first successful test. The platform was able to push a wooden chair through. It appeared to slowly lose features: the back, the base, the back two legs, and finally the front two legs. This is exactly how we had expected it to look visually. But the amazing part was that the chair didn't come back. We had successfully proven that this chair had gone somewhere beyond our vision. We tried to pull the chair back, but it was unsuccessful. It seems the chair didn't stay on the platform as it moved through the fourth axis. It had moved through multiple axes at once. Think of moving diagonally but on 4 dimensions at once rather than 2 or 3. A later model corrected this fault. A week ago was the first test on the corrected model. This time we sent through a camera, with a live video feed. What we saw is almost beyond description, and petrified every one of us in that room to our core. None of us wants the company to continue with this project, but we all know something has to be done. You see, everything outside of our 3D field of vision, we call beyond perception. We call it that for obvious reasons. We all exist on this single 3D cross-section. Anything past that has been beyond our perception since the dawn of everything. So beyond perception has become what we call everything that lay along this fourth axis of our universe. We push the camera in slowly. We have to be careful objects are pushed and not rotated along. Rotating causes insides/outsides to behave in extremely hard to predict ways. Essentially, anything inside the object can quickly spill out, as only the outside moves along through into beyond perception, leaving the insides here. This would, of course, break the camera, so we had to be very gentle. The first thing we noticed on the screen were holes beginning to develop in the floor. Walls morph, and objects seem to shrink. This is all expected. If nothing changed, we'd actually be more concerned, as it would mean our world stretches to infinity. What we're seeing in this change is exactly what I spoke about earlier, a sphere moving through a 2D cross-section, except now, the cross-section is moving through the sphere instead. What we were not expecting is sentient life. As the world morphed on the screen, and we watched our own skin seem to disappear into nothing, something was growing. The cross-section was moving over objects that don't intersect with where we exist at all. Except this wasn't an object. As the creature grew to full size, we stopped the machine pushing the camera. We got a good look at this thing. It was gray and tall. Very tall. It was almost humanoid, but the proportions were off. It didn't seem to have eyes at first, and it seemed to only have one arm, but 2 legs. That's when an arm appeared to grow out of it. We checked, the machine was definitely off. This could only mean one thing. These creatures were able to move and look across the fourth axis. Something that humans and no known animal can do. But then, to confirm our suspicions, the head grew ever so slightly, as eyes began to form on its face. This is the equivalent of a 4D object turning to face us. We stood staring at the screen, nobody saying a word. The creature vanished and reappeared closer to the camera. This meant it had used the fourth axis to hide from us as it moved. Whether this makes the creature intelligent or was just a fluke in its walking pattern, we don't know. But we do know that it knew something was off, as the next thing it did was pick up the camera. This must have caused the camera to rotate slightly on the fourth axis, as we immediately lost visual. We've not broken any new research or discovered more in the past week. We don't know how long these things have lived alongside us on Earth. But we know they can always see us. Like us, watching 2D characters on a TV. They can always see into our 3D space, but we can't see out of it. Our contact wasn't long enough to know how malicious they are, but we don't really want to find out. Lots of people around the office are saying that this could explain how people disappear without a trace. Of course, that's just speculation, but what they're saying has a lot of truth to it. Any of these creatures could grab anyone at any moment, and pull them through into beyond perception. There is nothing stopping them. Nobody on the team has gone missing, so there's that. It's about the only thing giving me any emotion besides dread right now, knowing that they aren't actively coming for us. At least not yet. We want to send a human through to make first contact, but we can't imagine anyone would be willing. Plus, if anyone accidentally rotated instead of simply being pushed through, it would basically mean all of their organs would spill out of them, as their insides and outsides swap places. Earth is so much bigger than we thought it was, in a direction that wasn't even thought to exist a year ago. But they've known forever, they've been living it forever. Who is to even say that humans are the dominant species? We only know what's happening here, in our cross-section. For now, we can only hope that they don't choose to come from beyond perception. Talk to me. I was walking alone in the woods one night when a voice called out to me from behind a tree. Hello. Talk to me. The sound of another person in that particular stretch of nothingness startled me. That's an understatement, actually. I nearly jumped out of my skin. It was late, past midnight kind of late, and I was miles outside of the nearest town. So I kept it moving. But the footsteps followed. Talk to me. I didn't want to run. That's one thing I've learned from years of dealing with crazy strangers in the city. You don't want to look scared. You never want to appear bothered by them at all. Because that's the one thing they want, right? A reaction? A reaction keeps them interested, involved, a part of the conversation. My trick has always been avoidance. Complete and total disregard. And it paid off for me up until that point. So I didn't run. I walked at a steadily increasing pace. But the stranger still followed. Talk to me. Something about the owner of that creepy little voice sank below my surface level knowledge, beyond the obvious and aforementioned setting and circumstances. It felt like it triggered something primal. Almost like the healthy cows avoiding the sick ones in the pen. Every fiber in my being told me that the owner of that nasally little whine needed to be kept away, far away, avoided at all costs. He was a sick cow. Sick in ways my body couldn't quite understand. but sick in ways that could hurt us. I wanted to run. I wanted to sprint. I wanted to get away from there as fast as humanly possible. But the quicker I walked, the quicker the footsteps followed, confirming my suspicions. He got his reaction. Talk to me. He sounded angrier, so I increased my pace. Talk to me. He didn't like that. Talk to me. He was agitated. Crazy people hated to be agitated. I knew that much. I knew I had to get away. But there was nowhere to get away to. Better to keep him calm. Better to not appear agitated. I slowed down. Talk to me. I still couldn't see him. It's not like there were any lights out there. I kept a helmet light, of course, readily attached to match my neon clothing that might as well have been a bullseye. But I wasn't about to shine the light on the face of whoever or whatever was following me. I didn't think I could handle that shock. Talk to me. The footsteps rustled the path as he moved. He was closer. Talk to me. Talk to me. Talk to me. Look, I don't know how to say this without coming across as a cocky jerk. But I'm a big guy. I can defend myself. I'm not some poor defenseless victim. Part of the reason for me walking alone in the woods, in the middle of the night, is because I believed my experience and hip-attached hatchet would protect me. So it is with the utmost arrogance, regrettably, that I finally answered my stalker with a resoundingly confident, "Go f*** yourself." He didn't like that. Not one bit. As soon as the words came out of my mouth, I wanted to eat them back. The pair of feet behind me hit the path in a second. I was sprinting before I knew if he was sprinting. I couldn't see him. I could only hear him. The path was narrowing. I needed to keep my eyes on the ground to avoid the roots and stumps and trees and branches. All the while, the voice, that god-awful voice, screeched his sermon, over and over, relentlessly and breathlessly in a shrill tone that threatened to shatter my eardrums the closer it got. Talk to me, oh you're gonna talk to me. A fork came up ahead. Path A led to a high school. Path B led to nowhere. I took the former. I could feel his breath behind me. The voice always had such a sing-song quality to it before, like a parent chiding a toddler. Now it was guttural, like a heavy metal band working out a new singer. Talk to me. Talk to me. Talk to me. Oh, get over here, pretty boy, you're gonna talk to me. With that last bit, two massive arms tackled me to the ground. We struggled for a few minutes. I got up and tossed him off me. That was when I saw the wolf mask. I struggled for my hatchet. I thought I had a chance, but there wasn't enough time. Do you know the funny thing about being stabbed? You never feel the pain. At least not in my case. I woke up in a hospital bed this morning. A nurse told me that somebody called the ambulance on an anonymous tip. They found me outside the local high school, about 20 miles from where the attack happened. I would have bled out if they didn't. There were bite marks all over my legs and arms. The doctors took my clothes off while treating me and it took a while to get them back. When I did, I pulled my wallet out of the front pocket, looking for the insurance card. Instead, I found a note taped to the front fold. It has since been turned over to the local police. Please talk to me. When the town smells like cinnamon, you know someone just died. I've lived in this town named Tattletoe since the moment I was born. When everything smelled like nutmeg. It's quite a beautiful place. Everyone that lives here is being gifted with anything they could ever wish for. Each family has a big house with enough room so that generations can live together if they wish to. They receive a car, although that one is quite unnecessary if you ask me. No one ever leaves anyway and the town is small enough that a bike would be more than enough. If you want to take a stroll down the town center you can easily do so on foot. You can watch all the little shops and restaurants. Each and every place is an individual masterpiece run by important members of the community. There is a flower shop growing the most peculiar plants with the brightest colors. There is a store making boots that will make you want to start dancing and never stop. There is a jewelry store with diamonds you have never seen before. However, the most important place, the one that makes our town what it is Mrs. Holly's wonderful bakery. Mrs. Holly is an old woman with rosy cheeks and purple dresses. She likes to sing as she bakes the most delicious pastries, bread, and biscuits. Stepping foot into that wonderful bakery will never want to make you leave again. Unfortunately, we are not allowed to buy any of the things produced, not from the bakery or any of the other special shops. The goods are made for export. There is something particularly interesting taking place in the peculiar place we call Tattletoe. You see, every time a child is brought to life in our small little hospital, the town smells of nutmeg. When someone dies it smells of cinnamon. That's because as soon as the news reaches the lovely Mrs. Holly, she will start baking a batch of pastry making sure everyone in town can smell that we gained or lost a member. This is something we have all grown accustomed to and we wouldn't want it any other way. The smell of a town can tell you a lot about its history, you see. Paris smells like butter, Berlin smells like iron, and Naples smells like basil. Well, I have never been to any of those places myself so I couldn't tell you for sure, but this is how my grandfather would describe them. He liked explaining the world with his nose. My grandfather was the most remarkable person I knew and one of the very few people who were allowed to leave the town from time to time. He was an exporter. I still remember the day he was taken away. The cinnamon never smelled sweeter. Tattletoe is a special place. The people who have the honor of living here are never short of anything they could wish for. But of course, this life of ease and peace comes with a price. If you live here, you need to stick to our rules. They are not many and it's not that difficult to oblige. You just need to be willing enough. For example, if you want to live in Tattletoe you need to work. When a child reaches a certain age it is assigned to a new job. As I said, we have many special shops. I know, it sounds a little strange. The town committee always says that everything needed is provided for us. If we ever wanted more it meant we were greedy and not worthy of living in this little paradise. I never understood much about our ideals. You work all your life but are not allowed to buy anything? It felt strange to me, but my parents taught me from an early age that I needed to follow the rules. Now that I am old enough to work I was assigned to my first job. I assumed I would have to work in the toothpaste factory together with mom and dad. The toothpaste that makes your teeth go all black and achy, but instead I got a much better job. One that every child in town could only dream of. I would be working in Mrs. Holly's bakery. Deborah, oh please. Come in, come in. Mrs. Holly greeted me with a warm smile. It was so early in the morning the sky was still black, but I knew better than to be late on my first day of work. Morning, Mrs. Holly, and thank you so much for hiring me. I was a little afraid of what other job I might get. She gave me a sympathetic smile and waved me inside. She handed me my very own apron as we walked to the back of the bakery. I usually work alone, but I heard a rumor that they wanted to assign you to be a shoe tester, and I really wouldn't have wanted your feet to fall off. I furrowed my brow. Why would my feet fall off? Oh, honey, the committee heard about some city somewhere in the States where the people are apparently dancing even when they shouldn't. Now they want to punish them, so produce increased. They need testers to see if the new shoes work accordingly, right? I mumbled. All the products were created so someone somewhere could be punished. Don't ask me why. The committee seems to have very clear ideas on how the world should look like. You know, your grandfather was a good friend of mine. I always had a sweet spot for you, my dear. Your parents were smart only to have one child. Some people here. She stopped talking and smiled at me as if she had almost said something she shouldn't. Anyway, I was just starting to make a batch of snickerdoodles. Why don't you help me with that? Who died? I blurted out. You know the Droddles, right? Well, their oldest son fell in love with Jenny Jenkins. Apparently, he tried getting her a ring. Poor fool. He knew what would happen if they found out. The longer I worked at Mrs. Holly's bakery, the more I started understanding what was actually taking place in our town. The factories and shops were creating something awful. Everyone that was old enough knew about it, but they chose to ignore it. Even if they all had different reasons. Life here was really perfect. You never had to fear anything as long as you worked and didn't take any of the products from the forbidden shops. There were enough stores giving out legal things for free. The house, the car, the food, the drinks, the entertainment, and everything else you could imagine. Anything that was given to the people for free was a way to make them live happily and not start asking questions. As there was another rule. Never ask questions. What did my grandpa do? I know I wasn't allowed to ask. Mrs. Holly could hit me, hurt me, make them burn me, but somehow I couldn't keep myself from blurting out those words. I kept asking myself this question each time I smelled cinnamon. Besides, Mrs. Holly and I had grown closer. I felt like I could trust her. When I said those words, her eyes opened wide with terror. Child, are you insane? Don't you know that I'm not supposed to ask questions? I know. But you know, the other day they took Timmy, my neighbor. He was such a kind and sweet person. They assigned him to the crematory and he said no. So they threw him in. I don't know what befell me. Maybe it was the fact that I was getting older, or maybe the bakery made me feel dumb and brave. Timmy wasn't the only one they took. Just the one that hurt me the most. He was a kind boy. Mrs. Holly sighed. Your grandfather didn't do his job. He was supposed to travel and sell, but instead, he destroyed the products. He still got the money in different ways, but the committee found out that he was tricking them. This is all I will say, and don't ever ask or question anything again. She got the wooden rolling pin from the desk. I saw the pain in her eyes as she held it up and hit my arm with all her strength. They probably heard what I asked, and they'd know if she didn't do it properly. I knew she didn't want to hurt me, but it was my own fault for asking questions. The broken hand was worth the information she gave me. Besides, my punishment could have been much worse. I thought I understood tattletale, but simple answers can never answer complicated questions. I understand that now. For a long time, I thought it was the smell. The nutmeg would make you happy, the cinnamon would teach you to fear. I spent every day in the bakery surrounded by the smells, and only now I'm starting to become skeptical. I'm starting to doubt and understand. And nutmeg doesn't make anyone happy. Too much of it can even become poisonous. There was a time when I was afraid of Mrs. Holly and the smell of cinnamon. To me it meant death. Now I understand that Mrs. Holly isn't trying to scare everyone by alarming them with the smell. She is trying to cover up the smell of burning corpses. I don't even want to imagine how many snickerdoodles she had to bake after they burned all her children and husband when they tried to leave the town. What happens when the town smells like nutmeg? Writer's block. I love creative writing. I do it all the time, and sharing my work with an online community has been nothing short of fulfilling. Lately, however, I haven't been able to finish a story. I still find inspiration and I get these great ideas that have me itching to, like, develop them and make something out of them, but then the process of creation itself always turns out to be so tedious. The beginnings of the stories just come to me, they almost write themselves and my fingers feel light when I type them out. Then comes the main plot though, which usually unfolds right around the middle part of each text, and that's what tires me out. I get bored, feel drained, and end up dropping the project another at one point in time, hopeful yet ultimately forgotten file in my drive. I feel so sorry for these stories, too. I know that sounds weird, but, like, at one point, I paid so much attention to each and every one of them, but then the spark of enthusiasm would just be snuffed out all of a sudden. I figured it was writer's block, just about the worst one I'd ever experienced. The entire ordeal left me feeling drained and empty, like I had been bled out from the inside. It truly felt like there was an invisible open wound somewhere in my head, and it leaked my joy of creation. Some part of me sincerely believed that to be the case. That was until I met Leech. Leech isn't his actual name, mind you. I don't know if he has an actual name, and if so, I don't care about it. I named him Leech because that's what he is, a tiny, disgusting little bloodsucker. I was sitting at my desk, trying to write a story on my laptop and once again failing miserably when he first appeared. He didn't show up with a poof or shrouded in a cloud of smoke or anything. I simply looked up and there he was. A man, not taller than a pencil, standing on top of a stack of blank paper. His hair was white as snow and his skin the color of a dust bunny. Brown moth wings jutted out of his back. He was dressed in rags that barely covered any part of his body, and he spoke in a voice that reminded me of nails scraping down a blackboard. That last one was good. You know how sometimes, you see something horrifying but you don't react to it immediately? Kind of how it might take a wound a moment to bleed. Just like that, it took me a second to realize that what I was seeing wasn't some kind of hallucination, though I couldn't have been sure at the time anyways. What? I eventually managed to stammer. My voice was quivering. Not once in my life had I laid eyes on something so revoltingly ugly as this itty-bitty creature. When he opened his little mouth again, I spotted sharp needle teeth, kind of like a piranha's. I liked your last idea. This one not so much. This one tastes like I was speechless, stunned, and shocked into silence. All I could do was stare at this pint-sized monstrosity. He raised his brows at me, giving me wide eyes. What? You got nothing to say to that? What the hell are you? Oh, forgive me, mistress, I didn't know introductions were in order, he snarled sarcastically. Alright, well, I eat your stories. Sometimes, I eat your ideas right after they come to you, but what I really love is to wait for you to ponder them, write them out a little bit, and then I dig in. Then, they're mixed with your enthusiasm, and that's the best part. He licked his lips. So you've been vampiring the juice out of me, you f***ing leech? Wouldn't put it that way, but yes. And now you're just showing up, just like that, to tell me my new ideas suck? I guess. I mean, I gotta take care of my food. Well, leech, maybe my new ideas suck because you ate all the good ones. Come up with something better. I can't, okay, and I don't even feel like it anymore. Especially not if I'm feeding you with my stuff. I straightened up in my seat. What are you gonna do if I don't keep it coming? I might just have to start eating your memories instead. I can't go hungry for long, you know. I frowned, regarding him with a tilted head. My original fear had subsided, replaced with anger and calculation. Then, suddenly, before I even really knew what I was doing, I reached out to wrap my fingers around teeny tiny leech. It happened too fast for him to put up any kind of resistance. He barely had time to scream as I opened my mouth, raised the fist that was clutching him up to it, and stuffed him inside. One time when I was a kid, I'd licked the bark of our Christmas tree. Leech tasted sort of like that, rough and brown and earthy. He was way too crunchy for my liking. I hurried to swallow him, disgusted with both myself and the odd, alien flavor he left on my tongue. I immediately got up to go into the kitchen in order to wash it down, drinking water straight from the tap. It worked like a charm, and within seconds, nothing was left of Leech anymore. I didn't know this little parasite for long, but I'm pretty sure I won't miss him. So that was my experience, just thought I'd share. I think I'm gonna try him right now. I forgot why I boarded this train and no one can tell me where it's going. Midnight. I just boarded the train. My phone battery is at 92%. The train is cramped, there are hardly any available seats at all, which I hate because now I have to sit next to somebody. I choose the spot on the left side of the guy who looks like he's been ripped from a Western movie. He's already fast asleep, and that's what I'm hoping to be in just a bit. Writing this down because typing helps me unwind. 0.26 There's just been a loudspeaker announcement. The first one since I boarded, which is kinda weird. Normally, those come up every time a train arrives at or leaves a station, don't they? Anyways, the voice was really strange. All deep and choky. I couldn't understand what the guy was saying at all. I'm having trouble falling asleep. Thought I'd be out like a light in a matter of seconds, so I'm a little disappointed. 051 I forgot how long the train ride is actually going to be. I keep trying to pull up my online ticket on my phone, but I can't seem to find it anywhere. The battery's at 83%. I'm texting my mom to pass the time. 055 Mom doesn't remember I was going to board this train tonight. I was so sure I told her. She asked me where I was headed and if this was for work or something, and get this, I didn't know what to tell her. I literally don't know. Where even is this train going? Why in the world am I here? I don't know if I'm amused at my own stupidity or if this is something I should be concerned about. I'm not drunk or high or anything. Is this what brain damage looks like? 059 I've been trying to ask around to figure out where the train is going but nobody's telling me yet. I'm freaking out. I don't know what to do. I can't find anything about it online either. Something's very wrong here. The guy next to me still hasn't woken up. The battery's at 67%. It's emptying a lot faster than before. I can't find my charger. I don't know if I even had it with me. 102 I have no luggage. I can't remember packing. I can't remember waiting at the station. What the f*** is happening? 125 a new passenger got on. At least she claims she only just boarded now. I actually don't know how because the train didn't stop. She just walked into our wagon. She was shaking and crying and she was looking for a seat. She's not talking to me exactly. She's simply standing in the aisle, rambling and sobbing. 138 I'm crying, too, by now. As loud as the other girl, if not louder. I'm f***ing terrified. The train isn't going to stop. I can't get off anymore. I think I get it. I don't want this. I want to get out. I want my mom. God, no. What did I do to deserve this? 156 The guy next to me just woke up. He's been stirring for a while now. I think I'm keeping him awake with my weeping. So I grab him and I go, help me, please for the love of God, help me. And he says there's nothing he can do. He asks for my name and I tell him it's Julie, and he tells me he's Jack. He goes, Julie, you gotta calm down. Either you calm down or you end up getting thrown off the train. You don't want to get thrown off the train. So I ask, what happens when you get thrown off? And he says you'll never get to the final destination, but you can't go back either. I ask if there is a way back and he just shakes his head no. I don't want that to happen. Not to me or anyone, so I start trying to calm down this girl, but it's really difficult. She keeps wailing and thrashing around, and I tell her that I get it because I'm scared, too, but she won't hear it. She literally just hit me, square across the face, so I think I'll stop now. 237 The girl got thrown off. There was train staff, 2 of them, and they grabbed her and just dragged her away. I don't know where to. I tried to follow them but Jack held me back. He says that I'll lose my internet connection soon because we're almost there. Arrival is scheduled for 3 a.m. 256 I've spent the last couple minutes texting my mom. I tried to call her, too, but it's not letting me. So I sent her a voicemail and she sent one back. She was a little confused because I kept telling her how much I love her. She's up really late for me, and she says she'll go to bed now, so I sent her another goodnight voicemail. I hope she keeps it, for when she misses me. I've listened to hers over and over again, and her voice is as sweet and comforting as always. I have to turn my phone off now. It's nearly dead anyway. Jack is still awake. We're going to the same place, so I guess I'll just keep talking to him. He's very understanding, actually. He's just been on the train longer, so he's had more time to deal with it all. We're both looking forward to getting off the train by now. 10 a.m. This is going to be really hard to explain. 7 hours ago, I woke up in a hospital room. Some guy T-boned my car and apparently, things were looking dire for me. I was unresponsive. In fact, the medical staff thought I was gone for good. Here's the thing, I found these notes on my phone. The stuff I shared above. I swear, I don't remember any of this shit. My mom only just got notified of my accident, and she's on her way here. I already went through our chat history, and the texts and voicemails I've been describing. They're there, it's all there. It was all written while I was out cold, doctors fighting for my life. There should have been no way for these notes to come into existence. I can't f***ing believe it. I don't know what to make of this. That is, I do know, but the implications are just too much for me right now. I figured I'd post this. I'm gonna sleep some more now, and wait for my mom to get here. I can't wait to see her. The viaducts of your dreams. I can still remember the moment before my life changed forever. That part of my memory is crystal clear. A storm passed over the local highway and deposited bolts of fresh yellow lightning over the distant hills. Thunder rumbled so seriously that it seemed to shake our shitty little compact car. My 9-year-old daughter, Maddie, read a book in the back seat, and she prattled on to me about music and culture, and school. It was a normal night. Normal as any other. I don't remember the drunk driver slipping into oncoming traffic. I don't remember the collision. I just remember my daughter's scream. She landed somewhere outside the car. I didn't know how. I didn't know why. But I rushed out to see her, with shocked tears already filling my eyes. The blood on Madeline's skirt told me that it already had to be too late. The screaming of the passenger from the other car and the police siren sliding their way down the highway told me the same thing. They all knew, or at least figured, it had to be too late. All of the blurry people wouldn't carry on like that if it wasn't. Madeline looked up at me from the pavement with eyes that faded with every painful sigh. She looked at me like she didn't know why. Thankfully, her beautiful voice still worked just fine. "Daddy, I don't want to go anywhere," whispered my little angel. "Don't let them take me anywhere." A man who claimed to be a doctor asked to approach. I nodded. "No, Daddy." I coughed. Easier to cough than cry. I couldn't look at her legs. God, help me, I couldn't look at my own daughter's mangled body. I caught one look of it getting out of the car. That one look was enough for a lifetime. "It's okay, sweetheart," I whispered back. "You're staying with me. Pops isn't going anywhere. This nice man is just going to take a look at you." The man kneeled beside us to take a look. He started to breathe faster once he grasped her injuries. It couldn't be good if he breathed faster, right? I knew that, somewhere, in the back of my shocked mind. I couldn't take my eyes off Madeline's. I couldn't and I wouldn't. They looked like two perfect little blue crystals in a sea of red and discolored backdrops. She blinked a couple of times when the man's cold hands touched her. She always did that at the doctor's office. It wasn't because she was scared, she used to say, it was because their hands always felt so cold. "Okay, Daddy," said Maddie. "Can we get ice cream?" The doctor calmly rested his hand on my shoulder as he continued to work. "Of course, sweetheart." The rain started to pick up. She was getting wet, now, and cold on the side of the road. Why wouldn't anybody get my daughter in a goddamn ambulance? Why wouldn't they help us? The blood on Maddie's shirt started to crust and her eyes started to shut just a little more with each passing second. I screamed for somebody, anybody, to get a goddamn ambulance. I knew full well that those pretty white lights down the highway wouldn't make it in time. "Daddy, do you think we'll dream together, tonight?" She caught me completely off guard with that one. My mind was working a mile a minute. "What, sweetheart, what do you mean?" She smiled and took a deep breath. "Like the song. Your favorite song." My mind shifted back to our conversation before the crash. My daughter loved Van Morrison. She loved to hear me sing my absolutely horrible impression of him in the car, one that I shared with absolutely nobody else besides her. Maddie liked to listen and ask questions about the words in songs, even if she often did not understand them. This was one of those times. "If I enter into the slipslide?" she asked. "Is that what he's saying?" I laughed at that. "If I ventured into the slipstream, between the viaducts of your dreams, where immobile steel rims crack, and the ditch in the back road stop, could you find me?" Maddie turned her nose up. "What the heck does that mean?" That kid had a lot of sass. The slipstream is like what happens when you go to sleep. And a viaduct is kinda like a bridge. Immobile steel rims don't really crack, right? Because steel is so strong? And immobile means it can't be moved. So Van's asking, if I traveled into your dreams, when we go to sleep, into the place of imagination, into the place of amazing stuff beyond belief, could you find me? Maddie smiled. She liked that line. She liked it a lot. "Would you kiss my eyes?" My daughter never said another word. She passed away on September 21st, 2018, about 10 minutes before we made it to the hospital. I dreamed with her for the first time that night. Now I dream about her every night I go to sleep. Maddie lives in a different world now. She seems happy there, with her mother, my father, and my brother all there to guide her way. She looks beautiful. But a girl needs her dad. She's getting angrier, now, and more insistent. Sometimes she makes me sleep when I don't want to sleep. Sometimes she holds me down in my dreams for hours and days at a time. Last night she scratched my arm so hard that I saw the mark in the morning. Maddie doesn't understand why anyone would wake from the wonderful world of make-believe. Maddie says it's my turn to stay in the slipstream. But I don't know how to tell my daughter the truth. The truth is I'm not ready. The truth is I don't want to leave. Not yet. I tried to escape the rain in a rundown cabin. It wasn't as abandoned as I thought. I'm an avid hiker, and I go after this hobby whenever I can. Despite knowing it would be safer, I don't like taking people with me. I make up for it by telling my friends where I'm headed and when to expect me to come back, though. This way, if anything should happen to me and I'm unable to call for help, there's always going to be someone who knows that I'm gone and where to look for me. Not that I often go anywhere that's particularly dangerous. I mostly just drive out to this hilly stretch of woodland that's about an hour away from where I live. There are a lot of different signposted trails there, and even though I've taken all of them at least once before, I don't mind doing it again. When this happened, I was hiking up a longer path. All the trails go around the forest in a loop, so you'll come back out right where you started from. The one I chose involves a pretty steep ascent, so it's slightly more challenging than some of the others. It made me sweat a good deal, but since it wasn't my first time, I was doing just fine until it started raining. The weather forecast had predicted nothing but a cloudy sky and mild temperatures, so this was completely out of the blue. It was a strong kind of rain too. Before long, the water was whipping in my face and coming down hard. I needed to get myself somewhere dry or it'd start kneading me like dough. Of course, I hadn't brought an umbrella, so I ended up running into the woods for cover. For a while, I crouched down under a big tree, and it did shield me from the rain for a few minutes. I figured I could wait it out, but then there was this loud cracking noise behind me and I turned just in time to watch a huge branch break off another tree and crash down below. Without me noticing, the wind had picked up and was now causing the bushes and treetops to shudder violently. I didn't want a branch like that coming down on me, so I hastily rushed back out onto the trail. With how far I'd walked already, my only option was to keep walking until I'd come back out. Pressing on was difficult, the rain was icy and made me shiver even through my jacket. Then, all of a sudden, I remembered there was an old, abandoned cabin off to the side a little way up the trail. Hopeful once more, I began to jog, shielding my eyes from the falling water with my hands as I looked around trying to locate the small wooden building. Finally, I spotted the structure in the distance and started making my way up to it. Praying that it wasn't locked, I rattled on the doorknob. The door swung open with an obedient creak, and I staggered inside before slamming it shut behind me. I dropped my backpack before peeling off my wet jacket and desperately rubbing my arms to warm them up. It was surprisingly warm inside the cabin, and pleasantly dry. It smelled like old wood, but nothing I wouldn't be able to ignore. I was beyond relieved that the door had been open. Looking around, I took in my surroundings. There wasn't a lot of furniture left inside. I was standing in what must have been the living room at some point, judging from the sad-looking ragged couch that stood in the middle of it. There was a tiny open kitchen in the back and also a staircase that probably led down to the basement, but I didn't feel like checking it out. There was a good chance the steps would break down as soon as I put weight onto them. Turning my attention to the windows, I found that one of them was broken, but had been pieced back together with duct tape. I tentatively gave it a poke with the tip of my finger, which it withstood. I hoped it would outlast the storm. The sound of thunder rolling came from outside, and I flinched at how loud it was. I really had been lucky to have made it to the cabin in time. I was hesitant to get comfortable on the couch for fear of the tiny life forms that might have taken up residence inside it over time, but it still beat sitting on the floor. So I sank down on the saggy cushions and took out my cell phone. Of course, I had no reception whatsoever. At least I had some offline games to play while I was waiting for the storm to die down. After half an hour, I realized that wasn't going to happen anytime soon though. I would have to go easy on the battery if I wanted to have some left by the time I got out of there, so I sat aside my phone and started looking through my backpack for something else to keep myself busy with. I found a worn novel I had crammed in there and forgotten ages ago, so I started reading. I still had a bunch of snacks and water, so I ate and drank until my stomach felt pleasantly full. The wind was howling outside, and I kept hearing thunder clapping. The sky was growing darker too. I noticed that it was getting harder to read with how little light was finding its way into the windows. This concerned me a bit, and I wondered how long exactly I would end up stuck in the cabin. Things were looking pretty grim out there, and I wasn't too keen on spending the night in a place like this, even though it did feel kind of adventurous. I continued to read for as long as what remained of the day's light allowed me, but that was hardly another hour. The hut looked spooky in the darkness. It wasn't exactly pitch black, but enough to make me uneasy. The only thing to illuminate the living room was the occasional flash of lightning from outside. I moved over to the couch so I could watch the storm through one of the windows. Thunder rolled once again, and then, all of a sudden, a male voice cut through the silence left in its wake. 7, 6, 11, 5, 9 and 20 miles today. I jolted upright. For a second, my head had just gone completely empty. Then I glanced around frantically, before realizing that nobody had actually spoken to me. The voice was deep and eerily resonant, but it had a crackly undertone to it. It was a recording. But my relief upon realizing this was short-lived. There was a strange recording playing somewhere nearby, somewhere close to me. Somebody had just turned it on. 4, 11, 17, 32 the day before. The recording stopped. It had only been playing for mere seconds, but I could tell that it was coming from downstairs, from the basement. The abrupt way it had been turned off made me think that whoever was down there had only turned it on accidentally. They'd never wanted me to know I was not alone. It was only then that I realized I was still sitting on the couch, frozen in place like a statue, staring at the basement entrance. I instantly jumped to my feet and picked up my jacket, struggling to put it on while at the same time trying to shove my belongings back into my backpack. I had to get out of there. I didn't care about the rain or the lightning or the falling branches anymore. I just needed to get out. Then I heard footsteps. They were hasty, fast, and they were moving up the stairs. Stifling a scream, I abandoned my backpack and simply burst through the door, sprinting out into the cold. Despite the darkness, I could see the trail ahead, just a small distance away from the cabin. I leapt towards it, and when I'd reached it, I just kept on running as fast as my legs would carry me. I hurriedly patted down my jacket. I could feel my cell phone, wallet, and keys in my pockets, which immediately made me feel light with relief. There was also a can of pepper spray somewhere in there, which I figured was better than nothing if God forbid, whoever had been in the cabin would catch up with me. Thankfully, it never came to that. By some miracle, I found my way back to my car. I instantly locked it upon jumping inside. I was completely drenched and utterly exhausted. It took me ages to catch my breath. I sat in the car for around half an hour, shaking and crying, before finally managing to pull myself together. Realizing I shouldn't hang around, I started driving. I was way too tired to make it all the way back home, so I just stopped at this dingy little motel that's 15 minutes away from the hiking spot and got a room there for the night. I basically collapsed on the bed. I didn't know whether or not to call the police. I've had some bad experiences with the local authorities before, so I decided not to, at least not right away. It's a trust thing, I guess. What I did was I called my brother and told him everything. asking him if he and I could go back to the place together to see what was up with it. He readily accepted and we came up with the following plan. My brother, being a huge guy himself, would come to pick me up in the morning with one or two of his friends and we would return to the woods as a group so no one would try to mess with us. We'd go up to the cabin, retrieve my lost belongings and take a look at it, but I also had to promise him that if we were to find evidence of something bad going on there, we'd call the cops. He showed up in his truck the following day as promised with another man with him. We headed back to the hiking spot and made our way up the trail. The storm had left its impact on the woods quite clearly. Broken branches were scattered everywhere and some of the young, thin, and more fragile trees had been knocked over completely, basically torn out at the roots. The cabin, however, had endured. Its door was wide open when we reached it. We entered it one right after the other. I could tell the guys were just as nervous as I was. No doubt they were taking what I told them quite seriously. Still, we were all prepared to defend ourselves if someone was to charge at us unexpectedly. My backpack wasn't in the upstairs room, which to me could only mean that somebody had moved it. When my brother said we'd have to go down into the basement, I was understandably reluctant at first, but he reminded me that we had agreed on this earlier, so it was too late for me to chicken out. Each stair let out an agonized creak as we put our weight on it, and I feared the rickety old things really would end up breaking down. My brother's friend stayed upstairs so he could get us out in case that would really happen, but to my surprise, it never did. Soon enough, we found ourselves in a room that was just as big as the living room. There was enough light falling in from upstairs for us to see everything, and what we saw was not nice. First, there was the tape recorder. It sat right in the middle of the floor like it had been propped up for us to find right away. My brother went up to it and turned it on. I flinched as I heard the same warped male voice start to speak. It sounded just as eerie as before. My brother's friend suddenly called out to us from upstairs. "Is that Boots?" "What do you mean?" I asked. "That's Boots. It's this poem by Rudyard Kipling, I think. I don't know who did that reading, but it's creepy as hell. I heard it's used to simulate torture or something, like, for Navy SEAL training. I don't know. Either way, it really was Boots. That's why I don't feel the need to transcribe the recording here exactly, since you can just look it up." That was the first thing to give us a really queasy feeling though. While the room was largely empty, a single cardboard box that had been pushed up to the wall stood out. My brother took a look inside without touching it, then he waved me over. Upon bending down beside him to check it out, I found that it held several rolls of duct tape, a bunch of plastic bags, some cable binders, and a lot of small gardening tools, like a little hoe, secateurs, and a saw. We also found cleaning supplies in another corner of the room, right next to two buckets with plastic lids on top. The second I opened one of them, a putrid smell came wafting out, strong enough to send me and my brother reeling backward. I cursed and immediately covered my nose and mouth, hurriedly moving it again to shut the damn thing, but in my haste, I knocked it over. We stumbled aside as viscous brown and red liquid spilled onto the floor at our feet. Feces and blood. "Oh, come on, we're getting out of here," my brother yelled, grabbing me by the wrist and starting to drag me back up the stairs. That very moment, however, something caught my eye out of a darkened corner of the room. "Wait," I told him, pulling my hand out of his grasp and pointing at what I had just seen. It was my backpack, hung up on a nail jutting out of the wall. How had I not noticed it sooner? I had to cautiously step over the pool of blood on the floor to reach it, but eventually, I managed to grab it and then leapt back over to my brother. We ran up the stairs and left the cabin with our third companion, and as soon as we were back in the car, he called the police while I began to rummage through my backpack. Everywhere was how I'd left it, nothing had been taken out. There was something else though. I found it tucked between the pages of the book I'd been reading. It was this torn off piece of paper with a brief note scrawled onto it, just a few words but enough to make my stomach turn. "Slippery little thing. Unidentified floating object. You're probably the only guy I'd let bring me out here in the middle of the night." Sammy winked when she flirted. "You know that, right? I always dug that little wink. Well, except maybe Lennon, you know, circa Rubber Soul. She couldn't even do it right. Her right eye seized up every time. We called it the double wink. But she still looked damn cute trying. I could never get into the later stuff. That wink might as well have been a green light. I know. Just not then. Everybody loves Revolver or White Album, or Let It Be. But it's not for me. Not that night. Maybe it was the beards. Maybe the whole acid thing. I had an agenda. I don't know. Who am I kidding? That man could f me sideways, anytime, anyplace. My old Honda hit a bump and nearly exploded. "We're not going to see anything out here, you know," she smirked. "But it's cute that you think we will." Sammy had these tight black jeans with little brass buttons by the pockets. Sometimes when she was feeling feverish, she would take my hand and push it down past those buttons. I can still feel the rough way they rubbed up against my wrist. "Why aren't you talking?" My cheeks flushed. "I'm not. I mean, I am. I don't know. Sorry." She noticed something was up. Seriously, she laughed. "The light? I couldn't get it out of my head since Wednesday." "Baby, it was just some upperclassmen," she giggled. "They pranked you. That's all. They do it all the time." I kept my eyes on the road. "Oh God, you're serious," she groaned. "Really? Is that what we're doing tonight? Playing ghost hunters?" "Oh, no. I'm sorry. Alien hunters? Look. No, you look. This just wasn't what I had in mind. I know. When you call me and get me out of bed at 3 in the morning. I know how it sounds, just. I thought we were just going to park here. Maybe make out for a little bit. Maybe talk about our future, for once. I know. We still can, just. Matt, stop." I slammed the brakes. "Do you see that? 100 yards away and just behind some trees. A flash of motion here, a snapping of twigs there. And then light." I inched up. "Turn your f***ing lights off." Somebody heard that. The windows were open. Of course the f***ing windows were open. It could have been our only downfall. The motion stopped in the distance. Then a voice called out. "Hello?" It paused. "Help me please." Sammy dug her nails into my forearm. "Do you have a gun?" She asked. I have a bat, I replied. Good enough. She opened the door before I could say argue. Help me, the voice called in retreat. Help me please. Sammy took off to the sound of thrashing water. I raced to my trunk and retrieved the bat. She got ahead of me and shouted, oh my god, what are you doing? To the voice I hadn't yet seen. A woman answered her. I'm drowning it. I raced down a waterlogged path and slipped into a mud pile twice my own size. Sammy was screaming when I rubbed the rain out of my eyes. Standing in a small pond was a short older woman with white hair. She was holding something underneath the water. Can you help me? She asked. It cut me. She quickly raised a blood-soaked hand. What do you want me to do? I asked her. What are you doing? What is happening? Take the bat, she gestured. Hit it in the head. Hit it hard. I've got it here. Not much longer, though. I hesitated. Ma'am, what are you doing out here? It's late. Hit it, she hissed. There's no time. I got in the water. What is it? I asked. I can't see. Something thrashed beside her. They breathed some underwater, she mumbled. Not much. But enough. I should have known. I wrote it down. I wrote it down and pasted it on the fridge. Just yesterday. Water's no good. No good, no good, no good. Fire is better. I waited closer. Even though every instinct told me not to. I turned back to see Sammy watching me nervously. I didn't want to let her down. I could see a shadow just underneath the waist-high water. Something long and gray. It didn't move much. I thought it might already be dead. Did you hurt someone, ma'am? I asked quietly. It's okay. It's okay if they hurt you. It's okay if you hurt them back. The woman chuckled wearily. Not someone, something. I could see gray skin. That was the only discernible feature. Gray, pallid skin. They're not human, she whispered. And they're not animals. So what do you call that? Her hand held onto its neck. Unidentified drowning object, she giggled. I can only hold it here a bit longer, young fella, but we have to kill it. Before it kills us. Do you understand me? Another splash. 2 gray hands wrapped around her arm. A thin line of blood trickled down her wrist. I know this is a lot for you. You didn't ask for this. Neither did I, but you have to hit it. The creature fought back. She pushed back down with one good arm. Pure adrenaline held the woman's feeble arms in place. You have to trust me. My name is Meredith. I live in town. I'm not crazy. Long legs. I could see long legs. As long as mine. Maybe longer. Hit the thing, boy, do you take this long with everything? 2 black eyes open. Hit it, it jumped. Now. I swung just as a nail scraped my face. Something fell back into the water with a splash. Again. I hit it again. Sammy screamed. I froze in place. Meredith grabbed me by the collar. We have to run now, she urged in an oddly calm tone. There will be more of them. More of what? Whatever you feel comfortable calling it. That's not a fucking answer. I've seen your license plate here before. You saw something, yeah? So? Trust that it's real. My home is close. We need to leave. I want to go home, Sammy whined. I didn't want to. Bright white lights lit up the night sky. No time, Meredith murmured. They're in the woods by now. She let go of my collar. You have to trust me. A horrible vibration filled the air. Do you trust me? Then everything went black. When the town smells like nutmeg, you better take it as a warning. I live in a place named Tattletoe, a place full of mystery. Where death smells like cinnamon and life smells like nutmeg. Everything here is in perfect symmetry. One portion of fear and one portion of happiness fed to the ideal obedient citizen. Perfectly balanced to ensure that the people who live here will do their work for the greater good. What kind of greater good? That's something only the committee members know. It's just all a big hoax if you ask me, but let's be real here, nobody asks. It's not simply the fact that they are afraid to die. Of course, nobody believes that they will be the ones being punished. Ignorance can work wonders. And as long as the fear doesn't override the happiness, there is no need to change anything. As I said, life here can be pretty perfect. Although it does ask of some degree of discipline to be surrounded by all these wonderful goods, while not being allowed any. Honestly, smelling the wonderful creations of Mrs. Holly each day is probably what made me doubt our ways the most. How can they ask me to be surrounded by the most delicious things in the world but forbid me to have a taste? My mouth starts drooling just thinking about it. Sometimes I even dream about her pain au chocolat made with the richest dark chocolate I've ever seen. It straight out smells like pure luck. I haven't been able to stop thinking about the lemon bars we made the other day. The way Mrs. Holly slowly spread the zest of those bright yellow lemons over the hot and luscious bars. The lemons come from one of the many lemon trees of Tattletoe. Most of the fruits are being exported to some nearby towns, but a few of them are sent to the bakery to be turned into sweet treats. The gardeners here must be very talented. The citrus fruits shine even brighter than the flowers. No wonder Mrs. Holly wore gloves as she prepared them. Oh, and don't even get me started on the cupcakes she made. I would die for trying just one of these marvelous goods. Well, I would literally die if I did. With a broken hand, I wasn't much use to Mrs. Holly. I would mostly just bring her more flour from the shelf or turn on the ovens. Work had gotten awfully boring, but I kept coming each morning before sunrise. I would put on my apron and sit on the chair waiting for Mrs. Holly to give me a new task. A lot of times we just chatted and drank tea. I couldn't believe my luck, especially after hearing what kind of jobs some of my neighbor kids were assigned to. Magnolia Marble started working in the doll store, a place run by an older gentleman who single-handedly creates each and every single doll, which in turn is being exported to children all over the world. I don't like going in there much. The place smells like chlorine and the dolls are probably the only products that I never wanted to own or even hold in my hands. They are the creepiest thing I've ever seen, and I've been around a good portion of bizarre stuff. The resemblance they have with an actual human child is uncanny. You might be wondering what Magnolia has to do in the shop if the doll maker is the only one in charge of production. Well, she has to go around town and collect items to make the dolls as realistic as possible. One of her jobs is collecting hair or other necessary parts. If she finds some hair in the barber places, she is lucky. She only has to pick them from the ground. Unfortunately, the hairs often belong to adults and are too thick and splintered for a doll. So often she will knock on the doors of parents, mainly the ones with many children. As you might imagine, parents are not often happy with that, but if she doesn't find enough hair, the doll maker gets angry with her. Though if you look at it from the bright side, at least Magnolia never gets tempted to take any of the products she's surrounded by. The doll maker uses those hairs, sometimes teeth, even nails, but only the ones that are gentle and nice, and those are made into something I hope you never encounter in your life. If you've ever come across a doll that just made the hairs on your back turn, a doll that simply seemed to be radiating pure evil, a doll that made you question your own sense of sanity, well, chances are it was produced in Tattletoe's doll store. Did you hear the news? Mrs. Musters is gonna have her child soon. It might even be born today, I said towards Mrs. Holly, who was preparing some sort of dough. The moment those words left my mouth, Mrs. Holly's metal whisk slipped from her hands and loudly hit the ground of the bakery. The batter was splashing everywhere. I quickly got up to pick up the whisk and clean up. Mrs. Holly didn't move. For a good moment or two she just kept staring into the distance. She looked both scared and angry at the same time. Then I remembered how she had lost all her children and felt awful mentioning somebody else becoming a mother. This must be especially painful for her. And then she has to be the one who spreads the smell of nutmeg to the newborn. I can only imagine what kind of torture that must be. Thinking about it, I wondered how that tradition with nutmeg arose. I know she tries to overshadow the smell of death when she bakes something with cinnamon, but there is no reason for overshadowing the smell of new life, right? It's a celebration. Maybe it's part of making people happy. Nutmeg is in a lot of holiday dishes, so maybe that's why they like it. I'm sorry, I mumbled after cleaning up. Oh? Mrs. Holly shook her head like she was coming back to her senses. Why are you apologizing? Child, she laughed. Those are some wonderful news. A child? How lovely. Her words were nice, but the way she spoke made it sound incredibly insincere. My mom thought it was wonderful as well. She repeatedly said how the Musters keep getting gifted. Guess because they already have like a dozen kids and they're planning on having even more. Some people just can't seem to get enough, can they? Mrs. Holly said in a melodic voice. Well, I don't think I want any children at all, if I'm honest. She smiled at me with that sad expression she had when she broke my hand. You know what this means though, Deborah? We will need to get baking. Will you be a dear and go down to the market to get us nutmeg? As many seeds as you can get your hands on. Stress that they are needed for the bakery. From the looks of Mrs. Musters, she might even be expecting twins. I was thinking of making some gingerbread men. How does that sound? Sounds nice, but it isn't Christmas. Where will they be exported to? I asked. We won't export them. They are for the fresh parents, she responded. I wasn't sure if I could ask, but this did sound very strange. I started furrowing my brow. Mrs. Holly caught my gaze and nervously laughed. I know what you're thinking. Our baked goods are not made for the citizens of Tattletoe. There is one small exception though. New parents always receive many baskets full of gifts, good nobody else can get, including something made by me. I kept my purple apron on as I made my way to the market. Everything on the market was given away for free. Those were the goods we were allowed to consume. However, some products were sparer than others, and Mrs. Holly stressed how she needed as much nutmeg as possible. Having the apron would give me some more credibility. Everyone knew and respected Mrs. Holly's bakery after all. The market was particularly well visited that day. Townspeople of Tattletoe were walking from stall to stall, enjoying all the new items that were being presented. The market ranged from fine drinks to delicious food, toys for children, clothes, and anything else you might need. I didn't stop at any of the usual stalls though. I was here on a mission. Nutmeg or cinnamon? The spice guy asked as I moved up to his stall. I guess he had noticed my apron. Nutmeg, I exclaimed. Thank God, he took a breath and laughed. I'm all out of cinnamon. People have been misbehaving a little lately. He winked at me and handed me a small paper bag with some nutmeg. I don't think this will be enough, I said. This is more than enough, girl. Too much nutmeg can make you all woozy-goosey, and if you have too much, well then Mrs. Holly will need more cinnamon soon? He jokingly said. I shrugged. Mrs. Holly said I should get as much as possible. Apparently, they're having twins. The spice guy shook his head in disbelief as he packed up all the nutmeg he had. Mrs. Holly was baking all day. She had stopped the production of any other bread, cookies, or cakes. Only gingerbread men were coming out of the oven. The ventilation system was spreading the fragrance all over Tattletoe. The new Musker offspring was born that afternoon. Mrs. Holly was right. They were twins. She packed the gingerbread in a big beautiful basket and asked me to bring it to the Musters. On my way up to their house, I met Magnolia and she asked to come along with me. She needed some hair. The Musters usually let me take as much as I want. Makes me feel even worse for those children, but gotta do the job, you know? Magnolia said with a careless look on her face. Working at the doll store had toughened her up. She used to be my most optimistic friend. Why do you feel bad for the kids? I asked. Well, I've been in their home a couple of times. Always made me want to leave right away again. They are some of those folks that collect children for the perks. You mean the gifts? Ooh. Though I do get it. The stuff you get is so much better than anything they have at the market. Tattletoe's way of making parents produce new kids. She had gotten a lot more skeptical as well. Magnolia, I whispered. Don't get us in trouble. Come on, Debbie, this is like common knowledge. Nobody really wants to have children here. The ones that do are just heartless or don't know better. I got the idea that the Musters belonged to that first group when their father opened the door for us. His eyes went right to the basket and he pushed his 5-year-old son away who was reaching for the gingerbread men. He laughed it off and opened the door wider up so we could walk right inside. Just drop it off on that table, love. Magnolia, if you need anything. Joe's losing more teeth lately, just hair today, Mr. Musters. We have more than enough teeth at the moment. She shot me a disgusted look and walked upstairs. It only took a few days. It hit Mr. Muster first. Nobody spoke of his death, but I'm sure it was painful. Mrs. Musters followed him shortly after. I don't think their children were too sad though. From what I saw in their house that day, those kids hadn't seen happiness in a long time. Not with parents as greedy as theirs. I'm not sure if anyone is suspecting Mrs. Holly and her baked goods. I'm not even sure if the committee knows, or maybe they do but don't care. The Musters had made enough children already who would be having grandchildren, making sure the population was increasing. It made me see Mrs. Holly in a new light though. This sweet old lady kept surprising me in new ways all the time, but at the same time, she is still the most mysterious woman I know. I wondered whether she did it in spite. You could think that she did it because she lost all her children while those people had so many. But I know Mrs. Holly and that wouldn't be her style. She knows that she is tied to this town and she is coping with it in her own little way. Or at least that's my interpretation. I wouldn't dare to ask. They tell us that there are happiness and fear and nothing in between. In Tattletale, death smells like cinnamon and life smells like nutmeg, but now I know that sometimes the fragrances get mixed. Charles Entertainment Cheese. My son wanted to go to Chuck E. Cheese's for his 8th birthday. He hyped it up for weeks, begging us every chance he got. I don't want to party, I just want to go to Chuck E. Cheese together. We dismissed it at first, thinking he would soon substitute the craze with Minecraft and forget about it, but he was adamant about going. We figured this was following his obsession with animatronics and the like on YouTube, one of the things he would watch during his allotted screen time. We were also worried about disappointing him. Truth be told, we weren't actually sure if there was even a Chuck E. Cheese's still open. The days of birthday pizza parties were long gone for me and my wife. When you're an adult you don't keep track of that sort of thing. You just get a little sad when you hear about the chains being shut down in passing. Like Hollywood Connections, or Celebration Station. When it appeared he wasn't letting go of the idea, we decided we'd look into it. A quick Google search assured us that even though many of the restaurants had indeed closed their doors, there were a few stragglers hanging on. One of which happened to be an hour away. We caved and cemented the plans, soaking in the ecstatic radiance when we assured him, yes, we are going to Chuck E. Cheese's. And go there we did. We loaded into the car on the morning of his birthday, listening to cheers of excitement as we set the GPS and pulled out of the driveway. The drive wasn't too bad, as it was only a couple of towns over, and our son slept through most of the ride. On the way there we couldn't help but feel a little excited ourselves. Through the slog of work and stress you tend to forget about such innocent joys, and it brought back some of that old youthful magic. We were even excited to see the mechanical rat. When we pulled up it was different than we expected. Chuck E. Cheese looked different. It appeared during our time not going to the restaurant or keeping up on commercials. The restaurant had rebranded. The mascot looked different, the building looked different, everything felt different. Luckily, our son was still as excited as ever. Even though we were bummed out, we didn't want to sour the mood for him. Since he was all smiles, we tried to be all smiles. We opened the front door, ready for pizza and games and a play place. What we got was a madhouse. The restaurant was packed to the brim. Sugar-fueled kids running around like crazy, while tired and impatient parents attempted to corral them. People bumping into each other so they didn't get separated, each wincing against the noise. It was loud. No animatronics, no ball pit, no play place. Cartoon fun and pizza signs were replaced with pristine walls and quotes assured fresh dough and toppings. Classic mascots that used to move and sing were replaced by decorations of the replacements on the walls. The jungle gyms and stage were replaced by sardine-packed arcade games. Nobody walked around in a suit to greet you. You were just filed into the counter where you decided how much you were going to spend on gaming bracelets and food. It appeared the magic we remembered as kids had been gone for a long, long time. My wife and I exchanged looks, the letdown mutual between us. Our son didn't seem to mind, so we didn't make a big deal about it. He was a little disappointed that there weren't any animatronics, but he seemed to get over it after seeing the kids have fun playing games. Plus there were unlimited refills on pop, so that was A+. We got him hooked up with a gaming bracelet and placed an order for pizza, one that gave you one of those vibrating coasters that would alert you when the food was ready. Then we proceeded to follow him around to each arcade booth. Whack-a-mole and skee-ball, along with new digital games we had never heard of. Kids yelled and screamed as we went from one station to the next, and I could feel our slow descent of fatigue, just like the exhausted parents we saw when we got in. After playing games for a while, I got the alert that the pizza was ready. We pulled away from the games and picked out a table, which wasn't as extravagant and exciting as it used to be, and I went to go get the pizza while they held our spot. I weaved through the crowd and headed for the bathroom, deciding I was going to take a leak before grabbing the food. I had been getting my money's worth from the unlimited fountain, and the many vanilla cokes were making a comeback. The bathroom was sticky and eerily empty. I went to a urinal quickly and went about my business, trying to hurry so there were no issues with the pizza. Once I was finished washing my hands, I heard something strange over the cringe kids bop playing over the intercom. Through the wall, I could hear a commotion, like some kind of argument. I tried to make out what they were saying but it was too muffled, and it seemed pretty heated. It even sounded like someone was throwing stuff around. I chalked it up to trouble in the kitchen. Maybe there were too many orders. Maybe they were short-staffed. I made my way to the food counter and found the pizzas waiting for me. There wasn't anyone there to hand them off, but the order matched so I took them. I weaved back through the crowd and rejoined my wife and son, where we started to eat. Aside from the noise, it was nice to sit and relax. Overall the birthday getaway seemed like a success, and he still had a little bit of time on the wristband to play once he was done eating, so he was happy. Looking around you could still feel some of the cheer that you could get in the old days, like it was hiding underneath the makeover. If you overlooked the modernization, it didn't seem so bad after all. That joy ended abruptly when I saw him. I was helping myself to another slice of pizza when I noticed him across the room like he was staring at me. Big cartoon eyes, unmistakable rodent mouth. He was watching me from the back of the room, through the crack of the doors that read employees only. At first, I thought it was a gimmick and he was coming out for someone's party. But there was something that rubbed me wrong from the start. It wasn't the new, happy-go-lucky mascot they had plastered on the walls and windows. This was a dingy, dirty costume of the mascot from the 90s. Even from afar, the suit looked dirty and neglected, and the way he stood there watching us, it was like he was stalking us. It was Charles Entertainment Cheese. He pushed through the door slowly, waddling with each step like he was trying not to tip over. His big cartoon head panned from side to side, taking in the room before settling back on us. His eyes fluttered lazily and he headed over, bumping into people as he made his way through the crowd. Some kids cheered and tried to hug him, but their parents pulled them away. The suit looked slimy like it had been dug out of the garbage. I nudged my wife, who followed my gaze before gasping. She looked at me cautiously, like I had set it up. I shook my head and shrugged. We started to pack up to make an exit, but we didn't get enough time. Chuck E. Cheese shambled over to us quickly, blocking us in the booth. He was taller up close, his lazy eyes taking their time looking at me and my wife. He gave off the stench of old garbage, and he would twitch every so often like something was wrong underneath. Like an animatronic that was shorting out. Our son started to cheer, and we inched closer to protect him. Without a word, Chuck E. Cheese held out a closed hand in an offering. In the back of my mind, I wondered if it was some last-ditch effort for birthday parties and if they had dug the thing out of storage to restore some of the old magic. I thought this would terrify my son, but looking face to face with Charles was like seeing a YouTube thumbnail in real life. Before we could stop him, he held out his hand under his. Chuck E. silently opened his hand, and a wet object fell from his matted fur. We looked at it in disbelief as our son held it up to inspect it. It was a human tongue. Behind us, people started to scream, not at Chuck E., but at something else. People were shambling out from the back of the restaurant, people dressed in aprons and visors, each torn and covered in blood. One nursed a broken arm, another's face horribly beaten. The last screamed silently through the gush of blood out of their mouth. I looked back at Chuck E., who returned a sinister stare. My son dropped the tongue on the floor and started to cry, something that made his big body twitch. In his gaping mouth, I could see the screen, where the wearer would be able to breathe and see. Inside I saw movement. Lots of it. Without warning his mouth exploded, 4 human arms spilling out with grasping hands. A tortured groan bellowed from his flailing maw as he reached for our son. I kicked him away and shouted for my family to run, holding him off as they climbed over the booth to escape. Kids and parents alike screamed, and the arcade crowd scattered like delirious human roaches. I tried to hold him off, but he tossed me aside effortlessly, hefting me over his head and sending me crashing into the whack-a-mole table. I saw stars for a moment, trying to get back up while repeatedly shoved by panicked patrons. Eventually, someone helped me up, and through the fog, I saw it was my wife helping me up. She got me to my feet and we made our way for the exit through the chaos. I stole a look at Chuck E., who was quickly becoming a monstrosity. Additional arms had burst from his eye sockets, and human legs had sprouted from the sides of his stubby legs. He was hoisting another man into the air, some of the hands forcing their way down his throat while the rest worked at manually disemboweling. We covered our son's eyes so he couldn't see, but a part of me knows he did. Some birthday this turned out to be. When we reached the exit, we were shocked to see people moving away from it. Or rather, being pushed back in. Police were shoving past, some shouting orders, others panning the room with weapons. Everyone had their guns drawn. Outside we could hear sirens, and the shouts of people trying to order the chaos. With Chuck E. bellowing behind us, the officers stepped in and formed a line against him, racking shotguns and raising pistols to form a firing squad. As we headed into the funnel of bodies, I took one last look at Charles, who was ignoring every demand to stand down. The multiple arms were holding a dead body against a skee-ball machine, repeatedly breaking it at different angles in an attempt to remove it. It's a horrible sight I'll never forget. We burst into the light just as they opened fire, and we looked harrowingly back at the building as we heard round after round fire off. We could hear the groaning continue for a moment, but after enough gunshots, it ceased to be. We never really found out what happened that day. The news glazed over the actual details, only stating there were 4 casualties in an unprecedented attack. It was the undoing of that particular building, another set of doors to close in the shadow of a once legendary birthday experience. We didn't talk much about the incident at home, mostly because we didn't know what to say. Our son has since stopped watching any animatronic videos, and everything related to it. He doesn't want to talk about it, but he's still having nightmares about it. I imagine he will for the rest of his life. Rumors spread like fire online, and people posted their theories on the true cause behind the madness that day. Some say a bunch of mental patients broke out and attacked the staff before collectively climbing into the old suit. Others say it was an old abomination from the 90s locked up in the restaurant basement, where they fed it in exchange for financial success. There was even a rumor it was the original owner reincarnated, and dozens more even crazier than that. The only thing I know for sure is I'm never going to Chuck E. Cheese again. Baltimore Aquarium has a secret room. Don't go in there at night. The group trip to Baltimore Aquarium is my strongest memory of my father before he died. It also happens to be the most disturbing. I was 7 years old at the time. The event was organized by our local Boy Scout troop, and the group rented out the entire place overnight. Most kids brought their fathers, some games, and the biggest, fluffiest sleeping bags they could find. My dad was in between chemo treatments at the time. For a while, he wasn't going to be able to go, but he changed his mind at the last minute. I was thankful for that. Nobody likes to be the only kid without a dad. Most of the day stayed pretty standard. My father and I checked out every single one of the exhibits. I must have stared at the small sharks for hours. I loved watching them dart back and forth across the water. The place had all kinds of fish and land creatures. There were lizards in the south wing and a few undersized whales in the north. There were amphibians to the west and even a few small mammals to the east. We spent most of our daytime traveling between those spots and the cafeteria. The coolest part was when the gates locked to the public at 8 o'clock. All of the kids ran back and forth to slide across the tile floors. I must have witnessed 20 different risky business impressions. We told ghost stories. We played board games. They chatted along amicably about sports and politics, with flasks of whiskey hidden tastefully under their t-shirts. The boys stayed up until well past 2 in the morning. It was a really fun time. And then everyone fell asleep. That part sucked. I have always had difficulty falling asleep in places other than my bed. I guess, I can just never get comfortable. The buzzing from my fan was absent. My favorite pillow, which always keeps a cold side, even in summer, was missing. Even the warm, reassuring feeling that my mom and brother were not right down the hall seemed to weigh on my wide-awake mind. I stared at the fish drifting lazily through the tanks in front of us. I wondered whether they ever got used to sleeping there, too. I thought about homework, girls, and video games. Anything but the concept of sleep. I started training my ears to listen for sounds in the night. I thought it would be cool to hear a crocodile kicking around in the mud, or two exotic toads trying to talk to each other. In the city, all of these noises were non-existent, so I thought it better to soak them up while I still could. That was when I heard voices. They were quiet at first. Clearly, they came from some other area in the aquarium. But voices tend to float in hollowed-out buildings with massive ceilings. I lay awake in my sleeping bag and eventually traced the source to somewhere by the south wing. I waited for somebody to wake up and hear it too. But my father snored happily. My friends were curled into their own bags like caterpillars. Out of the group of 20 people, nobody seemed to be bothered whatsoever. The voices started to get more frantic. One of them seemed to be arguing with the other. I heard please quite a few times. I also heard stop it, Gerald, quite a few others. The mystery became too much for me. I had to check it out. I made sure to keep my shoes behind to avoid the squeak they made on the floors. I stuffed my pillow into the sleeping bag to make it look like I had burrowed in there. Then I gave the group one last look, to make sure they were all asleep, before heading towards the door to the south wing. I opened it and immediately discovered that the lights had been dimmed everywhere else. It became hard to see the path in front of me. I placed one foot after the other nervously and followed the sound of conversation. The one man sounded scared now. I thought I heard him crying. At the end of the south wing, there was a door without any sort of sign dictating its purpose. It almost blended into the wall, actually. Like one of the ones you might see passing through the Lincoln Tunnel. I would have missed it altogether, but a small concrete block kept it wedged open. Somebody shouted. I knew the voices came from inside that room. And so I inched my way through the opening and tried not to move the block in the process. I had to suck in my stomach. But I made it and collapsed noiselessly on the other side to find my breath needed to be held once again. I was in a giant auditorium. That's the best way to describe it. The room looked as if we were in a movie theater without any seats. A 30-foot high glass panel held back an enormous pool of water, just like any other ocean exhibit. But I could not see anything inside. You know why you're here, Gerald. You talked. Stop. Time to pay the piper, kid. I could tell at that point, the voices had to be somewhere near the surface of the pool. They would not be able to see me from that angle. Even still, I dipped behind an empty garbage receptacle and listened quietly. I worried that even my breath could echo. There was a splash from somewhere above. A man floated gracefully down into the pool of water in front of me. He had a white jacket around his arms. It held them together. A piece of rope tied his legs together. And all of this was weighted by a large concrete block, just like the one that wedged the door. The man sank without much protest. He only seemed agitated after seeing me. I stood up, unsure of what to do, and we made eye contact. He tried to scream. He tried to fight against the cloth holding him together. Tiny little air bubbles appeared all around him as he fought desperately for any hope of life. And then a shadow entered his peripheral. I could not see the creature itself. It must have been waiting in an unseen part of the tank. But the shadow surrounding the man indicated a shape that dwarfed him by 2 or 3 times. Upon seeing the beast, any trace of hope quickly drained from his expression. He looked at me, one last time, and pitifully went limp. The shadow moved quickly in response. I only saw a flash of scales, but they stretched as far my eyes could see. One bite from dinner plate-sized teeth ripped poor Gerald in half. The creature swam back into the shadows with the top piece still in its mouth. The bottom piece continued to float to the floor. I screamed. I screamed because I had held in so much. The weekend had been one of my happiest memories up until that point. I never expected anything to go wrong. A little mystery, sure, but full-blown murder? And by a shark, of all things? If it could be called that. I know I was 7 years old. But that fish looked at least 30 feet long. And so I screamed when someone turned off the dimmed lights overhead. I screamed when a pair of gruff arms wrapped themselves around my waist. I screamed as their owner carried me back through the door, out through the south wing, and in front of a very concerned group of parents and kids. What happened? The troop leader asked drowsily. Is Matthew okay? Are you okay? What the hell, Rich? I looked up at the man carrying me and saw the familiar features of my father. He too looked shocked. The color had drained from his face. The adrenaline coursed so roughly through his veins that I could feel his heartbeat through his chest. The lights turned on. A very official-looking security guard approached us from the check-in desk. He wore a brimmed cowboy hat and annoying spur boots. They clicked when he walked. You know, one of those guys. Even then, I thought the get-up looked weird, and the eye rolls from a couple of parents seemed to confirm my suspicions. I didn't recognize his voice. I thought I would. You do know that part of our agreement included not wandering the property at night? The Boy Scout leader spun on me angrily in reply. Did you do that, Matt? I nodded, still dumbfounded. Unbelievable. We are so sorry, sir. He hasn't caused you any damage, has he? The cowboy guard nodded gravely. Unfortunately, we are going to have to ask you to leave the property. The group moaned and groaned piteously as they granted me daggers from across the circle. Why does somebody always have to ruin it? One said. Come on, Matt, why did you do that? I tried to tell them that I heard something. I tried to tell them I saw something. But no one wanted to listen. My voice turned into a pitiful, nasally whimper and all of the other boys called me a baby. The kids packed up their bags. Their fathers tried to figure out a way home. I looked back to my dad for some sort of response, but his face stayed white and scared. The cowboy guard addressed us specifically. You, sir, you were back there as well? My father nodded. We are going to let it go this time. But I want you to know that we could be calling the police down here to detain you for a B&E. My father nodded again. I started to protest, but I could feel his grip tighten on my shoulder. Thank you, sir. We exited the aquarium at 4 o'clock in the morning, along with everyone else. I cried even more. But nobody listened. The cowboy guard watched us leave in the pouring rain. He had his hand on a radio. I tried to train my ears to listen. Somebody's voice cackled through the speaker every few minutes. Somebody who kept talking about Gerald. I asked my father a lot about that encounter. I asked him what he saw. I told him what I saw. But he didn't like to talk about it much. After the trip to the aquarium, his health really started to deteriorate. He passed away in the winter of that year. That trip became our last one together. I still visit Baltimore Aquarium. They don't recognize me there. This story happened years ago. So much of the place has changed. I never see the cowboy guard anywhere. I never hear anybody talking about Gerald. But I like to look at the sharks. I love to watch them dart back and forth across the water. I like to look at the amphibians and reptiles, and all the other cool animals the exhibits have to offer. Sometimes, when nobody is looking, I like to listen by that painted over door. I have trained my ears well. All this time later, I am a perfect listener. And I can still hear voices. They sound scared. I regret finding out why we weren't supposed to go down to the river. Growing up, I was strictly forbidden from playing in the river that ran through the nearby woods. It was the same for all the neighborhood children. Nobody cared if we climbed on rocks and trees. Hell, there was one kid who'd always try and shoot birds with a slingshot, and apparently, that was just fine. But if we even dared to mention the river around our parents, they'd break into a lecture about how we'd be in big trouble if we ever were to go near it. Now, in every youth's life, there is a time during which they seek to revolt. This phase can result in the strangest behavior, and believe me, I've seen a lot like my friend Holly, who thought it was a good idea to pierce her ears herself. My rebellion, however, was much simpler. All I needed was to test some of the rules constituted by my mother and father, just to prove to myself and them that they weren't always right. That's why one night while my parents were away, I put on some weatherproof clothes, grabbed my father's flashlight, and marched out the door, right into the woods. My destination was the river. I really wasn't expecting a lot. My parents had never given me any reason not to go there, apart from it being dangerous. It had always seemed excessive to me. The river wasn't deep enough to drown in it, and as far as I knew, there weren't any kinds of undercurrents that could have been a threat to us either. I figured my mother and father were just being paranoid, though it sure was an oddly specific fear. Still, as I ventured into the woods that night, the beam of the torch illuminating the path ahead of me, I was quite excited, a little nervous even. I found myself unable to stop fidgeting with the multiple zippers on my jacket, and every little noise the dark forest produced, be it the crunching of leaves under my own shoes or a twig snapping in the distance, caused me to jump. But it wasn't as scary as it was exhilarating. Kind of like watching a horror movie. I knew I was close when I could hear water running. Shining my flashlight ahead, I could already make out the shimmering, rippling surface of the dark river. I had only ever looked at it from afar. Just walking up to it was enough to make me shudder. I eventually came to a halt near the water's edge and stared down at it. It was beautiful. The light of the full moon was shining down through the canopy of leaves above and was reflected by the babbling stream. I slowly bent down, careful not to lose my footing and fall in. I raked my hand through the cold water, letting it flow through my fingers and wash off the sweat that had formed on my palm. I stayed like that for a whole minute, almost entranced by the calm sounds of the woods and the river. I remember thinking it'd be a nice spot to set up camp for a night. Sleeping there would probably be wonderful. That's when I heard it, the splashing of a body moving through the stream, pushing the water aside. I jumped to my feet, quickly wiping my hand dry on my jeans so I could firmly cling to the flashlight again. Its beam illuminated a large figure right in front of me, standing in the shallow end of the river just a few steps ahead. It was a stout black horse, easily the biggest one I'd ever seen. Its long, dripping wet mane was so long it almost looked to be touching the ground when it lowered its head. Its round, dark eyes had a soft, gentle sheen to them. Had I been an adult, I might have wondered what in the world a horse like that was doing out in the woods in the middle of the night. Back then, however, my first thought was something akin to "it's so pretty." I'm sure I was asking myself how it got there as well, but I wasn't wary of it, let alone scared. The horse appeared to be very calm and tame as well, making no moves to distance itself or even change its position at all. Instead, it shook its head in my direction almost curiously. I took a few, cautious steps towards it. It stayed right where it was. My trembling hand outstretched, I continued to approach it. When I was close enough to touch it, I carefully placed my hand on its neck, not sure where else to pet it. To my surprise, it leaned into the touch, turning its head to give me that trustful, sweet-tempered look again. I remember thinking that if there ever was a perfect moment, this was it. I turned to pet its side as well. Its fur was wet, but soft and oddly pleasant to the touch. I was standing on the dry riverbank at the time, the horse just below me. I started to toy with the idea of climbing onto its back. I was in an elevated position, I could probably jump up there. Still, I figured it wasn't a good idea. I didn't want to startle this huge animal. That was until it suddenly bent down a little. Unsure of what it wanted, I took a step back. The horse's head turned to face me again. I'm not sure how best to describe it, but it almost looked encouraging. Suddenly, I had this urge, like I for some reason needed to sit on its back. I had to know what it was like, I simply had to. I tucked away my flashlight and with some effort hoisted myself up. It took me a little while, but once I had finally crawled onto the horse's back, it straightened up again. I instinctively leaned down to hug its neck, only then realizing how far up I was and having nothing else to grab onto. Before I could give it any thought, however, the large animal had already started to walk. My former enthusiasm about this whole thing had already started to fade, but as the horse took up running, the truth of how I would probably not get off of it unscathed began to sink in. I had never done horseback riding before, so I had no clue how to get it to slow down. Plus, what was I supposed to do with no reins? Shouted it to stop? I tried it, but it wasn't very effective. Panicking, I figured my only chance would be to jump. At that point, the horse was practically racing through the river. We were still on the very shallow side of it, so there wasn't enough water to slow it down. The clopping and splashing of its hoofs felt almost deafening. Still, we were close enough to the dry ground for me to land safely. Bracing myself, I began lifting my left leg over the horse's back, ready to swing myself down, only to realize in horror that I couldn't. I was stuck. I could move my legs and the rest of my body, but my hands, which had been clutching the animal's neck, were basically glued to it. It was as if they were fixed to its fur. The horse was picking up its pace, dashing through the water. Had I not been sealed in place, there was no way I could have held onto it. Worse yet, it was beginning to pull over into the deeper part of the river. We had left the area that was familiar to me a long time ago already. The woods had started clearing up and there were fewer and fewer trees on our way, just wide, green plains. I knew the river would get deeper further out, too deep for someone to stand in, but I would have never gone there on my own. How could this thing even swim so fast? The reality of this creature not being what it seemed was becoming painfully obvious. Looking down at it, I found that its body was starting to change, almost like it was morphing into something else, something less earthly. It had begun to slim, enough for its ribs to show. Glancing over my shoulder at its rear end, I saw that it had elongated, now looking like a fish's tail or the body of a snake, just enormous. It was plowing through the water, sending waves up to the riverbank. I was already submerged from my hip and below. Soon it'd be all the way up to my neck. I started to cry and scream, even though I knew nobody would hear me out there. The more I thrashed around on its back, the faster this water spirit seemed to go, almost like it knew what I was doing. I needed to get my hands loose. It was my only chance. My mind was already racing with thoughts of drowning, water filling my lungs and keeping me from breathing. I wasn't going to die like that. I started to pull back with all my might. My palms were firmly attached to the fur as if each and every single hair in that spot had drilled itself under my skin. Still, I didn't stop. I needed to get loose. Gritting my teeth, I stiffened my arms and threw back my upper body. I let out a howl of agony as I felt the skin of my palms rip, but I didn't stop. I leaned even further back, pulling against the fur's grip using my entire weight. Then, suddenly, an even sharper sting of pain. It hurt so much that it felt like someone had set my arms on fire, but I forced myself to ignore it. I swung myself off the horse's back. It didn't notice it right away, so I swam over to the riverbank as fast as I could. Thankfully, it wasn't too far. The icy water felt both good and torturous on my skinned hands. The cold soothed my burning nerves, but every time I pushed the water aside to move forward, it seemed to press back against the wounds. By the time I was out of the water, the horse was still on its original course, and it was only when I took off running that it appeared to take note of my absence. Staggering through the darkness, praying not to trip over anything, I heard the creature let out an ungodly sound. It was reminiscent of a neigh, but warped, distorted, and way too deep. I pressed on, my only aim being to get as far away from the water as possible. I didn't know if it would follow me through the woods, but I could already make out the splashing of water behind me in the distance, quickly replaced by the clopping of hooves. Glancing over my shoulder, I saw that the horse had just gotten out of the river, but it was still not even close to me. Once it had started to run, I knew I wouldn't stand a chance. I had to look for something else, a way to hide. My best bet were the trees. The creature could swim, but chances were it couldn't climb. I couldn't really see which trees would be easy to climb up on since they were all just shadowy silhouettes in the darkness, but as I was running out of options, I headed from the tree with the lowest hanging branches. I was never particularly strong, but adrenaline does funny things to your body. I grabbed onto the lowest and thickest branch I could reach, the bark painfully scraping my skinned palms, and pulled myself up to sit on it with surprisingly little difficulty. Not wanting to take any chances, I climbed a little higher, now safely out of reach from my pursuer. I moved all the way up to the trunk, keeping my arms around it in hopes of steadying myself in place. Looking down, I spotted movement. Dark as it was, there was no way I'd have overlooked the shimmer of the false horse's fur. It looked normal again, gracefully circling my tree. It readied itself to jump and I winced as it leapt, but it missed me by a little over 3 feet and landed quite unceremoniously in the dirt below. After that, it trotted off again and I was left by myself, staring after it. I waited for what felt like hours. By the time I finally dared to get off that tree, my thighs felt like someone had shoved iron rods into them. My walk home was long and tedious and stiff. The pain in my hands had subsided a little, leaving behind a throbbing sensation. I didn't dare look at the wounds. Instead, I focused on getting out of the woods. The water had rendered my flashlight useless, but I still found myself on a street I recognized soon enough. From there on out, it took me 2 hours to get back to my house. My parents were waiting for me inside. My mother only needed to take a single look at me to come running and throw her arms around me. She didn't seem to care that I was soaking wet and caked in mud. Upon discovering my hands, she let out a cry of terror. "Did you go to the river?" she gasped, placing her hands on my cheeks. I nodded, too defeated to speak. "My poor girl," she whimpered as she hugged me again. "This is all our fault. We should have just told you. I knew it was a mistake making it all mysterious. I just hoped you'd leave it alone." "Do you know you could have died out there?" my father inquired, his tone sharp. I could see the tears in his eyes though. My grandfather told me of a little boy who had to cut his fingers off to get away from it. One touch can be enough to bind the skin, sometimes even the flesh, and if you can't tear yourself loose, it's over. It'll drag you down, drown you and eat you. My mother petted my hair, burying her face against my shoulder. "Thank God you're okay. We were already worried when we saw you were gone. But your shoes and jacket were gone too and the door was locked, so we figured you'd just gone out with a friend." "What was that thing?" I asked breathlessly. My father bit his lip, raking one hand through his hair, the other one still busy keeping him on his feet by clinging to the corner of the shelf beside him. "We call it a kelpie. My mother has a special weekly routine, but lately, she's been a little bit off." My mother had always been just a little peculiar. She liked doing things a specific way and always on one specific day. There was a routine she found herself in since I was just a child, and no matter the situation, the weather, or her mood, the routine would never vary. On Mondays, she did the planning. She would spend early noon making a list, always on paper, about all the meals we would have that week. Then she would go through the cupboards and the fridge to see what we still had and add everything we needed to the list, in her perfect cursive handwriting. On Tuesdays, she would go to the fish market just before sunrise, continue to visit the butcher around noon, and finally buy all the other items we needed from the big grocery store just on the outskirts of our suburban neighborhood. On Wednesdays, she cleaned, or rather we cleaned. While Mom liked things a specific way and would usually go over whatever I did after I was finished, she did always accept my help. I suppose it was more for building my character than for an actual need for help. On Thursdays she did laundry. When the sun was shining she would hang the clothes on a line out in the garden, and if it didn't she would use the dryer inside. Either way, Thursdays always smelled like lavender softener. On Fridays, she baked muffins and cake and biscuits. With many spices and herbs, she would make her own creations. Those were the only days that smelled even better than Thursdays. On Saturdays, she would go for a drink. When I was younger, that's when the babysitter would come, but now she could go without having to take care of that. Sometimes she would see her friends and come back in a giggly mood. Sundays were what we called free days. It was the only day that was not assigned to one specific task. We worked during the week so that the weekend can be enjoyed. I heard that sentence more often than I could ever count. As I said, my mother had always been a little peculiar, and as I grew older I realized she was also a little, if not a lot, compulsive. In all the years of life that I lived in that small suburban house with my mother, I never saw her deviate from that schedule. Of course, I wasn't always there to observe, but when I came home from school on Tuesdays, the fridge and cupboards would be fully stocked again, Thursdays would smell like lavender, and Fridays we always had fresh baked goods. Even on holiday, she would find ways to squeeze in whatever needed to be done on the specific days of the week. My mother wasn't always entirely mentally stable, which is something hard to witness as a child and especially to admit. You want your parents to always do well and tell you that they are fine even when they're not. However, in most ways, she luckily seemed to be in control of her compulsions. And most of all, she was always kind and loving. To both of us despite the occasional fight. Especially as I grew older and resented her slightly old-fashioned ways. Still, we were a happy family, and in general, things were alright. Until last week when my mother for the first time ever since I can remember seemed to be out of sync. It started on Monday when I woke up and found my mother in the living room watching something strange on TV. The sight of that was weird enough already because normally she would never turn on the television by herself before evening, and now she was sitting there, wearing her flowery dress and high heels inside while watching something with complete focus in her eyes. "Mom?" I muttered. Her head slowly turned to the left. She looked up at me and looked at me precisely. No words came out of her mouth. When I looked over at the screen to see what she had been so mesmerized by, I noticed the white noise. There was no channel on. I sat down next to her, tried to find the words to ask what was wrong, but I couldn't. She was acting as if everything was perfectly normal until Dad came down the stairs with his briefcase in hand. "Good afternoon, honey. Are you ready for lunch?" she asked him. My father tilted his head. He could tell that something was wrong, but he didn't mention it either. Instead, he only lifted his briefcase a little and said I must go to work. But of course, my mother smiled. I exchanged a concerned look with my father. He definitely knew that something was up, and I wondered whether they had a fight last night. Was that why Mom was acting strange? Before I could talk to him, however, he had disappeared. And Mom jumped up only 2 seconds later. "I need to go to the dry cleaners. You can make yourself something to eat, yes?" On Tuesday I didn't expect to see my mother when I got up. At this time she normally would be at the fish market to get the freshest catch. Instead, I found her by the kitchen table, nervously writing something down. My dad was sitting opposite her, having scrambled eggs and bacon. "Are you making a shopping list?" I asked. It was the wrong day, but at least she was acting a little more normal. Even though she was wearing the exact same dress as the day before. My mother smiled and nodded. "Yes, is there anything you need?" "Eggs. And milk. We're out of cornflakes too." She nodded. "Good morning, kiddo," Dad said. They were both sitting together, having breakfast, and so I thought that things were back to normal again. He emptied his coffee and got up. "Time for work." He called out. "Oh honey, could you get some groceries on your way back? Salt, fish, and vinegar please." Again my father and I exchanged a look of confusion. Well, the one of mine was the one of confusion, but his look seemed to be of distress. I nodded to silently tell him that I had things in control. Dad nodded back and then proceeded to head for the door. "Of course, honey." On Wednesday I found her in the garden, digging up dirt. The exact opposite of what we normally would be doing on that day. She was digging a hole, big and wide, and I simply couldn't say what on earth she might need it for. Dad was gone before I had woken up, so I couldn't talk to him, but I promised myself I would do so tonight. Something was wrong with my mother. At first, I was worried, but I started getting scared. Both for her and of her. "Is something wrong?" my father asked that evening. It was difficult to find a moment alone. Mom always seemed to be somehow around. I hated that I had to get away from her to voice my concerns, but I was worried that she wasn't entirely stable. She didn't do anything she normally does. "And did you see that hole outside?" "Dad," I paused for a moment. "I think she might really need help." Dad tilted his head and looked through the window to the garden. I suppose he hadn't seen the hole out there earlier. "I will not go to work tomorrow. Stay here with you. Is that all right?" I sighed in relief. Together we might be able to figure out what was going on, and maybe he could start a conversation with her. "Yes, thanks, Dad. I think that would be really helpful." Thursday I found Mom in the garden again. Normally that wouldn't be so strange, as I would usually find her there hanging up the sheets. However, this Thursday it was storming outside. It had been raining all morning and it didn't appear as if it would end anytime soon. "What are you doing?" "It's pouring cats and dogs," I shouted from the garden door. Dad, who heard me shouting, had appeared behind me and was holding my shoulder. "Not cats and dogs, fish." Mom turned around and laughed. And that is when we saw what she really was doing out there. She was hanging the chopped off heads of the fish Dad had bought on the clothesline. "Mom?" I could only bring out a whisper. "Something is wrong. We need to help her." Before I could move, Dad was already running outside and guiding my mother back to our living room. Thursday turned into Friday without a moment of sleep. At least for me. I couldn't close my eyes without the heads of fish appearing in front of my mind. And the sight of my mother in that same damn dress and that plastered-on smile. Tired and exhausted, I stumbled down the stairs to find my parents both sitting in front of the television. I didn't even bother talking to them and went straight to the kitchen. For the first time in years, there was no sweet smell coming from it. No, instead the stench of vinegar made its way to my nose. We hardly had any food in the house. I suppose Mom had completely forgotten about it, and Dad didn't want to leave her in her current stage. He hardly left her side anymore. Without talking to them, I started with all the chores of the past days, wrote a shopping list, I cleaned, and threw some clothes in the washing machine. This might sound as if I only wanted my mother to get back to doing the household, but I swear it had nothing to do with that. I simply was worried because she wasn't herself anymore. The following morning all the items that I wrote on the list were sitting in paper bags on the kitchen counter. I assumed that Dad had gotten out to buy them. On Saturday she did the most terrifying thing so far. A sight I will not be able to delete from my mind anytime soon. It started only in the evening. The entire day both my parents were acting normal. Mom even cooked and we sat around the table, talking and laughing. She did most of the talking and I could have sworn she was entirely herself again. Or she had learned to adapt. At least in some ways. When night came, however, everything turned entirely messed up. I woke up from the sound of a loud clatter and immediately jumped out of bed. I had been a nervous wreck lately and it didn't take much to startle me. The sound was coming from downstairs and my initial thought was that someone had broken in, but then I heard my mother humming something from downstairs. "Mom?" I called out. "Go to bed, child," she shouted back, but I was already making my way to the stairs. She had painted the walls with strange anagrams using red paint. Still wearing the same dress, she looked up and smiled, but this time it appeared far less sincere. I believe I even saw a twitch in her eye. Dad was sitting on a chair next to her. "Mom, we need to get you to help." "I will call the hospital, okay?" No, I will help," Dad said and took the paint pen from her hand. A tear rolled down her cheek, but the smile never disappeared. "Why, thank you, honey. Families help each other," Dad smiled back. "Yes, well I should go and buy more paint." "The child will help me," Mom said. Dad glanced at me. "What the fuck? It's the middle of the night." "Look Mom, I'm really sorry but," she held my mouth shut with her hand before I could say another word. "We have to buy paint. Any normal mother and her child do just that. It is of utter importance for a decent home." Dad looked around at the red paint on the wall and on my mother's face and finally said the last thing I expected. "That sounds perfectly reasonable. See you soon, honey." I had no idea what to do. It seemed that both my parents had lost their minds, but I couldn't possibly let my mother leave on her own, or let her drive a car in that state. So I went outside with her and sat behind the steering wheel with the intention to drive her to a hospital. However, as soon as I started driving I couldn't for the life of me remember what direction I had to go. "Just keep going straight. Follow the street," my mother finally said. Her smile had disappeared and her leg was shaking. "Just keep going, honey." I had no idea what to say and so I kept going straight until we had left the neighborhood and the surrounding area as well. We found ourselves on the freeway when I couldn't hold it in anymore. I found the nearest exit and stopped. My mother was trembling and in the dark light with the splatters of red paint on her face, I finally realized that I might have made a huge mistake. "Mom?" I hardly brought out the word. She opened her mouth but no words came out at first. She swallowed and then finally spoke. "I am so sorry, my love. I didn't want to believe it. It made no sense. What are you talking about?" She looked at me as if I was the one losing my mind. "That thing in there. That was not your father. Didn't you notice?" At first, I thought I would only act slightly differently to see if he would notice that something was off, but it only copied whatever we were doing or saying. She took a deep breath. I woke up a few times at night. It never sleeps. It sits in the bed with its eyes open waiting for us to wake up. "I am so sorry. I just couldn't believe it at first. I thought maybe something was wrong with your father. We should have left or called for help but..." She stayed silent for a moment. My memories were blurry and I had to make sure first. Make sure that it was him and not me. My palms wouldn't stop sweating and my head started racing like crazy. This whole week I had been so focused on my mother that I didn't notice that Dad only agreed to the things I was saying. He didn't do anything. And suddenly it felt as if something shattered in my mind. My mother had always been a little peculiar. Especially after my father passed away. "Mom, that wasn't our home, was it?" I gulped. "How did we end up there?" She looked at me, a reflection of my own fear and confusion. "I have absolutely no idea. It must have somehow lured us in there and made us forget. I might have saved some lives by being the laziest kid in my class." Whenever October rolls around and swathes everything in autumnal beauty, I remember these earliest chapters of my life, namely the time I spent terrorizing teachers and children alike in elementary school. I was a horrid little girl. I refused to do my homework. I never spoke up in class, not even when prompted to. I didn't study for tests, and did everything in my power to irritate and gross out anyone around me. I didn't care if I got punished. I wouldn't have cared if they'd thrown me out altogether. I'm not saying this to make my kid self look like some sort of badass. Deep down, I was a sullen, mirthless child, filled with self-loathing. At home, all I ever received was uncaring disregard. I didn't share these feelings, opting to make others miserable as a coping mechanism instead. I couldn't explain why. I guess in a way, it was simply amusing to me. Whenever my teachers got red in the face or started to raise their voices, unable to conceal their anger any longer, I felt a certain undeniable thrill. I suppose this was also what moved me to refuse to work on Mrs. Tucker's fall project. It wasn't too big a loss. Nobody ever liked Mrs. Tucker's tasks. Or the woman herself, for that matter. She was a short, stout woman in her late 50s and so bulbous she was almost entirely round. She didn't look her age either. She looked at least 80, and wherever she went, she exuded an unholy, disgusting stench. Her greasy gray hair hung down her head in matted patches and her upper lip was hairier than my dog's snout. No clothes ever seemed to fit her. Her wide skirts always hung loosely down her form and most of the time, they were far too long and she'd end up tripping over the hems. Blouses, shirts, and jackets never closed entirely. Buttons often sprang off and seams regularly puckered or tore. She had the meanest, darkest eyes and to top it all off, a big black wart sat atop the tip of her crooked nose. Christ, I was scared of her. And how? Then again, nearly all the kids were. Mrs. Tucker was never mean to us, always acting like she was some kind of sweet, friendly aunt to the whole lot of us, but it was simply too much. Her saccharine shtick inspired mistrust and unease rather than comfort and affection. She taught arts and crafts, but as far as I was concerned, it could have just as well been demonology. I still remember sitting in the very back of the classroom, keeping my head low and my eyes half shut, trying my hardest to fall asleep during her lesson. Despite managing not to look at her, I couldn't block out the rattling sound of her voice. It was high-pitched and overly gentle, and about as pleasant as the noise an unoiled door hinge would make. Henny. I heard her call my name but pretended like I hadn't. Henny. Crap, she was coming over to my desk. Her chunky heels were clunking on the linoleum floor. I felt her gnarled hands on my shoulders. Don't touch me, you creepy hag, I hissed, not turning around nor raising my head. Now, Henny, that wasn't very nice. Her hands dug deeper into my shoulders like she was massaging me. I shuddered. I said, get your paws off, I grunted. Mrs. Tucker withdrew. You really ought to follow the lesson, Henny. Don't you want to learn what our new project is all about? I most certainly did not. Henny? Eat lady. Mrs. Tucker let out a deep sigh. I heard her returning to the front of the classroom and my heartbeat finally slowed down again. There was no use in trying to sleep anymore, though. I'd most certainly have some kind of nightmare about those gross fingers of hers if I did. My eyes shut, I listened to her door creak voice explaining the task she intended to send us home with. Now, for Halloween, we want to make something right special. This holiday is not just about eating candy, it's about celebrating fall and embracing winter. Isn't that exciting, darlings? No response came from anywhere in the room. Mrs. Tucker cleared her throat before carrying on. I want all of you to pick the last flowers you can find around your homes and dry them between the pages of a suitable book. Then, collect enough acorns and chestnuts to each make a neat little doll out of them. You may paint your doll and decorate it with dried flowers. Make sure to write your name on it. On Halloween, you'll bring all the dolls to school with you and we'll decide on who's got the best one. My, won't that be fun, children? Silence. Mrs. Tucker hummed. Well then, this assignment is due on October 31st. And I'm expecting a lot from you, my darlings. You've got all the time in the world, so really put your soul into this artwork. Just this once you'll try hard, won't you? I would have never admitted this, but the idea of crafting such a doll actually appealed to me. Therefore, I decided to take a stroll through the woods near the schoolhouse that same day. I kept my eyes peeled for flowers, but try as I might, I found none. Colorful leaves rained from the trees as their branches were shaken by howling gusts of wind. The stinging cold and the eerie sounds may have scared me if it hadn't been for the frosty yet bright sun shining down on me from a cheerfully blue sky peppered with white, fluffy clouds. At least there were plenty of ripe chestnuts. They were gleaming in the tall, wet grass by my feet like deep brown diamonds. I began to pick up a few but soon got extremely bored with the task. Frustrated, I started hurling the ones I'd collected against a big black rock to see if they'd break. Once I had thrown all my chestnuts, I went over to the rock for an assessment. Sadly, these poor man's diamonds had exploded the way I'd hoped they would. I did discover something else, though, something a lot more interesting. On the other side of the rock, there was a drawing done in white chalk. It was unlike anything I'd ever seen before, and the only way I can describe it was that it resembled a much embellished star with weird, indecipherable letters around it. I knelt there for a little while longer, pondering the symbol's meaning and origin. The flighty child that I was, however, I soon lost interest and went on homeward. The day of Halloween was a school day, one that promised to be particularly awful at that. Mrs. Tucker watched us trickle into her classroom with a wide smile on her face. I showed up late, as per usual, and sat down in the back only to instantly slouch and place my head in my palms. I hadn't slept well the night before, so all I wanted at that moment was to take a nap. How was I supposed to egg houses that coming night when I was this tired? To my dismay, Mrs. Tucker had apparently intended to have her idiotic chestnut doll competition outside. All right kids, pack your things, we're taking a little walk into the woods. This weather we're having is just grand, isn't it? Oh, we'll have such a jolly time. I didn't bother to stifle my sigh of disappointment. I contemplated simply staying in my seat as an act of protest, but I didn't have the energy to start that big an argument, so I ended up obediently trotting along with the others. Mrs. Tucker led us away from the schoolhouse and into the adjacent forest. Shuffling through the underbrush, her hunchbacked form resembled a big, moving tree stump. The clear, breezy open air had an invigorating effect on me, helping me ignore my listlessness. Trudging through the weeds and the mud twigs snapping beneath our feet, we followed her until she came to a halt in the exact same spot I'd been to after she'd announced the project. I instantly recognized the rock that had the chalk symbol on its backside. I quickly rounded the large stone to check, and sure enough, the drawing was still there. It even appeared to have been freshened up not too long ago. Something about this seemed fishy to me. Sure, it could have been a coincidence, but I simply had this feeling that Mrs. Tucker was up to something here. All right, children, place your bags in a neat little row right over there by the mount. We don't want them getting dirty. Now, please grab your dolls and line them up around this rock here. Don't dawdle. I could tell my classmates were just as confused as I was. Some whispered among one another, others exchanged doubtful glances. Nevertheless, they each started producing their contributions to the project and placed them around the rock at random. Mrs. Tucker seemed all too pleased. Lovely, she proclaimed. Now, please turn around and close your eyes while I take a look at these. I recognized my own bewilderment in the faces of my fellow students. This was getting absurd. A mere few did as they were told, the others just stared at the teacher in confusion. Turn around. Mrs. Tucker suddenly barked, causing all of us, even myself, to obey. My heart was racing. I couldn't believe how afraid I was all of a sudden. I was in some way deeply aware that something was going terribly awry. The wind picked up, growing colder and fiercer as it blew our hair into our faces and raised dead leaves from the forest floor, making them twirl and dance as it carried them along. Lord and Master, hear my call. Mrs. Tucker cried out, her voice warping and lowering in pitch until it sounded like something straight from hell. Lord and Master, know my heart. I froze. I literally froze. I couldn't move anymore. I could blink and breathe, but I couldn't lift a single finger. I couldn't even open my mouth. Fear gripped me as I struggled against whatever force was holding me in place. I soon realized it was futile, though. The wind turned into a howling storm. Through its whistling, I almost couldn't make out what our teacher was saying. I offer you these 19 souls, small and pure and ripe for your taking. By the dolls they have fashioned in their likeness, and by their names that they've carved into the fruits of your trees. Their souls are yours for the taking. My heart was drumming, my blood singing in my ears. I was starting to get a grasp of the situation I was in, beginning to understand what this wretched old hag was trying to do to us. One thing I knew for sure, I did not want to see what it was she was talking to. 18. The voice of the creature didn't sound like it came from one single mouth. It was all around me, booming through the woods as though it was being blasted at us through a dozen hidden speakers. 18? Mrs. Tucker repeated in an alarmed tone. What? What do you mean? $18 for 18 souls. You've promised me more than you're able to give, my priestess. What? No. No, 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 it can't be. All of them were. That's when I realized it. A wave of energy surged through my body and, suddenly overcome with bravery, I whirled around. I only dared to look at Mrs. Tucker. Her sight alone was enough to reintroduce a sense of dread into my steeled heart. Her hair was standing on end, hovering around her head like a dirty, drizzly halo. The whites of her eyes had swallowed her irises and pupils, and her mouth hung wide open, like that of a snake with its jaw unhinged. There was something hovering above her, something big that was casting a long shadow onto the ground, but I couldn't find the strength to look up. Somewhere deep down, I knew I needed to protect my young mind from what I would see if I did. Instead, I firmly held my teacher's hateful glare. She had apparently put two and two together at the same time as me, spun around, and was now facing me, her twisted grimace expressing both anger and panic. She could tell that her plan had gone wrong, that I had come between her and whatever she'd been meaning to get out of all this. You disgusting, rotten little brat, she bellowed, squatting like a beast of prey about to pounce. Do you have any idea what you've cost me? She jumped, and I staggered back, but to my utter shock and disbelief, she began to dissolve. Her face began melting, bubbles forming under her skin that grew and then popped, leaving liquidated pink flesh running down her bare skull. She was still in midair when her body crumbled entirely. What was left of her hit the forest floor with a splat. My mouth agape, I stared in horror at the decomposed heap of organic matter that had once been Mrs. Tucker. This was her last chance, you see. Her efforts were never fully successful, never calculated nor thought out. I have no use for a priestess with lacking devotion. I still didn't look up. In fact, I might as well have remained frozen from the start, for I didn't dare to move a muscle until the shadow had disappeared and I heard the other kids gasp and stumble around as they returned to their senses. It took us a long time to convince our parents of what had truly happened that day. But when you've got 19 kids all saying the same thing and a weird rock in the woods, it's hard to brush stuff like that off, even if it sounds a tad outlandish. So they did away with the big stone. I don't know where to, but I never saw it again. We got a new art teacher, too. She was a similarly boring but definitely less creepy lady. And that's the whole story. Of course, it encouraged me to live the way I do nowadays. I don't work, mooching off friends and family at every possible opportunity. Don't judge, I'm being lazy out of the goodness of my heart. Who knows, I might save the world someday if I keep it. Back from the dead for a little while. Yes, literally. When I went to hell, I knew exactly why. Well, Tony, shouldn't have wiped your hands on the dog, I guess, the man in the dark suit began. And if you hadn't shot these two guys back when you were 20, it would have probably done a lot in your favor too. I know what I did, I replied. Thought so, but I have to be clear with everyone who goes down here. After all, we need to find a fitting punishment for you. Aha! What do you have in mind? I asked as I sat down in the office chair across from him at his gesture. Think. Long and hard. 2 mothers lost their sons, thanks to you. It was self-defense. It wasn't. You didn't need to shoot them in the chest. A bullet in the knee and they would have gone down either way. They didn't have any weapons, they were coming at you, but it wasn't a fair fight. To be frank, if it was just me, I'd let it slide. You were in distress, maybe you weren't thinking, but see, this is how we get you. And it's still 2 lives that were snuffed out that night. Either way, you did change your ways, didn't you? A fond smile crept its way onto my lips. When I met Maria, the man in the dark suit raised his brows. Yes, right. Your dear wife Maria. A virtuous lady with a heart of gold if there's ever been one. Yeah, Maria's great. Was. My condolences. The second these words left his mouth, I felt my chest tighten. My heart must have stood still for a moment. Was? I repeated. You've been waiting for a long time, Tony. You didn't notice, of course, but we are really busy most of the time. You died 10 years ago on the spot, so happy anniversary, I suppose. The sad thing is that in the meantime, something truly unfortunate happened to your mourning widow. Did she remarry? I inquired. No, that's not it. He slammed the folder in front of him shut, suddenly a relieved smile on his face. But this actually made me come up with a great punishment for you. He rose from his chair and held out his hand to me. I did the same and shook his offered hand. He cleared his throat. For the pain you have caused to loving people and for the lives you have taken, you shall witness the person you yourself loved most of all being wiped from the face of the earth. I swallowed hard. I couldn't think of anything I would like less than to watch my wife suffer, but he was right. It seemed adequate. I deserved it. Even more, so, something deep inside of me had to know what had happened to the love of my life. A dread-filled, nervous, frightened kind of curiosity. The man in the black suit led me into a dark room with only a chair and a large screen inside. He sat me down on the chair and proceeded to strap me down into it. Once I was seated, he reached out to touch my face and pushed up my eyelids. When he let go, I noticed I was unable to squeeze them shut again. Don't worry, your eyes won't dry out, he promised. All you have to do is watch and then I'll let you close them again. I sighed and nodded. Fair. Ready? The man produced a small remote control from his pocket. I took a deep breath and directed my eyes up at the screen, bracing myself. Yes. The man patted my shoulder and pressed a button on the remote. The screen buzzed and came flickering to life. I could hear the man leave the room and shut the door behind himself, locking it with a click. My heart was pounding in my chest as I stared up at the monitor on which an image had appeared. It displayed a familiar scene. Our neighborhood, the street on which we'd lived before I died. It was dark and the moon hung high up in the sky. And there she was. Maria. She looked older than I remembered, but not by much, and she hadn't lost one bit of her beauty. The silvery moonlight was shining down onto her brown locks, which were flowing down her slender shoulders as gracefully as ever, and tears were shimmering in her large, dark round eyes. She quickly wiped them off with one hand, the other clutching the shopping bag she was carrying. And then it happened. As she rounded the corner, she bumped into someone. She gasped and dropped her shopping bag, spilling oranges, eggs, and a bag of flour onto the ground. A slew of apologies on her lips, she bent down to pick it all up. She hurriedly shoved the items back into her bag and stood back up, only to find herself eye to eye with the muzzle of a gun. My heart sank, and judging from the look of sheer terror on her face, so did hers. Her jaw dropped to form a surprised, horrified little O, but it didn't last long. The man pulled the trigger just a split second later. I watched as Maria, the woman that had made my life worthwhile, who had cherished and loved me despite my past crimes, who had shown me a different side of a world that had treated me with little else but disregarded best and cruelty at worst before the day she had stepped into my life, fell to her knees. By the time her lifeless body hit the ground, I was screaming so loud I thought my lungs could have burst. The man took out a small Polaroid camera, snapped a picture of the scene, and turned to leave. He didn't pick up her purse or her bag. He simply walked off, a smile on his face, as if he was pleased with just having snuffed out the life of an innocent, unsuspecting pure soul, as if he hadn't just stolen what could have been decades of healing from her loss and enjoying her time on earth from her. Tears running down my cheeks, unstopped by my frozen eyelids, I yelled at the screen, at the man, at the corpse of my wife. Finally, the lights of the moving picture faded to black and the screen turned off. I could hear the man in the black suit coming behind me. He walked up to me and loosened my restraints before gently wiping over my eyelids. They fluttered shut instantly, and I blinked a few times, getting used to the feeling again as the tears kept streaming down my cheeks. I swallowed, looking up at him. "Where is she?" I asked breathlessly. "She's in limbo. She'll go to heaven for sure, but for now, there's too much turmoil in her soul for her to find release. Send her up there now," I demanded, wiping my red, swollen eyes. "Not that easy, I'm afraid. It's her soul, Tony. It's inside of her," he sighed. "She'll have to calm down first. It might take a while. She's dazed, confused, at complete odds with her sudden death and far from acceptance." Suddenly, he perked up like he had just had an idea. "Of course, I suppose we could. Help things go their natural way a little." "We could? How?" "Whatever it is, I'll do it. Anything. Hold your horses, I'll explain. There's only one thing that'll help the soul of someone who has suffered injustice at the hands of another. Do you know what that is, Tony? Forgiveness?" I offered pathetically. "Ha ha, no. Revenge. See, there's one big advantage you have by having been sent here, and that is that once you've received your punishment, you're free to go. Well, not exactly free, but free to do as we tell you without being tortured." Noticing the disbelief on my face, he rolled his eyes. "That's how it works. You come down here, we make you repent, and once we think you've had enough, we send you forth to get us some new sinners. And this guy, he's got a top spot on our list. You may have noticed that he didn't kill Maria for her money or possessions. He did it because he wanted to, and he's done it before. He enjoys it." I let out a shaky sob. The man in the black suit held out his hand to help me up. "So, Tony, how about it? Are you going to avenge your dearest departed? This time, it truly would be the right thing to do. An eye for an eye." I could feel my face harden, and I placed my hand in his and let him pull me to my feet. The man in the black suit guided me back to the elevator I had found myself in after awakening. The one I had descended in. We stood side by side in the small cabin when an unsettling thought came to me. "How do I know you're not just screwing me over?" I asked. "I have absolutely no need to. All I want is for this man to be down here." He chuckled a little. "Oh, the things I'm going to do to him. The things I'll make him do." His voice trailed off. "And you want to take revenge for Maria so she can move on. We both have our motives in the open, and I swear by my good name that your maneuver will not be in vain." "And your good name is?" "Son, I'd have to mutilate your vocal cords for you to pronounce it," he replied with a laugh. "And what good is a name you can't speak out loud? Just trust me on this. I mean, it's not like you got much of an alternative." "I'll trust you then," I muttered, hoping I would not be regretting this decision anytime soon. "I will give you what you need most in this world you are about to return to, a body. But that's all I have. You'll need to find a weapon and a way, but since the will is there already, I'm confident in your success." He motioned for me to turn to him, and I did, giving him a questioning look. "The apartment you'll find yourself in is his. I'm not sure if he's home, but let's hope he is, and you'll manage to catch him off guard. One more thing, you need to be over with it by sunrise. That's when I'll take you back here. Good luck." With that, he pressed both his palms to my temples, and I felt my eyes flutter shut, only to see a set of completely new surroundings upon opening them again. I was standing in a kitchen, facing a fridge right next to a small stove. My head was spinning, and I had to grab onto the counter behind me in order to stay on my feet. Looking down at myself, I recognized the clothes I was wearing. The same jacket and pants I had worn when I'd had my accident. They were even still torn in places. I could feel my own crusted blood rub against my skin from the inside of those parts that hadn't been ripped apart but should have. Still, my body was whole. Ignoring the disgusting feeling of dirty clothes and the aftertaste of my own death that hadn't seemed to have happened this long ago, I began to look around. The block of knives beside me looked promising. I grabbed a hold of the longest one and pulled it out, considering it. It certainly wouldn't be easy, attacking with such a large, clumsy makeshift weapon, but with a bit of luck and his potential surprise acting in my favor, I figured it had to do. Trying not to make any sound, I proceeded into the adjacent room. The bedroom was right next to the kitchen, and they were connected by a tiny, narrow hallway. I held still to listen to any possible noises, but all was silent. The idea that he really wasn't home began to sink in. Of course, that would complicate matters a bit, but at least it gave me the time to look around. The bedroom door was already open just a crack, and it creaked when I pushed against it. Slipping inside, I found the room to be of about the same style as the kitchen, small and cramped. The sheets on the bed were folded in a neat, orderly manner that appeared weirdly at odds with the general decrepitude of the place. There was an old white closet leaning up against the wall across from the small bed. It looked beaten up and I immediately noticed scratches in the paint. There was dust everywhere under the bed and nightstand. I could even see it from where I stood. I frowned slightly. Maria would have hated this room. I remembered the many times I saw her sweep the floors in our house, her hand on her back in uncomfort. I'd offer her to take over and she'd let me, only to reconquer the broom saying I didn't do it right. Sweet, perfectionist Maria. Remembering the photo he took of her body, I began to go through the drawers. I was sure he was keeping a stash of them somewhere. My search came up with nothing at first, until I tripped over a tiny elevation in the ground. A loose floorboard, how original. I bent down and used my nails to dig it up before lifting it from its place. There was a yellowed envelope hidden in the small space I had just uncovered, stained with dust and the marks of time and use. Its opening edges were frayed. I picked it up to take a look at it. As expected, there were photos in there. Lots of photos. I counted 12 in total. I couldn't bear to look at that of my wife, but I did pay attention to the 3 that followed hers. I assumed they were in some sort of chronological order. If that was the case, then the later victims had suffered a lot more at his hands. These last 3 hadn't been shot. They had been stabbed to death, each one apparently with more ferocity than the last. It was sickening. Once I couldn't stand it any longer, I continued looking around. Needless to say, I found his laptop and decided to make use of it. He's not home yet, but it can't be long now. I know he's not expecting me. I'll wait behind the door for the bastard. He won't even see it coming. It'll be quick and clean, or at least quicker and cleaner than he would deserve after what he did to them. To her. Who knows what the man in the black suit's plans for me are after that. Maybe I should be scared, I don't know. That's where I'm at right now, and that's all. I put the photos back into the envelope and placed it on the table, in plain sight for the cops to find when they come to investigate what I imagine will probably be quite a stank after a few days. I guess you guys are gonna hear something about all this in the news soon. Or maybe they'll cover it up, who knows. But if the authorities do find him, and if they do find the photos, then there will be people out there knowing why there's a dead man's fingerprints on it. Besides, my initial demise came so quickly I couldn't even think about it too much. If I'm being honest, I went into writing this expecting it to turn out to be some kind of goodbye letter. I guess that's just not my thing. This is alright though. This will do. When I was a kid, I thought the thing I had encountered was the Easter Bunny. Now I know better. I was an obedient child and never got into much trouble. Maybe that's part of why I was never very tough and got scared easily. I have to admit that I was a bit of a crybaby. I must have been around 9 years old when this happened. It was the day before Easter and I was thrilled. Every year, my parents would hide chocolate eggs for me around the house and in the morning, the glorious search would begin. By then, I already didn't really believe in the Easter Bunny or Santa anymore. I kind of had a feeling that my parents were behind it all. Of course, this feeling was right, but my childish faith was not completely gone yet. I was just doubtful. That one night, however, my faith was renewed. I think the doubt came in when I was 7 and heard my dad curse loudly that one night when he hit his head carrying one of my Christmas presents downstairs so I would find it in the morning. He must have thought I was asleep. Well, I wasn't, so I heard him whisper shout at my mom to help him and take that goddamn birdcage already. Guess what? I got a bird for Christmas that year. We had to give it away a few months later. But that's an entirely different story. Anyways, it was the night before the Easter egg hunt and I lay in bed shivering with excitement. I couldn't sleep and I didn't even try to. I heard my parents shuffle about downstairs. They were talking in hushed voices. The creaking on the lower staircase told me that they were sneaking around the house, probably hiding candy for me to find in the morning. The places they would hide it in were always really tricky and hard to find, so I listened closely, trying to get a few hints on the chocolate's whereabouts. Let's put one on the top shelf. It'll drive her crazy, I heard my dad whisper, followed by the sound of my mom giggling. I chuckled. Then, I heard one of them coming up the stairs, quietly approaching my room. I pulled my blanket up to my nose, pressed my eyes shut, and began breathing very slowly as to pretend that I was asleep. It was my dad. I could hear him as he made his way past my bed and fumbled around with some papers on my little desk. I then heard him walk over to the closet where he seemingly stood still for a second, as if he was trying to make out whether I was awake. I felt my lips curling in excitement and managed to quickly press my hand onto my mouth underneath the blanket before I could giggle. Dad let out a small sigh of relief and I heard him shove something into one of the drawers. He then slowly and ever so quietly made his way out of my room and back down the stairs. All set? My mom asked him in a low voice. Yup. Let's go to sleep now. God, I'm tired, he whispered back. I don't know when I fell asleep, but it must have been not long after. Maybe 1 hour? Maybe 2? Either way, I was woken up by a rather loud creaking noise. Weird, I thought. I had assumed my parents had gone to bed already. I stayed put and focused. There it was again. A creaking noise as if someone was climbing the upper staircase. The one right outside my room. I felt my heart beat just a little bit faster. There's no need to be nervous, I told myself. Maybe my dad forgot something. Maybe it was just the house settling. I was growing more and more nervous. Trying to calm down did not really work anymore. Panic began to set in when I saw how the door slowly inched open and a dark figure entered my bedroom. I held my breath. The figure was tall, way taller than Mom or Dad. I could not see its face or anything about it for that matter. However, there was just enough moonlight falling into my room through the halfway drawn curtains for me to be able to make out its silhouette. It looked like that of a man. On top of its head, however, were 2 long, large things. They looked like rabbit ears. I swallowed. This was not normal. This was not right. My eyes began filling with tears. The next thing I heard was its breathing. Long, ragged breaths, the thought of which makes me shiver to this day. It walked over to the window and pulled open the curtains, allowing the bright moonlight to flood my room, illuminating the dark figure. I pressed my eyes shut. I did not want to see what this thing looked like. By now, tears were running down my cheeks. I could hear it approaching and halting right in front of my bed. Then it spoke to me. In a low, raspy voice it said, "Don't open your eyes. Let me have a look at you." It bent down. I felt the blanket being pulled from my head. What followed was the sensation of my face being hit by warm, foul-smelling breath, and then a gloved finger caressing my cheek. My lip was quivering and I could barely hold back a loud sob. It stood like this for a moment, seemingly just staring at me. I was contemplating. What should I do? Should I yell for my parents? Should I try to run? I chose not to take a risk. I was convinced he would get a hold of me and kill me if I did so. I was paralyzed with fear. Shh, the voice cooed. Finally, it pulled back its finger. It was still hovering over me, though. I could feel it. Good. You're a good little girl. Now, hold out your hand. I did as I was told and stretched out my little hand from under the blanket. Again I felt gloved fingers, now wrapping around it as if preparing to shake it. A low chuckle erupted from my side. That's a good kid. I have a gift for you. I'll place it in your hand now, but you must promise me not to look at it until next morning, okay? Okay, I whimpered. Do you swear on your life? I swear on my life. Well then. There you are. I felt something soft and feathery touch my hand. I instantly wrapped my fingers around it. It almost felt like a plushie of some sort, but it was strangely cold to the touch. Hey, where are your manners? What do you say when you receive a gift? The voice asked in a strict tone. Thank you, Mr. Easter Bunny, I whispered in a cracked voice. Another chuckle. How polite you can be. Tell your mommy and daddy I said hi. With that, it left. I heard it walk down the stairs and then quietly exit through the front door, pulling it shut behind it. I lay there, now beginning to sob quietly, the Easter Bunny's gift still in my hand. I was woken up by my mother's ear-piercing scream. My eyelids fluttered open. It was light outside by now and my mother was standing over me, a broken cup that must have once held cocoa on the floor next to her feet. I stumbled out of bed and right into her arms. Mom, I wept. The Easter Bunny scared me. He scared me so much. Strong as she was, my mother picked me up and pressed my head against her shoulder. I suddenly noticed that the gift the Easter Bunny had given me was not in my hand anymore. I tried to turn my head to look for it, but my mother turned around to obscure my view. No. Honey, don't. I struggled in her arms. Honey, don't look, she shouted, but it was already too late. The reason for my mother's shock suddenly became clear to me. I had managed to wind out of her grip and had fallen onto the floor, right in front of the dead body of a small, yellow chick. That's when I began screaming. I have spent many years of my teenage and young adult life suppressing this memory. Why it came flooding back to me this Easter, 6 years later, I don't know. But what I do know by now is that the thing that came to me that night to talk to me and place a dead baby bird in my hand, the thing that spent the last 12 years haunting my nightmares, was not the Easter Bunny. Has anyone Googled their name lately? Somebody reviewed my life online. I like to Google myself sometimes. It's an arrogant but innocent habit. I have a very unique full name, and as far as I know, I'm the only one stuck with it in the world. Sometimes I use Google to check if my email pops up on the spam sites. Sometimes I do it to look at the old articles that mention me in sports competitions. I know that's a little narcissistic, but I can't be the only one to do it. Sometimes it can be interesting to run a weird search and see what comes up. So, this morning was a slow one at work, and I decided to indulge in this self-obsessed habit for the umpteenth time. I threw the quotation marks around my name and hit enter. The results included the usual social media. My LinkedIn and Facebook pages populated the first 2 slots. An Amazon account with my wedding registry showed up third. But below that, displayed as an ordinary social media profile, was the website mylife.com. Some of you may already be familiar with My Life. It is basically the stalker's national anthem for any and all information relevant to an individual's life. Full names, political party affiliation, partial addresses and phone numbers are all available with just the preview option. If you subscribe to their bullshit, they will even let you search court and arrest records, photos, family and friends, and so much more. It is a creepy, dark corner of the internet. But they recently added a new feature. Reviews and ratings. See for yourself. The reviews are actually integrated fairly often throughout my life's website. It pops up at the top of my profile. And, surprisingly, I already had 1 review on the seemingly new feature. Here's what that looks like. As you can tell, my rating is 3.5 out of 5. I'm not sure what annoyed me more, the fact that this creepy website allowed me to be reviewed by strangers on the internet, or that said stranger chose to give me anything less than a 5. In the words of Dennis Reynolds, I'm a 5-star man. And so I clicked the review. Now, if anyone reading along finds themselves in the same situation, I don't recommend this part. It took about 10 minutes for the shitty website to query a bunch of sketchy sounding databases, and at the end of it all, they still told me I had to pay to see something more. The mystery had already been built up for me. In my head, I had to see what was next, so I clicked and gave them my credit card. I don't even remember what it cost. I'll find out soon enough. I had to pass through another 1,000 layers of bullshit to find my review. They tried to show me non-existent arrest records. Then they asked if I wanted to see my own phone number. There was an option to lock everything and make it inaccessible to the public, and I did that, but not before I found the review. Nestled in the bottom of the page. Here's what it said, with all personally identifiable information redacted. I have since sent it to the police. Summary, Matthew is the son of, mom's name redacted, and, dad's name redacted. He is currently living at, address redacted. He currently stands approximately, redacted, and, redacted, wait. He is mentioned in several news clippings, here, as a member of team rosters. He attended college at, redacted, university where he double majored in, redacted study. He is unmarried and employed by, my boss's name. Active on all social media platforms, including LinkedIn, Facebook, Twitter, Reddit, Instagram. Feedback, an inspection of publicly recovered waste reflects an obsession with overeating and an overindulgence of bad habits in general. Witness testimony reveals that Matthew will resort to questionable means on several occasions to get his way. He has no criminal record but had several close encounters, citations, and traffic stops throughout his teenage years. Electronic and visual monitoring indicates a fairly consistent schedule detailed below. Feedback: I have determined that this individual represents an ideal candidate for control group 12. Rating assigned accordingly. Activity: Matthew wakes at 5 a.m. every morning to walk the dog. Matthew goes to work at 7 a.m., Monday through Friday. Note: the house is left unattended during this time. Matthew returns from work at 5 p.m., Monday through Friday. Matthew remains in the house, with little variation, from 5 p.m. until nightfall. This schedule is extended and varied on weekends. James said there were giants there. I wish that I cared. There were giants that way. That was all James ever used to say. In the woods out back, down the path to the right, past the old sewer runoff, and into the clearing next to the skunk cabbage. There were giants. He would whisper it from his hospice bed. He was really good at that. James that was the type of kid that could tell a bedtime story so terrible, so shocking, that it made all the little hairs on your neck and arm prickle up like crazy. I am not so good at that, but I will try. They were 3 mean giants, and each was dirtier and nastier than the last one. The biggest one was the lady giant. James called her Big Red, on account of her long, matted red hair that was the shade of my bed sheets. She had a real crackly voice, and when James imitated Big Red, he coughed and gagged like he had some of her hair caught in the back of his throat. I always got a good giggle out of that. One time, James was so loud when he was doing the Big Red voice, Mom came into our room and turned the light on because she thought we were playing past bedtime. We laughed about that for a little while, but then she had to check on his medicine again. Big Red never wore any clothes. James said that was because there weren't any clothes in the world that could fit her huge, gnarly belly. Her skin was gross too, like a saggy pint of old ice cream. James said that Red reeked so bad that he would know if she was coming from a mile away. She smelled like burning cabbage and old French fries, and when she talked, 2 long, lonely yellow teeth poked out of her mashing gums and pinched together. She was also, approximately, a gazillion feet tall. The next biggest giant was a man giant, and he could not wear any clothes either. The other ones called him Rippo, and he was a trillion feet tall. Rippo was the meanest giant because once he got a hold of a boy he would hit him until the boy was forced to fall asleep for a little while. He had all of his yellow teeth left, and they were sharp like knives that could cut through your skin in a second. James showed me the marks. The last giant was maybe only 1,000,000 feet tall, and the clothes he wore were really dirty and gray and ripped all over the place with weird patches. James called him Muskrat, on account of the fact his voice was always squeaky like a mouse. But Muskrat looked more like a cat. He was the best at slinking and sliding between the trees or making himself unseen. Muskrat reminded me of our house cat, Mellow, because both of them had really long nails. Every time those nails touched your skin, a thin red line would follow in its path. James showed me those marks, too. I didn't believe him though, not really. One day when James was at the doctor's office, Mom took me to the local library and found the biggest book on giants in the whole place. Mom was too sad to read it to me, but I got the idea from the pictures. There were never any real giants. Giants were make-believe, stupid stuff for kids and babies that lived only in stories and fairy tales. Even still, the next day at school, I brought my giant book to class and told them all about the things I had learned. But when the teacher saw it, she just told me to read a more adult book and all the kids laughed at me. After a while, I got tired of James' stories. Each night was a new chapter. Sometimes it was where they lived, or what they ate, or who they killed. I remember one night when he talked about how the giants used the bones of kids they ate as tools and decorations all around their old wooden cabin. It was so scary and so detailed, but I still knew none of it was real. Soon enough, it was just downright stupid. How can you be scared of something you know is fake? 2 library books had already told me the truth, and even my mom had caved and told me there was no such thing as giants. One night, I told James he was a baby and I did not want to hear his dumb baby stories anymore. Not long after that, he got a lot more sick. Mom promised it was not because of our fight, but I did not believe her either. The doctor said the holes in his head were not healing right, and the little hospital in our house was not good enough. He needed to go to the city full time. When he got there, we stayed with James each and every day at night, but the news was always bad. One day, Mom told me James wouldn't be able to talk anymore. I missed the stories after that. Another day, she said James could not smell. I wondered how he would smell the giants and know if they were coming. Then after that, James did not know we were in the room at all. On the last night, I cried in the hospital room and begged James to wake up. One more giant story was all I ever asked. He was so quiet and so still, and his chest moved up and down so smoothly that it just seemed like he was sleeping. I told myself the doctors were idiots and he was fine all along. Maybe he was dreaming about the giants and could not wake up because he was fighting them in their kingdom one last time. But deep down I knew that was wrong. Deep down, I just prayed his eyes would open one more time. But nobody answered. The monitor beeped and beeped and beeped for a little while, and then it didn't. Mom took me home after that. The next night, my mom had to take care of some things for James and promised to not be gone for long. In turn, she made me promise that I would be a good and brave boy. I told her that I would, but kept my fingers crossed behind my back the whole time. I was a crafty kid. 20 minutes after she was gone out the front door, I was out the back door and into the woods. Down the path to the right, past the old sewer runoff, and into the clearing next to the skunk cabbage. I needed to see it for myself. Even to a 6-year-old, there was something about that story that never felt right. James had never told anybody else where the giants were, or much about them at all. He said they would eat him if he ever did. But he trusted me with the truth, and it was up to me to find it out. It was dark. I never planned on it being that dark. There were no lights out there, but there was a full moon and a clear sky behind it. I was lucky to have that, because without it I may not have been able to follow James' instructions as clearly as I did. It was quiet. It was the type of quiet only the woods can provide, without the humming of electricity and car motors. It was so quiet that I could hear the sound of the campfire in the clearing from a long way away. There were 3 people gathered around it. The woman had bright red hair. Her voice was loud and unmistakable as it crackled to her friends beside her. The man was massive, with a burly chest covered in hair that dipped down to his shoulders. The third was passive, hiding behind a tree just out of the light of the flames. They stood in front of an old cabin connected to a side street I'd never seen before. I did not stay to find out more. James told me that if you took your shoes off and ran on the pine needles, the giants couldn't hear you. The dry ends of the leaves and brush cut my feet when I did it, but without shoes, I was quieter than the forest itself. In minutes, I was at the already open back door and in the arms of my mother. I told her everything in a sobbing mess. About James' stories every night before bed. About the giants, and everything I saw just seconds before. She panicked and called the police. It was not long before just about all of them were in our driveway and asking questions. An hour later, the officers swarmed an old cabin a mile from our property, and 3 vagrants were arrested for trespassing, possession of narcotics, and as suspects in the murders of several missing children. None of it made much sense to me at the time I told the policeman my story about James and the giants, and asked him whether he thought the 3 people were really monsters. He thought about that for a long time and waited until my mom was out of the room before he could even reply. Sometimes, we put our pain into stories to make it easier to understand. But that doesn't mean the monsters are not real. The monsters are always real. After that, I started to see. Because those 3 never looked like giants to me. Dark water. Swim after me. Those were our captain's last words. I think about them often. Did he know what was coming? Obviously, he couldn't. Not really. But did any piece of him feel like this would be the last time his lips moved to form a sentence? A fleeting feeling, maybe, an instinct buried inside and pushed away like some awkward cousin to deja vu. Do we get that chance? However small, does the universe ever offer any opportunity to walk away from death? Or does it just happen, and we're gone, as quickly as turning off the light? John certainly looked confident as he tied the life preserver firmly around my waist. The strap dug into my chest, and it was uncomfortable around my head, but he showed me a way to loosen the string and stick the slack into a loop. He gestured to my wife next, indicating that hers needed to be tightened with both hands. I moved over to help her, and without another word, John hopped over the rail of the boat and into the cold blue ocean behind us. An enormous splash erupted in his wake. The plan was pretty simple. Anna and I were on our honeymoon. We paid Captain John's touring service for breakfast and drinks on the beach of a remote island. It wasn't cheap. We had spent 5 days in this tropical paradise. We wanted to make the last one special. John disappeared for a moment and then quickly resurfaced. He smiled in our direction, shook loose a thread of soaked hair tentacles, and thumbed up over his shoulder, as if to say the water's fine, before turning inland to swim towards the island. After a moment of fiddling, we both jumped in after him. I could remember the water feeling cold. That was the first thing that hit me, like a punch right in between the eyes. Why the f was it so cold? It was summer. We were miles from the equator, and yet my feet felt like 2 solid icicles floating beneath me. I moved my body perpendicularly to the ocean floor and felt my toes warm up. Captain John raised his arm up in the distance. He started to swim. We followed. The second odd thing was the color of the water. Now, I grew up in Jersey. In our neck of the woods, you would be lucky to see a foot into the ocean. But in this part of the world, we were used to seeing 6 or 7 feet below. That wasn't possible where we were swimming. Everything below us looked like darkness. I didn't like that. I kept feeling like something could be below me. The waves kicked up as we got closer to the head of the beach. The current took me under a couple of times. I took in several mouthfuls of salty water along the way. Sometime after my second or third coughing spree, I looked up to find John and realized that I couldn't see him. Anna was still beside me. She coughed and kicked on her own personal mission. I could tell that we were going in the right direction. But John was gone. I stopped swimming. Hey, we're dead. The scream that interrupted my sentence only lasted a few seconds. Look, I know how these things are portrayed in Hollywood. The blood squirts out as if from a yogurt tube. The victim shouts shark. As they heroically battle the beast several times their own size. He punches its eye. The victim escapes. Everyone's home in time for beers at the local shoreside dive bar. But my reality was much quieter. First John was there, then John wasn't, and then he screamed. But the sound didn't last. It was like when you change the channel on TV quickly and only catch a bit of a conversation. John's scream erupted at full volume. Then it muted itself. Shortly after, the water around me started to turn red. Then came the panic. Swim, I screamed. I don't know how many times I yelled it. Over and over again. Swim, swim, swim. To the island. To land. Land meant safety. Swim, swim, swim. Get the f*** out of here. The riptide by the beach was almost impossible to get through. We went in the direction of the water until we couldn't anymore. Exhausted, I half dragged my wife through the shallow water, listening to my heartbeat thump through my chest like an anvil until we finally felt the relief of dry sand under our feet. I looked around. We were alone. It took a while for the shock to wear off. Everyone responds to it differently. Eddie sat down on the beach and cried. I put myself into action. Action and ideas kept away the bad thoughts. I ran up and down the beach to get a better idea of our surroundings. It was shorter than a mile long and probably thinner than a quarter mile wide. Nearly the entire surface area of the island was consumed by the beach. A few trees were gathered in the center. I checked everywhere, but unfortunately, there was no fresh water. John had been carrying our lunch in his bag. I started to poke through the woods. A plan worked itself together in my head. We needed to reach the boat. I was confident that once we reached it, we could follow the direction the sun set and drive ourselves home. Captain John had anchored us only a couple dozen feet from the shore. The problem, obviously, was going back the way we came. I got it in my head that we needed a small raft. Something that would offer some level of protection to the things that waited below. I pulled together a few loose tree limbs. I cut them at the end with my pocket knife to even them out. I wandered around looking for some sort of string to hold the branches together. I found a fairly thick vine, and though I knew it wouldn't last, it was something. The entire operation took a few hours, and I made sure to check on Penny several times in between, just to make sure she hadn't completely lost it yet. She was getting there. The plan started to make me feel better. I could feel the panic moving away from the center of my brain to somewhere in the back. A task kept me occupied, I guess. It didn't give me time to think about how shitty our chances actually seemed. I had a list of steps put together in my head and I followed them. No more, no less. I had just finished tying the front end of my raft when Anna screamed. My feet hit the hot sand in a full sprint. Unsolicited images filled my head. Annie in the shark's mouth. Annie trying to swim away. Annie slowly slips under the surface as a fresh pool of red surrounds her mangled body. I arrived at the beachhead to find her intact. No blood, no injuries. She pointed to something in the distance. It took me a minute to catch my breath, figure out what she was talking about, and squint into the distance. But when I did, that's when I saw the arm. It floated lazily in the current. It almost could have been a piece of seaweed or other debris. But even from this distance, I could see the outline of a 4-leaf clover tattoo. Anna said she could see his wedding ring, but her eyes were always better than mine. I thought that meant the shark was gone. I don't know why. I guess maybe I thought he was full and had enough human for one day. But a moment later, a fin appeared, and the arm lazily dropped underwater. Then another fin came. Then another. Then 10 more. It wasn't long until we sat witness to an entire feeding frenzy. There must have been dozens. White sharks, bull sharks, you name it. We could only see their fins and faces when they surfaced. Their bodies thrashed about in the current. Waves are listed around them. The deep shade of red from John's blood had almost completely faded. There was nothing left for all of them to eat, but they waited around anyway. It was as if they could see us stranded on the beach. I know it sounds absurd, but it felt that way. So we waited too. Our first night on the beach was uneventful. It rained for a bit. Anna found a good spot under a jutting rock and tried to get some sleep. I continued fiddling with my raft. I strengthened the ties with a couple more pieces of the vine. I added a couple of boards to make it longer. I even gave it a test drive in about 6 inches of water by the beach. I made sure Annie was awake to watch me for that part. I knew we had to make the journey before dehydration set in. The sun would be hot in the morning. I could already the dryness pickling the back of my throat. Those gulps of salt water on the way had definitely sped up my thirst. You can last for weeks without food, but only a couple of days without water. I knew that we wouldn't have many chances. I went to sleep for an hour, with a plan to build my strength for one last hurrah. I woke up to an impossibly bright sun. Annie was standing over the raft. I knew she was still scared, but she looked determined. That gave me the confidence I needed. Time to go, she asked. Time to go, I confirmed. The water seemed calm as we pushed the raft over the shallow parts. Any signs of last night's feeding frenzy had evaporated. The clear blue sea surrounded us as tiny little minnows darted around our feet. I kept my eyes fixated on the dark water in the distance. I got it into my head that if I saw the shark, I could do something about it, which was stupid. We were already too far from the beach to escape. No one could outswim a killing machine. We would be dead. But control of the situation gave me confidence in the situation. So I went with it. At the edge of the dark water, I lifted Annie onto the top of the raft. The tree limbs buckled and moved around nervously, but my craftsmanship held up. I jumped on board beside her. And just like that, Annie dug my makeshifter into the seabed and pushed us off into the abyss. We were about 50 feet from Captain John's boat when we spotted the first fin. It was in the distance, probably a couple of 100 yards away, and that gave us hope. Maybe the fish moved on. Maybe we would be okay. Annie even laughed and gave me a bit of a thumbs up as I pulled the oar from her hand and pushed it a little faster. There was no warning. One moment we were paddling towards salvation, smiles on our faces, and the next, we were in the dark water. I felt something scaly brush against my leg. It must have cut me because I could feel salt water mixing into my scrape. I knew I was bleeding before I saw it. That's when I knew we were full. Panic took hold once again. Swim, I screamed. Swim, swim, swim. I kept waiting for the thing to hit me. I thought, since I was the one bleeding, the shark would spare Anna and kill me. And I was alright with that. As absurd as it sounds, I couldn't stand the thought of losing my wife. But if death is as simple as turning off a light, well, then maybe that would be better. The shark hit me on my left ankle. I wasn't going to go down that easy. I kicked it with the right, over and over again, as they tell you in the movies. I aimed for its face. Nothing worked. Soon we were in a barrel roll. My head dipped underwater. Salt water filled my lungs. I was more than ready for this to be the end. I accepted it. Annie had escaped. Like the TV channels flipping in and out, I could hear her climbing out of the water. She was going to make it. Everything else would be okay. The lights on the horizon started to go out. But just before they did, a large slap erupted right by my face. The water shook from the vibration. I couldn't figure out what just happened, but the shark let go of my ankle. I swam deliriously. To my left, a slap echoed on my shoulder. Fins surrounded me now. Each time they hit the water, the sound kicked me into another gear. I couldn't figure out what was going on. There had to be 20 fins around me, all slapping their fins like 20-somethings at a fish concert. Annie was screaming something, but I couldn't hear her. I dug both hands into the current and pulled myself towards her voice with every ounce of strength left in my body. The fins continued to surround me. Every 5 seconds or so they'd slap the water an inch from my face. They seemed awfully careful not to hit me. When I was about 10 feet from the boat, I could see Annie laughing, and then really through me. Here I am, inches from death, fighting for life. And she's laughing. She cupped her hands and repeated the thing she'd been shouting. Dolphins. I looked to my left. A fish longer than me matched my pace stroke for stroke. When it reached up to slap the water again, I finally realized what was happening. They were protecting me. I swam faster. More than anything, the dolphins gave me hope. 2 of them matched my pace all the way in. They felt like my bodyguards. Annie tossed down a life jacket. I grabbed it. She pulled me the rest of the way to the boat. As she was helping me on board the boat, I looked down to check out my ankle, which was no more than a pile of hamburger meat. Underneath it was a massive shadow. I didn't have to see it up close to know it was a white shark. My foot was a bloody stump, but adrenaline kept me moving. There were some scary moments during the first couple of days after our recovery. But we were okay. We lived. And for that, I am more than thankful. They never found John's body. I suppose there would not have been much left to find of it anyway. It has been years since this happened. My wife and I have moved on to a happy life, with happy kids, and much happier memories than this one. But I'll still never be able to forget it. I still have nightmares to this day. I'll never forget how close I came to having the lights go out. I'll never forget the happy look in John's eyes as he thumbed over his shoulder for us to follow. Like a fish in the sea, completely unaware of the chaos that awaited him. To this day, I will never swim in dark water again. I don't know why you're coming to me for this, but sure, I'll give you a tour of the house. Hi there. Who are you? Doesn't matter, really, I'm f***ing starved for conversation. Come right in. You're here for the house, I reckon. I gotta break it to you, I'm not the real estate agent. And you're kind of late. I mean look, it's nighttime already. Do you want the tour from me especially? That's an odd request, but okay. I can try, I guess. You can put your coat wherever. Do you want a drink? Or a snack maybe? No? Okay, well, if you change your mind. Actually, it doesn't matter, the fridge is empty anyways. So, this here's a nice enough place. It's cheaper than it's ever been before, so you really ought to buy it now. You should already know the basics. We have 2 upper floors, 1 kitchen, and 2 bathrooms. Do I come with the inventory? Stop it, you. Well, you're not so bad yourself. Oh, you weren't flirting, were you? Well, that's awkward. I'm so sorry. To answer your question, I guess I do. I hope you're not disappointed now. It's a long story, but I'll try to be quick if you really want to know. My parents kept on pressuring me to buy a house. They were all like, you're 35, you gotta settle down. And I'd finally found a partner for, like, the long run, so at least I wouldn't have to do it alone. So we got this place. I took on extra shifts because the purchase had drained us, but even so, things were looking sort of dire. At one point, I had to ask my mom to help us out, but she wouldn't. She said that anyone could pay for a home, she and dad could, too, back when they were young. And we had better jobs than they did, so she told me I was simply bad with money. God, that was so embarrassing. I started looking for a job with better pay, or at least something to earn a little extra on the side, but nothing good ever came up. There was this fast food chain where I'd work on a few Sundays though, but I didn't last long. It was a crappy job in itself, and on top of that, the manager really hated me. I couldn't have carried on there for the life of me. My fiancé's an intensive care nurse, so he's always under a lot of pressure. I was the chill one in the relationship, you know. I was usually there to calm him down and just provide a good atmosphere, basically. And now that I was just as stressed as him, it kind of started to click for the both of us that things weren't working out anymore. But now that we'd invested so much money into this place, our dream house, we felt like we had to keep soldiering on, I guess. We started fighting a lot. At first, it was just these little arguments, but they kept escalating until we'd literally throw stuff at each other on a regular basis. And then it all came to a head a couple of months ago. We just found out I was pregnant a week prior, but I was obviously going to keep on working for as long as I could. It really didn't fit into our schedule at all, and neither of us wanted the baby. We knew we wouldn't be able to offer it a comfortable life anytime soon. But abortions are damned hard to get around here, so we were in a whole new load of trouble because of that. Anyways, I came home and my fiancé was already there. He'd apparently managed to fall down the stairs at the clinic, sprained his ankle something fierce, and had to take sick leave. Well, I don't know why, or if that's even legal for his boss to do, but it wouldn't be paid. Now, I know I should never have done that, but I totally blew up at him. Like it was all somehow his fault. Maybe it was hormones, maybe I was just being an asshole, I don't know. So fiancé gets up, and he hobbles over to the cabinet, and before I even realize what's going on, he's already whipped out his handgun and bang. That was that. That's how I got here, and that's why the house is up for sale. There. I hope I could offer sufficient entertainment. Care to see the garden? I can show you the spot where he buried me. Should be a shovel around there somewhere still, too. You wanna go dig me up? Oh no, I'm just kidding. The cops already did that. My fiancé didn't finish the job either. He got so sad halfway through he had to stop. In case you want to meet him, too, he's up in the attic. That's where he hanged himself. That reminds me, did I even mention our spacious attic to you? Lots of storage room. You could also turn it into a guest room or maybe a little art studio if you're crafty. Ring doorbell has a special feature in their latest update. It's called On Mode, and I can't get rid of it. For those who don't know, Ring is a smart doorbell that comes with a camera. Once attached, the device sends an alert to your phone anytime motion approaches 15 feet of your home. We got one for our house in the suburbs. My wife was worried about the recent string of robberies nearby. It wasn't a permanent solution. But, hell, I thought the extra layer of security would help. I was wrong. The installation alone was an absolute pain in the ass. After 2 hours of yelling, screaming, and checking online manuals, I finally had the damn station to the wall and connected to the power wire. It still refused to charge, so I called the company and complained. They agreed to send me a new one. After that call, I left Ring on the wall and put it out of my mind. The alert started a week later. The first one pinged my cell during a meeting. I tried to silence it by turning off notifications. Even still, fresh pings vibrated every few minutes. I checked them quickly and quietly while my boss glowered at me across the conference room. They all said the same thing. Suspicious activity in your neighborhood. Suspicious activity in your neighborhood. I finally excused myself and went to the bathroom after the 4th or 5th notification. Luckily, the stalls were empty. I locked the door behind me and pulled open the app. Immediately, I could see that the property on the video was not my own. A man approached the front door of a middle-class home from the street. He wore a beanie cap, black jacket, and lazy gray sweatpants. The grizzled beard and moderate wrinkles suggested the culprit was somewhere in his mid-40s. The resolution was foggy, and the timestamp read 2:15 in the morning. The man knocked at the front door a few times. He looked around the area suspiciously to see if anyone was listening. After a moment, he appeared satisfied. The man disappeared out of view of the camera and returned with a rock. He leaned back and smashed it against the glass. There was no audio on the device, so it was impossible to tell if anyone heard him. The man looked around suspiciously again for a moment and waited. Then he reached a jacketed arm through the glass and unlocked the door from inside the house. Then the lights turned on. The burglar vaulted back down the steps in a somersault as a second man in a nightgown approached him from inside. He had a bat in his hands. The second man swung the metal around viciously in a dazed fury. The burglar cowered back at first and shielded his face from the blows. He fumbled around for something in his sock as he desperately tried to avoid being hit. Then the burglar produced a pistol and fired it. The scuffle was over after that. The man in the nightgown fell to the steps, spread eagle. A growing pool of blood by his head suggested he was dead. The burglar gingerly stepped over his corpse and waltzed inside. Then the video cut out. What the f? I fumbled through the settings in a panic. The app's home screen had something called Omni Mode activated. Suddenly, I was no longer in control of my phone. The second notification maximized on its own as the video buffered lazily. I looked around to make sure the restroom was still empty. Luckily, it was. The next video had audio. The scene opened with a snowbound landscape. It was nighttime again. Or early morning, I guess. The time was 4:15. A man in a postal service uniform stepped over a snowbank as he came into focus. There was a long axe hidden behind his back. I started to mutter no, to myself just as another pair of feet entered the bathroom. Matt, you in here? Your part of the presentation is up. The video on my phone continued to play. A woman's voice answered the door groggily. She appeared to be wiping sleep out of her eyes as she mumbled her line. Delivery? This early? The intruder pulled the axe from behind his back with surprising speed. The woman had one moment to offer an "oh" before it struck her skull with a sickening schwa sound. Matt? What the hell are you watching in there? I tried to minimize the app. To mute it or shut it off or do something. But the video was determined to play until the end of the loop. 20 more seconds. The delivery man stared at the dead woman's body curiously. He cocked his head to the left like a confused golden retriever. He tried to pull the axe out of her skull. But it was stuck in there good. After a few vicious rips, he offered a monotone shit and gave up. Before he left, he looked towards the camera with dark eyes and muted surprise. Then he fled from the scene in a full sprint. The video ended. No new notifications. Matt, let's go, man, you feeling okay? My boss was really starting to sound pissed. I took out the battery of my phone and exited the bathroom to greet him. I made up some excuse about my phone malfunctioning, and he bought it. None of the directors seemed to notice that I was sweating or stuttering. All of us code junkies are weird, anyway. When I got home, my wife was in the kitchen making dinner. That was not something she normally did. We both worked full days, and some nights, in web development. So it was a really nice surprise that she had spent her few hours cooking. She must have thought me unappreciative when I ripped our brand new doorbell off the wall and threw it in a drawer. That thing is being cursed, I told her in a frenzy. What are you talking about? How can a doorbell be cursed? You've been reading too many of those stories again. That made me mad. To prove her wrong, I pulled my phone from my pocket and reconnected the battery. As soon as the banner went away, the Ring app opened on its own. See? I did not do that. You have notifications. Em rolled her eyes at me and started to walk away as the latest alert opened. I can't stop them. They keep playing. I saw 2 people get killed in this f***ing app today. Emily, please look at it. That got her attention. We watched the next clip together. It was our house this time. The date was set to 2 days in the future. As always, it was dark. Our familiar land gnome winked and spun in the lazy breeze of the evening. The time was sometime after midnight. A pair of headlights approached from down the street. What is this? Em started. The car is parked in front of our property. 3 guys exited in a hurry. They were dressed in black from head to toe. The car's headlights kicked off as one approached the front door and the other 2 headed to the backyard. The man that approached our steps had a mask over his face. He was shorter than most people, but that was the only discernible fact. I can't even guarantee that it was a man. Whoever it was peered into our windows nervously before looking towards the side of the house for confirmation. The door opened and I was standing in the frame. I don't know how else to describe it. The video showed me, or at least, the back of me, in my boxers, half asleep, with a Louisville slugger perched cautiously on my shoulder. I didn't have time to swing it. The masked individual produced a long knife from behind his back and stuck it in my gut. I fell forward like a sack of bricks. There were screams in the background. I heard Emily beg them to leave. I heard her cry for her life through the cackling audio. The video cut, and thank God, she was still standing by my side. In real time, I threw the phone across the room. We moved sometime after that. I refused to buy any more smart technology. The case was reported to both Ring and the police and I became a self-proclaimed Luddite. However, my wife is still required to keep a work phone. Last night, she got a new alert. Suspicious activity in your neighborhood. She doesn't even have the app installed. I'm a selfie, but I don't swim anymore. I'm from a small town near the shores of Ireland where the water is so cold, you'd think the fish would freeze to death mid-swim. I was born and raised there, knowing the wind and the current. Every part of these lands feels like a wily force of nature, never gentle, only sometimes peaceful but always full of life and passion. Ever since I was little, I've been able to turn into a seal by putting on a dotted light gray coat I'd found washed up on the shore. The second I'd laid eyes on it, I had known what it was and what I could do with it. I grabbed it, went down to the beach, and pulled it over my shoulders before jumping into the icy water. That was when I was 10 years old and it was the first time I explored those chilly depths. At first, I was literally testing the waters. I didn't venture far from the shallows, scared of both the cold and the darkness. After all, I would only sneak away from home to use the coat late at night so my parents wouldn't notice. The other seals didn't mind me. Soon enough, I started to swim with them, alongside them. Some would greet me like I was an old friend of theirs. In time, I learned how to talk to them. They have their own way of communicating, And once I'd experienced it a couple of times, I could kind of translate it into words. It was sort of like learning a new language, albeit a little different. It got easier soon. I stopped caring about the cold, and I stopped fearing the dark. Once you dive deep enough, everything around you would be pitch black anyways. Now, 10 years later, I still do that very same thing. The sea has become my refuge, sort of a sanctuary away from everything else. When I swim, I don't need to worry about a thing. There's nothing there but seals and fish and rocks, and of course the current pulling me this way and that. However, when I went for my midnight swim last month, something was different. For one, there was no one else there but me. All the seals were gone. When I dove into the water, it felt empty. Like there was no living being around anywhere nearby. I swam for a while, aiming to get further out. I stayed at the surface for most of that time, simply following the full moon hanging in the clear sky up ahead. Its silvery light was shining down on me and playing upon the tiny ripples and small waves. The sea was so still and quiet. It was beautiful but also sort of unnerving. Normally, I love the solitude that only the sea can provide. Sinking deeper and deeper into a hole with nothing there to stop you or hold you back can be the most soothing thing in the world. Lying back and floating is just as relaxing. But usually, there's fish and my seal friends, and, well, life. The absence of that was scaring me. I turned around to look back at the shore, my head poking out from the water. I was already really far away. I could hardly see it anymore. It had been reduced to a thin sliver of white sand in the distance. I took one last deep breath before taking my dive. I can see very well in the dark when I'm a seal. I'm practically colorblind, but I can make out my surroundings perfectly. My vision isn't that important though. I've met a blind seal before who can hunt and eat just fine simply by sensing its environment with its whiskers. Despite all that, I heard the creature before I felt or saw it. When the noise rang out through the water around me, it sounded merely like the echo of an even louder sound further away from me. It's hard to describe how things sound underwater, but I could tell that whatever had emitted that foreign noise was not very close to me. And yet, it was enormous. I had never heard anything like it before. It was kind of like a sweeping growl mixed with a low whistle. I couldn't quite determine the location of its source, so I didn't know where to look or what to expect, but I remember being shaken to my core. Instinctively searching for the comfort of the surface, I swam upwards until my head popped out from the water. I took another deep breath. Everything up here was quiet, still and calm just like it had been when I'd gone under. My sense of dread did not subside though. Debating what to do next, I stared up at the night sky. There was a chance that what I'd heard was something much less sinister than what I had assumed. Rocks moving, ground shifting, all that could cause the strangest of sounds, weird enough to instill fear in untrained ears. However, that didn't explain the unusual emptiness I had observed. Where was everyone? If there was indeed some sort of threat lurking in these depths, those smart enough would have certainly fled. That would explain the lack of seal buddies. I figured it would be best to return to land, but then I'd miss out on seeing what was going on down there. I knew it wouldn't do me any good, but curiosity pulled me back underwater. I just had to find out for myself. I would simply take a tiny little peek into the direction I suspected the sound had come from, and as soon as I'd see it, I'd turn and make a break for it. So that's what I did. The water was dark, but I could see enough to make out something even darker further out. Or rather further down. I dove deeper, heading towards the odd, indefinable mass in the distance. I could see it shift and move, almost like it was shivering. I had never seen anything like it before. Was this the thing that had made the noise? It looked like a trembling wall underwater, and it was so wide. I glanced from side to side, letting my gaze wander, but all I could see was this thing. I'm sorry if my description is a bit vague, but it was about as strange as it sounds right now. I stopped swimming straight towards it and instead focused on making my way alongside it, at a distance, of course. I wanted to see just how long it was. But just as I was starting out, the wall was lifted up. Then there was that sound again, that loud, weird noise that seemed to linger around me. I immediately backed off but turned around again to watch once I was far away enough. The thing that had been blocking my entire field of vision only moments prior moved upwards, sliding aside and then coming down again. For the first time, I could see that it had some kind of shape, although it took me a while to place it. It looked like a flipper. The realization was beginning to set in. Against my better judgment, I called out into the void, a semblance of a greeting, or a question. I can't really put the seal language into words, but it was something akin to a meek little hello. A statement that was in itself afraid of being answered. But the void responded. And what it said was a vague but horrible threat, one that I'm not able to properly repeat here. I immediately turned around and began to swim towards the shore as fast as I could. I stayed close to the water's surface. The creature had been a lot further down, so I hoped it would bring some additional distance between us. Despite my panic, it took me a while to reach the shore. When I finally pulled myself up the rocks that led the way to the dry land, all I could think of was how much I wanted to be back home. I know this all sounds really strange. You can believe me or not, but I just wanted to put this out here. I haven't gone swimming ever since. I don't know if the seal, this gigantic seal-looking thing that I encountered, has been back since. There have been no reports of strangeness in the area that could be linked back to it. I have no way of proving it, but I know what I saw. I know that something spoke to me. Maybe something ancient. The shores of Ireland aren't safe anymore. Anybody know why this chair is in my driveway? That is how my situation started. As stupid as it sounds. Somebody left this chair in my driveway. At the time I had no idea who, and I had no idea why. Not many people make it out to our street. We are sort of off the beaten track. To give you an idea of the foot traffic, Halloween just passed, and we didn't see a single trick-or-treater. But my wife, Emily, and I kinda prefer it that way. We both lived in cities throughout our adolescence. When we moved into our country house in late 2016, it was a welcome break from the grind of traffic and bright lights. That is until this happened. The first time I saw the chair was in the morning before work. I asked Em whether she had left it there. Sometimes her friends visited and they stayed up late drinking on the driveway. They had a habit of leaving stuff out. But Em told me it couldn't be. The last time her friends were over was a week ago. We would have noticed the chair blocking our way by now. And so I chalked it up to someone's forgetful memory. I threw the chair in the garage and thought not much more of it. I came home from work that night and parked in my usual spot. Nothing blocked my way. I went inside and had dinner with my wife. We talked about our day, like usual, and watched Netflix for a couple of hours. We passed out around 10 o'clock and nothing woke us up. Nothing disturbed us. The dog didn't even bark. But the next morning, I went outside, and there was the chair again, sitting in the exact same spot we had originally found it. I stared at it like an idiot for about 10 straight minutes. I wasn't sure what to do. I took a picture, which is posted in this story, and stared some more. Then I started to look around the property, with our German Shepherd, Lola, patiently pacing by my side. We didn't find anything. I returned to the driveway and threw the chair back inside the garage. The first one was still there. I noticed the brand was exactly the same. I found an old deadbolt in the back from a past remodel. And so I fixed it to the door handle, figuring that whoever it was, they would eventually run out of chairs. I honestly didn't know what to make of the situation. My best guess was a prank from some kids. Even still, I locked the doors to my house extra tight when we went to sleep that night. I left the bedroom door open so that Lola could keep an eye on the whole house. When I finally fell asleep, it was after hours of waiting up listening, but I slept peacefully. By the time morning came, the chair had actually faded from my mind. Dreams have a way of refocusing the brain. I hopped into the shower and started to get ready for work. Then my wife's panicked shouts from the kitchen reminded me pretty quickly. "Matt, get out here." I turned off the shower and threw on some clothes in a panic. I went outside into the freezing cold expecting to see a possum or raccoon sifting through the garbage. That type of thing was more likely to prompt a scream from Emily. But instead, sitting and placed evenly side by side on my driveway were two chairs. The same exact type as the ones locked in my garage. There seemed to be something stuck to the backing. I approached and found a note, written on plain journal paper, in an awkward attempt at script. "I brought a friend. I hope you don't mind." Now, I probably overreacted at this juncture. I told Emily to lock herself inside with the dog. I pulled out my cell phone and called the police immediately. I didn't touch a single thing and waited on my porch patiently. A serious-looking police officer arrived about a half hour later, but I could tell almost immediately that he didn't seem to take our situation very seriously. He asked the basic questions, and I provided what answers I could. My wife eventually emerged and asked what he thought happened. The cop's reply didn't give us much confidence. "Kids, ghosts, hell if I know. Maybe one of you just forgot the chairs out here. Anyway, call the number on this ticket if you have any further issues regarding the, well, chairs." "That's it?" I asked. "You're not going to swab for fingerprints, or anything?" The officer stared at me dubiously. "Do we have a crime, here?" I pointed at the chair. "How about trespassing?" He laughed for the first time. "Those chairs are not enough to prove trespassing, son. Have a good day." And with that, he waddled back down my driveway and disappeared down the street. I watched him leave in dumbfounded anger. Then I threw the chairs with the first two and locked up the garage once again. Emily talked about selling the house almost immediately after the cop left. That part hurt. It was our first home together, and I was damned if I was going to let some prankster ruin it. But something about the way those chairs just sat there so creepily made our skin crawl. We thought about renting a room that night, to be safe. But the remodels at our house had left us strapped for cash, and hotels are expensive. We really just didn't have the money to swing it at the time. And so we stayed home. We did not sleep very much. Emily insisted on going into the basement, where we had more locks to block an intruder. Lola and I followed her apprehensively. Em fell asleep on the couch around midnight. The dog and I watched the driveway like hawks, until well into the early hours of the morning, but I fell asleep around 3 o'clock. I woke up to the scratching of metal legs against gravel. This had to be my chance. I grabbed the bat position by our door in one hand and Lola's leash in the other. Excitement over the moment overwhelmed me. I felt a hell of a lot more confident with each of them by my side. We sprinted up the stairs. I tripped and stubbed my toe on a loose floorboard. That definitely slowed us down. By the time I made it outside to the crystal clear night, there was nobody in the area. Lola offered a few sniffs but quickly went over to pee in her spot. I was left alone with my bat. I rounded the corner of our house and saw a now familiar sight. 3 chairs were sitting perfectly placed side by side in our driveway. The middle one had a note attached to it. "Just like last time. I hope you don't mind. We'd just like to watch." Attached at the bottom was a picture taken with a very grainy camera. I had to squint in the dark to see it. But when I recognized the subject, I nearly fell over on the spot. The picture was of my wife. She was sleeping, in the basement, with a blanket pulled over most of her face. The angle of the picture suggested one shocking detail. The photographer had made it into my house. We moved out soon after. My mother-in-law was more than willing to accommodate us given the circumstances. The police investigated, properly this time, but they never found a serious lead. Our old home is now up for sale, now, and yesterday I drove by it at night. For the first time in a while. I don't know why. Maybe it was the stress of writing the story. Maybe it was the open-mindedness of the way in which the situation was left. I still didn't know who left the chairs. Or why. That bothers me. It is an insult to my pride. Whatever the reason, I wish I hadn't. I saw them as soon as I turned onto the street. Sitting in my former driveway were 3 outdoor chairs occupied by 3 burly men. Their backs were to me. As I desperately tried to K-turn my way out of that street, my tire squealed against the pavement, and that made a loud noise, which drew their attention. As if in perfect unison, all 3 men turned to look at me. I could not see their faces. Ski masks covered everything but the light eyes sticking out in between. Black clothing made them look indecipherable altogether. I thought I was dead. I thought they would rush me before I had time to turn around. I cursed loudly as my old car sputtered a bit. But the men just stared silently. Finally, I hit the gas and jetted down the street. I pulled out my phone to call the police and checked my rearview mirror to see whether the men were still there. That's when I noticed the strangest thing of all. The men never tried to leave. They never tried to run. They just waved, quietly and awkwardly from the seats of those outdoor chairs. and then one of them took a picture.
People that used to work for the government, what do you know that people wouldn't believe if you told them? Ex-Area 51 worker here. I still have friends that were either unalived or are considered medically brain dead by this. I was directly involved in an unusual chapter in the history of United States military research. Our mission at Area 51 was to establish a remote testing facility for various military experiments, including the assessment of biological warfare capabilities. In the 1980s, the focus shifted to investigating the viability of using insects as delivery systems for diseases, specifically exploring the possibility of using fleas to spread the plague. One such experiment, known as Operation Big Itch, stands out in my memory. The objective was to determine whether fleas could survive and spread upon being dropped from the air onto the Utah desert. Cages of guinea pigs were set up on the ground to observe the success of the drop and monitor the infestation of the fleas. The fleas were contained within specially designed containers that would rupture upon the firing of a carbon dioxide cartridge at a specific altitude. This mechanism ensured that the fleas would be released effectively and dispersed over the targeted area. The experiment yielded positive results as the guinea pigs became infested with the fleas, indicating that the concept of using fleas as plague carriers was plausible. However, our second test would not only be our last test, but it created catastrophic results. From what I was told by the radio tower, there was an issue with the radio system on the open ground of the facility. When the radio tower was asking for verification on the clearance of the open ground, the pilots mistook it for clearance to drop the fleas from the sky. Before we knew it, tens of thousands of fleas that were infected with the plague jumped onto the workers. The facility went into immediate lockdown, where the workers outside couldn't get in, and the workers inside couldn't get out. I was lucky enough to be inside. Government contamination groups were called out, and we had to stay inside for a week. Nearly every person outside either unalived in the next few days or had multiple limbs amputated. I still think about it to this day. I miss my friends. Musicians send body doubles to play for them, and I've seen it. I work in the music industry, and I am extremely confident that many of these giant artists are sending body doubles to play their smaller shows. I have witnessed multiple instances of this. We are a small city with smaller crowds, not like Miami or LA. So it would make total sense that these giant artists would just send a double to play for an hour and collect a quick check while the actual artist is busy doing other things. Think about Marshmello. Any DJ that wears a mask or conceals their face has the opportunity to send a body double without detection. I bet that guy sold his brand for hundreds of millions of dollars a long time ago and dipped. That one is just a theory, but there's other evidence I've personally witnessed. First, Cascade. We booked him for a smaller show in my city. I am almost positive that that wasn't him. He pulled up in the car a minute before his set, went straight to the stage, didn't say a word the entire time, wore a hat and a hoodie, and all of the lights were very dark so you couldn't see his face at all during his set. Since I was backstage, I saw his face, and I tried to compare him to his social media pictures. He looked completely different. Then the minute he was finished, he ran right off stage, went straight back into his car, and he was off. Next, Imanbek. The dude wore a mask, of course, but he looked like he had zero clue what he was doing. Maybe he was just having an off night, I don't know. But the songs he played were awful. His mixing was terrible, and he kept looking at the equipment like it was going to bite him. Multiple times, his manager had to go up on stage to help him figure something out. At one point, the music stopped completely because he tripped over a power cord. It was just such an amateurish performance that I'm convinced it wasn't him. There are other examples, but that was just the biggest ones. Working in the industry, booking so much talent, and seeing firsthand how artists act and play, it just all seems so suspicious.
Something broke into our house and we're like 90% certain it's going to come back. Hello Reddit, I need some advice. My name is Chloe. My husband and I bought this new house that's really close to the shore almost 2 weeks ago. We already finished unpacking everything, but we're still getting used to it all. So what you need to know is that our house is one of these single level ones, and in the back, there's this patio that opens up to a small forest in the front but also offers you a view of the ocean when you look out to the side. There's a large glass door that separates the porch from the living room, but we didn't get around to fixing blinds or hanging up curtains there yet. Trust me, this will be important later. Anyways, the first weird incident happened during the second or third night we spent in our new home. Ethan, that's my husband, and I are complete sports freaks. I'm talking all kinds of stuff: baseball, rugby, tennis, anything, and we watch games and matches almost every day, no matter if they're live or recorded. So there'd be a rerun of a really old game of soccer that day and we just had to see it. So the first thing we do is set up the TV in the living room because of priorities, I guess. We placed the television and our couch kind of parallel to the exit that leads out onto the porch, and when we sat down to watch, Ethan chose the seat closest to the door. I sort of cuddled up to him, but I was lying down so I had my head in his lap. Therefore I couldn't turn to look outside. I could only see the TV. After a while though, I noticed Ethan beginning to stir. When I looked up, I saw he was staring out onto the patio with his slightly worried expression. I asked him what was wrong, but he just grumbled in response. That's a thing he does when he's focused on something else. I shrugged it off and laid back down, but he simply kept gazing out into the darkness. So eventually, I told him no one could see us. I guess I just assumed he was concerned someone outside was watching us through the glass door. Granted, there were no curtains and the TV was bright enough, but our house is situated in a way that doesn't allow neighbors to simply stare in from their windows. Our backyard is also not openly accessible since we have a fence with a lockable gate, so there couldn't be any stranger walking by either. Once I'd asked him this, he finally turned to me and said he was sure he'd seen something creep by outside. Like an animal? I asked him. He nodded and I sat up to see what he was talking about. Sure enough, after a while, I spotted something moving in the darkness outside. I couldn't see what it was, but to be honest, I didn't really care either. I simply reminded Ethan that we were living next to the woods now, so of course there'd be some critters around. This didn't really seem to calm him down though. He stayed nervous like that until we gave up on the game and decided to go to sleep. The next night we were watching TV that laid a week or so later, and again, Ethan perked up when he saw movement outside. This time, I was actually getting a bit uneasy as well. Maybe it was just his way of rubbing off on me, I don't know. Anyways, it was that night that we decided on getting one of these motion detector cameras that let you see when someone stops by outside. We purchased one the next day and set it up above our back door, the one we kept seeing this thing run around in front of. We also got a light that would come on whenever something would start moving about. We don't keep our phones in the same room we sleep in, and when we went to bed that night, we kind of forgot about the whole ordeal, so we didn't take them with us that time either. We woke up due to the sound of glass shattering that night. Both my husband and I are very light sleepers, so we were immediately on high alert. The noise had come from somewhere in the front of the house, the living room, or so we thought. We don't own any guns, but Ethan always keeps his baseball bat by his bedside. He'd tell you it's for self-defense, but he used to play baseball all throughout his teenage to young adult years, and I think he loves that old bat more than me. It still came in pretty handy though. He grabbed the bat and walked up to the bedroom door, ready to confront whoever was outside, but I quickly staggered after him to hold him back. "Don't go out there," I whispered, firmly gripping his arm. "You want them to steal our stuff?" He replied in a low voice. "No, but what if they're armed? Your bat won't help you against some lunatic with a gun," I hissed. He made an attempt to gently shake me off, but I clung to his side and he ended up hurriedly locking the door before we sat down on the edge of our bed again. My whole body was shaking at that point. I knew neither of us had ever experienced a home invasion or a break-in before, and I admittedly wasn't taking it too well. I had to keep my hands over my mouth to stifle my sobs, and if it hadn't been for Ethan quietly uttering reassuring words of comfort and rubbing my back, I would have probably lost my mind for fear then and there. So we sat, me in his arms, listening to someone stomping and thrashing around outside as we desperately tried to stay silent. The sounds of more glass breaking and wood splintering followed. Ethan still had his bat at the ready when he suddenly lowered his lips to my ear and whispered, "The steps sound weird to you too?" I raised my head a bit and focused, only to find that he was right. Something about the way the intruder was walking sounded off. The footfalls came irregularly and sounded much shorter and quicker, yet at the same time heavier than that of a normal person. It was more of a scuttling than walking. The only way I can describe it is the way a young child would run around, less steady and a little uncontrolled. And then, all of a sudden, a loud bang shook the bedroom door from the outside. Both Ethan and I winced when we heard it. The sound was followed by more bangs, like someone was pounding on the door with all their might as if they were trying to get it to break down. I didn't notice it right away, but after a few seconds of this, I realized that the noises didn't come from above. It's hard to explain, but when a grown person knocks on a door, you wouldn't perceive the sound to come from as far down as this one did. Finally, after what must have been 2 entire minutes, the banging subsided and we could hear those same thumping, irregular footsteps make their way back into the living room and eventually fade completely. Ethan and I sat on our bed for another 30 minutes before we even dared to get up again. I hesitantly unlocked the door and we stepped outside. The hallway was a mess. There had been some leftover boxes that we'd left neatly stacked atop one another, but now they were lying scattered all over the floor. Some of them had been holding some plates and other breakable kitchenware, which we also found on the ground, smashed to pieces. The little dresser that had been standing up against the wall had been bashed in as well. We stayed close to each other's sides as we checked the other rooms for the intruder. After all, who knew if the stranger had actually left the house or was just trying to lure us out of the safety of our bedroom? Once we were sure there was no one else around, we ran for our phones and called the police. During the time we spent waiting for them to arrive, Ethan remembered the door cam. Obviously, it had picked up on the intruder. In hindsight, we should have really kept our phones around. Anyways, we pulled up the video it had taken. And that's when things took a turn for the worst. By the time the feed started, the light was already on. It illuminated the better part of the patio, but whatever was moving around was still in the shadows, so for a few seconds, all we saw was it scuttling around in the darkness. When it finally stepped out into the light, Ethan almost dropped his phone. It was a distinctly humanoid-looking creature, except that it was way too short. I'd say it was roughly the height of an average-sized dog. It was wearing a dark brown or black cloak with the hood up, obscuring its face. It seemed to stare up at the camera for a few minutes before suddenly jumping up. For a split second, I thought I could make out bits of its face. I was sure it had a beard or something like that. However, we didn't see anything else since that's where the feed cut off. When we went to check outside, we found that the camera had been destroyed. Its sad remains were lying on the ground below. Also, the small living room window had been smashed in, which is probably how the creature got inside after taking out our camera. The police arrived sometime later. They took our statements and we showed them the video, but there wasn't a lot they could do. To be honest, I don't blame them. Whatever tried to attack us that night was definitely not human. None of our valuables had been stolen, and since the only thing the intruder did was trash our furniture and try to get to us ourselves, their only possible motivation must have been to harm us. Their physical strength is also rather alarming, and that combined with their ability to jump as high as they did has us rather certain that they won't go down easy in a fight against two scared people with a shared baseball bat. With all that in mind, it's also highly likely that this thing will be trying its luck again sometime soon. We have therefore decided to look for other solutions. This brings us to my actual question for you guys. Does anyone know how to deal with territorial dwarfs?
People who have been on the deep web, are the conspiracies true? I should have never gone into a red room in the first place. One night when I got off work, curiosity got the better of me. Stories and rumors had circulated about the dark web, a hidden corner of the internet where I've heard is where people buy illegal items, from substances to even people. Intrigued by it, I found myself delving deeper into the digital abyss. My desire to uncover its secrets was growing stronger with each click. Late one night, guided by the flickering glow of my computer screen, I stumbled upon a forum discussing an enigmatic website known as the Red Room. Whispers of its existence sent shivers down my spine, and I couldn't resist exploring the darkest corners of it. Ignoring the warnings and tales of horror, I dove into the subliminal websites, thinking I would find things that would spark my interest. But instead, something found me. Through encrypted channels, I made contact with an anonymous user known as Scarlet Watcher. After numerous conversations and the exchange of cryptocurrency, an opportunity arose, an invitation to witness the infamous Red Room firsthand. With trembling hands and a mix of apprehension and anticipation, I followed the instructions provided. Tor-enabled, VPN active, and heart-pounding, I navigated the hidden depths of the dark web, seeking entrance to the forbidden cam rooms. Finally, a link appeared. Hesitation loomed in my mind, but the desire to satisfy my morbid curiosity pushed me forward. With a deep breath, I clicked the link, and I was horrified. A wave of crimson engulfed the screen as I entered the Red Room, a space devoid of light, save for a single source, a blood-red lamp illuminating the twisted chamber. The walls seemed to pulse with an eerie energy, a haunting presence that permeated the digital space. My heart raced as I realized the true nature of the room's purpose. Silhouetted figures appeared on the screen, their identities obscured by masks and distorted voices. It was a macabre spectacle, a twisted theater of pain and suffering. The Red Room was not merely a voyeuristic gathering, it was a place where sadistic desires ran rampant, where the darkest corners of the human psyche were laid bare. As the night wore on, I bore witness to acts of unimaginable cruelty. The screams and pleas for mercy echoed through the confines, leaving an indelible mark on my soul. Each act seemed more depraved than the last, as though a collective darkness had taken hold of the participants, stripping them of their humanity. Terrified by what I had seen, I made the decision to sever ties with Scarlet Watcher and escape the Red Room's grasp. With trembling hands, I closed the browser window and disconnected from the dark web. But the experience had left an indelible scar, a glimpse into a world I had never imagined existed. Shakespeare didn't write his plays, and the evidence is overwhelming. William Shakespeare never wrote any of the works that have been attributed to him. I've been looking into this for years, and the more I learn about Shakespeare, the clearer this scam becomes. Whether you like Shakespeare or not, the evidence I've gathered will change the way you view him as a writer forever. William Shakespeare was born, lived, and died in a small town of sheep farmers. His father made sheepskin gloves. That doesn't exactly sound like a life luxury, nor one that would have taught him royal historical topics of his plays. Surely the true author of Shakespeare's works would have had the means to travel and learn of all the worldly topics that his works were based on. But that's just the beginning. There isn't even a record of his attendance at any schools. You might be saying, he could have been homeschooled, but if you'd paid more attention to history, you'd know that he was raised in an illiterate household. The one record of his parents was signed with a mark, a sign of illiteracy. In fact, there are only 6 surviving signatures of Shakespeare, and all of them look like a 4-year-old wrote them. They were all most assuredly written by an illiterate person. All of the signatures were found on documents such as a mortgage contract and his will. That's far from a signed copy of Romeo and Juliet. Actually, there also aren't any surviving original written literary works of Shakespeare's. There are no surviving personal letters written by him either. Surely a letter written by someone as famous as Shakespeare would be coveted as a family heirloom like those of his contemporaries. Well, I'm here to tell you that it's because he wasn't a writer of any kind. All official documents state that he was a businessman and a real estate owner. Shakespeare's will made no mention of any assets related to writings, ink, and no books of any kind. To me, all these facts outline a scenario where someone else paid William Shakespeare to name him as a pseudonym for their own writings, perhaps using his position as the owner of a theater to secure investors in their performances as long as they held them at the theater Shakespeare owned. Is that real estate owner title starting to make sense? The only compelling evidence that I've heard from Shakespeare supporters are anecdotes written years after his death, by people who knew Shakespeare referring to him as a writer. I don't find this compelling at all. If Shakespeare made an arrangement to act as the author of someone else's works, surely such an arrangement would require Shakespeare lie to everyone. I'm certain that all his friends thought he was a writer, and knowing businessmen, I'm sure he didn't mind the attention. What do you think?
Bulls make money. Bears make money. Human beings get slaughtered. I came from nothing. My widowed mother worked 2 jobs from 9 in the morning until 9 at night just to be able to afford health insurance for both of us. I know you don't give a shit. No one really does, at the end of the day. But I need you to keep reading. Because these facts are very important to the situation I find myself in today. We never had the money for much. But my mom always promised to save just enough to send me to college. I struggled through high school. Science and English were never really my thing. I sucked at math. History seemed interesting, but who the f could guarantee a career in that? I kept my grades up at a respectable margin and breathed a wild sigh of relief when an acceptance letter came in from a reasonably priced state school nearby. I had made it. A lifelong mission engineered to push me towards a career that could provide for myself and others was one step closer. I buckled down. I worked on my grades. Sure, I partied a little bit too much, but it never got in the way. I knew that my goals had to be higher than that of my classmates if I ever hoped to bring my small family out of the generations-long struggle of just barely scraping by. I was hired at Wentworth Financial a week before graduation. My mother was diagnosed with cancer a month prior. The job became our saving grace. I can still hear her tears cackling through the speakerphone in my dingy apartment. God will provide, Matt. God will provide. I always told you that. She couldn't work anymore. My father's life insurance was enough to pay for one person's health care, not 2. And so my employment became a life jacket. I clung to it for safety and climbed the waves accordingly. The first one in the office, the last one out. The paychecks were nice. But soon I was greeted with the problems of the real world. Half of my money went to rent. Another quarter to food. Another 10% to necessities like a car to commute and a new bed to sleep in. It wasn't enough. I needed more. I always needed more. My firm had an investment division. I was not hired to work there at the time, but I had heard rumors from coworkers that those folks made the most money. I slipped my resume in an email to the head of the department. My performance reviews were perfect. My coworkers liked me. I worked hard, and so, my application was accepted and I transferred to the new division within Wentworth a week later. My first few meetings were standard. Somebody's grandmother wanted to open a bakery. A single mom wanted to start a hobby shop. A father of 5 wanted to open a sports store. Every individual came with their own sob story of heartache and constant defeat. I approved them all. My intentions were not pure. The riskier the investment, the more interest, and the more of a kickback in store for yours truly. The bills started to stack higher around this time. Mom's cancer got worse as chemotherapy and radiation progressed. She started to lose her hair. She looked thinner and thinner every day. Her skin started to crack and dry. Her voice started to sound less alive. One Monday, a man approached our office with a radical idea. The timing could not have been more perfect. I would like to open a treatment center for the poor, was his opener. There are thousands of people in this city struggling to afford medical bills. I want to make the whole process cheap as can be. Mr. Morganson seemed normal enough. A pale bald head met a fuzzy beard and bespectacled brown eyes. He spoke with passion. He gave examples. He showed business numbers and financials and testimonials. The low charges would make his books tight. He would be required to pay heavy interest. But, the concept hit close to home. I approved the funding and sent our latest client on his way. The following week, Mom fell when she was home alone in the evening. It took until the following morning for her to reach the phone and call me. I found her soon after, a pile of skin and bones stretched lazily across the floor of her own bedroom. I stopped going to that doctor. I can't afford to die in peace, sweetie, is it not a wonderful world? Her words shook me to my core. Part of me expected that everything would be okay. I would do the work. I would get the job. I would be successful. And everything else would just fall in line. I checked Mom into Mr. Morganson's clinic the same day. The paperwork was minimal. All initial treatment required a week-long stay at their offices. The patient would then be released home and be required to stop 4 times a month. Nobody seemed suspicious that day. Nobody seemed like they had alternative intentions. And yet, something nagged at me, after dropping her off. Why did no one ask for my phone number? Why did the office seem so small? We had granted a substantial investment. Surely they could afford to do something a little more. And so I decided to stop by for a visit after my shift. I called and told Mr. Morganson the same. He sounded hurried and worried at the sound of my voice. He tried to get off the phone as soon as possible. He tried to say he was busy. That just made me more suspicious. It rained that night. Waves of white mist shrouded my vision of the street as I struggled through the short walk from Wentworth to Morganson's office complex. The place looked deserted as soon as I showed up. Tinted glass meant locked doors and a sign that said the doctor was away. But if he was gone, where was my mom? I pounded at the door for over an hour. No one answered. I tried to look through the tint to see what was inside. I shouted and screamed for anyone to answer, but soon it got dark and the street itself turned dark and empty to passing traffic. I decided to break the glass. I knew that was against the law. I knew I could lose my job. But the only thing that kept me tethered to that career in reality whatsoever was the ever-living premonition that I was doing this just to save my mom. The misery never mattered. The struggle of boredom and long hours never mentioned it. As long as she was okay, so was I. I took off my shirt and shielded my hand with a cloth. Then I punched. The glass shattered everywhere and cut into my arm. I ignored the blood and undid the lock on the other side. The office was empty and quiet. A light dimmed in the corner reflected a door to the back room that every doctor has. I jimmied the handle and found it luckily unlocked. The scene that sat before me was nothing short of a horror film. Rows of empty hospital beds lined both sides of the room. The sheets were stained with blood and bits of viscera. Buckets of entrails and other internal organs were left unsanitized in the center row. I walked past them in a daze. There was a long cabinet at the back of the room. Like the type you would see in a morgue. Neat labels met cramped handwriting that described the contents. Mr. Marlin, all internal organs intact. Miss Jenkins, all internal organs intact. Then, at the bottom, written in fresh ink and rushed writing. Mrs. Richardson. Stage 3. Eyes ready for transfer. The police swarmed the office an hour later. Evidence confirmed that Mr. Morganson was harvesting cancer patients and selling their still functioning organs to wealthy recipients. I was fired and nearly arrested for the investment. They never found a trace of him, my mother, or any other victims. Just one pair of baby blue eyes. DNA tests confirmed a match. I lost my apartment in the aftermath. But I still keep those eyes with me on the streets. Sometimes I wish they could see life better than being poor. Sometimes I still hear her voice begging God, Jesus, Satan, anyone who will listen, for something, anything more. Is it not a wonderful world?
What are the biggest cover-ups for government operations? My grandfather told me this, and I still can't believe nobody knows about it. He was the lead constructor behind the construction of the Mount Rushmore sculpture. He was given full control on the creative direction of it, aside from the blueprint the government gave to him. On it, a design for a mysterious bunker. The government ordered that he follow the directions of the blueprint exactly as the facility was to be utilized by officials in the future. Despite most of the focus initially being on the president's sculptures, he was more so involved in the construction of what his colleagues often call the hidden gem of the design. Carved into the granite wall behind the presidential lineup, it resembled the entrance to an ancient Egyptian tomb. I remember my grandfather explaining that beyond this doorway lay a secret chamber, a room meant to be an artistic statement for future generations. If one were to step through the threshold, they would find themselves in an empty room, stretching 75 feet in length, with a ceiling reaching 35 feet high. The walls were marked with jackhammered holes that once held dynamite for blasting, giving them a honeycomb appearance. My grandfather had hoped this incomplete chamber to be a testament to the meaning behind the sculpture. It was his way of communicating his message to civilizations far into the future. He believed that just as each civilization forgets its predecessor, this sculpture might one day become as mysterious as Stonehenge. But my grandfather didn't stop there. His early plans for Mount Rushmore included an enormous inscription next to Washington's head. Shaped like the Louisiana Purchase, it would have listed 9 pivotal events in American history. Unfortunately, logistical constraints led to the abandonment of this idea, and Lincoln's head took its place. Undeterred, my grandfather conceived a grand vision for a chamber deep within the mountain. A hall of records. He envisioned a 50-foot-long staircase ascending Mount Rushmore, leading to this glorious chamber. He believed that the records of America's aspirations and accomplishments could be collected here, along with the literal history of the conception of the Republic, its westward movement, and the construction of the memorial. Construction of the Hall of Records began in 1938, but sadly my grandfather's dream was cut short. The government, which funded most of the project, ordered him to halt work on the Hall of Records and focus solely on completing the presidential profiles. It was a decision that my grandfather deeply regretted, but circumstances left him with no choice. After my grandfather's passing in 1941, his son Lincoln led the final push to finish the carving of the 4 presidents. Mount Rushmore was declared complete, but the Hall of Records remained unfinished, a testament to my grandfather's unrealized vision. But his son realized that one particular thing has changed since the initial construction. When Lincoln entered the once under-construction Hall of Records, he and his men were met with a horrifying feat. Each one of the original hallways and rooms were charred with a black paste, and as he approached it, what seemed like abstract and chaotic lines were more than simply gibberish. It was in a different language along with intricate drawings, something that he had never seen before. Lincoln followed the main passageway down to what was originally going to be the hub of the Hall of Records. As he was becoming mesmerized with the transcripts on the wall, he heard a small sound at the end of the staircase. It was in the sound of a click. But what he initially thought was his ears playing jokes on him was followed by several more clicks, and they continued, all at different distances from him. They were getting closer. Afraid of what could have reached him, he sprinted his way back up to the main entrance to warn the others about his findings. As far as we know, nobody has gone in since. Due to safety and security concerns, the Hall of Records remains inaccessible to visitors today. Believe what you want from this, but my grandfather and father both insist on this being true. My best guess would be the indigenous people in the surrounding area that managed to inhabit the man-made passageways that my grandfather made in his construction years. But whatever is in there, I do not want to find out. What is the craziest conspiracy you know? Flat Earth theory was invented by the CIA to distract from all the true conspiracies. Seriously. Perhaps the most frustrating and damaging CIA disinformation campaign of all time is the Flat Earth theory. Obviously, the concept of a flat Earth has been around for millennia. However, lately there has been a very obvious CIA psyop, one that is targeting newly awakened truthers, those of you that don't yet have a solid footing in your ability to distinguish between true conspiracies and CIA disinformation. Basically, the point of the Flat Earth theory psyop is to divide and conquer as well as discredit the truth movement. This has effectively caused a split within our movement and weaponized half of our digital soldiers against their own allies. These CIA victims are akin to someone who wakes up too early in the morning and hits the snooze button to get a little more sleep. Flat Earth theory allows them to go back to sleep and resume living in La La Land, where they can get their fix of the CIA disinformation they've been missing since disconnecting from mainstream media. This allows them to get back into their comfort zone of lower states of consciousness and awareness. It gets comfortable living in this hypnotic state, which is why most people are so reluctant to wake up at all. They get to imagine the magical flat Earth realm with its protective firmament and all the other magical realms beyond the ice wall. Who knows? There might even be unicorns, dwarfs, and hobbits in these magical realms beyond the ice wall. This is where the religious cult aspect of Flat Earth theory comes into play. It requires a complete destruction of critical thinking and a total state of unwavering belief in order to be a member of the Flat Earth cult. Now, for my main point, I'd like to mention how the disinformation that spouts out of the mouths of Flat Earthers never stops at the shape of the Earth. If it did, then Flat Earthers wouldn't be quite so damaging to the truth movement. Whenever a wild or unbelievable theory is posted on Reddit, I always ask if the poster is a flat earther, and they almost always say yes. This is because in the process of adopting the beliefs of the CIA-created religious cult, known as Flat Earth theory, they've destroyed their critical thinking abilities and no longer can distinguish between reality and fiction. And actually, they're more drawn to the more fantastical, far-out-there, unrealistic theories, since it just jives better with their normal state of unreality. Flat Earth theory also preys on the inferiority complex of certain people by making them feel like they're part of an elite club that knows better than everyone else. They act like pretentious know-it-alls who look down on the rest of us. In reality, they are useful idiots who unknowingly have been turned into volunteer disinformation agents for the enemy. This is ultimately why I hate Flat Earth theory, because it was designed to waste our time fighting with each other over something as provable as the shape of the Earth, rather than focusing on our common enemies. The Cabal, Illuminati, New World Order, the powers that be, Deep State, Luciferians, the globalist banking cartel, and of course the CIA.
If you hear the sound of a child crying from a well, ignore it. Run far away in the opposite direction without looking back. I was 7 years old when my mother warned my older brother, Bobby, and me. You stay away from that old well, do you hear me? My mother said with a seriousness in her tone. Together we promised her. Only, she didn't know we had crossed our fingers behind our backs. We rode off together in the direction of the well. Thick clouds began to form overhead, as we rode up a dirt track leading into the woods. We continued to ride for 20 minutes, before the well finally came into view. The old stone well stood in the center of a mist that was slowly building up from the leaf-strewn soil. Just as we arrived, the first trickles of rain began to fall. We laid our bikes down on the ground and then proceeded towards the well. Approaching the well strangely felt odd. Almost like something had changed. The sounds of nature had diminished to silence. Nothing but the heavy rainfall battering the treetops could be heard. The well stood ominous, foreboding, and terrifying all at once. It made me question why Bobby had wanted to check it out so bad in the first place. Why had we ventured so deep into the woods alone? We decided to have a quick peek, and then leave. There was a tale of a boy who supposedly drowned in the well in 1805 and lured in anyone who dared pass by. Bobby just wanted to know why everyone was so scared of this well and had asked me to come along. While I was skeptical at first, I eventually agreed. After all, it was just a stupid hole in the ground. We figured the stories were just that. Made-up tales meant to scare children. My brother didn't believe any of it. At first glance, there was no boy in the well. We approached the well and shone a flashlight from our phones down the well. Unfortunately, it didn't seem to penetrate the darkness. It was as if the light were being eaten by well itself. We started walking back when suddenly the unmistakable voice of a young boy echoed up from the well. "Help me." We jumped at the voice and recoiled back with fear. The voice in the well wailed once again. "Please help me. Who's there?" Bobby shouted, his voice quivering. The voice responded. "Just reach in and pull me out." Bobby and I slowly approached the well again. I was slightly creeped out and decided to stay a few steps back as a precaution. Bobby, on the other hand, bravely peered down once more. He still couldn't see anything. "Just reach down and pull me up. Please." The voice called out. Something was moving around down there. We could hear the water below splashing. Instinct told us to run. But for some reason, we didn't. What if it was some kid trapped down there? We couldn't just leave him to die. As I watched from afar, Bobby reluctantly reached down into the well. "It's too deep, I can't reach your hand," Bobby said. Suddenly the voice changed into something much darker. "No, but I can reach yours." Before we could even react, Bobby was dragged down screaming into the dark, watery depths. I froze in fear and cried for Bobby but received no response. Instead the voice called for me to come help my brother. I couldn't. What if I met the same fate? I rushed home to my mom and she immediately called the police. However, upon returning to the well, all search efforts turned up nothing. For weeks no noise came back from the well. That was until months later some claimed to have heard a new voice echoing from the well. They said he was crying for his brother.
I still wish I never worked for the government in the first place. Ex-government official here. I prefer to remain anonymous as this is something that is still legally classified to this day, and I'm sick to my stomach anytime I ever talk about it. Ever since a young age, I have always been obsessed with the intricate process of solving and uncovering mysteries, which eventually escalated to my obsession with the internet. Little did I know that my passion would lead me to what is now considered the most infamous puzzle in internet history. In my college years, I was mindlessly wandering the forums of popular websites such as 4chan when I stumbled upon an online phenomenon which would later be known as Cicada 3301. The message was in stark white type against a black background. "Hello," it said. "We are looking for highly intelligent individuals. To find them, we have devised a test. There is a message hidden in this image. Find it, and it will lead you on the road to finding us. We look forward to meeting the few that will make it all the way through. Good luck." The message was signed 3301. A self-confessed IT security freak and a skilled cryptographer, my interest was immediately piqued. This was, I knew, an example of digital steganography, the concealment of secret information within a digital file. I thought I'd try my luck by decoding the message from 3301. Suddenly, the encryption techniques jumped up a gear, and the puzzles themselves mutated in several different directions. Hexadecimal characters, reverse engineering, prime numbers. Pictures of the cicada insect, reminiscent of the moth imagery in Thomas Harris's The Silence of the Lambs, became a common motif. After only a few minutes of work, I got somewhere, and behold, within minutes, I found another web address buried in the image's code. Feeling satisfied, I clicked the link. It was a picture of a duck with the message, "Whoops, just decoys this way. Looks like you can't guess how to get the message out." Taking the duck's mockery as a literal clue, I decided to run it through a decryption program and duly translated. It led to another cipher. Up until now, I would admit, none of the puzzles had really required any advanced skills, or suggested anything other than a single anonymous riddle poser having some fun. But then it all changed, and things started getting interesting. This went on for years upon years until I began to lose my sanity within my dedication to this project. I was up until the midnight hours. I was failing all my classes. I rarely spoke to my family. This became my purpose. I didn't realize it then, but I was embarking on one of the internet's most enduring puzzles. A scavenger hunt that has led thousands of competitors across the web, down telephone lines, out to several physical locations around the globe, and into uncharted areas of the darknet. 2 years had passed, and before I knew it, I was approaching the end of this treacherous puzzle. I could feel it. I felt as if I was looking back into the virtual pathway of this riddle, and nobody was behind me. I was by myself, closer to the door of what would lead me to the next chapter within my puzzle-solving career than anybody else. Yes, the conspiracies were true. The circadian puzzles were used as a means for the CIA to recruit highly talented individuals. As I recall vividly, I remember reaching what seemed like a pseudo-paywall on the puzzle, and it transformed into a website with a black screen, with white text containing the words "almost there," with a set of coordinates and date that seemed to be the location and time of where I should meet with these individuals. Of course, I followed these coordinates that ended up being a dead end of a road near the coniferous forests in northern Oregon. Upon arriving, I was 15 minutes early. On the exact minute, a black military-exempt vehicle arrived, and both of its backseat doors opened. Feeling as if I had no other choice, I decided to get in the vehicle. It was equipped with a double-sided window tinting system that prevented me from seeing outside the windows. "Hello," I said to the driver, but to that I received a delayed response. "We'll be there soon. Just stay put for now." From what seemed like hours, we eventually arrived at a facility on the eastern edge of Oregon in the high-rise deserts. The doors opened, and I was directed by guards to enter a door that led into the ground. My anxiety began to arise, but once again I decided to continue. As I reached the base of the staircase, I was faced with an airlocked contamination system, likely for government purposes. I wasn't able to see through the other side, but I entered it anyway. I regret doing so. When the door slid open, I faced a slim and slender individual wearing a military wardrobe, with the remainder of their skin concealed by a black mask and gloves. Behind them were a set of exactly 12 individuals, all who were constrained to a chair. All of them were either delirious or unconscious, and all their hair was shaved. It looked as if they were previously test subjects used on some sort of experiment. Their ages ranged from children to middle-aged. The man in black told me words that still strike my soul to this day. "This is for your mental strength. Make the right choice." He moved aside and revealed a red button. I was never told exactly what the button did, but at the time I presumed that it was not good. I spent what seemed like an eternity considering the probability and consequences of me choosing whether or not to press the button, but I realized that my rational and logical way of thinking was something that could not assist me in this moment. I had to rely on ethical and emotional decisions. I looked at the blood-red button and saw the reflection of myself. I knew that my actions were going to affect the lives of those people, but I refused to put my years of solving this mystery to waste. What I didn't realize at the time was that I regret pressing that button to this day. I secretly closed my eyes and refused to look to my right where I was escorted beyond the chamber of those people. And this post would certainly be taken down if I were to utter the traumatic events that occurred in that facility for the following months. I watched and assisted in the techniques of, to put it lightly, interrogation used among individuals that were both innocent and guilty. Whatever you think happened in there, you are likely correct. Believe what you want, but I am telling you the truth. I can no longer live my life the way that it was destined to be, and I have since lost my passion for solving puzzles. Be careful about what you find on the internet, as you will never know what it will lead you to. Veterans, what's the craziest government secret you know? Ex-soldiers from my unit used a voice of God weapon on me. The US government is using artificial telepathy on me and has been for 2 years. I hear voices that constantly speak to me in a sentient manner. They change at will, sounding like a man or woman as well as fictional characters. They've instructed me to do complex tasks, like taking a train to another state, rejoining the military, getting a job, and which job I'm allowed to have. They can manipulate the nerve endings in my body, doing so in conjunction with taunts and threats, creating sensations of touch, pain, etc. Being able to simulate the feeling of being shocked, cut, pinched, and burned in various areas of my body. They can create the sensation of smell in my mind. They force images into my mind constantly and manipulate my dreams. My dreams are vivid and complex to the point that I'm constantly exhausted. I wake up tired and in pain. I believe it works through radio and microwaves, possibly sent from a device to a satellite and then sent out through 5G towers. No one believes me, and people from my old unit who I know are involved deny it, even though one dropped me hints that it was true. I'm still being tortured and psychologically abused to this day. All I'm able to do is resist what they tell me to do and try to spread awareness of it. I don't expect anyone to be able to help or save me through Reddit. It is just a means to spread awareness and information. However, I'm also under a constant reminder of the threats and consequences I may endure by telling this to people. Please share my story. I am not mentally ill. I have studied mental illnesses such as schizophrenia and related mental disorders. They do not have what I'm experiencing in the symptoms. I do not do drugs, not even nicotine or alcohol. I do not have any head-related trauma nor been to the doctor for such. I am only trying to tell as many people as possible that this is real and has been going on for decades. It is hell. It is an invisible prison. It's no contact torture and abuse. It is a complete invasion of my mind and body. I believe it's responsible for a lot of the mass tragedies that have happened in the US. I'm sure you understand what I mean. It's why people are randomly committing mass tragedies at such a breakneck speed across the country. The doctors have tried to tell me I have something called schizophrenia, but I know you guys believe me. We control the weather in your city, and there's nothing you can do about it. I used to work in the government during the Vietnam War. We were told to keep our mouth shut. But now that this is technically considered declassified, I feel the need to share my side of the story. I remember one afternoon when senators were called to meet on foreign relations for a classified briefing. The meeting was labeled top secret, and we had no idea what we were getting ourselves into. We were about to learn what it was like to have the powers of God. Back in the 1960s, Vietnam's rainfall patterns were a concern for the American military, not tourists. After over a decade of war and thousands of American casualties, we, the government at the time, turned our subcommittee for Oceans and International Environment, was about to learn about a attention to the skies. Along with me and the others, Senator Pell, who chaired the secret operation called Operation Popeye. This operation aimed to lengthen the monsoon season in Vietnam through cloud seeding. The idea was to destabilize the enemy and help the United States win the war. It was meant to ensure victory in the Vietnam War, but unfortunately, it didn't achieve its objective. However, the revelation of the U.S. government's involvement in weather-altering warfare was a game-changer. The Nixon administration tried to distract, deny, and lie to Congress, but reporters exposed the truth. Stories about rain being used as a weapon emerged, and classified information leaked, most of it being about our use of artificial rain. Before we knew it, Operation Popeye began. Our pilots and their crew would fly over specific regions in Vietnam, armed with canisters of silver or lead iodide. These particles served as water condensation nuclei. The crew would ignite the canisters and release smoke filled with particles into existing storm clouds. The goal was to stimulate additional precipitation by introducing artificial nuclei. As you read this, cloud seeding operations are likely happening right in your backyard. State and city officials seed clouds in the Sierra Nevada during winter to support ski resorts and increase water supply for California and neighboring regions. Local officials from Wyoming to Mumbai carry out summertime seeding to provide rainfall for farmers. And the Chinese Meteorological Association reportedly runs the world's largest cloud seeding operation, creating billions of tons of rain each year.
I did something horrible to my neighbors and desperately need your advice. I've really enjoyed watching my neighbors fall in love. All I'm asking is you hear me out before passing judgment. I'm an on-site property manager. The way my apartment block is laid out, there's a garden roof terrace surrounded by walls on 3 sides. Each is lined by apartments with their own brief balconies. I've always enjoyed people watching. A lot. So I spy on my neighbors whenever they use the communal space to smell the flowers or read on the wooden benches. For me, it's more soul cleansing than therapy. Right from the start, I thought the guy in apartment 235 and the lady over at 326 would make a lovely couple. I had caught them talking a few times in the communal space from afar and they seemed to hit it off so well. He was a huge, well-built fellow with nice facial hair. On the other hand, she was rather tall herself, with a smile that made men melt like butter in a hot pan. I know, because she deployed it against me when I warned her there'd been complaints about her. She had a yappy poodle, Benny, and I had to tell her that it'd be well within my rights to serve her an eviction notice. Unfortunately, Mr. 235 was engaged. And bloody hell, talk about a toxic relationship. Even the bastard resident up in the penthouse suite, the one who blared heavy metal music until 4 a.m., complained about them. He would often complain that their back and forth fights were louder than a damn fire alarm. The relationship I had envisioned between 235 and 326 seemed doomed from the very start. But this is where it gets shocking. First, while Mr. 235 was away on a work trip, his fiancée slipped climbing out of the bathtub. He found her body 2 days later. Then, later that very same week, Miss 326 lost poor Benny. Soon the pair were on the roof terrace, smoking away, steadily drawing closer to each other. One afternoon, 235 offered 326 some whiskey, and they were off, united by their shared grief. Long after the funeral, once enough time had lapsed that neighbors stopped offering their condolences in the hallways, the pair continued with these regular meetups. Little by little, they quit drinking, and ditched the cigarettes. Then one day, I heard laughter. As I peeked over the balcony, I saw them play wrestle beside the bench. My heart soared. Next thing I knew, they were climbing in and out of taxis and spending the night at each other's apartments. Then, finally, turning over their keys because they'd bought a house together. This announcement made me giddier than a schoolgirl. They're married now, with twins on the way. In their latest Facebook photo, their grins are so wide you can practically count the wisdom teeth. So in the end, wasn't it worth using my spare key to enter apartment 235 that night and stage that awful woman's accidental fall? And can't you understand why I planted poisonous mushrooms around the garden so that Benny would eat them, and Miss 326 would need somebody to confide in? I guess what I'm really asking is, if my actions helped a beautiful young couple find true love, then don't the ends justify the means? Search and rescue teams, what's the most gut-wrenching thing you've come across? Whatever you do, stay away from the man with the hollow eyes. I'm a search and rescue officer for the U.S. Forest Service. One of the scariest things I've ever had happen to me involved the search for a young woman who'd gotten separated from her hiking group. We were out until late at night, because the dogs had picked up her scent. When we found her, she was curled up under a large rotted log. She was missing her shoes and pack and was clearly in shock. She didn't have any injuries, so we were able to get her to walk with us back to base ops. Along the way, she kept looking behind us and asking us why that big man with black eyes was following us. We couldn't see anyone, so we just wrote it off as some weird symptom of shock. But the closer we got to base, the more agitated this woman got. She kept asking me to tell him to stop making faces at her. At one point, she stopped and turned around and started yelling into the forest, saying that she wanted him to leave her alone. She wasn't going to go with him, she said, and she wouldn't give us to him. We finally got her to keep moving, but we started hearing these weird noises coming from all around us. It was almost like coughing, but more rhythmic and deeper. It was almost insect-like. I don't really know how else to describe it. When we were within sight of base ops, the woman turns to me, and her eyes are about as wide as I can imagine a human could open them. She touches my shoulder and says, "He says to tell you to speed up. He doesn't like looking at the scar on your neck." I have a very small scar on the base of my neck, but it's mostly hidden under my collar, and I have no idea how this woman saw it. Right after she said that, I heard that weird coughing right in my ear, and I just about jumped out of my skin. I hustled her to ops, trying not to show how freaked out I was, but I have to say I was really happy when we left the area that night. However, now every time I go back to that forest, it feels like someone's watching me. Lawyers, who's the most evil client you had to defend? My client ruined my life. Years ago, I worked as a public defender, and had been entrusted with a homicide case that still haunts my memories. The brutality of the crime shook me to the core. A woman had met a gruesome and violent end, leaving behind a trail of unimaginable horror. The photographs from the case were so disturbing that I felt a wave of nausea wash over me upon viewing them. To make matters worse, it seemed that this case was connected to two other similarly gruesome murders of women. The evidence was scarce, but the authorities had narrowed down their focus to a single suspect. A man who would soon become my client. Having spent 2 decades as a public defender, I had developed a keen understanding that most people accused of crimes were, indeed, guilty. However, I had also learned the importance of separating the person from their actions. I believed that violent psychopaths typically exhibited a pattern of violence prior to escalating to such heinous acts. Successful psychopaths, on the other hand, tended to avoid committing violent crimes, having meticulously crafted their public image to hide their true nature. Yet, my assigned client seemed completely out of place. He was physically unassuming, with a wife and children. He lacked wealth, but he held a steady job and maintained a circle of friends. During our meetings, he displayed remarkable politeness and an unusually soft-spoken demeanor. He often spoke of his deep love for his daughters and his staunch advocacy for feminism. Despite my usual skepticism, this client adamantly insisted on his innocence. Initially, I dismissed his claims. My role was to analyze the facts that could be proven in court rather than engage in futile debates about guilt or innocence. However, something about his demeanor and the inconsistencies surrounding the crime began to gnaw at me. Moreover, the state's lack of solid evidence added weight to my growing belief that he might, in fact, be innocent. I threw myself wholeheartedly into the case, relentlessly challenging the prosecution's every move. One of the things that convinced me the most of my client's innocence was the way his client responded to seeing photos of the victims. They were going to be shown in court and I wanted him to be prepared. The guy looked like he was going to throw up. He bent over a trash can and looked distraught. He also just started rambling like he was experiencing a genuine, authentic trauma response. He just went off about how the girl's ear was torn off and he kept imagining his wife in that position. He said something a little odd though. I don't know why, but the fact that all the victims are blonde and my wife is brunette is getting to me. What if it could have been her if she had dyed her hair a different color? I stared at him with an open mouth, and for a moment I stopped being his attorney and was just a human. My wife Mary is a Latina woman and I had the same thought when I saw these photos. Like, maybe it would have been her with just a twist of fate. It was then that I became convinced of his innocence. The depth of his raw response struck me as genuine and authentic. However, as we neared the end of the trial, a surprising turn of events unfolded. In an uncommon move for a violent crime, the prosecutor, realizing the weakness of her case, offered a deal. Though far from favorable, I felt obligated to present it to my client. Suddenly, the client's demeanor changed. His hands started shaking as he looked at the table and mumbled about how that asshole prosecutor was just doing this to mess with him. He then got angry at me. I was taken aback by this transformation. He had been so respectful to everyone at that point, including folks on the opposing side. I attempted to calm his growing hostility, assuring him of the prosecutor's fairness and her potential concerns about excessive sentencing. It was an opportunity to reduce potential jail time, but his eyes turned hollow, devoid of humanity, and I was left grappling with the eerie presence of true evil. Pushing aside my unease, I proceeded to discuss the specifics of the deal, seeking to provide him with an informed choice. But then, just as suddenly as the darkness had descended, he reverted to his former timid self. The man who professed love for his wife, who spoke passionately about his commitment to feminism, emerged once again. The stark contrast left me shaken, questioning my own safety as his hostile nature occasionally revealed itself, scrutinizing every decision I made. The thought of withdrawing from the case crossed my mind, but I knew the judge would never allow it at this late stage. I resolved to endure, determined to see justice served. In the end, I did my job effectively, and my client walked free. The prosecution's evidence fell short, failing to reach the threshold of beyond a reasonable doubt. As the trial concluded, I extended my hand to shake his, seeking closure and perhaps a shred of gratitude. Yet, what met me was a cold stare and a disconcerting smirk. On the way out, my client mumbled something about how he would never forgive me for making a decision he disagreed with. Unease settled within me. 2 months later, another murder occurred that fit the pattern of the previous attacks. The woman who was murdered was a Latina woman named Mary. A week afterwards, I received mail from an anonymous source telling me to consider a new field. I obliged, fearing for what would happen to my wife if I chose not to. The police found the world's most horrifying thing under my house. 26. That's how many bodies they found in the pit below my house. It was an earthquake that brought them to light. If not for that, I'm not sure I would have ever known they were down there. When the ground shifted, a putrid smell seeped up from below and permeated the entire house. Trying to locate the source, I shined my flashlight through the access hatch for the crawl space. That's when I saw an arm. A human arm, poking up through the dirt. Immediately, I called the police, and that's when my life turned into a circus. Nothing like this had ever happened in our small town before, and the media had a field day. Investigators started to identify some of the bodies. Local news outlets dubbed them the alphabet murders. Strangely, they appeared to have met their ends in alphabetical order. One per year, spanning back 26 years. All women in their late teens and early 20s. Amanda Zeller was the last victim, Karen Abbott the first. Of course, my wife and I were the primary suspects. We'd been arrested and swabbed for DNA to test against forensic evidence they found under the house when the very first bodies were being unearthed. However, I knew they wouldn't find a trace of me or my wife down there. Neither of us had ever ventured below the house before. Though, I was sure they'd find a connection from me to who I knew to be the real killers. My parents. I had only inherited the house from my evil, abusive, pricks for parents a few months prior. This was after they'd lost control of their vehicle and driven off a cliff. Good riddance, was my first thought when I was informed of their deaths. I'd never been more than a punching bag for the both of them. Something to scream at, smack, and berate at home, then parade out in front of the neighbors as some perfect little child. Yeah, some perfect little family we had. It was all BS. They were a nightmare, so I ran away when I was 15 and never spoke with them again. Shockingly though, they left me the house. I figured maybe it was a final screw you to me when I saw the state of disrepair they left it in. At least it paid off, but it was going to need a lot of work if I was going to sell it for a good price. That's the only reason why I moved back in. And now I realized they weren't just assholes. They were sick, sadistic demons. Both of their DNA was all over Amanda Zeller. They'd done it all together. The most shocking part was though, that when they tested my DNA against my parents, it showed I wasn't a familial match. I wasn't their son. We were baffled, until they found an older grave, separate from the pit, that contained a young couple whose DNA did match mine. Their first victims. What is the most freaky thing you've ever experienced? There was a family of natives known to be practicing dark magic on a reservation in Phoenix. While I myself don't believe in myths and dark magic, I found it especially odd that dozens have come forth to me with stories about their experiences with a highly disturbing family. The older siblings of that family all shared residence in Phoenix. It is very common for people from the reservation to move to the valley after high school. The older siblings weren't any different. This story was told to me by a young Navajo man. Similarly to me, he didn't believe in traditional values. He had thought that skinwalkers, spiritual healing, and medicine men were all myth until this terrifying experience. At the time he was dating the second youngest daughter in the family. He expressed that her older brothers didn't like him and on many occasions tried to physically fight him. The family members were known partiers and on many occasions would throw parties in the city with most attendees being from the reservation. The older brothers despised him. However, he recalled that they would call a ceasefire so to speak during house parties. He said they would even be so kind as to even make him mix drinks or bring him beers. He didn't think anything of it. As nice as the brothers appeared, he still wasn't allowed to spend the night with his girlfriend under their roof. So after the house parties would dwindle down and end, he found himself behind the wheel of his car driving back to his own apartment. He would never remember getting into his vehicle, driving home, or getting pulled over. He believed he was just blacking out from the alcohol. Him and his girlfriend loved each other, so he always returned to spend time with her. Fast forward to the next 4 house parties and the same thing kept happening. He would spend the night in jail and rack up another drunk driving fine. Pretty soon he had 4 to 6 of these fines. He did time and paid the fines. He lost his job and his lifestyle. His mother, who was a very traditional Navajo woman and single mother, begged him to come home back to the reservation and get his life sorted. Without any other prospects, he decided to come back to the reservation. Upon returning home, he and that girl had broken up due to his trouble with the law and troubles with drinking. Eventually his mother drove him to see a medicine woman. Feeling hopeless and lost, he thought it couldn't hurt, right? Even if it wasn't real, what's the harm? Nothing lost, nothing gained mentality. If anything, at least it would satisfy his mother's anxiety. Upon arrival, the medicine woman had him look into a fire so that she could heal him. He was shocked that by looking into the fire, the medicine woman told him everything in detail. He had never met this medicine woman before or never been to a ceremony previously. She told him that she saw him drinking and partying with a family that practices dark magic. Here's where things get disturbing. The alcoholic drinks they were offering him were laced with corpse powder. She saw their hatred for him. Their bad medicine was meant to be his fatal end. They were trying to kill him. Had those cops never pulled him over each time, he would have continued on his way to his death. Human cloning already exists, and the facilities already have your DNA. I used to work in a government cloning facility in the 90s. Every day I walked into the sterile whiteness of the cloning lab like it was a step into the future, a future I helped create but never fully embraced. We were capable of cloning a sheep named Dolly back in 1996, but that was the first and last piece of news our facility released to the public. We were done with testing on animals, and now we were ready for humans. Our facility had 5 different blocks, all labeled from Block A to E. I remember my hands trembling as I slid the access card to enter the secretive Block E, the hub of human cloning. The facility was capable of holding near billions of separated DNA combinations, all based on a new technology known as genetic illusion. We create sets of parent genes with common sequences that are fueled with the knowledge to reproduce new DNA at a cellular level. This permitted our facility to have the access of billions of genetic stems indirectly that surmounted to around 3 billion different genetic combinations in a small area. It was practically a worldwide genetic database. I had been working on this project, an amalgam of science and existential crisis, for years now. One day, I was introduced to Subject 330. With his lively brown eyes and animated expressions, he seemed nothing less than human. We became fond of each other, our conversations straddling between genetic sequences and philosophical conundrums. He was proof of our success, a perfectly cloned human. But it was a single line in the lab reports that haunted me: possible genetic instability in Subject 330, potential deterioration expected. As weeks passed, Subject 330's health started failing. The clone, indistinguishable from a human, was now dying like 1, 2. The moral weight of it all became unbearable. I decided to expose the project, knowing the potential consequences. Late one night, I copied all relevant data onto a drive. As I was leaving, I passed by Subject 330's room. He was awake, his gaze piercing into my guilt. "Is there something you wish to tell me?" he asked, a knowing look in his eyes. I realized that my creation was a fully conscious being. At that moment, I decided to tell him the truth. The shock was there, but he accepted his fate with a grace that was all too human. With his human-like capabilities, 330 confided something that left me with utter disbelief. "I am aware of this facility's storage of countless genetic variations. I may be a being constructed from science, but I still have ethics and morals, and I find this facility to be unethical." I knew he was right, so we formulated a plan. That fateful night, we entered the triple barricaded storage facility to do what we thought was right. We turned off the incubation thermostat, and watched my work in the facility perish. Our actions were now irreversible. Alarms blared. Security was onto us. As we were approaching the exit, we noticed guards aiming at us from both directions, and we knew we would be unalived if we tried to run up the stairs with them on our tail. What used to be my experiment soon became my friend when he said something that I will never forget. 330 pushed me towards the door. "Go, I'll hold them off," he said, the ghost of a smile on his face. I ran, his sacrifice etched into my heart. The facility was eventually shut down. Subject 330 didn't survive, so I am telling this story in hopes that his legacy will spark a worldwide realization on the government's intentions of cloning. We are living in the year 1724, and I have undeniable proof. I'm a historian, and ever since I stumbled upon the phantom time hypothesis during my postgraduate studies, I've been obsessively devoted to it. It suggested that the years AD 614 to 911 were fabricated, added to the calendar by ill-intentioned monks or the Holy Roman Emperor himself. As a historian, I was supposed to dismiss it, but the evidence was too compelling to ignore. It started with discrepancies in our records, certain periods too barren or too fruitful. Anomalies in the Gregorian calendar only added fuel to the fire. Everything pointed to one conclusion: we were not in the 21st century, but rather in the year 1724. For years, I delved deeper into my research, raising eyebrows at universities and conferences alike. It didn't bother me. I was onto something monumental. One day, I discovered a centuries-old chronicle hidden in the catacombs of a neglected monastery. Its cryptic content pointed to a meeting in 911 AD among religious and political elites, a plan to fabricate 3 centuries worth of time for reasons lost to history. My research sparked controversy in the historian field. Yet, it attracted like-minded individuals, academics, and outliers who shared my conviction. Our belief was put to the test when a member of our group, a renowned archaeologist, unearthed a Roman artifact, dated accurately, with the inscription in the year of our Lord 1724. The object was genuine, and the inscription, irrefutable. This was the smoking gun we needed to validate our theory. Our discovery made waves but didn't change the world overnight. The inertia of centuries is hard to overcome. Still, we initiated a conversation, a ripple in the tide of accepted history. I am proud of that. As I chronicle our journey in this personal account, I realize our quest isn't over. It's only the beginning. In the year 1724, we stand firm, questioning, seeking, and above all, daring to rewrite history. What is the most evil thing you've done to a parent? I could have had a brother had I listened to my parents. Can I go to Amanda's party tonight? I asked my dad. Not tonight, sweetie, plus you have school in the morning, said my dad. I sighed. Your mother is coming home late tonight and it would ease her mind to know you were here safe. My mom is a nurse at the hospital and last week a girl came in injured from an attempted kidnapping by a man in a red pickup truck. Today, my mom comes home late because it is her last day before she goes on maternity leave. An hour later, I grabbed a snack from the kitchen and I overheard my dad on the phone with my mom. I will probably still be up at 12 when you get here, I overheard my dad say. I told my dad that I would be going to bed early, so he wouldn't bother me. I snuck out. I should have just listened. At the party, I only had a couple of drinks but I made sure to stop myself. Older guys were there and I paid them no mind. One of the guys in particular kept eyeing me down and he was a total smoke show. He walked over to me and offered me a drink. I informed him that I had to drive back home and he insisted that one more drink would not hurt. I drank half of it and it was very bitter tasting. I looked down at my phone and I saw that it was 11:47 p.m. I panicked. The guy walked me out and we both got into our vehicles. He drove a red pickup truck. I began to speed home because the party was about 10 minutes away from my house. I looked in my rear view and I noticed the red truck behind me. I was 7 minutes into my drive. I approached the last traffic light before I got to my house and the truck was still behind me. No cars are in front of me and the light is green. I accelerated. I glued my eyes back on the truck. He suddenly made a turn down a street and I exhaled in relief. I focused back on the road and I saw that the traffic light was now red. I tried hitting the brakes as fast as I could but it was too late. I crashed into another vehicle. The airbags burst out immediately. I was in shock, but I quickly remembered that I T-boned another person. I got out of the car crying from glass cuts and thinking about how I was going to tell my parents that I caused a wreck 2 minutes away from home. I got my phone out of my back pocket and got ready to call emergency services. It was 11:58 p.m. I finally got a better look into the car. I couldn't see the person's face because it was covered with blood. There was no response. Then I realized. This person had on scrubs and was pregnant. It was Mom. What's the most horrific act of jealousy you've taken against a friend? My biggest regret is getting rid of my closest friends. A few weeks ago, I went on a trip with some friends. It was supposed to be a camping trip to make memories. A couple of us and a campfire, just talking shit into the night. My friend, Jake, was leaving for a new job, heading to a town none of us had ever been to. We were excited, sure. Maybe a bit jealous, but we were proud of what he'd accomplished in a phone interview. We were proud of him for getting out of the shitty small town. For our camping trip we packed light. Just food, snacks and beer for the most part. In hindsight, not a great idea. However, we were young and dumb. We were more interested in a good time than staying warm or eating decent meals. By the time we arrived at our site, the day was approaching dusk. We hurriedly set up a fire and pitched the measly tents we had brought while cracking a couple cold cans. When we finally settled down, we gathered our camp chairs around the roaring fire. Stars pinpricked the sky. It looked like confetti above, and seemed as if it was about to rain down on us at any time. We all drank too much, and in the early hours of the morning, we stumbled into our respective tents. I woke to the sun streaming in through my unzipped tent. I blinked at it a few times, adjusting to the brightness. Outside, it was eerily quiet. Our fire was still smoldering, empty beer cans littered the ground. The car sat where it had been parked, wet with morning dew. I called out a few times and then I began checking the tents, which were all empty. There was nothing out of place, no signs of a struggle. It looked like they had just woken up during the night and wandered off. I checked my phone, no reception. I didn't know what else to do, so I did what I could. I waited. By mid-morning it was hot, and I'd heard a peep from no one. Even the forest seemed silent. I had wondered how populated this area would be, looking at it on the map when I picked it out. Overall, it had seemed secluded. It seemed safe. And for me, for what I needed to get done, it had been absolutely perfect. I took one last look around the campsite, carefully putting out the smoldering fire, making sure the tents had turned to ash. I then made my way to the car. In my pocket, I held Jake's license and his apartment key. Everyone had always said how much we looked alike. Even though our lives were the total opposite, we could have been brothers. Maybe things would have been different if I'd been born to the right family. Instead of dwelling on what I did, I focused on remembering the good times with my mates. I chose to ignore the most recent memories of slipping a lethal amount of sleeping pills in their beers, while I remained sober. I tried to forget the hole and how long it had taken to dig in that forest floor. I was beyond excited about leaving the shitty town, and starting a new job in a town I've never been to. All I had to do now was get rid of his family. I solved the case of John Titter, and I'm now the lead suspect. I was a junior scientist and investigator, newly recruited into a classified government program, but I was only given the basic tasks and duties. But one day, I was given access to a developing case. On the surface, it was a study about quantum physics and temporal displacement, but in reality, we were working on the infamous John Titter project, the alleged time travel experiment that gripped the late 20th and early 21st century internet. The document I received went a little something like this. There were reports on John Titter's whereabouts on the Time Travel Institute forums on November 2, 2000, under the name Time Travel_0. At that time the name John Titter was not being used. The posts discussed time travel in general, the first one being the 6 parts description of what a time machine would need to have to work and responses to questions about how such a machine would work. Early messages tended to be short. A second thread was also made due to shortcomings in the forum software at the time. After reading this information, I initially thought this was some kind of joke or test for me, being a new recruit and all, but nevertheless, I headed for the forum that this supposed John Titor actively contributes to. On one of his posts, I noticed that it was linked to another account, under the name proof_00. This account would frequently write about the future and its forebodings. One of the posts mentioned the idea of sharing data telepathically with the implementation of brain chips. Others would seem as if they were rants about things from a neo-civil war and a nuclear exchange between country superpowers, but I simply ignored it as for all I know this could be some sort of hoax my team threw on me in order to practice. But as I continued, I began to realize how wrong I was. After scrolling through hundreds of posts, I found an image. It was a blueprint, seemingly photocopied, of a device he had described on his main account online years ago. This was the time-traveling device he was talking about, complete with 2 magnetic housing units for dual micro-singularities. I began to question everything. What did this mean for the future Titor had warned us about? The upcoming civil war, the nuclear exchange? Were we playing into a predestined timeline? I looked around in our office to see if anybody was secretly laughing or staring at me. Surely, someone ought to come out by now and tell me that this was just some big joke that my investigative director put me up to. I focused my eyes back down to the computer screen. I examined the blueprint methodically, and began to notice that most of these parts looked familiar. The defibrillators, particle accelerators, and the dual-ion cellular diffusers were something I had seen before. In fact, it was something that I had seen in this facility. It was placed in a corner of the base that was isolated and barricaded beyond multiple doors. I recall seeing it through the small windows of the doors when I was originally given the tour of the facility. I needed to test my hypothesis. I needed to get into that room. It was lunch break, and my manager and coworkers were starting to leave to eat in the courtyard. Miraculously, my investigative director somehow left his badge on his desk, and his door was just ajar. Despite finding it rather ironic, I slid into his office, grabbed the badge, and began to walk toward the barricaded room. To my surprise, I was granted access to the first 2 doors, but was finally met with a fingerprint scanner. Using clear tape, I stuck it to the badge and managed to get off a fingerprint of my boss. If there was nothing special in this room, then I need to return this badge as soon as possible, I thought. As the final door electronically opened, I was greeted with a near-identical replica of what I saw on the blueprint. But my biggest mistake was pressing the green button. As mesmerized as I was, I acted with haste and attempted to power on the machine and enter the machine. I don't remember much after this, but I do remember a flash of white light, and I became immediately unconscious. When I woke up I found myself in what looked like a normal city, but I had no idea how I'd gotten there. I stepped out of the alleyway and was mesmerized with the cleanliness of the streets. Every car seemed electric, but it was no different than modern times. I'd figured that the time machine had worked. After writing down the coordinates of the alleyway that I had stepped out of, I began my exploration of the city, and decided to stop into a local coffee shop. I bought a black coffee, no cream, and sat down at my table. I took a newspaper off the shelf and unfolded it to see the futuristic news of this new world. On the front page, it was my face. Time traveler internationally wanted for government theft. I discovered an asteroid hurtling towards Earth, and I'm not supposed to tell anyone. I have been an astronomer for 14 years, but when I found Oumuamua, the first man-made asteroid, I never anticipated it would lead me down the path of it becoming a conspiracy. I was stationed in Hawaii within an observatory where I was meant to discover any abnormalities in the orbiting pattern of Fortuna, an asteroid within our solar system. But on the evening of October 19th, I noticed a flash of an oval-like shape that flew past my telescope as it made its way past the sun. I clocked it in at a top speed of 87 kilometers per second, too fast to have originated in the solar system. We decided to name the object Oumuamua, Hawaiian for a messenger from afar arriving first. My peers were quick to dismiss its oddities as simple quirks of the cosmos, but I wasn't convinced. Why was its acceleration inconsistent with just gravity? And why did it lack the characteristic comet tail as it neared the sun? The unanswered questions drove me to further investigation. I took it upon myself to dig deeper, poring over data late into the nights. Then, one evening, I noticed something, a faint, pulsating signal seemingly emitting from the asteroid. I was stunned. Was this a naturally occurring phenomenon, or was it something more? I decided to present my findings to my superiors, suggesting the possibility of the asteroid being of artificial origin. However, instead of enthusiasm or curiosity, I was met with silence and evasion. The more I pressed, the more they dismissed me. Undeterred, I began covertly tracking Oumuamua, recording its strange signals. My nights turned into a game of cat and mouse with the university administration, who seemed overly keen to end my research. The deeper I dug, the more it felt like I was being watched, tracked even. One night, I was abruptly called into a meeting. An unknown government official was present, a man with cold, calculating eyes. They demanded I cease my research, stating it was a matter of national security. But why? What were they trying to hide? While the world still debates Oumuamua's nature, I am certain of the truth. I discovered not just an asteroid, but a vessel, an alien harbinger from a far-off world. Though my professional life was shattered, I sleep soundly, knowing I chose truth over comfort, curiosity over complacency, in the face of an unyielding cosmos. I regret exploding the Georgia Guidestones, and now they're all after me. As I sit here, concealed within the thicket of a tranquil forest, I can't help but remember the explosion. The echoing blast, the spray of granite, and most of all, the crushing regret. To understand why I did it, we must first discuss what the Georgia Guidestones are, or rather, were. Erected in 1980 in Georgia, the Guidestones were a modern megalith, an American Stonehenge of sorts. A set of 10 guidelines in 8 different languages. They were erected in order to provide instructions on how to rebuild society after an unknown apocalyptic event. Coupled with the mysterious nature of their commission by the anonymous RC Christian, some interpreted the guidestones as a blueprint for a new world order. The Japanese guidestone, one of the 5 additional slabs accompanying the primary stones, was marred by satanic graffiti years ago, an act that I found appalling. My soul recoiled at the sight of that defacement, the stark, unholy symbols clashing against the stone's intended message. For me, this act was an irrevocable violation. Over time, my disdain for the guidestones intensified. From my perspective, they represented an elite's attempt to control the narrative of humanity's future. I felt that they embodied a shadowy, undemocratic ideal that the world didn't sign up for. In my eyes, they were a symbol of oppression, and they needed to be torn down. So, I decided to act. I was an engineer by trade, well versed in the principles of explosives, but not a criminal. The idea of bombing something was alien to me, yet the conviction to restore the balance, to cleanse this physical manifesto of conspiracy, overpowered my moral compass. My plan was meticulous and calculated. I studied the area for weeks, learning patrol patterns, identifying blind spots, and calculating the exact amount of explosives needed to dismantle the stones without causing a large-scale disaster. I acquired the materials through various channels, ensuring no single purchase would raise suspicion. It took several sleepless nights to assemble the charges, my hands trembling not from fear, but a sense of misguided righteousness. I chose a moonless night for the act, cloaking my efforts in darkness. My heart pounded in my chest as I placed the charges, every footfall seeming to echo for miles. The adrenaline was deafening. The explosion itself was far quieter than I expected, more of a forceful push than a cinematic fireball. The shockwave rippled through the night, and the stones fell. Regret hit me almost instantly, watching the granite dust billowing against the starlit sky. What had I done? I had intended to remove a symbol of oppression, but in its stead, I had created a symbol of destruction, of violence. I was no liberator. I was a destroyer. It's been months since then, and miraculously, no one has connected me to the act. The authorities are still searching for the culprit. The fear of being discovered is ever present, but it is the guilt that gnaws at me the most. I am a fugitive, hiding not just from the law, but from my own conscience. My actions that night, intended to free, only bound me tighter in chains of remorse. Every day I face the crushing reality of my actions, the destructive path I chose in the name of a twisted form of justice. I bombed the Georgia Guidestones out of misguided righteousness, and I live with that regret each moment, a prisoner of my own past, still on the run. Parents, what's the absolute worst thing you've done to protect your child? When Josiah was 8 years old, he asked me if I would still love him if I knew about the darkness that was inside him. I smiled at him. Not a happy expression, but instead a more pained, sorrowful one even. I reached out and ruffled his hair. I will love you, always. No matter what. When Josiah was 11 years old, his babysitter went missing. The police suspected a break-in followed by an abduction according to what Josiah had witnessed that night. However, I knew better. He was my own son, and I knew what my husband had been before he passed. I also knew that the apple didn't fall far from the tree. This tree was rotten to the core. When Josiah was 16 years old, his first ever serious girlfriend disappeared as well. He was the last one to see her, and then it was as if she had just vanished in thin air. The police were suspicious of Josiah, of course. But they could never prove anything. At 21, Josiah had moved, and started fresh in a new town. I convinced him it had been for the best. A fresh start was just what he needed. However, soon enough, young women in his apartment started to go missing. Josiah was investigated thoroughly. But again, there was never any evidence tying Josiah to any crime. It began to be too much for him. Josiah was scared that something was so wrong. The darkness inside him was spreading. He couldn't control it. One day, it was too much and he took his own life. At Josiah's funeral, I sobbed softly. My son, my only child, was gone. I thought back to when he was a child. When he was such a sweet little boy, so happy and hopeful. I had begun mentioning the darkness he held when he was just a tiny little boy. The same way I had done with his father. Just small snippets here and there that, like a seed, I planted and flourished inside his brain. As he grew, he believed it to be a part of him. He believed he had the darkness, and as his mother, of course it was my job to make his beliefs come true. I had never truly enjoyed killing them. It was just something that had to be done. I had been doing it for years, and was used to it. The screams didn't even flicker a racing heart these days. Even though his father was long dead and buried, I knew that he and my son held the same eyes. I knew from the moment that Josiah had been placed into my arms, that he had the darkness in him. Like his father, he hadn't known of it before me. That's why I knew it was fate, it was meant to be. Like father, like son. I had helped them both realize what they truly were. Of that I was certain. I had given a gift, by putting the darkness there, and I never once regretted it. The part of the deep web that you are not supposed to see. I guess you all know about the deep web. Yeah, the stories you've heard are true, it's not a nice place. Some folks go there to get drugs or illegal guns, or just out of curiosity. Others, well, they're up to no good. But I'm not here to talk about those freaks. I'm here to talk about what's even deeper. The weird, unexplainable part of the internet. The part that we're not meant to go to. There was an infographic that cropped up a while ago. Not sure when. The 8 levels of the internet. Maybe you've seen it. As interesting as it was, it's a complete bunk. I'm sorry, but polymeric falsigold derivation means nothing. And the Primark system? I guess somebody's a fan of Warhammer. No, There's no quantum mechanics involved here. However, that doesn't mean it was an easy place to find. Now, I'm not going to begin to tell you how to get here. It's unlikely that you'd be able to, even if I did. I'm not tooting my own horn here, I just didn't have a life outside of this. I was warned, of course. Everybody told me I wasn't going to like what I saw. That I wouldn't even understand it. Now I'm passing off that warning to you. Don't try to look for this. There's no official name for this place, or at least I haven't seen one. There were rumors, however. These ranged from an Illuminati chat room to a virtual holding cell for an experimental AI gone rogue. In reality, it's a lot worse. After a long and painful process of breaking down firewalls, encryptions, solving bizarre philosophical riddles, and following hidden links, I was finally directed to a blank page with one line of text and a text box underneath. Quid curis? Latin for what do you seek? I remember feeling surprised. But in retrospect, I didn't know what I was expecting. I'll admit, I was a bit stumped here. Partly because I didn't know the answer to that question. I had no objective, I just wanted to see if I could do it. I tried some generic answers at first. I typed in the truth and enlightenment. You know, Matrix shit. Nothing happened. I tried a bunch of answers, but none of them worked. I was getting frustrated at this point. Maybe this was a gag page. Maybe I really hadn't figured anything out. If only. I attempted something unusual. Not exactly sure what provoked this thought or why I figured it might succeed, but I entered what also seeks me. Looking back, it could have been an AI behind it all. Astonishingly, the page turned completely void. Utterly void. I remained patient. After a prolonged 5 minutes, I was rerouted to a site that gave the impression of a forum. Not quite that either. It was even more rudimentary. Merely a list of links against a muddy yellow backdrop. The links themselves were uninterpretable. Just a chaotic mix of characters, symbols, and letters. Many of them I hadn't seen before. It nearly appeared as an extraterrestrial script. Clearly, a code I couldn't decipher. At this point, my expectations had gone haywire. Each link was a step into the unknown. I selected the first one. It launched a live stream of what looked like the Paris catacombs. I observed for some time, but it was ultimately monotonous. I moved on to the next link. It was a shaky video in a dark setting. But I could make out men in tactical gear. They were in a house, opening doors and sweeping each room. Eventually, they kicked one down to reveal a creature. Tall and humanoid, with scaly skin. It was gnawing on a dismembered arm. They tried shooting at it, but it escaped out the window. The video stopped there. Well, I was floored. What the hell was this? It looked too real to be unreleased film footage. I was officially intrigued. Maybe this was worth the months of headaches and bloodshot eyes after all. I couldn't stop now. I started working down the list of links. With each click, everything got more and more bizarre. More disturbing. I stumbled upon a document called the Paragon Project, detailing trials of human experimentation that would lead to superhuman levels of strength and durability. It was an apparent success. Looked official too. There were essays on space-time anomalies, glitches in reality, and apparent pictures of alternate dimensions. There were detailed explanations regarding Area 51, the Bermuda Triangle, assassinations, disappearances, and the true nature of the Holy Grail. One of the more upsetting ones was a document referring to a world-ending bomb. A nuke that's 720,000 times stronger than the one dropped on Hiroshima. I don't want to know why we would need that. I found contingency plans for different kinds of apocalypses, nuclear winter, biological weapons, viral outbreak. Some more peculiar ones were called the Marianas Trench Abnormality, the bluntly labeled Strange Man on the 15th floor, and one simply referred to as Blackout. Recovered logs of skinwalker hunting expeditions, 911 transcripts from residents of a town in Texas that went missing in 1977, and even the journals that belonged to the people involved in the Dyatlov Pass incident. They didn't go insane because of the snow. I spent hours on there, looking through pages and pages of things I felt like I wasn't supposed to see. I came across a trailer to a silent film made back in 1910. One that apparently made people claw their eyes out after watching that nearly derailed the whole industry. There was a live stream of a hooded man sitting in front of a camera, head crouched down. He eventually lifted his head. Even though he had no mouth, a deep, guttural hello came through my speakers. Somehow, I knew it came from him. I didn't stick around for that. There were obscure sets of step-by-step guides that involved things like cutting off your own limbs and sewing on corpses, performing religious incantations in the middle of the Siberian forest, and going to coordinates that apparently housed captive fallen angels. It was unclear what any of these were supposed to achieve. There was also a 20 seconds long clip titled The Futility of the Living. I didn't watch it. That's when I realized there was no way even the highest form of organized government had full control of this. One of the scariest things about this whole experience was that I didn't find an end to the list. No matter far I scrolled down. I think I had a meltdown and passed out eventually, because I woke up on my floor in the middle of the night. I looked at my computer screen to see looped helicopter footage of a massive, crab-like creature tearing apart a coastal island. I clicked off of it. I just sat there for the longest time. I couldn't comprehend what I was seeing, and I don't think I really wanted to. Now, I'm not really sure why I kept going. My brain was screaming for me to take my computer out to the lawn and smash it into pieces. But I didn't. I noticed something I hadn't before. A small message at the bottom left-hand corner of the screen. I don't know if it was always there or not. It was hard to read, so I had to squint. More Latin. Translated into "Are you satisfied?" There were two options underneath it, yes and no. Now, I knew the answer to this question. Hell no, I wasn't satisfied. I was horrified, scarred for life. But I should have clicked on yes. If I just clicked on yes, it would have taken me out of that godforsaken place. Back to comfort and sanity. Even right now, I can't tell you why I clicked on no. But once I did, the page seemed to refresh. It was still the same basic setup, except there were only 4 links. This time, there were no recognizable numbers or characters. Hell, it didn't look like anything that could have come from this world. Just a collection of extremely crude symbols that didn't give off any sense of pattern or direction. I clicked on the first link. After about 20 seconds, I slammed my computer shut. I can't describe to you what I saw. All I know is that I wasn't supposed to see it. Nobody should ever see something like this. It's not only that it didn't make any sense, I can't tell you why it didn't. I couldn't begin to grasp the images I was seeing. It wasn't graphic or anything, not like that. I just couldn't recognize anything. I could make out things moving, but not in a way any creature on Earth has ever moved before. Colors that I'd never seen before. Just thinking about it gives me a splitting headache. This is my best attempt at visualizing it. We have 3 dimensions here on Earth. We can move forwards, backwards, left, right, 72.4 degrees southwest, etc. These things weren't restricted to that. I can't explain it any further. All I know is that I didn't want to watch one more second. I don't think I would have been able to. I left my room. For the first time in a while, I was planning to leave my house. I needed fresh air. To take a walk or something. Hell, I was thinking about running a marathon in the middle of the night just to get my mind off of that shit for a few hours. I was putting on my jacket when I heard a knock at the door. I stopped dead in my tracks. Obviously, I wasn't opening up. About a minute and 5 more sets of knocks came before somebody spoke up. Open up. We know what you did, but we're not here to hurt you. We just want to talk. The tone wasn't threatening. Eventually, I obliged. I opened up my door to 2 tall, slim men in suits. They smiled at me. Can we come in? I still don't know how they found me. I thought for sure that I was off the grid. We sat down on the couch. I guess I was just waiting for answers at this point. One of them looked at me and said, "What were you looking for?" "I don't know. But I'm not going back," I responded. He smiled again. Like this is what he wanted to hear. The other one piped up, "Who do you work for?" His tone was a bit more aggressive. I just shook my head. Look, I didn't know what I was getting into. I wasn't looking for anything. They just stared at me for a while. "I'm not going to tell anybody. Trust me." They finally responded, "We're not worried about that. Doubt anybody'd believe you." Another smile. Somehow it felt genuine. "We just wanted to know what your priorities were." In retrospect, that was a very strange question. "Just do us a favor and we'll leave." I perked up. "Give us the device you use to access it." I didn't ask any questions. I ran upstairs and basically tossed them my laptop. They both smirked at me one last time before heading for the door. Just as they were about to leave, one of them turned back. "I don't think you need to be told, but don't try this again. And don't show anybody else how to get there either." "We'll know." I didn't ask who they were. I'm not sure I would have wanted to know. It's been a week now. I don't go on the internet so much anymore. After this, I'm going to try and forget. To try not to think about it anymore. I've started having horrific nightmares. Been seeing a therapist for that, but I don't think it's helping. Anyways, I'm not going to let this consume the rest of my life. The thing is, I'm afraid this might not be possible. There are some things we aren't supposed to know about. Probably for our own safety and sanity. Don't try and seek them out. It's better that way. However, it might be a bit too late for me. Malaysian Flight 370 was shot down, and I saw it happen with my own 2 eyes. Unless you've been living under a rock, the case of Malaysian Flight 370 is the biggest unsolved mystery in aviation history. I've seen multiple conspiracies as to what happened, where people believe the plane was hijacked by some sort of extremist group, or they were shot down by the Malaysian government, but they are both far from right, and I know because I watched it happen. For context, the flight took off at 12:41 a.m. and reached cruising altitude by 1:01 a.m. Everything seemed normal until its aircraft communication addressing and reporting system and the plane's transponder, which communicated with air traffic control, were switched off. The plane veered off its original path, and Malaysian military radar eventually lost contact with it over the Andaman Sea. This act would be what engages the largest search effort in human history. Initial search efforts were focused on the South China Sea, but as it was discovered that the flight had turned west, the search moved to the Strait of Malacca and the Andaman Sea. Satellite signals suggested the plane might be anywhere on 2 arcs, one stretching southward from Java into the Indian Ocean and the other stretching northward across Asia. On March 24th, based on final signals analysis, and the Malaysian government concluded that the flight had crashed in the Indian Ocean, and it was unlikely that anyone survived. They were wrong. The first piece of debris, a right-wing flaperon, was discovered on a beach in Réunion in July 2015. In the following year and a half, 26 more pieces of debris were found on shores of several countries, some of which were identified as parts of Flight 370. Now that you get the gist of it, most of this information is correct, except the fact that they are missing one key piece of evidence, the plane's altitude history. At the time, I was working on a cargo ship, and our technology on the boat was capable of identifying rapidly moving objects on both axes, which allowed us to virtually observe the horrifying feat of Malaysian flight. Signals recorded by our radar show the missing airliner climbing to an abnormal 45,000 feet, 10,000 feet above the traditional flight altitude of airplanes. Within a near instant, the plane began making a descent, but it was at a speed that I had never seen before. The plane descended a total of 20,000 feet in the span of 60 seconds. I began to realize that this was no normal matter and I felt obligated to investigate. As the plane's altitude continued to decline below 20,000 feet, I noted down the predicted coordinates of this plane through our radar and immediately veered our ship in that direction. I recall my shipmates questioning me over the radio captain. "What is going on up there?" I tried to explain my observation to him, but it was no help. I was rapidly approaching the diving plane. But something caught my eye, something far in the distance that made me realize a potential roadblock in my path to the plane. It was an island. And the island wasn't empty. It was inhabited, and there was what seemed to be a large gray facility there. Checking my GPS and my controls, I searched for what I was looking at, wondering if I should even be veering off our shipping path in the first place. I continued to look, switching between my view of the screen and my distant perception of the island, until I saw two gigantic ships in the shape of aircraft carriers heading in my direction. I received a buzz over our intercom. The call was coming from those ships. I continued to head forward as I had no time to waste. But when I answered the radio, I was greeted with a stern, cold voice. "This is the United States government. You are entering American waters and are no longer in fishing waters. As you are breaking international water laws, we are warning you that your boat will be shot down if you choose to continue to approach this direction. Do not engage with any surrounding aircraft, whether they are aquatic or aviators." Confused yet skeptical, I decided to bring my boat to a stop. I responded, "There is a plane crashing further north. I was going to investigate it. I can forward you the coordinates if you'd like." A long silence followed. He said we don't need them, and the intercom was disconnected. I watched as the boats turned around and began heading in the direction of the plane. I never said anything about my encounter initially, as I thought that the boats were going to rescue the passengers. But as I returned back to my home a month later after transporting cargo, I noticed on the news that the flight was still missing, meaning the United States government had not come forward with their information. I fear that they will fine me for releasing this information, but something should have been done by now. The families of those innocent passengers deserve justice and closure. If you see a giant hologram in the sky, keep your head down. You know, there's a reason they say truth is stranger than fiction. I served as a government official for years, privy to some truly mind-boggling projects, but none more so than Operation Blue Beam. I cannot say my origin of occupation, or my current whereabouts, as I fear they may try to silence me. Blue Beam was cloaked in secrecy from the get-go. Our objective? A staged alien invasion, designed to create global panic and enforce a new world order under a single government. Sounds crazy, right? I still struggle to believe it myself. The project was compartmentalized into 4 stages, with the ultimate goal being a global New Age religion led by the Antichrist to start a new world order. This sounds crazy, but bear with me. The final stage was the most ambitious, a simulated second coming of Christ. The idea was to use advanced technology to create an elaborate, global-scale show of an extraterrestrial invasion, culminating in the appearance of religious figures, ending with Christ. This operation is now technically unclassified. We were told to never utter a word of NASA's influence in the project as they feared their reputation would be ruined. NASA was integral to this operation, given their technical expertise and satellite resources. They were developing state-of-the-art, 3D optical holography and sounds to project laser images of multiple holographic images to different parts of the planet, each receiving a different image according to the predominant regional religious faith. Satellites at strategic locations were to project simultaneous images to the 4 corners of the planet, in every language and dialect. The show was to depict the ultimate fulfillment of prophecies to establish a one-world religion and government. As a key part of the deception, telepathic electronic two-way communication via ELF, VLF, and LF waves were to be used to make people think their God was speaking to them from the depths of their own minds. This faux divine intervention aimed to sway even the most steadfast non-believers, manipulating humanity on an unprecedented scale. Working with NASA, governments worldwide were secretly providing resources and infrastructure, setting the stage for this mass illusion. It was an unsettling demonstration of the lengths those in power were willing to go to control the global narrative. The technology involved was cutting edge. Holography, sound effects broadcasted from satellites, telepathic electronic two-way communication. It felt like being on the set of a sci-fi movie, except this was terrifyingly real. We were deep into the planning stages, perfecting our simulated extraterrestrial threat, when things started to unravel. A handful of us began questioning the morality of the operation. Were we really willing to cause global terror for political gain? Weighed down by guilt, I took my concerns to my superiors, hoping they'd see reason. Instead, they dismissed me, labeling me a security risk. My career in the government ended abruptly. Breaking my silence has cost me a lot, but the potential cost of silence was far greater. It's a hard road, and there's no guarantee of success, but I won't, give up. The truth must be told, for the sake of all of us. If you find a box with a child in it, run away immediately. To a newcomer, the case of the boy in the box might sound like something from a chilling crime novel. Yet for me, it was a grim reality, a case that still haunts my nights and keeps my days restless. I was the lead detective on this case, and it has followed me ever since. In February 1957, in a quiet, desolate area of northeast Philadelphia, a boy's unalive body was found discarded in a cardboard box. His tiny, frail body showed signs of severe malnutrition and violent beatings. Our best estimates placed him between the tender ages of 4 to 6 years. The horror of his short, tortured life was written all over his bruised body, and the mystery of his identity began an investigation so big that it has likely affected your personal life, too. As detectives, we left no stone unturned. We took his fingerprints, hoping against hope that he'd been fingerprinted before, maybe for a child identification record. We pushed his picture out to every police station, every post office, every town hall across the nation, hoping that his face would spark recognition in someone's memory. I still remember the days spent knocking on doors, questioning locals, distributing flyers with his haunting image. We detailed his case, the cardboard box in which he was found, the area, the condition of his body, and his estimated age. And yet, not a single person came forward with information. Perhaps the most frustrating part was tracing the cardboard box. It was from a J.C. Penney store in Upper Darby, and it had originally contained a baby bassinet. You would think this was a solid lead, but it only led us deeper into the rabbit hole of frustration and dead ends. The stores had no record of the purchaser, and we were back to square one. In the public eye, he became known as America's unknown child. But to me, I can't help but remember one key detail about the case. We traced a total of 11 different fingerprints from the outside of the box. The number was shocking, as it suggested that the box with the boy in it had been handled by countless individuals. We went for a lead on this, but it was eventually called off as it was possible that the fingerprints on the outside of the box could have been all from something known as fingerprint decay, where a fingerprint can dissolve and morph with the influence of wind or rain. Years into my retirement, I still think about him. His face, forever imprinted in my mind, reminds me of the harsh reality that despite our best efforts, some truths remain buried. The boy deserved a name, a life far better than the one he had, and justice for the atrocities committed against him. I watched him get taken away by those men in suits, and all he did was build an engine. The guy I'm talking about, let's call him John, was always different, often lost in thought. We'd engage in small talk, discussions about the weather, the kids, but one day, our mundane conversation took an unusual turn. John hinted at a project he'd been working on, an engine that ran on nothing but water. Naturally, I was skeptical. Water? Really, John? I'd asked, thinking it was a prank or a pipe dream. But the glint in his eyes told me he was dead serious. John was no ordinary neighbor. He was a mechanical engineer, with years of experience and a basement full of complex tools and machinery. The man lived and breathed mechanics. His passion was so palpable, you could feel it in the air around his house. Seeing him so engrossed, I offered a hand in his project, driven by curiosity. Over time, I got to know the workings of his water engine, or at least, to the best of my comprehension. It was a hydrogen fuel cell of sorts. The idea was to use electricity to split water into hydrogen and oxygen, then burn the hydrogen or use it in a fuel cell to generate electricity. Essentially, the car would run on water, producing only water vapor as exhaust. Sounds like science fiction, doesn't it? Then, the impossible happened. John's garage roared with a noise that signified success. He'd done it. A plain, simple engine that ran on the most abundant resource on Earth, water. The joy in John's eyes was something I'll never forget. But his happiness was short-lived. After receiving attention from the local news, I noticed John's fame started to gain some traction online. Days had passed, and I would try to go over to speak with John more and congratulate his invention, but nobody would answer the door. I was locking up my house before going to bed, when I saw an unusual squirming figure in the distance. Coincidentally, it was right next to John's house. That is until I saw two men in full black attire, dragging John by his arms as his unconscious body was thrown into the trunk of a car. They took John away. I never saw him again, but I was too terrified to tell anybody about it. I would fear that they would take away me as well, even worse, my family. The truth, the reality of John's work and his inexplicable disappearance, was too surreal to reveal. My heart aches when I think about it. A man's dream, silenced before it could echo across the world. But I won't let it be forgotten. They've taken John, but they can't erase his work. As his neighbor, as someone who knew him, I feel a duty to carry forward his legacy. The government orchestrates terrorist attacks on the people, and I have document proof. My name is unimportant. My title? I used to be someone of significance in the American government. For decades, I've lived with a secret, a weight so heavy that it's taken a toll on me, both physically and mentally. Now, on the cusp of a new era and the twilight of my own life, I believe it's time for the world to know about Operation Northwoods. In the early 1960s, the Cold War was at its peak. The United States and the Soviet Union were entwined in a deadly game of chess. I was an integral part of this saga, part of a secret committee at the Department of Defense that crafted strategies to counter communist threats. It was an era filled with distrust and fear. One such fear was the growing influence of Fidel Castro in Cuba. The public sentiment against communism was so intense that we, in the Pentagon and the CIA, were driven to consider extraordinary measures to turn the tide against Castro. That's when Operation Northwoods was conceived. On paper, it was a contingency plan. A series of proposed actions by the Department of Defense and the CIA, intended to create public support for a war against Cuba. The strategy? False flag operations. Staging terror attacks on our soil and blaming them on the Cuban government. The plans were detailed, almost eerily so. Proposals included hijacking planes, sinking ships, bombings, and even orchestrating violent terrorism in U.S. cities. Our aim was to create an atmosphere of fear and hatred towards Cuba, strong enough to justify a military invasion. There was even a suggestion to create a communist Cuban terror campaign in the Miami area, and Washington, D.C. casualty lists would appear in U.S. newspapers, causing national indignation. Innocent people would die, with the blame pinned on Castro's regime. I remember reading these proposals, a mix of disbelief and dread curdling in my stomach. Even in the face of the communist threat, I thought we were better than this. But the fear had gripped us all so tightly that we lost sight of our moral compass. We were prepared to compromise the very ideals of liberty and justice that we were sworn to uphold. We signed off on the Operation Northwoods document, and it made its way up the chain of command. But here's where a sliver of hope rekindles my faith in the system. President Kennedy, the final authority, rejected the proposal. I can't put into words the relief I felt when the operation was shut down. We were teetering on the brink, prepared to pay the devil's due. But in the end, we were saved from making an unforgivable mistake. I've lived with this secret for over 60 years. The unclassified document is proof of the path we almost trod, a dark chapter in American history that was fortunately never written. If you see me at the Grand Central Terminal, please shoot me. No, I'm not suicidal, but I'm now at the point where I literally cannot live life as a normal human, and it all started with a stupid pill. Let me explain. Ever since I was a kid, I've been enamored with the idea of being exceptional. As an adult, I found myself in a rather mundane life, working a 9-to-5 job that barely kept me afloat. So, when the opportunity presented itself for me to participate in a drug trial for a large pharmaceutical company, offering an incredibly generous payment, I took it. The drug promised heightened intellectual ability, with a strange side effect: time would feel 10 times slower. The first time I took the pill, I was sitting in the sterile environment of the testing facility. Almost immediately, I felt a rush, a surge of clarity unlike anything I'd experienced before. Complex problems I'd wrestled with for days were solved in mere minutes. The world outside seemed to move at a crawl. People's movements were almost laughable, their words stretched out and sluggish. Then, the time dilation began. The slow-moving hands of the clock seemed frozen. The tap dripping in my apartment that was a nuisance now felt like an event, each drop taking an eternity to fall. The world had not just slowed down, it felt like it was barely moving. But I was moving at a normal speed, my mind racing 100 times faster. I decided to go for a walk, and see the city through my new perspective. It was surreal. Pigeons in mid-flight appeared to hover in the air, people's hurried strides were nothing more than a snail's pace. Yet, I navigated through the city like a phantom, existing in a realm between seconds. Then, things started to shift. The time dilation became more pronounced. My movements felt sluggish, like trying to move through thick molasses. Adjusting my body, a task that should take a fraction of a second, became an hours-long endeavor. The world around me came to a standstill, trapped in a frozen tableau of life. The initial thrill of my intellectual prowess was replaced by a creeping sense of dread. This wasn't how the pill was supposed to work. It felt like I was spiraling into a pit of slow motion, with no escape. The hours stretched into days, days into weeks, a nightmarish eternity of prolonged moments. The world was a still painting, a silent film stuck on a single frame. I was alone, trapped in my mind, with only my enhanced intellect as company. My thoughts raced, filled with regret, fear, and a desperate longing for the mundane life I'd left behind. Every attempt to move, to interact with the world was an excruciatingly long ordeal. The physical world had lost its hold on me. My existence was confined to the internal cosmos of my mind, my thoughts mirroring the ceaseless churning of the universe. But despite my heightened intellect, I was helpless, a prisoner in my own body. Every moment was a torment, an endless snapshot of existence. Each second stretched into a lifetime, and every minute into an epic. The world was a silent spectacle of life on pause. I was trapped in an endless loop of slowing time, a paradox of existence where the world was frozen, and I was the sole captive of the relentless march of time. I had become a monument to my own folly, a testament to the dangers of tampering with the natural order of things. As I write this, it feels like days have passed. It's only been a few sentences, yet I've aged years. I can only hope that this state is not permanent, that the drug will wear off, and time will resume its normal pace. But for now, I am the anomaly in the river of time, a man living between the ticks of a clock. The price I paid for my intellectual curiosity is a cruel twist of fate, a sentence to an eternity. You're alive and dead at the same time right now, and there's nothing you can do about it. No, I'm not joking. It terrifies me to even say this, but it's true. As an old scientist who worked on government projects during the Cold War, I've delved into theories that hover on the edge of human comprehension, and quantum suicide is perhaps one of the most unsettling among them. Quantum suicide is a thought experiment that extrapolates this theory to an unnerving extreme. It postulates that it's possible for someone to be in a superposition of states, both alive and dead, based on a quantum trigger, much like the experiment of Schrödinger's cat, where a cat in a box is both alive and dead until observed. However, from the perspective of the subject involved, they always find themselves alive, since being in a dead state, they can't observe anything. It suggests that in a multiverse, all possible outcomes happen, but we only experience the ones in which you survive. During the Cold War, the thought of quantum suicide conjured ghastly images of an existential nightmare. If this theory were true, one could theoretically conduct a dangerous experiment an infinite number of times and only perceive the outcomes where they survived, despite dying countless times in parallel realities. Such a concept goes beyond mere scientific curiosity. It treads into an abyss of moral and ethical uncertainties. Not to mention that this could also be used as a torture method by governments. The atrocities within quantum suicide lie in its misuse. Imagine a government exploiting this theory, creating a new class of quantum soldiers immune to perceived death. Would we be playing God, manipulating life and death, forever locked in a horrifying cycle of life after life? Imagine living each moment under the crushing weight of knowing you've died 1,000 times over, yet are still here. The fear embedded within quantum suicide also stems from the uncanny implications it has on our perception of reality. It suggests an eternal existence, one in which we're endlessly reborn into realities where we're alive. The concept may seem liberating to some, but it's equally terrifying. The idea that unaliving, one of the few certainties in life, is not an end, but merely a transition into another state of being, alters our understanding of life and consciousness in ways that could have profound psychological impacts. To ponder upon quantum suicide is to face the terror of the infinite, the dread of immortality, and the horror of repeated death. As a scientist, I can appreciate its theoretical intrigue, but as a human, I shudder at the thought of experiencing such a reality. It is an eerie, haunting theory, one that could warp our understanding of existence and our place in the cosmos. Bob Ross unalived 5 people, and the proof is in his paintings. Did you ever look into the dark corners of Bob Ross's idyllic landscapes, and feel a chill of unease? No, likely not. It may seem ludicrous to connect the jovial painter known for his soothing voice and trademark happy little trees to something as sinister as serial unalivings. But like with all conspiracy theories, it's the eerie coincidence and unchecked speculation that give life to such unnerving narratives. The theory around Bob Ross is tied to his renowned painting, Happy Little Accidents. At first glance, it's a beautiful depiction of nature in its quiet tranquility, yet some conspiracists believe it holds a ghastly secret. They connect the solitary tree in the painting, the one Ross called a happy accident, to the infamous 5 Oaks case, where the bodies of 5 women were found near a tree eerily similar to the one Ross painted. This resemblance alone is disturbing, but when you combine it with other elements of Ross's life, it creates a chilling narrative. As a former military man, Ross had training that could theoretically be used to carry out and cover up crimes. And his gentle, unassuming public persona? Some argue it could be a classic case of hiding in plain sight. These theories point out the similarities in Ross's painting style to the geographical locations where the bodies were found. They claim that his happy little accidents were, in fact, symbolic confessions, his art a cryptic roadmap to his dark deeds. The characteristic tree in the painting? A symbolic representation of the 5 Oaks, the alleged site of his horrifying acts. The disquieting theory persists, demonstrating our collective fascination with dichotomy, the idea that beneath the calm exterior of a beloved painter could lurk a monstrous predator. It's a chilling thought, but it's safe to say that, aside from his passion for painting, we will never know the true story of Bob Ross and his potential malicious hobbies. Whatever you do not enter the dim hallway next to gate 36 at the Denver airport. I wish I just continued to wait for my flight, but now it's too late. I had heard of the Denver airport and its seemingly absurd conspiracies, but I never really thought anything of them. As a businessman, I was just simply catching my flight on my way to Dallas for my board meeting, often hopping flights and routinely walking through Denver's sprawling terminals. On one such journey, an extensive flight delay provided me with an unexpected layover. In the eerie stillness of the late-night airport, I decided to pass the time by exploring the less trafficked sections of the terminal. A wrong turn took me down an unmarked corridor that didn't look familiar, despite my frequent travels. The corridor seemed to stretch endlessly, and a chill in the air amplified the unsettling quietness. It was as if I had stepped into an entirely different part of the airport, long abandoned. Compelled by a mix of curiosity and growing fear, I ventured deeper into the labyrinthine passageways. To my shock, I stumbled into a cavernous room, dimly illuminated by flickering candles. It was adorned with strange symbols and an ominous statue, chillingly reminiscent of satanic iconography. It felt like the disturbing conspiracy theories about the Denver airport had suddenly sprung to life. My heart pounded, and I knew I had to leave. But the escape was not as simple as retracing my steps. The deserted hallways twisted and turned like a maze, every door leading to another seemingly identical corridor. It was as if I was trapped in a chilling reality, disconnected from the world above. My cell phone had no signal, and my desperate calls for help only echoed back at me, amplifying my fear and desperation. Days turned into weeks. I discovered an old storage room and survived on the emergency food and water I found. But it was the nights that were the most terrifying, filled with haunting noises that seemed to ebb and flow like spectral whispers and distant, tortured cries. Each night, the echoes in the darkness threatened to shatter my sanity, a stark reminder of the darkness I was helplessly engulfed in. In my desperate attempts to find an exit, I've noticed shadowy figures moving in the distance. I'm convinced now that there's an extensive, clandestine network operating beneath the airport, their nefarious activities hidden under the guise of normalcy. I've come to dread the eerie noises that punctuate the silence, each sound a chilling testament to the twisted secrets that lurk beneath the Denver airport. As I recount my tale from an old computer in a long-forgotten office, I'm still lost in this sprawling, underground maze. Each day is a fight for survival, for sanity, and a desperate hope to escape this nightmare. So, as you walk through the bustling terminals of the Denver International Airport, know that beneath your feet, there may exist a world far darker than you can imagine, but whatever you do, stay away from that hallway. Missing child posters are for trafficking operations trying to sell children. I wish I was joking, but it happens everywhere. In fact, I'm almost certain that it happens in your city. While visiting my local convenience store, I spotted one of the posters. The innocent face staring back at me was haunting. So out of concern, I asked the store clerk about the child. His response, a stilted "just a missing kid," was delivered with a suspicious glance, sparking my curiosity. Taking the poster, I dialed the number printed at the bottom. A woman answered, her voice strained with worry. I asked an unusual question, half joking, half curious. How much? There was a moment of silence, and then the call was abruptly transferred. A voice, deep and distorted, replaced the worried woman. He sounded unfazed by my question, instructing me to meet in an alley between 6th and 14th Streets the next day. His voice sent a shiver down my spine. There was something deeply unsettling about this exchange, and I knew I had stumbled onto something far more sinister than a regular missing child case. The next day, from a safe distance, I watched the alleyway. The eerie silence was shattered by the grating noise of an approaching vehicle. A black SUV backed into the alley, the dark vehicle looking ominously out of place in the narrow, grungy alley. I watched with bated breath as the back door of the SUV opened, revealing a squirming body bag. The sight was bone-chilling, a horrific tableau that confirmed my worst fears. I was witnessing a transaction straight out of a nightmarish underworld where missing children were merchandise, their posters merely a coded advertisement for their illicit sale. The realization hit me like a punch to the gut. I tried to contact the authorities, but my calls fell on deaf ears. Dismissed as a crackpot spinning conspiracy theories, I was left to grapple with this monstrous secret alone. The image of the squirming body bag still haunts my dreams, the manifestation of a horror that lurks beneath the surface of our everyday lives. Now, every time I see a missing child poster, I can't help but feel a shiver of dread. The innocent faces staring back at me from these posters are a grim reminder of the dark underworld I stumbled onto. Each poster feels like an auction tag, each call for information a coded negotiation. What's the most horrifying thing that happened to you in your own house? I've been married for several years, but this is the first time I genuinely felt unsafe in my own home. My husband was finishing up school and we just had a baby, so I was pretty sleep deprived. I had gotten sick and my husband wanted me to get some decent rest. To let me relax, he stayed with the baby in the living room and the nursery to take care of the baby while I slept. My parents wanted to see the new baby, so my husband decided to take the new addition of the family over to their house and just let my sister rest. It should be noted that my husband is extremely paranoid even though we live in a low-crime area. So he made sure the doors and windows were locked before leaving, and half woke me up. He lets me know he's going to my parents' house with the baby and that he'll pick up some dinner on the way back. I sleepily agreed and fell back asleep. Fast forward a couple of hours, I had to wake up to pump because my chest was starting to hurt. I prolonged this and tossed and turned for a while, because I was still exhausted and didn't want to get up. Once I started waking up, I realized the house was super cold. As I opened my eyes, I heard the front door shutting, but I was still super out of it so I assumed it was my husband. I called out his name, but got no answer. The room was pitch black and all of the other lights in the house were off so I couldn't really see anything. Suddenly, I got a really horrible feeling that I can only describe as stepping into a freezing shower. I got up and checked the thermostat. It was fine. I assumed I just felt cold because I was sick. I turned on some lights and went around the house. No one else was home, and the front door was still locked. That's when my heart stopped and terror crept in. I texted my husband to ask when he'd be home. He got home not long after. We had dinner and he stayed with the baby in the living room and slept on the couch. I noticed then that one of the windows in their bedroom is open. I know I didn't open it, but it would explain why I was so cold earlier. My husband got up to make sure to check that all of the windows were shut and the door was locked after I explained to him the weird feeling I got earlier. Later, I woke up again around 2 a.m. to pump. That's when I got that terrifying feeling creeping up again. I shot up out of bed and could barely make out someone standing at the foot of the bed. I thought it was my husband since the figure had a similar height and build. I asked him to bring me some water while I was preparing to pump. The figure doesn't move or speak. I repeated myself. In what I would describe as the most horrifying moment of my life, he answered me. No, go back to sleep. I like watching you sleep. The voice definitely did not belong to my husband. I turned on my side desk lamp and started screaming at this creeper wearing all black. He just started giggling. My husband jolted out of his sleep and I scrambled for the knife I had on my table. The creep just books it out the window. He had opened it and climbed through. That's when I realized for sure that he was watching me sleep earlier when I was napping. It was also probably him that I had seen shutting the bedroom door earlier. I still have no idea how he didn't injure himself when he jumped out of the window because when my husband ran out the back to chase him, he had already disappeared. After that we had the windows and locks replaced and set up a security system soon after. Despite this, I now sleep with a knife under my pillow. The demonic laughter won't stop. Please, help me. I keep having terrifying paranormal experiences in my house. This started one night, when I was around 10 years old. I was lying awake in my bed at some late hour. I've had insomnia most of my life and from a young age I couldn't fall asleep. I heard the television which struck me as strange because it was very late and my parents don't usually watch anything late at night. Then I heard something that sent shivers down my spine. My mother's laugh. She has a very distinct laugh and I can tell it apart when I've heard it. It was coming from the living room. I crept out of my room and walked carefully across the hallway to check out what was going on. That's when the laughing suddenly stopped. I went back to bed and glanced at my clock. 1:09 in the morning. I thought it was very odd but I soon drifted off to sleep with no interruptions. When I woke up the next morning, I rushed downstairs and asked my mom what she was doing watching TV so late into the night. She looked at me with a confused smile and said, "Honey, I went to bed at 10 last night. What are you talking about?" I paused and asked my dad what time he went to bed and if he woke up and went downstairs. He said, "I went up at the same time as your mother and came down at around 4. I couldn't believe it. They brushed me off and just said that I must have been very tired and dreamed it all. They didn't believe me, but I know what I heard. After a while, I started to think that I was just tired that night. Then it happened again a few months later. This time, I went downstairs to see what it was, but as soon as I reached the living room door, it stopped. Weirdly, the TV was on and it was my mother's favorite show. I searched the whole house and found nothing. My parents were once again asleep in their room. I was terrified. I didn't sleep that night. I deeply researched what this meant and if anyone else had experienced something similar. All I found was myths of creatures mimicking sounds of family members to lure people to their death. I was still alive obviously, so I dismissed it. By the time I was 12, I had completely forgotten about these events. That was until one day when my mother and I went to a physiotherapy appointment. When we got back home, my dad was a bit shaken up. We asked him what was wrong. He said 5 minutes ago. I heard what I thought was you two coming home. The door opened, I heard the keys jingle and then both of your voices. But when you didn't come through the door I was confused, so I looked everywhere in the house and couldn't find you or signs of anyone else. The weirdest thing is that the spare key wasn't where I had left it. Nobody had broken in or anything, so we were all a bit shocked. Later that night, he took back everything he had talked about and said that it was just his brain playing tricks on him. I remembered what happened a year ago and I thought differently. Now, 4 years later it happened again last night. This time a voice that was clearly not my mother spoke. This morning, I was doing some routine things in my room until I heard it again. I heard the laughter again and tried to drown it out with the sounds of a Netflix film. It didn't bother me as much until a few minutes later. My room is above the living room, so I can hear a lot more clearly in my room rather than somewhere else upstairs. I heard my mother's voice say my name. Then it said, "Come down, honey. I know you can hear me." My heart stopped. For the first time in my life I felt unsafe in my house. I had watched my parents go into their bedroom and I knew that they hadn't left at any point during the night. Then the knocking started. It got to the point where I was having a nervous breakdown, but for some reason it did not wake anybody in the house up. I've had a few paranormal experiences in my life that were quite upfront and physical when I was younger, and since that period of my life I've had this thing where I know something is wrong before it even happens. I would get this nagging feeling a few days before and the feeling would progress until the event happened. This knocking had a rhythm to it and it made me feel physically sick. Then something that I'm still confused about happened. From the hours of 2 a.m. to 3 a.m., I have absolutely no memory of what happened. I know I was awake because furniture in my bedroom had been reorganized and my laptop was open. I looked through the search history and apparently I had been watching YouTube videos about skinwalkers. I normally have an extremely good memory, so this was unusual for me to lose an hour of my time and not know what I was doing. I'm worried that I could have gone downstairs and saw something. Whatever or whoever was in my living room that night knew my name. I don't know what to do. Help. Am I wrong for the atrocious act I committed against my son? I did what I had to do to protect my son. It's a crazy love, motherhood. I've heard it said that a mother would burn down the world to keep her child's feet warm. It's true too. I felt that way about my son. I did what I had to do to protect him and myself from his terrible brute of a father. It had gotten out of hand, you see? His father would get angry at the most minuscule things. If the food wasn't ready in time, I'd end the night with a black eye. If he didn't like my attitude after a long day of work, he'd drag me by my hair. I took it though. Until he hit our boy. That was my last straw. The seeds were from my home country, brewed into a tea that would induce a quick and untraceable death. A more merciful death than my husband had deserved. Then my son grew. He had his father's face, his eyes, and as I soon found out, his anger. Never directed at me, but they're just the same. I thought a wife of his own and children from her would mellow him. A foolish wish, of course. It certainly didn't mellow his father. Things got worse. So much worse. Still, I watched silently as his wife began to wear long sleeves and dark glasses. I watched the way his eyes communicated their threats to her. Just a look could make her shrink back as though he'd shouted. How familiar it all was. Then I watched as she began to gather her strength, for her own children. Her eyes shot daggers into his back when he turned away from her. A look that I recognized. A look that screamed she would tolerate it no longer. A look that I once had myself. I knew the time had come for me to step in. Enough was enough. I couldn't see this go on any longer. So, I took care brewing the tea, worried that the seeds had lost their potency over time. That worry was swept away as I heard a cup smash against the floor and my grandchildren cry out in fright. I rushed into the room and saw my son on the floor, holding the body of his still wife. Heaven help me, she was a good woman. But he is my son, and I'd burn this whole world for him. What's the most terrifying thing you've encountered camping? I thought I was going to die when I heard the screams. My dad and I used to go hunting together when I was a teenager. He's your quintessential outdoorsman. Tall and thick around the middle. He had a big beard and a collection of flannel. You get the picture. My dad's told me all kinds of stories about being out in the wilderness. Stories about bears, mountain lions, moose, elk, badgers, wolverines. Stories about almost starving, getting caught in blizzards. My dad's even fought a few coyotes while hunting whitetails. My dad was fearless in my eyes for so many years. That changed after this horrid night. We were camping at the base of a rocky face in our favorite hunting area. The year prior was the first time I'd made my first kill. I was so excited for the next day. We'd get up early, before the sun, and head out for the meadow a few miles west. There was a good population of whitetails in the area. That night he was telling me about his time in Alaska hunting Kodiak bears. Mid-story we heard a shrill screech coming from down the ridge, north of our location. He stopped and smiled. Told me it was an elk. It freaked me out, but his calm attitude chilled me out. We heard it a few more times. It seemed to be fading farther and farther in the night. When we settled in the tent for shut-eye, he told me that tomorrow would be a great day. My dad loves to sing himself to sleep, so I gradually fell asleep to him whistling out some Bob Dylan tune. I remember waking up to him shaking my shoulders. "Dylan, we need to go. Come on, get up son, let's go." The tent was dark, my dad was dressed. I mistook his urgency as being upset. "Sorry Pop, must have overslept, is the sun up?" He shook his head. "No son, we're packing up. You need to get up now." I heard it then. Like a banshee's wail coming from the rock face above us. It was so loud. 5 seconds intervals of on and off absolute screaming. I mean, open mouth screeching. Goosebumps started to protrude on my arms. The hair on the back of my neck was standing straight. Dad, what's that? A fox? He was crudely stuffing articles of clothing and trinkets into his pack. No, son. Up, now. Let's go. I started to pack up with haste. My dad's tone demanded no slacking right now. Everything seemed like a blur at the moment. The screaming above us was definitely distracting. On top of that, my eyes were blurry from sleep. I was groggy and getting more and more fearful about my dad's tone and body language. Dad, you have to tell me what's going on. He stopped, throwing his pack on the tent floor. He turned to me, bending slightly and hushing his tone. Dylan, I've never heard that sound, or whatever is making that sound, in my life. Earlier it was screaming for help. Before that it started to say odd words with no connection between one another. If it was saying words, then it must be human, I thought. Do you think they need our help? He looked up in the direction of the rock face. I'm not sure it's a person. Get your things together and load your weapon. My dad is one of the most stringent gun owners I know. Him asking me to load my weapon in our small tent was not only against his usual gun safety creed, but it heightened my fear level. Do you think we'll need our guns, Dad? It might just be somebody having a bad mushroom trip, you know? He shot me a look that said this isn't a joke. Dylan, let's go. The tent needs to come down. When we stepped outside, the scream stopped abruptly. Like mid-scream, they noticed us. I quickly glanced up. No lights from the top of the rock. It was at least 80 feet high at the top, and to the best of my knowledge pointed. Hard if not impossible to stand on. We worked quickly while taking the tent down. In a matter of minutes we were ready with everything on our backs. The screaming started again, but different this time. Like a low whooping. Almost like the starting sound you hear when the ambulance siren calls. We started downhill, the sound trailing behind us. My dad had his pistol holstered to his waist and his rifle in hand. Dylan, I'm going to fire a few shots. We'll wait for a response. If there are no responses, we'll stay the course. With that he raised his gun, firing 2 shots spaced apart. We waited in silence after the second echo died. Nothing. He nodded, and we pressed on. About a half hour later we exited the forest canopy, and began walking across a meadow. Halfway across the screams returned. They were at the edge of the forest, not whooping this time, but like high-pitched screams. My dad raised his hand for me to stop. He sat and listened. I was holding my breath. Those aren't elk. Stick close, Dylan. My dad started walking at a pace that was even hard for me to maintain. He was taking long strides across the field, and stopping suddenly every few minutes to listen. The screams were definitely following us. How far it was from us I cannot tell. If you asked me for a rough estimate, I'd say a quarter mile behind. We reached the tree line on the other side, which then cascaded gradually downhill to a flat walk through the woods. The goal was to get onto a trail, across a little bridge over a stream, and down another trail to where the cars are parked. When we arrived on the way here, we were the only car there. It wasn't a real parking lot, just a place that hunters decided was a good place to congregate. Keep up with me now, Dylan. I'm not slowing down till we get to the truck. With that statement my dad basically began jogging. My pack was heavy on my back, the straps digging into my shoulders. If it was heavy for me though, my dad's pack was probably triple my weight. The screams started getting closer when we were traversing downhill. The light from my lantern kept our path illuminated. I was running on pure adrenaline and fear. My goosebumps hadn't gone away yet. Every time I heard the shrill call of the screamer, I felt that tickle of pure terror in my toes. Like waves of fear, similar to being afraid of heights. My hands were sweating on the lantern handle. I felt sick. When we reached the stream bridge, my dad stopped. He was panting hard, but not as hard as me. I was a stocky kid, and not in the best shape at the time. It had been about 5 minutes of no screams. He looked at me, his eyes wider than ever. Dylan, we need to get to the truck. I need you to go ahead of me now. I don't feel comfortable having you behind me. I couldn't say I disagreed. I felt a lot safer having my dad watching me than trying to keep up with his lightning pace. I started going, trying to copy his pace, but he stopped me. No, son, go at your own. We're close. All of a sudden, he finished talking. From the top of the hill, very close, we heard screaming. This time it lasted a long while. 10 seconds maybe. 10 long seconds. Dylan, move. That last mile is like an empty memory. I was walking so fast. My eyes locked on the ground trying to keep from falling, or tripping. I swear I could feel my dad's breath on the back of my neck. I was crying at this point. I'll admit it. The screaming sounded even worse than before. It was frantic. Like whatever was making the sound was desperate to reach us. The faster I moved and the closer we got, the closer it got. I heard the distant sound of an 18-wheeler on the freeway. I knew we were so close. There was a clearing, and I saw the reflection of our tail lights in the electric lamp light. My dad moved past me then, practically sprinting to the passenger side door. He had it open before I even reached the car. I basically dove in, his palm shoving my butt in, slamming the door. He came around to his side, opening his door, slamming it shut. His eyes were in the ignition, and the car moved before the lights were even on. As we made our U-turn out of there we both looked to the edge of the forest. We never saw what it was, but over the roar of the truck engine, we could still hear it shrieking. I'll never forget that last time I heard it. Almost like a cackle or a laugh. A frantic manic laugh. Its last scream was even louder. Almost as if it had used the last of its energy on one last screech. As we drove further and further away, my senses came back to earth. I realized that I was crying hysterically. I looked at my dad who was white-knuckling the steering wheel, gazing head forward at the road. We stopped at a gas station a few miles down. He leaned over and embraced me. I didn't realize how truly afraid I was until it all hit me on the last stretch to the truck. We stayed like that for a long time. He was holding my head in his hands, just telling me it's okay. I was about 16 crying into my father's arms, but it felt warranted. My dad went inside to pay for gas a little while later. The clock read 2:14 a.m. The whole hike back to the truck had probably taken an hour and a half tops. We basically ran most of the way back. My dad and I never told my mother or sister about what happened. It kind of stayed between us two. I tried to talk to him about it a few times, but he told me what happened. My dad started developing mild insomnia in the years following. The few times we talked about it, he mentioned having nightmares. I'd had a few of my own, but they passed in time. It's been about 20 years since that night. My dad and I haven't gone hunting since. Maybe someday we will. Maybe we'll even go to the same spot. But probably not. What's the most terrifying thing you've encountered camping? The bell. This is truly the scariest, most horrible thing that has ever happened to me. I have never been so petrified in my life. To this day, I still do not know who this man was, what he was trying to do, or if he still is where I saw him. I'm sorry for how long the geographical description is. I just want everyone to understand how secluded I was when this happened, and how badly it could have ended if it wasn't for my parents. I was back home for the summer for the first time in a year after starting uni. Our home was just outside of a small town with forests all around. There was also a small man-made lake, which diverged from a river that ran for miles through the forest and ramified into a few streams east of the lake. Near my home, there was a small grassy path that led to the river following a stream. It was a long walk, but one I used to go on often as a child. I knew the forest there well. I knew where I could cut through dense trees to meet the stream. The walk I would go on always led me off the path, which turned northwest slowly, so away from the stream, and then took a sharp turn to the west after a few miles walk, at which point the stream was hidden quite deep into the forest. I'd continue to walk north and follow the stream through the forest to get to the river, then follow the river west to get to the lake. It's easy to get lost in this forest because the terrain isn't just a slope down to the water. It goes up and down and you end up completely surrounded by trees. I'd spent many days wandering around there alone or with my dad over the span of 18 years, never seeing anybody else in the forest. I went there twice that summer, both times alone. The first time I left in the morning, I walked along the path away from the stream to the sharp end, then cut back into the forest. I reached the stream after an hour or so. As I was running my hands in the water, I heard a bell from far away, coming from the north. Something was making a bell ring fervently and periodically, which I found strange. I listened well, wondered if it was a lost hunting dog, and started moving towards the sound. I realized it couldn't have been an animal. I could tell the bell was too heavy, because of how clear the sound was, to be on a collar. I kept moving and the bell was moving away from me. It stopped completely after 5 minutes. The stream wasn't big or strong enough to carry a bell that could have been enclosed in a tin or something. The river was also too far for the sound to reverberate that loudly. I thought of everything, but nothing explained the sound, apart from one obvious thing, which I just didn't feel comfortable with for some reason. I knew it had to have been a person. I stopped thinking about it and just walked on normally. Until I found a badger. A bloomin' dead one, carefully decapitated. It had obviously been done with a knife. It was fairly fresh, the body was still limp and there wasn't too much smell coming from it. The wound was full of maggots, but I knew that happened soon after exposure. The sound of the bell had been following the stream, so had I. So, the badger was put there, maybe killed there or at least decapitated while I was walking that way. I suppose, but I truly didn't know. Nothing else happened that day. 1 week later, I went back for the second time that summer and the last time ever. I left home at around 6 p.m. I made it to the stream, then walked to the river in an hour. Then I decided to go back the way I came because it was getting late and it was raining quite heavily. The sun set at around 9 p.m. I was walking as fast as I could. The sound of the rain in the trees was surreal and loud. I was somewhat trotting with my head down for a while through the clearest and most open part of the forest, when I bumped into something heavy. The smell was sickly. It was the decomposing body of the badger with his head strung to his front paws. That area looked a bit like a ham because of the way it was tied. Just swinging from a tree, like an almost literal load of bollocks. It was this putrid bag of stench, wet and dripping green liquid. I started gagging. I had some sort of mucus-textured fluid in my hair. It was repulsive. At first I just stared at it, slightly startled. Then, I started fidgeting violently because I felt like I was drenched in its juices. I was soaking from the rain and my senses became confused. It felt like a bucket of ice-cold water had been thrown over me when I made this realization. I walked the same way to get to the river, so someone had strung up the body up after I'd passed it on the way there. Someone knew I'd see it. Was someone watching me and running around the forest? Were the faint sounds of branches breaking around me not animals? I looked around and started jogging. I was half running, half walking away from the stream back towards the path for a while when I heard the bell again. I proceeded to call my dad while running. I told him to meet me on the path where it sharply turns west. It was the closest part of the path to me. I said to go as fast as he could and that someone was in the forest. I can't explain the feeling I had. It was like I just shut out my intestines and stomach. I literally felt the hairs on my neck rise despite being soaked. It was dark. I ran as fast as I could. I was panicking because the path was still a bit far away, just too far to feel safe. It was still raining. Every single sound was muffled. I felt like everything was further away than ever before. The bell went on for way longer than the last time, on and off. I felt like it was surrounding me at one point. The fear combined with my compromised hearing and the fact that I couldn't flip and breathe properly was making me slightly lose my sense of direction. I was automatically heading southwest, but I wasn't really even sure what I was doing. I was breathing like a goddamn horse, coughing my lungs up. I was crying out loud, like a toddler does, tripping over leaves and twigs like an idiot. I stayed on the phone with my mom, who was on her way with my dad. I kept hearing sounds, but I wasn't sure what they were. My mom was screaming on the phone at the same time that they were on the path. She said that I needed to run, and my dad had gotten out, heading east from the path bend. I was terrified, so I went into survival mode. I was doing the half-running, half-speed walking thing again because I was out of breath. Then, I heard branches break, clear footsteps for the first time from down in the forest, and the bell ringing louder. I didn't want to, but I looked over my shoulder. That's when I saw what was in the forest with me. It was a tall figure creeping in my direction at the very end of the clearing. He was ringing this bell slowly in front of his stomach. I could tell he was staring straight at me. Now I don't know if I had a hidden secret sprinting ability or instinctual adrenaline-induced superhuman powers, but when I tell you I ran for my life, I didn't look back once. I screamed as much as I could. I lied. I'm on the phone with the police. They are on the path. I whispered urgently into the receiver, my voice trembling with fear. Dad, I can see you. I'm here, I managed to utter, my heart pounding in my chest. I wanted to yell, Dad, please, where are you? But I kept those desperate words locked inside, afraid of revealing my vulnerability. I felt like something awful was going to happen. I felt like the man was right behind me. I kept telling myself not to look back. I was gasping and wheezing, crying so hard and screaming for my dad. I felt shivers on my neck, and then switched off. I just ran. I even dropped my bag and only realized I didn't have it anymore when I was in the car. I felt like my phone was my only way home. Things no longer felt real. It was like my legs were moving by themselves. I didn't know if the man was still following me. I could only hear my heart beating in my ears and the bell. I finally heard my dad shout my name, and I knew he was coming my way and that he could see me because of the intonation of his voice. I pretty much lunged myself at him when we got to each other. My dad heard the bell too, and my mom could hear it on the phone. She was waiting with the car ready to leave fast. Some people say my husband is abusive, but I don't see it. They say he's not good for me, but everyone knows I'm overweight. He's just the only one that doesn't sugarcoat it. He's right. Ever since we got together, I've really let myself go. I miss how I used to look. Plus, it's really jeopardizing my health. Don't my friends care? I don't want to die from shitty eating habits. There's such a taboo around this stuff, but my boyfriend doesn't even flinch about it. He tells it like it is. Because of him, changes are actually happening. He's looking at me like that again, touching me, holding me. Like he really loves me. He's saying it a lot more often now, too. He whispers about how he loves the feel of it. Of our bodies embracing each other when he climbs into bed to sleep with me. He's broken me of so many bad habits, and we're so happy together. I don't know why everyone seems to hate him. Honestly, between the two of us, we think we'd be better off with new friends. He says once I'm down some more weight, we might move somewhere new and start over. Then we can have the life we want. Happy and beautiful and healthy. At first, it was really hard, you know? Not just making conscious healthy decisions, but making the unconscious efforts too. I used to be an emotional eater. I would binge. All of it broke his heart. Seeing how I'd make such selfish decisions about what to put in my body. So I gave him the reins and I haven't looked back. Sure, I missed him. The few weekly visits didn't seem like enough, but I had to earn it. But at least he brought me healthy food. He was right about so much. My body stopped caring about being disgusted by things like Brussels sprouts. Especially when it hadn't had any food in like 3 days. Sometimes it was more than that because he didn't want me to get used to routines yet. But seeing him also worked like positive reinforcement. It was all for us, and I get that. It's so much better than purging, too. I'm not damaging my teeth or my esophagus, and he actually likes kissing me again. Soon he said we can try taking pictures together again. I'm so excited. Granted, I still need reminders every now and then, but I'm so used to the shocks by now. Plus, the special bracelet he got me is so cute too. Maybe once I've got enough self-control, he'll even let me go out on my own like I used to. Until then, I'm just glad that the old him is back. He's been telling me how happy he is with me. That he's not thinking about leaving me as much as he used to. That's progress. My body, my goal weight. It's all progress, and we've stuck together through it all. I think we're gonna be just fine, you guys. I really think he's the one. If you receive a mail invitation to Bohemian Grove, ignore it and change your address immediately. My life was mundane, until that one day. I was a bartender, known for my discretion and ability to handle high-profile clients. One day, I got a call for a job out in California. A 2-week event with a handsome payout. They were tight-lipped about the details. All they said was it was a gathering of influential men at a place called Bohemian Grove. The Grove is a secluded 2,700-acre campground in Monte Rio, California. A place shrouded in rumors, whispered tales of secret meetings, and bizarre rituals among the world's elite. But that's all they were, right? Rumors. Upon reaching, I was taken aback by the opulence and secrecy. High-profile politicians, CEOs, renowned artists, the guest list was a who's who of the world's most powerful men. They gathered there annually, away from the prying eyes of the world. In the following days, I observed strange occurrences. At night, there were ritualistic ceremonies near a massive statue of an owl, an event they called the cremation of care. A theatrical production designed to banish worldly concerns. But it felt eerily solemn, a stark contrast to the jovial gatherings during the day. One night, the line between the theatrical and the real blurred. An unknown individual was brought, hooded and bound. I watched, hidden in the shadows, as he was presented before the assembly. His pleas echoed around the grove, a chilling note of reality in the play. Then, as a giant pyre lit the night sky, the screams became real. My heart pounded in my chest as I realized the monstrous truth. A human sacrifice was carried out, masked as a ritualistic ceremony. The rumors, the whispered tales, the so-called conspiracy theories, they weren't just true, they were far darker than anyone had imagined. Then, things took an even more sinister turn. One night, I stumbled upon a covert meeting. Drawn by hushed voices, I found a hidden vantage point and observed the assembly. They were discussing geopolitical strategies, orchestrating wars and economic crashes like chess moves. The implications were horrifying. Many world events, thought to be unfortunate occurrences, were planned, designed for personal gain and power consolidation. Stunned by these revelations, I knew I had to escape, to bring this truth to the world. But leaving was not simple. The grove was heavily guarded, escape routes meticulously monitored. So, I waited, biding my time until the final night. As the final ceremony commenced, I slipped away, utilizing the chaos to make my escape. A dangerous chase ensued through the dense forest, but fortune favored me, and I managed to get away. As I share this account, I don't know how long I have or whether anyone will believe me. But the truth about Bohemian Grove needs to be told. The powerful can't be allowed to play God, manipulating lives and destinies at will. I was targeted by a hitman. These days, I never get into any relationships anymore. Growing up in the golden era of the 80s, I was a self-made woman with an iron will. Having broken up with my quick-tempered ex-partner, I found solace in the silence of my lonely house. Little did I know, the tranquility would soon shatter, replaced with a terrifying echo of my own mortality. One dreary evening, my landline jolted me out of my peace. The shrill ring pierced the silence of the room, and the voice on the other end made my blood run cold. "Lock your doors, hide. We're on our way," the voice warned. My ex, in a violent fit of rage, had hired a hitman to kill me. It sounds like something out of a movie, but what was about to happen to me was as real as it could get. Earlier that day, the police had nabbed a local drug dealer. Desperate to avoid incarceration, he offered a bigger fish to the authorities. This bigger fish was a murder plot, a horrifying revelation that a friend of his had been hired to kill me. The police quickly validated the story, their faces blanching with each piece of information. As they scrambled to my address, the terrifying truth dawned upon them. The hitman was likely already en route to my house. In the interim between the call and the arrival of the police, the subtle night noises around the house grew into a threatening cacophony. I could hear the gravel crunching under heavy boots, the soft creak of the backyard gate, the hauntingly slow scraping of a tool against the lock on my back door. My mind raced. I darted around the house, locking doors, securing windows, and killing lights. I took refuge in the closet upstairs, my heart pounding against my ribs as I struggled to control my frantic breathing. I felt the shadows closing in, a primal fear engulfing me, and an icy cold dread crawling under my skin. Then, I heard it, the distinct sound of my back door creaking open. Each footstep that echoed in my once peaceful house was a chilling reminder of the imminent danger. My life, my existence, was hanging by a thread, with nothing but the swift arrival of the police separating me from a grisly fate. It felt like an eternity, but the wailing sirens finally cut through the eerie silence. Blue and red lights pierced the night as armed officers swarmed the property. They apprehended the man just as he was making his way up the stairs, his sinister silhouette illuminated by the police lights. As the handcuffs clicked around his wrists, I exhaled a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. In that moment, I was both the victim and the survivor, a woman who danced with death and lived to tell the tale. It's been years since that horrifying encounter, but its memory haunts me to this day. I moved to a new city, built a new life, yet every creak in the night, every unexpected phone call sends a chill down my spine, a haunting reminder of the dance with death that I narrowly escaped. We hired a spiritual detector to inspect our house. The results were chilling. 3 years ago, I was sharing a semi-dilapidated 3-bedroom townhouse in the bustling heart of Seattle with my college buddies, Rick and Steve. We all had decent jobs, but the rising cost of living and the demands of student loans led us to a collective decision. We'd rent out the extra room. We thought this was a win-win situation. Split the rent 4 ways, save some money, and maybe make a new friend. Browsing through countless roommate profiles on a popular website, we finally settled on May, a petite Asian girl who had recently moved from a remote province in China. With her enigmatic smile and promise of home-cooked Chinese food, we were sold. We had no idea how big of a mistake we just made. From day one, May was a bit peculiar. She had a routine of lighting incense and burning sage throughout the house, a practice she said was to clear away bad energy. We were initially tolerant, assuming these were cultural habits we didn't understand. We even joined in her strange rituals, humorously mimicking her serious countenance. It all seemed benign until the day it wasn't. Several weeks into this strange sage and incense routine, the house started to feel different. There was a constant, inexplicable chill, and a sense of unease began to creep into the corners of the rooms. It was Rick who suggested hiring a spiritual detector to reassure May and us. We thought, at best, we would rid the house of this so-called bad energy, and at worst, we would have a good laugh. Oh, how wrong we were. We found a local spiritual detector, an elderly woman named Ms. Lennox, who had an impressive collection of testimonials. With her assortment of odd tools and intense gaze, she swept through the house, finally stopping in the living room where May was sitting. Pointing a gnarled finger at May, she said, "The negative energy in this house, it's coming from her." The room fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the sharp intake of May's breath. She seemed as shocked as us but quickly retreated to her room without a word. From that day on, May changed. She stopped sleeping, stopped talking. Her once expressive eyes were now blank, devoid of any emotion. The house grew colder, and we felt a tangible dread creeping through the corridors, like unseen specters. May's behavior grew even stranger when she began pacing in straight lines around the house and our front yard, like a puppet being manipulated by invisible strings. Desperate for answers, we turned to the vast repository of the internet. A bone-chilling fear washed over us when we read that, in certain obscure belief systems, it was claimed that demons could only move in straight lines. Shaken to our core, we tried to intervene, attempting to disrupt her strange paths. But any attempt was futile. She displayed a supernatural strength, resisting us as though we were trying to push a boulder uphill. It was unnerving. One eerie night, I woke up at 2 a.m. to use the bathroom. As I walked down the hallway, I saw May's door wide open, an oddity, as she was always particular about keeping it closed. When I stepped out of the bathroom, there she was, standing in the dark hallway, her eyes glassy and lifeless. The shock nearly stopped my heart. The air was charged with a silent horror that was becoming our new normal. We were left with no choice. We asked May to leave, hoping this would end our nightmarish experience. She didn't argue. She didn't utter a single word. Packing her belongings in an eerie silence, she left, disappearing into the dark streets. But the departure of May didn't bring back our old lives. Our security cameras started picking up her figure lingering around the house at the strangest hours, her presence an unending nightmare. The house felt colder, hostile even, as if rejecting our presence. One evening, after an especially draining day at work, I found a tiny envelope tucked into our mailbox. With an uneasy feeling, I unfolded the paper to find a chilling note. We are no different. You're next. Now, as I sit in the uncomfortable silence of the house, the smell of burning sage heavy in the air, I can't help but wonder, was May just an innocent girl battling her demons, or was she a catalyst? As I continue to light sage and incense within our house, I can't help but think, whatever she was, and whatever she meant in that letter, at least her negative energy is gone now. You will face irreversible consequences if you do not comply. I wish I had ignored that thing. I wish I had changed jobs, changed cities, and changed my name, but I didn't. Sitting in my office at my desk job, I assumed this day would follow the normal routine of waking up, surviving another long day of work, driving back to my small studio apartment in suburban Boston, and going back to sleep. Bored at work, I opened my phone to check the time, seeing it was 3:34 p.m., meaning I'd only have about 2.5 more hours until I'd finally be able to go home. Suddenly, I lifted my head from my arms to the loud echoing of the rain bouncing off the glass on the walls of the building. My heart dropped as I rubbed my eyes and opened them, realizing the workplace was completely covered in darkness. Upon checking my phone, I saw the time was 10:52 p.m. I must have fallen asleep in my office. Using the flashlight on my phone, I found the lights and turned them back on, as someone must have turned them off before closing down the workplace. Before entering the elevator which led to the lobby, I realized I had forgotten to turn off my work computer. Sprinting back to my office, I clicked the power button. But it wouldn't shut off. 7 attempts later, my computer blue screened, but instead of the usual error message, there was only one word on the screen: David. My heart skipped a beat upon reading the message. The hell? I muttered under my breath. Maybe it was just a computer bug. Maybe I was only half awake still and my brain was just processing it wrong. Convincing myself that there was no meaning to it, I turned off the lights and headed to the elevator, sprinting to my car in the rain and driving home. I tossed and turned in bed all night, deciding to go on my phone since I couldn't fall asleep. But at exactly 2 a.m. I got an email. David. It read. My heart started racing as thoughts flooded my mind. Whoever or whatever was contacting me, it was scaring me. I decided to reply to it. Who are you? Can you please stop? I wrote. But there was no response. The next day, the same thing happened. However, this time I didn't know what time I fell asleep, but I woke up before work ended. My boss shook me awake. David, he repeated angrily. The hell's going on with you? I see you typing up some letter on your PC, and upon seeing me in the room you pretend to fall asleep? Get your ass back to work. I rub my eyes and look around in confusion. I listened to about 3 of the probably 100 words my boss told me, as I was still waking up when he was yelling at me. At this point, I was beginning to wonder what was making me so exhausted. Sure, I don't get much sleep normally, but falling asleep this much? This is no coincidence. My coworkers were all staring at me and I looked at them angrily, signaling them to mind their own business. I knew I had to prevent whatever was happening, as this is the second day in a row I fell asleep at work, and if it kept up it would lose my job, and my sleep schedule. The same night, I couldn't fall asleep. I forgot about the email I received the night before, but this time at exactly 1:30 a.m., I received a new one. It stated as follows: run to the 24-hour pharmacy on the corner of your street and steal a pack of gum. There will be consequences if you do not comply. But I suddenly woke up to the screech of my alarm. I had fallen asleep before I was able to ask what this person's problem was. I decided to call in sick to work. I didn't want to anger my boss a second time and feared for my safety. Thoughts filled my mind. What consequences was this person talking about? How do they know my name? Should I just block them and move on with life? Is it a coworker playing a prank? My mind drifted from reality while thinking about it. I realized 30 minutes had passed since I had called in sick, and probably just needed to clear my mind. I took 2 Advil and started a hot bath. Before turning off the faucet, I passed out again. Upon waking up, I felt an extremely sharp pain in the back of my head. I looked up in a daze as I realized that the water had overflown and flooded throughout my apartment. I must have been asleep for an hour. The smell of blood filled up the room as I touched the back of my head, quickly pulling my hand back from the pain. I dried off my body and positioned my phone camera to take a picture of the back of my head in order to see the bruise. Looking at the picture, I saw that I was cut deeply and needed medical attention. With a ring in my ears and my head still spinning, I tripped over my own feet while walking to my closet, where I put my clothes on and walked outside to my car. That is when it all hit me. I remembered 9 of the words I had read the night before. There will be consequences if you do not comply. In a panic, I put 2 and 2 together, realizing that the wound in the back of my head was pretty bad, and falling asleep and hitting my head on the faucet was not able to create something like that. Someone must have been in my apartment. I dialed 911. 2 cops came and searched my apartment. After practically tearing apart the walls in my house, they concluded that they saw nothing but would keep an eye on the area to make sure I was safe. They also helped me clean up some of the blood from my head, but said I should drive to the ER in order to get it checked out. After stopping at a red light on the way to the ER, I pulled out my phone and checked my email. There were 4 unread messages. Message 1, you have failed task 1, and have received punishment for doing so. Message 2, you must complete task 1 immediately, or the consequence will be worse than before. Message 3, do not make an attempt to go to a medical center, or to buy products to heal your body when or after completing task 1, or you will receive harsh punishments. Instead, you must complete task 2. Message 4, after completing task 1, you will be assigned a new task to complete before sunset. There will be consequences if you do not comply. I quickly drove to the pharmacy. They sold all sorts of goods, ranging from candy to medicine. Making sure nobody was looking, I put on my raincoat that I had accidentally left in my car yesterday and slipped a pack of gum into my pocket successfully. I made sure to buy a random candy bar so I didn't seem suspicious, resisting the urge of buying a bandage as that was one of the message's demands. I suddenly woke up in the driver's seat of my car, to the noise of my car horn blaring as my head was resting on the steering wheel. I immediately reached for my throat as I gasped for air. Squirming around in my seat, my hands were clawing at my throat until it started to bleed. My vision started becoming blurry. After a minute of clawing at my throat till it painted my car seat red, I started violently coughing as I vomited the gum. Feeling for the pack of gum in my pocket, I realized it was empty. Someone must have forced the gum down my throat. Sobbing, one thought continuously echoed throughout my mind: why is all of this happening to me? I decided to check the time. With my head spinning and tears blurring my vision, I didn't even realize the answer to why gum was forcefully shoved down my throat was obvious. It was almost 7 hours past sunset. The only option I had was to comply with these tasks. Though I was afraid to check my email for more tasks, I knew I had to. I had 3 new messages in my inbox. Task 2, cut off one of your fingers. 6:45 p.m, you have failed task 1, and have received punishment for doing so. 7 p.m, complete task 2 upon opening this message or harsher consequences will occur if you do not comply. After almost choking to death, I knew the punishment for not cooperating would be even worse. I just didn't know if I was able to bring myself to cutting my finger off. Covered in sweat with blood dripping from my neck and the back head, I felt like passing out. I didn't want to contact my family as it might have meant that they were in danger too. With no knife or sharp tool on me, I had one option: crushing it between the car door. It was hard to bring myself to crush my finger, but I persisted, screaming with every crunch I felt on my left ring finger as my right hand constantly opened and closed the door on my finger. I was in so much pain I didn't even realize my finger had fallen off after only 2 rounds of closing the car door on it. I had closed the door 12 times. With all the noise, it didn't make sense that nobody had come to check on me. The only possible answers were that it was past 1 a.m. I was kind of glad they didn't though, as the punishments I received could have been even worse. Suddenly, I passed out. But this time it was different. I had a dream. It almost felt like flashbacks, with different fragmented and blurry memories skipping between scene and scene. But these scenes kept replaying. First, I aggressively typed up a letter under an email address I couldn't make out. Secondly, I was moving my head back and forth, splashing in red liquid. The third scene consisted of another email being aggressively typed up, but this time on a phone in a different location that was too hard to make out. And finally, I was chewing gum. I woke up in the same position that I fell asleep in. The blood that had covered me from head to toe dried up, a ringing took over my ears, and I was hit with a wave of nausea. I checked my email and a grin spread across my face when I saw that there was nothing in my inbox. I decided to take the time to investigate and find an explanation for what had been happening to me. I normally dismiss dreams after waking up as they weren't real, but this time it felt different. It felt like deja vu, like something I experienced before. The grin on my face quickly turned serious when the realization hit me. Turning on my phone browser, I searched disorders that can cause memory loss. Scrolling through the options, I came across one that stuck out: dissociative identity disorder. A complex and rare psychological disorder characterized by the presence of 2 or more distinct identities or personality states within an individual. It all made sense. My alternate personality tried communicating with me when my computer blue screened, changing the error message to my name. My alternate personality was typing up the scheduled emails to me under a new address. My alternate personality was harming itself, knowing it hurt me as well because it wanted me to comply with its orders. But that meant if I hurt myself then I hurt it too. I couldn't live with these painful orders anymore. Backing up to the beginning of the street, I revved up my car engine and drove as fast as I could, picking up speed with every second that passed, heading for the furthest building. If I had ended my life, my alternate personality would be dead too. I couldn't figure out why he chose the pack of gum as one of the tasks, or the finger if it had just hurt himself too. Maybe he was building up the level of extremity in the acts he was making me commit. But as my life ended here, I guess some things are just better left unanswered. They say it takes 2 days for your cat to start eating your body. Well, I can tell you that it's longer than that, but not by much. I have 5 cats. Yes, 5. My fiancé and I started with 1, then graduated to 3 after a friend started having allergic reactions and had to give his 2 up. Then, the same happened a few years later with one of her friends. Now we're at 5. It's too many cats in my opinion, but what can I do? A while ago now, my fiancé left for a trip to Thailand. She's into Muay Thai and so is her brother, so he invited her to go with him on a training trip his gym was taking. This left me home alone for a while which, as an introvert, was not unwelcome. I was looking forward to some valuable alone time in a distraction-free environment. 3 days into her trip, I had been doing just that. Around 4 p.m., I finished my 3rd chapter in as many days. I was thrilled, but needed a change of pace as my mind was beginning to give off sparks. One of the lights in the high ceiling of our basement had gone out, so I figured I'd take this time to replace it. I went into the garage and got the ladder, then set it up under the light. I stood on the 2nd from top step looking up. Even though I'm tall, I could still barely reach the light. I went up to the next rung knowing full well it wasn't safe. I could reach it now, but it was still at an awkward distance. I thought about it for a second then decided to just go for it. I didn't want to have to find another ladder or call an electrician, plus I'm pretty sure I was footed, so I stepped up onto the top of the ladder. That was a huge mistake. The bulb was a pretty standard screw-in type that could easily be changed out, except that there was a thin metal rim that went about halfway around the circumference of the fixture and blocked the bulb from coming out. Try as I might, I could not figure out how to get the bulb around it or get it off. I finally resorted to brute force and gave it a good yank. Nothing happened. I yanked it harder. Still nothing. I gave it one more firm pull and it came off. Unfortunately, so did my feet from the ladder. I came to lying on my back, staring up at the broken fixture. I couldn't move. I could tell I was breathing and a dull aching in my back that seemed many miles away told me that I still had some life in my nerves. But otherwise, nothing. Panic didn't last long as there wasn't anything I could do. Since I was conscious and could feel a bit, I figured it would pass. I resolved myself to wait it out and began focusing on my breathing, not only as a meditative practice, but to help regain control of myself too. As time passed I could sense faint nudges around my feet, hands and head. Now and then a shock of fur would pass before my eyes. Once, my breathing became more difficult and far off somewhere I could feel 4 little paws on my chest. They were hungry, but there was nothing I could do. They'd have to wait it out just like me. Darkness fell and then the light returned. My situation hadn't improved. More and more I felt the little nudges or the poke of a paw on my face. I kept focusing on my breathing. If I was making progress with it, I couldn't tell but, for the time being, it was keeping me sane. Again night fell and again dawn broke with no improvement. The nudges and pokes were getting more frequent and far more desperate. I could feel a gnawing sensation in my own stomach, not only from the inside, but also the outside. Sometime during the 3rd night is when I felt the teeth. Again, that faraway sensation, almost as if it were happening to someone else. Even so, the feeling was unmistakable. Like 2 steel rods sinking into the flesh of my calf. Then a tug. Then a rip. I tried with all my might to make myself scream. Nothing. I felt the teeth again. Another pull. Another rip. A wet chewing sound. I waited for my lungs to fill with air and then focused all my energy into forcing it out. A low, strained groan escaped my lips. But it was enough. The teeth stopped and I felt the faint vibrations of little footsteps going away. I woke up later in the night to what felt like a small piece of sandpaper rubbing against my leg. Someone was licking up the blood around the wound. Again, I groaned. The licking stopped for a moment and then began once more. I tried to kick out with my leg and managed a small twitch. It was starting to feel like a small fire was smoldering in my leg. Just embers for now, but it wasn't good. How long had they been at it while I was asleep? How much longer could I hold them off? What was left of my leg? How much longer could I last like this? This same cycle continued for days. First, the feel of teeth in the flesh of my leg, arm or, sometimes, my face. Next, a twitch or a groan to shake them off. Sometimes more than one set of teeth at a time. Sometimes, they wouldn't leave. I could feel the wetness of blood on parts of me. I could feel the small embers of pain and infection all over. My stomach felt like it was filled with nails. My mouth was like hot sand. I was growing weak. With what was now left of my sanity I tried to count the days I'd been lying there. She must have been close to returning home. It must have been long enough that someone knows something's wrong. I had to be close to the end. It was hard to tell though. With the sensation of 5 little sets of teeth all tearing at 5 different parts of me, concentration was in short supply. I wanted to shake them off but I was so tired. All I wanted was to rest. I forgot about my breathing. My eyes began to go black. My thoughts began to fade. Far off somewhere, I heard the rumble of a car engine. I heard the jagged metal grinding of a key in a lock. Suddenly in a scurry, I heard the small footsteps patter up the stairs. She called for me and called for the cats, but the cats were never supposed to be in the basement. After finding them running up the stairs, she immediately closed the door followed by scolding the cats. And there I lay, listening to the faint calls of my name as I stared at a broken light. If you see the man with the patterned suit, run away, and don't stop. He watches from hidden hovels. When looking in the right place, I think anyone can see him, anywhere, anytime. But you wouldn't want to find him. Still, if you do, then you would do well to get on your knees and pray, Pray to any holy thing that might exist in this world of nightmares. Or find a way to save yourself, as I have. I'm sorry. In the early hours of the morning, I was watching my favorite film, Shaun of the Dead. A comedic masterpiece that I've seen roughly 40 times in my life. I know every last line of dialogue. Every scene. Every character, minor and major. But I didn't recognize him. The man in the back of the pub. And then again at the end of the film. In the shadows by the side of the house. A man of average build, a little under 6 foot tall. Dressed in a suit of a muted gray-green material. It looked as if he had fashioned the clothes out of something unorthodox. Something familiar. The man unnerved me in a way I didn't yet understand. The only thing that set him apart from any ordinary man, bar his unusual attire, was his eyes. Oval-shaped, but positioned vertically, not horizontally, on his face. I felt a deep, dire dread. Something terrible was coming. I knew it. Redditors confirmed that there was no such man in any version of Shaun of the Dead, not in any director's cut or bonus material. I could have chalked it up to an inexplicable fan edit, but it was my DVD. Yes, I know that's old school. But it's a disc I've used, as I say, about 40 times. The man never used to be there. And then I received a strange piece of advice from one particular commenter. He spares you and chooses another victim if their suit matches your surroundings. You'll know what that means. I thought about that oddly unsettling comment as I got ready for bed. The man's suit. Why was it so familiar? It seemed to be fabricated from some unusual material, but that wasn't it. That wasn't why it unsettled me. Why did I recognize it? The curtains. The bedroom curtains. Gray-green drapes. As I stared at the material, identical to the fabric of the shadowy man's suit, a coldness spread across my skin, tightening it to my skeleton like a shrunken glove. Then the true horror of my situation struck. I saw something. For a fleeting moment, between the two curtains, I saw him. The man. His gray-green suit blended into the drapes. He was one with the fabric. Too frozen to move, too petrified to think, I found myself staring into those lopsided eyes. Two narrow, lifeless slits observing me from the darkness. I felt a terror beyond anything primal. After all, we're not meant to see such things. I fully believe that. I was never meant to find him in that film or between my curtains. When my limbs finally came unstuck, I turned from the horrifying man in the curtains and ran for my life. I hopped into my car at 3 a.m. and drove far from my house. But nowhere, it seemed, was far enough. Standing beside a bus stop at the edge of town was the man again. But he wore a suit of a different fabric. Leather. Black, striped leather. My car seat. And before that thought had even fully formulated in my head, my eyes drifted to the rearview mirror. I screamed. In the back was the man with vertical oval eyes and clothes that melded into the very seat on which he sat. Mouth hanging agape in unfathomable horror, I found myself suddenly choking. One hand shakily on the wheel, as the car started to swerve in the road, I used my spare hand to reach into my throat. I can't quite explain the vomit-inducing, horrifying hell of producing an endless strand of leather, yes, strand, from the back of my throat. My eyes watered, and the car swerved into a tree. I woke to find myself in a hospital bed. The doctors informed me that they saw no sign of a long leather strand in my throat. They said I had a concussion and was probably misremembering the events leading up to the crash. But I knew what I'd seen. Just as plainly as I knew what was happening when I saw, for a brief, haunting moment, a flicker of a shape between two of the doctors. The lurking man in a suit made of the same fabric as a hospital gown. I shrieked for help, but no sound escaped my lips. I soundlessly stared at the hospital staff as they left the room, eyes watering as I internally screeched for them to save me. Lying in that darkened space, I slowly looked down at the hospital gown on my body, and the most terrifying thing happened. It started to squeeze. Squeeze until my compressed lungs felt unable to fill with air. I pulled myself upright and silently, again, screamed at the sight in the mirror opposite the bed. My eyes were vertical oval slits. They weren't my eyes at all. I was gazing into the suited man's face. I started to claw at the hospital gown, tearing it from my body and toppling onto the floor in a naked, shivering heap. As I crawled away from the pieces of my tattered clothes on the floor, I saw something so ghastly that my heart is still racing. An hour later, the man's seemingly dismembered head lay beneath the ruined gown, surveying me from a shadowed recess. Below his topsy-turvy eyes, he did not smile. Did not frown. Did not express anything. His neutral lips, as rigidly straight as his vertical eyes, were simply there. I did not and still do not know what the man wants from me, but I grabbed my phone and fled the room, barely cognizant of the fact that I lost my hospital gown. I locked myself in a cupboard and jotted down my story. This terrible story. But why? Why would I tell you about this terrible, terrifying man? Well, I pray one of you has a matching suit. I'm sorry. My parents make me take a bloodbath once a year. I found out why. Once a year, my parents had me take a bloodbath. It was always on the day before my birthday, a tradition I didn't enjoy, but never questioned. My mother would lead me to the tub, my father sitting on the edge, dipping his fingers in to check the temperature for me. I would sit while they washed it into my skin and hair, making sure that I was completely covered before letting me get out. Then I would have to wait as it dried, making my skin feel tight and sticky. I was then sent off to bed with a hug and kiss. On my birthday, the first thing I did was shower off, watching the red retreat down the drain. Then it was like any other birthday. Singing, presents and cake. It never crossed my mind that our tradition was abnormal. I was excited for my 10th birthday. The prospect of having 2 digits to my age was exhilarating to me. I'd been homeschooled my whole life, but had plenty of friends in my neighborhood to invite to my party. I was asking my friend, Jimmy, if he was going to be able to come when I caught a glimpse behind the veil. Ah, man. I have to go visit my cousins on Saturday. But maybe I can play with you the day before? He had asked. I thought about it, but knew that my annual bath was due that day. Disappointed, I explained to him why that wouldn't work. Shucks, that's the day I have to take my bath, I told him. Okay, well maybe after that? No, I'll be all sticky. Plus all the blood gets on everything. I could tell by his expression that I had said something wrong. He went running his mouth to everyone, calling me a vampire and upsetting both of our parents, albeit for different reasons. That night, I had the first discussion about the blood baths with my father. He sat me on the couch and got real serious. Now, Ben. Today will be the last time you ever talk about the baths you have to take, he stated sternly. He went on to explain that not everything we did was considered normal, and that by keeping it to myself, I was doing us all a favor. After that discussion I became more curious. It was intriguing to me that not everybody had to take these baths. As I aged into a teen, I started doing what all boys do. I rebelled hard. Since I didn't go to school, I tried even harder to fit in when I was around my friends. I smoked, I vandalized, I stole alcohol from my parents. Some of it could be attributed to peer pressure, but a lot of it was my own choices. I wanted a reputation, wanted to be revered as some sort of anarchist. So I kept pushing boundaries, creating a large wedge between my parents and myself. The eve of my 16th birthday I decided that I would refuse my blood bath. I was lying on my bed, listening to music and reading, when my mother came in to tell me they had gotten it ready for me. I knew it was coming, had my response ready. I'm not taking it, I said, refusing to look up from my book. Ben, please don't make this difficult. You know you need to, she said, wringing her hands fretfully. I continued to ignore her as she pleaded. After a while my father came down to see what the delay was. What's going on? He asked, appearing in the doorway. My mother told him the situation, his face turning bright red. Ben, this is happening one way or another, he shouted. I threw my book across the room. Oh, you think so? I fired back, instantly bristling to the challenge. His eyes widened and his nostrils flared out. He was more angry than I had ever seen him. That's right, his voice now becoming a growl. Without a second thought I charged at him, knocking him aside and running down the stairs. I could hear him screaming at me all the way past the driveway, begging me to return. I ran for a long time, finally running out of breath and resting near a city bus stop. I sat down for a few minutes, aware of a strange sensation at the ends of my fingers. They felt tingly for a bit, then they started to feel hot. Terrified, I watched as they began to blister, running up past my knuckles and cracking open the skin on their way upward. Howling in agony and shocked by what I was seeing, I fell to the ground and bawled my eyes out. There wasn't a soul around. My cries for help went unanswered as the skin kept on bubbling and cracking, making it all the way up to my elbows. Headlights appeared in front of my eyes. Though I was nearly blind with pain, I recognized my father's car. He leapt out, grabbing me under my armpits and pulling me into the vehicle. I kept screaming during the drive, showing him my disintegrating arms. We drove at a breakneck pace, my father cursing the whole time. His face white, he told me to hold on a little longer, that I would be okay soon. I expected him to take me to a hospital. When we pulled into our driveway, my entire arms and shoulders looked like raw hamburger meat, the skin blistering around my neck and down my sides. It was the most intense agony I had ever been in. My body went into shock. I vaguely recall being carried out of the vehicle, my mother running out to help. We went up the stairs, both of them grunting under my weight. Then the darkness took over. Voices around me, swirling distortedly, started to come back into focus. Gradually, the sensation of pain seemed to lighten. My arms were no longer on fire. He was this close, this damn close. My father was saying, sounding like he was going to break into sobs. My mother hushed him, telling him he had done a great job, that he had saved me again. I could now feel that I was in a familiar substance. Warm, inviting, soothing to my blistered skin. The bloodbath. When they noticed I was awake, they both broke down, telling me how worried they had been, how they could never live without me, that I was their entire world. Their hysterics got me going as well, realizing how awful I had been to them over the last year. They both held onto my hands as I let the blood saturate and heal my mangled skin. The next year I learned my lesson. My father prepped the tub for me, giving me a half smile as I thanked him after he told me it was ready. I never asked why I had to take them. I never asked where the blood came from. It just seemed like something that we all knew was better off left alone. Which brings me to this year. My father, who is now in his 60s, sat me down again. Ben, it's time you understand some things. He went on to explain that, late in my mother's pregnancy with me, she started having complications. She was on bed rest for a while, barely able to move. She delivered me 2 weeks before her due date, slightly underweight, but very sickly. He explained that he could do little for me but watch as doctors and nurses did their best to keep me alive throughout the next months. I felt helpless. I begged to trade places with you and take the suffering you were going through from you, he told me, reaching forward and taking my hands. There was this man, I had seen him at the hospital often. He saw what we were going through, our family. And he offered me something. Told me he knew a way to help keep you alive. I didn't want to hear it. I told him to leave me alone, but he persisted. Claimed he was an angel of sorts. As you got sicker and sicker, closer to death's door, he kept telling me he could help. I shook my head. This was a lot to take in, all new information to me. My father continued, tears spilling from his eyes as he went on. My dad told me how he was desperate and how that they refused to lose me. So he gave in to the doctor. He smiled at him, told me he would save you. And just like that, you started to get better. I was shocked, the doctors even more so. We went home, you were healthy. It was a miracle. He wiped his eyes, leaned backward, trying to gather his thoughts, then looked at me. It was just before your first birthday when I saw the man again. It seemed like he had come out of thin air. He said the only way for you to stay alive was to give you your baths each year. I didn't believe him at first, but then we saw what was happening to you, to your skin. It was just like what happened when you were turning 16, only then it was much slower. He spoke shakily. So I did what I had to do. I spilled the blood. I filled the tub. And I have done it each year since. I'm sorry, son, I wish things had gone differently, he finished. I leaned forward and embraced him, having no words for the situation. We stayed like that for a while. Eventually he broke it off, facing me again. Ben, there's something else. You know that I'm getting older. The time will come, maybe sooner than we think, that I won't be around anymore. He bit his lip, holding in his emotion. Ben, when that happens, you'll have to start filling the tub up yourself. Whatever you do, do not enter the purple house on Crescent Drive. I had always been fascinated by the elegant allure of old Victorian houses. So, when I stumbled upon a classified ad for a charming Victorian home tucked away in a quiet neighborhood, I couldn't resist the temptation. Little did I know that this house would soon become the center of my own personal nightmare. As I moved into the house, I couldn't help but feel a peculiar heaviness in the air. The creaking floorboards and flickering lights added an eerie ambience that sent chills down my spine. However, I dismissed it as mere imagination fueled by the house's age and history. Days turned into weeks, and I settled into my new Victorian abode. But it wasn't long before I noticed peculiar occurrences. Items misplaced, whispering voices in empty rooms, and the constant feeling of being watched. I tried to brush it off, attributing it to the house's quirkiness. One night, as I sat in my study working late, I glanced out the window and caught a glimpse of my neighbor's old house. Its silhouette stood tall and ominous, as if harboring secrets of its own. The windows were dark, except for one on the second floor. Soft, flickering light spilled out into the night, casting an eerie glow across the courtyard. Curiosity got the better of me, and I couldn't resist peering into my neighbor's illuminated room. I told myself it was mere curiosity, not voyeurism. The soft glow revealed the figure of a woman, her back turned to the window. She appeared completely absorbed in her work, bathed in the bluish light of her laptop screen. Just as I was about to turn away, something caught my attention. The woman suddenly tensed, as if she sensed a presence behind her. She turned her head swiftly, glancing over her shoulder. My heart skipped a beat. Who or what had startled her? There was no one else in the room, or at least no one visible in the dimly lit space. A sense of unease washed over me, my mind conjuring unsettling possibilities. Was there something more to this old Victorian house and its inhabitants? What secrets did it hold within its aged walls? Determined to uncover the truth, I delved into the history of the house, seeking answers that might explain the strange occurrences. Local archives revealed a dark tale of tragedy and loss. It seemed that a century ago, the Victorian house had been the site of a mysterious murder-suicide, shrouded in rumors of a tormented love affair gone awry. Armed with newfound knowledge, I embarked on a journey to communicate with the restless spirits that lingered within the house. Late-night sessions with Ouija boards and attempts to capture electronic voice phenomena recordings became a regular occurrence. However, my endeavors only seemed to awaken something malevolent within the old Victorian house. The whispers grew louder, the apparitions more vivid, and the feeling of being watched intensified. It became clear that the spirits were not willing to rest in peace. They sought solace, resolution, or perhaps revenge. In a desperate bid to uncover the truth and bring peace to the tormented spirits, I delved deeper into the dark secrets of the Victorian house. But the more I uncovered, the more the house fought back, its sinister presence intensifying. Shadows danced on the walls, whispers echoed through the empty corridors, and unseen hands brushed against my skin, sending shivers down my spine. As I pieced together the fragments of the past, I inadvertently awakened a malevolent force that lurked within the house's decaying walls. The spirits, consumed by a burning desire for vengeance, manifested with a terrifying ferocity. Their ethereal forms loomed in the darkness, their eyes filled with a ravenous hunger that sent fear coursing through my veins. Now, trapped within the suffocating grip of the haunted Victorian house, I struggle to maintain my sanity. Every creak, every whispered threat, reminds me that the spirits will stop at nothing to claim their revenge. With each passing moment, the line between the living and the dead blurs, and I question if I will ever escape the clutches of this nightmarish realm or become forever entwined with its tragic history. Do not help the night hikers on the Loyalsock Trail. During college that was located away from major cities, the woods were all around us. That being said, there was a highly rated trail, the Loyalsock Trail, which was about an hour drive from the university. I invited a friend to come with me as he had never been on an extended backpacking trip. A 50-plus mile trail that we intended to backpack over the 4-day weekend. I am an Eagle Scout who has spent countless hours in the woods and went on backpacking trips consistently throughout my college experience. As many have said before me, you get used to the minor spooky things happening. Coyote howls, raccoons in the middle of the night, even the occasional unknown noise. The scariest thing to find in the woods, however, are people. We were about 20 miles into the trail and, being Pennsylvania where the underbrush and trees line the trails pretty densely, I always walk about 100 meters off of the trail to reduce the chances of me disturbing people/people disturbing me, especially in the early morning when I choose to sleep in. Following that same strategy, my friend and I go out of our way to be in this amazing spot a good ways off of the trail where it would even be difficult to see our flashlights from the trail. This spot was on a peninsula where a creek met a river, meaning there was only one way into our camp and only one way out. We start a fire, cook our food, and drink some, but not enough to get either of us drunk. We put the fire out about midnight and head into our individual tents. All is quiet. It is the fall semester, so leaves are on the ground, the moon is brightly shining through the bare trees, and the air is cool. The only noise is the occasional time when I would hear my friend turn over in his sleep. Then, I hear the voices. The voices sounded very close for being on the trail 100 plus meters away. I check my watch, 3 a.m. Who hikes at 3 a.m.? We are 20 miles in. I slowly get out of my sleeping bag, slowly unzip my tent, only to see my friend peeking out of his tent in the exact same fashion. He quickly moves his finger over his mouth in an exaggerated hush signal, then used the same hand to frantically motion towards the way of the trail. Then we see them. 4 adults, 3 men and 1 woman, walking directly towards our camp. No lights illuminating their path, they are walking silently at this point. Only one of them has a backpack, an impossibility for the long hike they were 1/3 of the way through. Being a long trip, you bring wood cutting supplies to chop branches into smaller branches to burn. For me, this was a survival knife. Grabbing the knife, believing it is my only way of defending myself, I am more disheveled than I ever have been, especially knowing that a knife is barely defense at all. These people walk into our site, sit down by our extinguished fire pit, and just sit there for what felt like an eternity. My friend speaks up and asks what they are doing in our campsite. Without answering the question, they ask if we have any food. Having packed as lightly as possible for the long trip, we had only a few extra Mountain House, MRE-style meals. I grab one out of my bag and toss it to one of the men. In rapid succession, I ask why they aren't using a light, if they need help finding the trail, and why they are hiking so late. They respond with the following. We don't use lights. We know where the trail is. It is better to hike late at night. Unnerved at this point, my friend asks them to leave. They respond by asking if we want to light the fire and hang out for a bit. No, we do not. They grab their bag, get up, and leave without speaking another word. We watch them leave and take shifts making sure that they didn't come back. Needless to say, we both got very little sleep that night. When the sun rose the next morning, we finally got real sleep. By the afternoon, when we woke up, it all felt like a weird dream of sorts. The only evidence was a fuzzy cat that they must have dropped that I have to this day. In the 8 years since that trip, I haven't been back to the Loyal Sock Trail. Ignore the man shoveling on the trail, and whatever you do, don't bother him. We basically lived in the woods during quarantine. We'd spend the days there storm or shine, drinking beers, picking up trash, swimming, just goofing around. We also started doing something that sounds odd to say out loud but at the time kept us sane. We'd get to the woods, strip off our socks and shoes, and hike in silence to this little lagoon we'd lay out at. It was insanely meditative and I absolutely loved just barefoot wandering. It felt so satisfying in this primal sort of way. But it wasn't peaceful for long. Anyway, the more we roamed like that, the more in tune we got with the woods around us. Without the chatter between us and the careless stomping of booted feet, we'd become part of the woods in this weird way. We'd surprise people pretty often without meaning to, passing within a couple feet before they noticed us. It was like our guts started calling the shots. We could feel storms brewing. All the creatures seemed to stop minding us when we walked like that, so whenever the woods went silent we knew something was coming. It was one of those days, with thick skies and electric air. It had been stormy for a few days and the woods were pretty empty. We'd only seen maybe 2 other souls all day. Darkness had started to creep in, quicker than usual. We headed out the woods, barefoot and drinking some warm beer. I remember we were coming up this hill and all of a sudden it was like I'd swallowed a snowball. I looked up at her and she was frozen mid-laugh. Something was wrong. The woods were off. We were surrounded by murky shadows and dead silence. Heavy silence. Tense silence. Then we heard it. It was this metallic sort of sound. A kind of clanging we couldn't really make out. Metal striking stone. Over and over. A bit further down the trail, squarely in between us and the way out. We stood like statues, tucked behind some trees, just listening. A shovel. Someone digging. We crept closer. I remember how the sound made my palms itch. My friend's face was flushed rose red. I told myself I was being stupid. In fact, I had in my backpack a little spade we used to plant flowers and dig up rocks and such. Who was I to judge this person? But then again, that was just a little garden spade. And as we got closer it became clear that this person had a full-on shovel and was digging in the middle of the trail. I kept trying to explain it to myself. This person was just digging. Sure, it was dusk and a lightning storm was hastening our way, but we all cope with quarantine differently. And sure, it's odd to carry a big shovel this deep into the woods, but maybe they're burying a beloved pet. And sure, it makes no sense that they bury their pet in the middle of the trail, but maybe they're digging a bike jump. And yeah, they don't have a bike, but the knots in my gut wouldn't loosen. We were almost on him now. I think it was him, though they were wearing a hat, scarf, and heavy clothes. All black, a bit odd for summer. But again, he might be in mourning for his sweet Fido, who would love that spot, in the middle of the narrow dirt trail. With every step, my stomach hurt more. We were both shining in sweat. The sound of metal striking earth and stone seemed deafening. It's a primal sort of fear, isn't it? My mind was racing. I was taking stock of everything. 2 of us, barefoot, in swimsuits and overalls. My friend was holding our bucket of rocks, though we'd picked skinny flat stones for skipping, not self-defense. I had a can of pepper spray buried somewhere in my bag but, much to my mother's dismay I'd bet, couldn't easily access it. And that stupid spade. It feels so insane looking back. I've never been in a fight, I never raise my voice, I spend most of my days talking to toddlers about emotional regulation. And yet, here I suddenly was, tallying up what I had on hand that could be used as a weapon, against a total stranger. But all those excuses I'd fashioned for him had fallen away and only one thought stuck. Maybe this gut feeling is wrong. Maybe he's doing any one of a million things. But what if it's right? What is the cost if it's right? If we walk past and he swings the shovel, what then? What would the excuses cost us? Something shifted. I didn't know what. It felt like such a high voltage situation, a single spark in a gas-choked room. Do you remember when I was saying that me and my friend had some sort of gut feeling? We used it. My friend went white, said the first words we'd exchanged the whole time. Don't look at him. Run. We ran. Crashed down into the woods off the trail. Close to the water. We could jump in if he chased us. We sprinted, leaping over boulders, ducking under trees. Thorns and stones sticking into bare soles. I didn't feel them, didn't notice the blood on my feet, till we broke out of the tree line. Later, we tried to piece it together. Tried to understand what had happened. We were cucumber cool ordinarily, and definitely felt a sense of invincibility sneaking round the woods. It wasn't until we were safe home, bandaging our feet that we figured it out, as far as we ever would. The spark had been silence. He had stopped shoveling. And, safe at home, I admitted that I'd looked back. Just a glance, just for a split second. He had stopped shoveling and was coming towards us. Never sleep in your car on a road trip. I'm from Connecticut. I was in a long-distance relationship with a girl from Georgia, and would often make road trips down to visit her. I don't really mind, I love road trips. I've driven across the United States and back, all on my own. There's just something about traveling the highways of the US by yourself that's just so freeing. And freaky. To save money, I would sleep in my car. It's not so bad, it's basically camping, in a metal tent. Makes you feel like you're really roughing it. I just recline the seat back, keep the key in the ignition just in case, and doze off. No, I don't put anything up to block the windows for privacy. Maybe I should have. The trip down south is a comfortable 2-day drive. My stop would usually be somewhere along the Virginia-North Carolina border. So, for my previous trip, that's exactly where I stopped that night. Rest stops were often less trafficked and thus quieter than truck stops. Normally I would have stopped at a Love's, but I was so tired that I settled for the first rest stop I saw. It was oddly vacant that night, with only a couple lone cars sitting forlorn under the amber street lamps. Most likely travelers with the same idea as myself. I pulled into a parking spot away from the others, under the shadow of a tree and far from the street lamps. I figured I would have more privacy there as opposed to being bathed in light. So, I did my usual thing, locked my doors, opened the window just a hair for ventilation, kept my key in, reclined the seat, and went to sleep. I was never interrupted on any of these car camping nights. So I never suspected anything on this one. Then a sharp tap woke me up. At first, I thought I had heard it in my dream. I opened my eyes, a bit confused. Since I was leaned back, I was facing the ceiling and couldn't see anything. I hear another tap. Like a tiny object hitting a hard surface. It came in an irregular rhythm. Was it raining? Was water dripping onto my windshield? I'm under a tree, maybe something fell from the branches. Maybe a squirrel or a bird was dropped something. What if a squirrel was climbing around my car? Or what if it wasn't an animal? The thought occurred to me that it might very well be a person poking around outside. What did they want? Were the doors locked? Yes. The keys were in the ignition. I can leave in an instant. Still, I lay there, completely still, pretending to be asleep. Pretending I hadn't heard anything. Hoping whoever it was, they would leave me alone. It was better to not find out. I was too afraid to find out. It was better to stay here in blissful ignorance. But I couldn't ignore it forever. Still the tapping continued. I had to do something. There was no way I was just going to stay there. I had to look. My heart was pounding. At that moment, it was deafeningly loud. Whoever was out there could probably hear it. I decided. I was going to look. I was going to raise my head up and see what was making the noise. So that's what I did. What met my eyes sent a jolt through my entire body. Every muscle fiber locked up in pure shock at what I saw. The faint glow of the street lamps cast just enough light for me to make out what I was looking at. There in the windshield, staring directly at me, was a face. Someone, I presume to be a woman, was lying on my hood, her face pressed right up against my windshield. Her face was completely still, locked in a permanent grin. I froze in overwhelming terror. The eyes I stared into appeared to have rolled back, showing only the whites. The nose was turned up, pressed painfully into the glass. The lips stretched wide, revealing horrid rotten teeth. Even in the darkness, I could tell her skin was sickly pale, contrasting her long, filthy black hair. Whoever this was, she was clearly not in her right mind. I don't know how long I sat there, too afraid to move. Finally, I got a grip on myself and shot my hand to the ignition. It turned over, making, in that instant, the most beautiful sound I ever heard. But I was caught in a panic as the car refused to turn on. Her grin, somehow, grew wider. It was almost as if the edges of her mouth were going off of her face. Her face was like it was stretched with pins. An unnerving, horrific sight, and I sat there, constantly turning the key back and forth. After what seemed like an eternity, I got lucky. I reversed as fast as I could, trying not to give this creeper time to try anything. In my panic, I remember activating the windshield wipers in a futile attempt to get her off. I thought, was I about to drive out of here with some wacko holding onto my hood? Thankfully, I didn't have to worry about that, because as soon as I stopped, the woman leapt off, landing on all fours. Seeing my opportunity, I shifted into drive and gunned it, right as I saw her reaching for the driver's side door. With my foot on the gas, I sped out of the parking lot. Behind me, I heard her let out a piercing shriek like that of an animal. I looked in my rearview mirror and for a split second I thought I saw her chasing me, running on all fours, her black hair swinging wildly around her. I couldn't get a good look, as I rounded a curve in the road leading out of the rest stop and merged with the highway. There, I picked up speed, and drove through the night. I did not dare stop again until I saw the morning light. But I was greeted by something at the end of the road, and it was a familiar face. Whatever you do, stay as far away from the tent and the bones as you can. I was hiking in the northern part of southern Oregon a few years back with my sister-in-law. It's a 72-mile trail broken into sections that can be easily hiked in a day. At the time, I lived about midway up the trail, fairly remote in a small community. It was mid-fall this one day when we set out. We made it to a fairly flat section that was running just above a river. There was this beautiful view of the river through the trees, so we stopped to get some pictures and take a water break. But when I reached down to cup some water from the river, I saw something behind me in the reflection. I shrieked. My sister looked at me with a concerned face. I tried to laugh it off, but in reality, I felt extremely uncomfortable. Like someone was watching us. Whatever it was, it prompted me to look around, where I looked behind us, across the trail and up a very small incline. Through the trees I could see a small meadow. Across the meadow, maybe 15 yards from us, was a tent. An old, canvas-style tent. As I'm looking, I noticed bones strung from the trees all around the meadow. Like creepy death wind chimes. My stomach just clenched and dropped. I leaned into Sil and whispered, "Do not turn around and look behind us. Just continue walking up the trail and run when I tell you." We were close enough to the river that nobody not right next to us could have heard this. She did exactly as I told her to, setting off at the brisk walk we'd been at before. We got maybe 10 yards, and I could hear footsteps through the forest floor, coming from behind and slightly above us. That part of the forest is very dense. There is a thick moss cover under the trees, so footsteps on it make a very specific sound. I leaned forward and told her to pick up her speed. She did, I did, and so did whoever was behind us. I leaned forward again and told her to run as fast as she could and not stop until I told her to. For two middle-aged women, both slightly overweight, we ran like the damn wind. I just kept telling her, "Go, go, go." I could see ahead of us that the trail made an incline and veered to the right along the river and around a cliff. I knew at that point that whoever it was going to have to come down onto the trail or stop. We kept running. We probably ran at least a mile after that, even though we could no longer hear anyone behind or above us. That section of the trail was about 9 miles and we were not halfway when this happened. We eventually slowed down, but just hurried as fast as we could the rest of the way. We had arranged for her younger brother to pick us up. We made it to the next trailhead fairly early, so we made our way out to 138 and started walking east towards home, knowing he'd find me. But he never found my sister. I remember us submerging through the trails on a complete opposite side of the mountain, until I stopped in my tracks. It was the same tent. I began rethinking everything. We didn't go in a circle, did we? No, there was a small meadow next to the tent, and it wasn't there. There was the exact same bone chime as well, hanging up in the old pine tree. Me and my sister made sure that we would never leave each other's side, but when I went to put my hand up to stop her, it caught nobody. She was gone. I immediately went into panic mode and began quietly yelling for her. "Sil. Sil." But no response. The picket marker that we were supposed to meet up with her brother at was beyond the tent. In fact, we would have to walk directly past the tent, as the right side was a river, and the left side, another unclimbable mountain. That is, until I saw Sil, in the distance, already past the tent. I immediately bolted for her, using up any of the remaining energy I had from our last sprints. It was getting dark now. By the time I was within 10 yards of her, I called out her name. But she didn't move. She didn't speak. In fact, she looked different too. Her back was facing me, and she looked unbelievably skinny. Her clothes were baggy, her backpack drooping, until I realized. This wasn't Sil. I began to walk backwards until whatever that Sil imposter was left my view. By now the adrenaline kicked in more than ever, and I ran. I ran until I felt like I would collapse. Until I came across what seemed like sign 138, where Sil's brother was waiting. I still didn't know where Sil was, but instead of finding Sil, it found me. Another one. A tent, just sitting there, with the same bone chime in the pine tree. At this point, I couldn't tell if I was going in circles. I was getting delirious. But this time, I didn't run. I just stared at the tent. I stared so long that I sat down in the leafy terrain, watching, waiting for someone to come out of it. I knew that if I chose to run away again, that stupid tent and its stupid chime would find me again. After what seemed like an hour, I built some bravery and decided to approach the tent. Trembling in my voice, I called out, asking if anyone was inside. To my surprise, there was no response and no movement. I couldn't help it. I began unzipping the tent. In a final jolt of the zipper, I found almost nothing inside, except a blanket. I was hesitant, but I moved my hand around the blanket, until I felt a bump. It was almost cylindrical, but with rounded ends. I rustled through the blanket, until I felt the raw texture of the item. It was a bone, and it looked like it came from a human. I shrieked. Jumping back in my fear, I became aware of my surroundings again, but this time, it was sometime in the day, but it was incredibly foggy. Far enough in the distance, I heard some echoes. I followed the noise. As I approached them, I noticed that they looked familiar, but I couldn't quite make out who they were as the fog prevented me from doing so. I called out, "Hello? Can you help me? I'm lost, and I can't find a way out." No response. They were getting water from the river. I attempted to get closer, but when I approached one of them, they shrieked and jumped back. "I didn't mean to startle you," I tried telling them. But they didn't even look back at me. I watched, as they walked away from me in a fast-paced manner. I was given one rule. I wish I just complied. I wish I didn't take the job. I seriously wish I didn't. But when I met Roger, he seemed to have good intentions. He had good posture, was stern, and his clothes were crisped down to the French cuffs on his sleeves. His tone was soft and his words direct but polite. I'd known him all but a few seconds before I decided that I could trust this man with my life. Which was why I took everything he said quite seriously. I had found the gig online. It was a posting for someone to house sit. I surmised that Roger was likely some kind of property manager and was short-staffed, which was why he had to use a third-party app to fulfill his needs, even if he weren't used to seeking help. Because although he seemed relaxed, a part of me felt as if he was reluctant to let go of the reins easily. Which made me think that he was either incredibly passionate about his job or really responsible. Both of which I found to be extremely positive qualities. That concludes the house tour. Now, he clapped his hands together. Everything else in the house is yours to use. Consume. Sleep. Relax. It's up to you. But there's one rule that I insist be followed. Yeah, sure, I nodded. Until I get back, do not open the door. What? I regretted the words the instant they left my lips. No yeah. Okay. Yeah. He didn't say another word. Only stared at me. I promised him that I wouldn't open the door. I like you, kid. I trust you. So let's be clear here. Do not open the door. It doesn't matter what happens. Don't let anyone inside. Yeah, of course. No, I get it. Personal space and everything. I respect that. The house was a good size. I've house sat at others before, mainly to feed their dog or some exotic fish. And although there wasn't much furniture in this one, it felt classy. Timeless almost. I walked around to check that all the windows were secured. The sliding door leading to the backyard was closed. The door from the kitchen which led into the garage was locked. Before I sat down in the front room and turned on the TV, I was in the middle of watching a rerun of Campfire Tales when I heard my first knock. I turned off the TV and waited, hoping whoever it was would go away. Hello? They knocked again. Do you have a moment for Jesus Christ? Getting off the couch. I walked over to the door and leaned in. Yes? I cleared my throat. Hello? Hi, we're with the local church. And we were wondering if you have accepted Jesus into your life? No, I'm sorry. I'm not religious, I lied. If you'd like we can give you some pamphlets for some light reading. He pulled on the handle. Sorry, I'm not interested. But thank you. There was a pause. Sure. We get it. But do you mind if we leave you these pamphlets on the door for another member of the household perhaps? I agreed to let them do so. Besides, what's the worst that could happen? I could hear the paper scraping against the door, and saw the handle jiggle slightly before the voice spoke again. Thanks for your time today. I waited for the sound of their footsteps to disappear before I decided to breathe. I then looked through the peephole to make sure they were gone. My hand instinctively reached for the handle to grab the pamphlets as I didn't want the house to look untidy from the outside. I had no sooner touched the knob before I remembered what Roger said. I considered opening the door, as no one was there. But still I'd technically be breaking the rules. I couldn't help but smile at the fact that I'd become such a stickler for rules as I returned to the couch and clicked through a few movie titles on stream before settling on an old classic. I don't know how far I got into the movie before I heard another knock on the door. What are the chances? I thought. What a busy house. I turned off the TV and waited, hoping they would go away. Hello? A voice came from outside. Pizza delivery. My stomach growled. I looked up at the clock. It was past noon. The only problem was I didn't order any pizza. Hello? Pizza delivery. They knocked again. I've got a double pepperoni and a pineapple pizza. For Roger? I got up from the couch again. Roger didn't tell me that this gig included lunch. Hold on just a minute, I shouted. I'm coming. I looked through the peephole as I reached for the door handle. But something wasn't right. I could feel it. Was this a test? Had Roger called the local pizzeria to make sure that I wasn't breaking his one simple rule? If I did, would that mean I wouldn't get paid? I looked through the peephole again. It was a young guy, younger than me, but looked old enough to drive. He wore a dark blue polo that had curled collars at the edge, and was holding up a red insulated bag. I didn't order any pizza. I could see the kid sigh before looking at the receipt. Is this 226? I've got a pizza here for you. For Roger? Yeah. For Roger. Well, I'm not Roger. But this is 226? I didn't answer him. Look, the pizza's already been paid for. If you don't want to tip me, that's fine. I just have to get to my next delivery. He waited, but I didn't budge. I'm going to leave it here. He directed toward a half pillar on the porch. When the guy walked out of sight, he was a good house down before I could no longer see him. The thing was, I never saw his delivery vehicle either. I looked at the pizza sitting on the half pillar. A few cheap paper plates were stacked on top and I could see the packets of Parmesan being warmed up. I took a deep breath in hopes to stave off my urges. But still, I didn't open the door. I breathed a sigh of relief and unclenched my fist. I didn't even know I was tense until just now. It's just a door, I said, as I returned to the couch. It's just a silly rule. But I turned off the TV and sat there in silence. Too afraid to make a sound. Too afraid to even finish my burrito. I didn't have to wait long before I got off the couch again. At first it was 2 shots in the air. Then 3 more in succession. I could hear a car alarm go off somewhere in the neighborhood. But the sound of a gun going off seemed unusual, as this was a rather nice area. Someone screamed in the distance. It sounded like it was coming from across the street. I bolted upright and rushed to the door, peering through the eye hole, where I saw a woman barging out of her door, her dress clumped in one hand so she could run, and blood dripping down the side of her face. She looked terrified as she crossed the street barefoot, up the driveway, toward the porch, and slammed her fist into the door. "Help! Please! Help me!" she screamed. "I need help. Please! Call 911, she banged on the door again. "My husband's trying to unalive me." I could see the fear in her eyes as she kept looking back at her house. The door shook again. "Help me. Please. Open the door." I don't know when my hand had left my sides, but when I looked down they were gripping the handle so hard that my knuckles were white. "Please, he's coming." But I waited. "Someone," she banged on the door. "Help," and waited. Funny enough, no one even came out of her house. The two of us stood there, the woman's frantic knocking ebbed as the minutes passed. Was it 2 minutes now? 5 perhaps? I'm not sure. But eventually she stopped banging on the door. I looked into the peephole and saw her chin had dropped to her head. And she was smiling. I tried to look away, but she moved closer. Slowly, but closer toward the door until her eyes were staring directly into the peephole. "I see you." I nearly fell over backwards as the door suddenly began to shake. The thing looked like it was going to buck right off from the frame. I crawled backwards on my hands and feet until my back hit the side of the couch. "Open the door." I shook my head, too terrified to move, and waited until the knocking stopped. As I looked out the peephole into the street, I noticed that the lady was gone. Oddly enough, everyone was gone. There were no people in the neighborhood, and no cars parked anywhere. After getting back to the couch, hugging my knees, when a knock came at the door. It was softer, and quiet. Dignified even. "Hello?" It was Roger's voice. "Hey, I'm back." I was so glad to hear him that I immediately rushed to the door. He knocked again just before I could reach the handle. "Could you open the door?" The words froze me in my steps. "Roger?" "Hey, yeah, it's me. Let me in." "Roger?" I looked through the peephole. And sure enough, it looked like Roger. "Hey, come on. Could you let me in? It's cold outside. Don't you have the key?" He reached into his pockets and then shook his head. "Nope. I must have left them at the office." Then he looked at me and flashed an award-winning smile. "Hey, you didn't take what I said that seriously, did you?" Before turning around and noticed the pizza boxes tilted on the half pillar. "Wow. I guess you did." He smirked. "We're definitely going to have to use you again soon." He picked up the boxes and palmed the door handle. "Now could you please open the door?" I shook my head. "No. You explicitly told me not to open the door." "Yeah," he told me. "And you did a great job." Might have took it too literally, but I appreciate that sort of thing. "But come on. Hey, it's me. Open the door. Why don't you have the key?" He shrugged. "I don't know. It was busy today and I must have forgotten them." He reached around his pants before pulling out a set from his breast pocket. "Oh look. I thought I had them. But these are the wrong ones." He waited. "Now come on. Open the door." I shook my head and backed away. "Open the door." The frame shook. "Look, I'm not playing around anymore. Open the door before I call the cops and have you arrested for trespassing. Your gig's over now. Go home." "No," I told him. "Open the damn door, man." His yelling was so loud it made the door rattle. And then the entire house started shaking. I squatted on the floor and covered my ears, my teeth shivering in my mouth as I prayed that he would go away. I couldn't take it anymore. Had I gone too far? Was it all a big joke on his end? I was so scared that I was even too afraid to cry. In all what was seemingly a blur, the lock clicked, and I opened the door. I was greeted by nothing but the chilling breeze of the night. Roger was gone. Nobody was outside, and there were no cars. I stepped outside just a few steps to analyze the situation outside. It felt like I'd been on that couch for a year. The snapping wind was interrupted by a giant slam. The door behind me was shut. Locked. I couldn't get in. I banged on the door, begging to be let in, but to my demise, I heard no response. But I did see one. An eye, staring through the peephole back at me. "Sorry," the voice said. "No solicitors." I assumed Roger was playing some big joke on me. "Please Roger, this isn't funny. Okay? I'm sorry. I didn't know. Roger is the owner of this house. I'm house sitting." The realization hit me. I understand why I wasn't supposed to open the door. I have spent the last few hours, stuck in the midnight streets, panicking, knocking on every door that I can, but to my demise, everyone refuses to open the door. Mr. Tanaka's garden always stood out to me. Ever since our childhood, Daniel and I have loved to play in nature. We went everywhere, we saw fields, we saw creeks, we even got lost in the forest a few times like the idiots we were. But then we stumbled upon the orchard. It belonged to our neighbor, Mr. Tanaka, a wealthy man who remained humble and kind to us. We would go there from time to time, and when Mr. Tanaka let us inside, we would see all the trees in it and it was quite magical. The one thing that made Mr. Tanaka stand out from everyone else was that he was quite the flamboyant man. He liked to decorate each one of his trees with unique pieces of cloth and symbols. It seemed to us like he knew every single one personally. The way they were shaped was also extremely bizarre. It almost seemed like each tree had its own story to tell. For a while, I thought Mr. Tanaka could speak to them because he handled them with such care. I couldn't help but be moved by this man's devotion. One day, the both of us went to him with small apple saplings in our hands. We asked him if he could allow us to plant these in his orchard. He chuckled and told us that we could do that, but only once we were fully grown up and could handle the responsibility of taking care of them. Just like a tree needs to be mighty and strong to bear its fruit, you'll have to be great and wise to bear your own fruit. The fruit that lies in you. He told me, pointing at my heart. I truly took those words to heart, no pun intended. And I've been thinking about them since that day. Actually, now that I've mentioned it, I've never even seen a single fruit pop out from Mr. Tanaka's orchard. Maybe he uses those trees for something other than fruit, like paper or wood? Today, I've come back from college to my quaint little neighborhood. I meet with Daniel again, and we decide to check out Mr. Tanaka's orchard, for old time's sake. Now we're in the car, Daniel drives and I'm messing around, recording with my camera like I'm filming some stupid urban exploration vlog. I ask Daniel about what Mr. Tanaka's been up to lately. He answers that he's been secluding himself as of late, for whatever reason, but Daniel jokingly theorizes that maybe his old age caught up to him. But he's been a different person lately, no more joy. While he's still taking care of his trees, Daniel tells me he's been more of a robotic servant chained by his duty than the green-fingered tree enthusiast from our childhood. We're now approaching the gate to the orchard. It's already night by the time we're here, but I suppose the moonlight's gonna be enough for us to see. I get out and a nostalgic scent enters my nose. I'm reliving all of my moments here in an instantaneous flash. The trees glow faintly under the moon's gentle light and we sneak into the orchard. I hear the wind whistle just above my ear. The sight is nothing short of breathtaking. 1,000 trees, all personalized with vibrant colors, charms, and symbols, basking in the night, devoid of anything else. Although it was full of luscious trees, it still felt empty. Eerily empty, almost as if the room was missing something. Daniel suggests we don't wander too far lest we get lost, but we walk and admire each tree's design. I remember this one. And that one. And all of these here. It seemed that we were walking for hours. We were being pulled further and further into the orchard by their beauty. Now we're about 2 kilometers from the gate. I never even realized the orchard extended this far. Now it's getting quite dark and the wind blows harder. My heart is beating faster, but I'm not sure if it's from excitement or fear. Daniel abruptly stops. I think we should go back now. He tells me. We look at each other for a brief moment. We're suddenly startled by the sound of wind chimes hanging from the trees. We look around us. It's like the trees are speaking to us, welcoming us with a ritualistic chant. I feel the cold wind and the back of my neck gets colder. My heart is beating so fast now. I can't help but feel that something isn't right anymore. I look at my arms and I've got the pointiest goosebumps I've ever had. I approach one of the trees and feel it with my hands. This tree feels oddly warm. I run my palm through it and feel vibrations. I hear something now. I put my ear against the tree. Is that a slow, heavy, drum beat I'm hearing? No. It's more like a heartbeat. My eyes widen and my throat feels narrow. I shiver. I'm hit with a wave of dread. I must get out. I hear Daniel call out for me. I find him staring at a young sapling on the ground. Now I'm hell-bent on leaving. Daniel, let's get out of here now. But Daniel is unresponsive. It's as if he's caught in a trance. I see him fall to his knees. He screams in pain. I run to him. The sapling's leaves are stabbing into his face, penetrating his face. He lets out the most agonizing cry I've ever heard. The sapling's trunk fuses with Daniel's face. It grows and lifts his body into the air. I can't do anything but stare in disbelief. Am I dreaming? Daniel's limp body starts to contort. Soon I see his veins bulging out of him. I still hear his muffled screaming. He spasms like a puppet and bloody chunks of wood start to burst out of his flesh. His back splits in half and his ribcage opens up. I'm watching my best friend be viciously unalived before me. Daniel's ribs have turned into solid wood and leaves are springing out of them. There's nothing left of him anymore. I stare at the tree next to me for a moment. My mind is destroyed now. I stand up and walk away. I don't even have the strength to run. But I feel a surging, pulsing pain in my legs. I look down and see that my veins have come out of my body and buried themselves deep in the soil. Everything goes blank. I am awake again, but I can't move. I can't speak. I can only see what's around me. I am trapped, stuck in a tortuous state for eternity, and nobody can hear my cries. Except for Mr. Tanaka. From one of my branches sprouts a fruit. It's like an apple, but it's veiny and bloody, and it pumps, it beats. I see Mr. Tanaka approach. He stares at me with a blank look on his face. He plucks the apple from my branch and a jet of blood splurts out of me. You're back, he says, a faint, yet sinister grin forming on his face. Motion detected at your front door. It all started on a chilling late night, jolting me from my sleep. The piercing tone of the motion alert from my doorbell camera echoed through the silent expanse of my house, nestled within a thick, all-consuming forest. I groaned, rubbing the sleep out of my eyes and reaching for the phone on my bedside table. I squinted against the harsh glare, checking the notification. Motion detected at your front door. A slight unease crept over me. My house stood miles away from civilization, the nearest neighbor a half-hour's drive away. With no one expected at this ungodly hour, I opened the app, half expecting to see a woodland creature or an errant gust of wind. The screen displayed the usual deserted porch, the quiet night scene filled only with the low hum of the forest. I dismissed it as a false alarm, turning off the phone and sinking back into the soft embrace of sleep. However, what I thought was a one-time incident soon turned into a nightly haunting. The same alert, at the exact same time, in the eerie quiet of the night. Each time, the scene was undisturbed, the tranquility of the porch at odds with the building apprehension within me. It became a ritual, an unwelcome visitor in my once peaceful slumber. The curiosity that had been gnawing at me finally won over my unease. One night, I decided to stay awake, eyes glued to the live feed of my camera. The night was particularly quiet, the seconds ticking by in anticipation. As expected, the motion alert chimed, but the porch remained devoid of any activity. Just as I was about to chalk it up to a technical glitch, I noticed something peculiar, the date timestamp on the feed. For about a minute, the date jumped forward exactly 1 year and then snapped back. The discovery was disconcerting. However, I decided it was a software glitch and decided I would contact tech support in the morning. A software glitch would have been the best conclusion to this issue, but unfortunately, it was far from that. Driven by the same morbid curiosity, the following night I found myself staring at the feed again. As the clock struck the dreaded hour, the date flickered, and I saw it. A figure, wavering and barely discernible, appeared at the edge of the porch. My heart pounded in my chest, the figure disappearing as the date returned to the present. The following days were a blur. Every night, as the time approached, I found myself before the screen, waiting for the anomaly. The figure, clearer with each passing night, was drawing closer to the door, a dreadfully slow yet persistent approach. The realization hit me hard. It was a man, haggard and desperate, eerily familiar. On the 7th night, my heart froze as the figure came into full view. The man was at my front door, pounding urgently, his terrified eyes scanning the surrounding wilderness. At that moment, my worst fears were realized. The man in the feed was me. The image seared into my mind, the sight of myself as a desperate, terrified figure, etching a chilling prophecy. I was caught in a loop, a prisoner of my own impending future. The reality of it was horrifying, a timeline already etching itself into existence, 1 minute at a time. A year. I had a year to figure out why I would be that panicked figure, pounding at my own door. I wondered what could possibly instill such terror in me, and more importantly, could I change this seemingly inevitable fate? The questions haunted me, the echoes of my future self knocking on the door reverberating in my mind, turning my once peaceful home into a house of dread. The countdown had begun, my fight against time and fate kicking off on a somber note. The lingering question was, what was I, or rather future me, so scared of? In the months that followed, I lived with an impending sense of doom, the clock steadily ticking towards the 1-year mark. My days were filled with dread, my nights with nightmares echoing the chilling door-pounding image. I read books, consulted with every expert who'd listen, and spent countless hours online, all in a desperate attempt to decode the message my future self seemed to be delivered. Despite my efforts, the answers remained elusive. It had been 6 months, and the night arrived. My pulse raced as the digital clock on my phone crept closer to the dreaded hour. As I opened the doorbell camera feed, a chill ran down my spine. There I was, a desperate version of myself hammering at the door. This time, however, something was different. The spectral me glanced over his shoulder, fear stark in his eyes, and one thing stood out from my previous encounters with my future self. He was covered in blood, head to toe, streaks of blood rushing down his head, dry and fresh layers, and he mouthed a single word before disappearing. Run. An icy dread filled me. What was I running from? Or rather, what would I be running from a year from now? Panic set in, but I reminded myself that fear wasn't going to solve anything. Determined to change my future, I spent the following months preparing for any imaginable threat. I upgraded my home security, took self-defense classes, and even got a trained guard dog, Max. A year passed. The night that once felt so far away was here. Max and I waited, watching the live feed on the porch. The seconds turned into minutes, and soon the dreaded hour arrived. I braced myself for the sight of my terrified self. But, to my surprise, the timestamp changed as usual, yet there was no sign of me. A sigh of relief left my lips. I had changed my fate. As I started to relax, I heard a low growl from Max to me, but I assured him that everything was okay. After ensuring the doors were locked and my security system was on, I began to get ready for bed. Walking into the bathroom, I began to wash my face with the icy water, only to open my eyes again and see turbid, dark water. I had my bathroom light off at the time, so I immediately turned it on so I could see the water before it went down the drain. It was red, dark red. That's when I looked up. There was blood running down my head, dry and fresh layers. In between myself and the mirror was an imprint of the words that I had seen 6 months ago, written in blood. Run. My phone buzzed. Motion detected at your front door. You're vomiting up black bile. Your life will end in the next few weeks. I'm paraphrasing, but that's basically what the doctors told me. For anyone that isn't familiar with black bile, nor am I, they refuse to tell me what it is. Last week I was leaving a gas station after buying a pack of gum when I felt a sharp pain in my side. The homeless man who I had just denied change was holding a small dirty syringe. I remember staring at him in shock and disgust as I fell into a deep unwilling sleep. Apparently the man hadn't noticed the multiple witnesses when he attempted this attack. I was told that I was saved before he could do anything. All my blood tests came back fine and I was given an antibiotic just in case. I was told he injected me with some sort of homebrew sedative and it might have some side effects as I processed it out of my system. Side effects would come to be an understatement. That night I had horrible nightmares about the man and all sorts of fears. I woke with a splitting headache, a dull throbbing pain and a sharp pain coming in waves. My head was full of cotton. I turned on the light of my bathroom and tried taking my temperature. This task proved impossible as I couldn't focus on the numbers in front of me. Everything was fuzzy and dark. I drank some water and I only then realized how dry my mouth was. I peeled my tongue from the roof of my mouth as I attempted to swallow the water, a feat I found near impossible. After choking down the first sips, my thirst became unquenchable. I drank from the tap for an uninterrupted 30 seconds, sucking deep the water until I physically couldn't. I had risen from the sink for but a moment, whipping my head back down to puke it all out. Or what I had assumed was most of it. Along with the surprising volume of fluid, there was a black bile. It stayed separate from the water in the sink and danced near the edge of where the tap was still running. It had a strange colorful shine in the light, similar to an oil slick. Too delirious to process it, I returned to bed feeling hydrated, nauseous, and exhausted. The next morning, I peeled my face from my pillow. Looking around, I noticed the blood. A small crust of dried blood outlined where my face had been on the pillow. I felt my face gently and realized it was extremely painful. Touching my face felt like touching a giant pimple, inflamed and sensitive. Approaching my bathroom mirror again, I made two discoveries. 1. I had open sores surrounding the left side of my mouth. 2. The rest of my face was fine. The source of the pain was my hands. The fingers were dark, swollen and clubbed. The flesh was tender and painful. The cuticles of my nails seemed to retract. I gave my doctor a call and he told me to come in later that afternoon. I cooked myself a simple omelet for breakfast. I found it extremely difficult as my arms disobeyed me slightly, shaking and moving in ways I didn't want them to. Plating the meal, I turned to carry the plate to the table and was startled by a sudden sound of glass shattering. I looked around frantically for the source when I realized it was the plate. My hands were stiff and completely numb. The meal lay ruined on the floor. At this point I decided to go to the emergency room. I had trouble navigating the stairs and upon collapsing to the floor, my arms and legs stiff and uncooperative, I was forced to call an ambulance. At the hospital I was immediately put on an IV drip and they asked me an influx of questions. The doctors had discovered a series of small porous lesions across my stomach. The sight made me sick. A tight pack of holes surrounded by gray dead flesh. These holes went deep too. I couldn't bear to look at them. I gently explored with my fingers and found that I couldn't feel them. I could only feel that dull pressure, no sensation. I was sitting anxiously gripping my thighs waiting for some answers. I was stressed and sick and feeling my own body change in such a way struck me with a hopeless kind of terror. That's when I felt it. A soft wetness and a slight pain. I looked at my hands on my thighs when I screamed. My thumbnail had pierced the thin bloated skin of my thigh through my pants. I frantically struggled to pull down my pants and revealed my legs were black and purple, covered in deep pus-filled lesions. I couldn't feel any of it. The doctors moved me to a clean room until everything was sorted out. They did all sorts of tests and took many samples. I was never scared of needles, but the long thick needle they used to take fluid from my back was mortifying. I began writing this because I fear this disease will take me. I wanted to record a few thoughts even if they are delusional. That's until it hit me. The man in the suit. Before asking me for money and later attacking me, the homeless man was talking to a businessman. For an extended period of time. As I approached, I remember them both turning to stare at me. I only remembered seeing this man because I saw him again. Looking through the window to my room. I pretended to be asleep and saw him just staring at me. What if this man had given him the syringe instead of the aforementioned spare change? The nurse came in the morning and I woke up with a jolt. A very painful one. Swinging my arms wildly at her. I had no control as I watched my rotting hands claw at her. Eventually the loose flesh on my arm sloughed off, exposing bare bone and muscle. The nurse showered in my putrefied flesh and vomited inside her clean suit. She left the room. I cried out in horror, shock, disgust, and sadness. I couldn't control the movement of my altered limbs. My arm bone was black, covered in dark lean muscle and thick tight sinew. No extraneous flesh remained on my long bony clawed hand. The doctors had restrained me and we both agreed it was in our best interest. All I could do was apologize. I felt my legs rubbing against the thick straps. I could feel the flesh deteriorating, giving way to my new limbs. The doctors came in to give me some news, when suddenly, something inside me sparked. I lost control. I was no longer in control, and my long black arm broke free, slashing through the doctor's suit. I don't remember it exactly, but I'm sure my bony claw didn't stop at his suit. They sedated me as they retrieved a colleague. I couldn't help but realize and mourn what I had done. But I didn't do it. It was something inside of me. When I woke up, they told me the man I infected progressed much faster. And this disease would soon kill me. Because of my restraints I can't see much, but I can see my exposed ribcage. Its form was dark and twisted. The sharp, black bony growths engulfed me, all over my torso. My organs were shrunken and tight to my spinal cord. All extra meat and organ has melted and rotted away. As my limbs smash against my restraints I can feel my jaw loosening and new teeth growing in. In a blur of action, I stood up, bringing the hospital bed with me. My new arms finally escaped their restraints and I became free. But suddenly, I realized something. I was no longer in control. Detectives, what case made you consider resigning? In all my years working as a detective, I've never worked on a more disturbing case. It all started when Connolly and I were called in to investigate an attack on a beach volleyball tournament. On the city's largest beach, there was a national tournament with over 300 teams playing on 50 courts over the course of the weekend. The ages were from 12 to 65 and were both men and women. During morning warm-ups before the first game on the first day, one scream turned into 2 screams turned into 100 screams. Over 1/3 of the players needed immediate medical attention. Their feet, ankles, knees, thighs, hips, stomachs, and in some cases up to their shoulders and face, were covered in deep, gushing cuts. Someone had gone to the beach the night before the tournament and brought hundreds of small, flat pieces of wood with razor blades sticking up from the centers in an upside-down capital T shape. The wood was dug into the sand, with the blade's sharp ends pointed upward, and hidden just under the surface so no one could see them. It must have taken hours to set up. There were no deaths, but the damage that was caused resulted in hundreds of injuries and several dozen athletic, young adults with sliced Achilles tendons and a dwindling future in sports. As with every investigation, we started off at the crime scene and worked our way outwards in tight, concentric circles. While the CSIs were combing the beach, Connolly and I were interviewing the people who ran the tournament, looking for any enemies or people who might want to target them in this tournament in particular. But those led nowhere. Sadly, the CSIs fared no better. The entire crime scene was awash. There were so many footprints and shoe and sandal prints in the sand it was impossible to search for tracks. And the actual razor blades and pieces of wood had been doused in bleach before being placed in their small dugouts. There were no security cameras on the beach and the lone one that was in the parking lot didn't capture any cars between the hours of midnight and 7 a.m. Our phones were ringing off the hook with tips, but there were no real leads. After a month, we were nowhere in the investigation. But the case didn't end there. Not long after, at a senior home along the city's waterfront, a fire had started in the basement. Because of the accelerants used, it quickly overtook the first 2 floors. From there, the rest of the 8-story building went up. 22 residents and 9 staff died in the fire, all from smoke inhalation. We scoured the undamaged security footage but again found no suspects around the parking lots or front entrances. The footage from the rear of the building was destroyed, so we couldn't check it. Not even a week later, there was a mass poisoning in a junior high school cafeteria. There were 23 deaths, 15 of which were students, and over 100 severe injuries. Crimes like this don't just regularly happen. Somebody was trying to make a point. Our investigation showed that someone had stealthily broken into the school overnight and poisoned every piece of food in the cafeteria stockroom, fridge and freezer with arsenic. It was a miracle more people didn't die. All the school's exterior cameras were working, and after scouring them for clues, we finally found one at the back doors. The footage captured someone dressed in all black, with a hood and ski mask over his face. He'd used a small set of lock-picking tools to enter the back door which led to the kitchen. He used the same door to exit and ran off across the soccer field towards the water. And suddenly everything clicked. An array of cases, all leading us to the exact same conclusion. The beach volleyball courts, the seniors' home, and now this junior high. They all backed out onto the water. We marked all 3 locations on a map and scanned down the coast for all the marinas and harbors. Then we went back through all the routes and picked out various waterfront hotspots we knew would have footage of their exteriors. Using the dates of the 3 incidents, we cross-checked the footage to try to find any repeat boats on the nights in question. We watched a lot of footage. There was only one boat that stood out. A large, older black speedboat was being driven by a lone individual we couldn't make out the details of. A red light glowed from inside the cabin. Connolly and I got pictures of the boat printed and went back to check the marinas and harbors. None of the docks we went to had seen the particular boat or had records of it, which made us think it was docking at a private residence. I spoke to one of my friends in narcotics named Waco and he brought up the substance boats that had been populating the cove near the last dock we visited. It turned out that the many substance users in our city had been moving away from alleyways and SROs and onto small dinghies and substance boats, turning them into floating pill houses. The boats were harder for cops to break up or investigate, and you could float in the cove or out in the nearby channel for up to 6 months before having to vacate. Of course, the 6-month rule was never enforced, so the cove kept getting busier with more and more substance boats. Waco offered to help. He went in one night and made his way around the 30 or so boats, which were loosely tied together. Waco found our black boat. He learned the owner was a guy people called Red. He was a dealer and let people use and pass out aboard his boat afterwards. The next night, Waco went back, and we followed from a distance with the Coast Guard. We had Waco wired so we could hear everything on board. His plan was to get on with a few others to buy and use some substance, then pass out. He would fake the shooting up part, and pretend to fall asleep. Connolly and I listened in, hearing the details of the casual conversations going on with the other users as they bought, and started prep. Soon enough, all the voices went quiet, including Waco's. A rough, agitated voice called out, asking if anyone was awake. There was no response. The voice, belonging to Red, laughed and said good. We heard some shuffling, then the engine on the boat rev into gear. The boat peeled out, leaving the cove behind. Waco had a GPS tracker in his shoe, so Connolly and I watched the boat on a monitor as it headed out to sea. We followed from a distance, the Coast Guard's lights all turned off and went completely stealth. Connolly and I continued listening in. After several minutes, the engine died down. There were sounds of chains rustling, then clanking together. Waco's voice came over the mic in a hushed and frantic whisper. He's chaining us together. There's an anvil on one end. Our captain flipped the lights and sirens on and the boat gunned it towards the blip on our radar. Over the mic, we heard Red notice the sirens. He started to panic and, from what Waco told us, was about to toss the anvil over the side. But Waco was now up and ready to fight. He pulled the same chain that was attached to the anvil, hitting Red from behind and knocking him to his knees. A fight on the boat ensued, and Waco put him in a chokehold. The boat arrived just as Waco managed to subdue Red. When we jumped on the boat, we found them panting heavily, grappling on the deck, the anvil perilously close to the edge. As we handcuffed Red and helped Waco up, I couldn't help but stare at the monster we had caught. This was the man who had caused such monstrous atrocities. But there was something unnerving about him. His face was oddly familiar. And then it hit me. Red was one of our own. A forensic specialist from our department. His real name was Robert. The same man who'd combed the beach. The same man who'd analyzed the burned-down senior home. The same man who'd gone over the school's security footage. He was the insider, helping us solve the crimes he himself committed, leading us on a wild goose chase while staying safely under the radar. I was answered by silence, as he continued to look out into the horizon while Connolly put the handcuffs on. But as we started to take him into custody, a maniacal grin stretched across his face. Suddenly, Red lunged forward, knocking Waco into Connolly and me, sending us sprawling. With a swift movement, he threw himself over the edge of the boat, the chained anvil following him into the dark depths below. The sea swallowed him, the man who was a friend, a colleague, and a ruthless killer, before we could even react. And just like that, he was gone. But the most unnerving part? When we later brought our search team, his body was nowhere to be found on the ocean floor. I investigated a birth clinic's abnormally high miscarriage rate. What I uncovered was horrifying. After being a police deputy, I moved out of patrol and spent a decade investigating countless crimes, such as arson and armed robberies. I took advanced training seminars and workshops, studying past cases and offender modalities. I've seen horrific cases in my 33 years on the force. Images I'll never shake. People who still haunt my dreams. I can honestly say that most of the criminals I've put away haven't been evil. They've all been motivated by something, however benign, to commit their acts. Then there are some that are on the fence. The ones that take violent crimes further than would typically be the case. And then there are those that dream up horrific atrocities to be inflicted on the world around them because they just wanted to see the world burn. Patty Wilson fell somewhere beyond the shades of your typical serial individual. She was the first person I encountered on the job who I could reliably say had true evil in her. Patty was a nurse that had moved into a birthing clinic in one of the city's lower-class neighborhoods. This particular clinic had a terrible miscarriage and stillbirth rate, but the numbers were fudged and kept hidden. Eventually, people in the neighborhood started talking and word got out of how many deaths there were. Our station was contacted and normally the type of thing would land on another desk, but we were short-staffed, so Connolly and I were brought in. Our investigation led us to Patty, and we found that in her 23 years at the clinic, there had been over 2,000 miscarriages. She'd been giving a chemical cocktail to the expectant mothers, claiming it would help with sleep. Instead, it gradually killed the fetus as it grew. We'd also discovered that after several dozen healthy births, Patty would take the baby away to be cleaned up but would return with the horrible news that the baby had died shortly after being delivered. Our investigations into that didn't lead anywhere concrete, but one of the threads we were pulling on led us to believe Patty had been lying to the mothers, telling them their baby had died, when in fact the baby was healthy but was shipped off to the highest bidder. A live baby on the black market could fetch a tidy sum, whether for organ harvesting, stem cells, or something more deviant and horrific. We believed it was racially motivated, as almost all the miscarriages and stillbirths occurred exclusively with black parents. But Patty denied it all. I remember watching Patty in our first interview with her. Her face all served as a stark reminder of the unspeakable horrors one human can inflict upon others. Patty Wilson was the embodiment of such horror, the worst I encountered in my long service, an abomination that still haunts my dreams. The smoke got larger as the chanting grew. It pulsed and expanded and reached out, forming the shape of a body. Was normal and moved expressively as she spoke and answered our questions. But her eyes didn't. Her eyes, devoid of any human emotion, remained seared into my memory. They were black abysses that sent shivers down their spine, reflecting the darkness of her soul. In the face of such monstrous acts, the trial's outcome was a foregone conclusion. Multiple life sentences were handed down, sealing Patty's fate. Even then, she denied any wrongdoing, clinging to her facade of innocence. What gives me nightmares now is thinking about if that last baby had been killed and the smoke finished solidifying. I'm terrified that whatever it would have manifested into would have shown me another realm of evil. I dedicated my life to work as a detective. After this case, I immediately retired. We'd been investigating the individual abductions of 6 Caucasian women between 18 and 22. It was a little old for grooming gangs, and we ruled out human trafficking. We'd done a ton of legwork and repeated interviews with friends and family. No one went back on previous statements, everyone was solid. We didn't have a single person of interest. We did have one connection between the girls. They all traveled in similar underground heavy metal and punk rock circles. They also appeared to have a similar fascination with Satanism. Connolly and I went back over the details of each disappearance and found they all coincided with a certain opening band that occasionally played at a weekly death metal show. They were called Helvete and were a Norwegian black metal band. They were known for covering themselves in what looked like blood and performing in masks. Each mask was different but followed the typical design of a face with eyes, nose and mouth. But the texture looked like dried skin. Dark, wicker twigs stuck out at the back of the head, resembling a porcupine. The more we read of them, the more they became our suspects. Connolly and I got an address and decided to go introduce ourselves. The place was on the outskirts of town, surrounded by a large plot of land and forest. We parked up the driveway and I'll admit, the walk up to the house, I was feeling nervous. It was dusk and the sky was a darkening gradient of orange to dark blue. The residence itself was a large, old farmhouse. Death metal blared from somewhere inside, thudding out through the shuttered windows. There was a large, black van parked out back and two sedans in the front. A scream erupted from the house, louder than the death metal rock. I pulled my 9mm and Connolly pulled his .38. We called for backup and went in through the front door, which was unlocked. The interior had a staircase to the right that led upstairs, and a hallway to the left that led to a living room, dining room and kitchen. More screams erupted along with the pounding music. We could tell the screams were coming from below us and found a door leading to a staircase to the basement. The screams and music got louder and were joined by chanting. Connolly led, trigger-fingered, creeping his way down the stairs. As he got to the bottom, Connolly swung out to clear the room, but someone was there. A tall mountain of a man in a dark mechanic suit, wearing one of the group's eerie masks, swung down at Connolly. Connolly saw it coming, firing his .38 into the guy. My right ear blew out and my left was filled with ringing, chanting and screaming. As I got my head back on, I saw that the man had swung down at Connolly with a hatchet, and it lodged in Connolly's neck. He fell back but continued firing into the far end of the basement. I let my 9mm lead me around the corner. There were old bed sheets hanging from the ceiling, obscuring my vision of the basement. The heavy metal kept pumping and the chanting grew, but the screaming had stopped. I wanted to check Connolly, but I needed to clear the room. I stepped over the body Connolly had shot and followed the chanting. It led me through the sheets and into a large opening. Dozens of red candles were lit. There was a circle drawn on the floor and inside it was an inverted pentagram painted in what looked like blood. In the far corner, the ground was dirt, and I could see several graves protruding from the earth. At the center of the pentagram, a young woman wearing barely rags was chained to pegs in the ground and had just given birth. On each point of the pentagram around her were what appeared to be the remains of 5 recently delivered and now dead babies. Kneeling in front of the exhausted and crying woman was another band member, dressed similarly to the previous Hulk, but smaller and with a slightly different mask. He held the newest, just delivered baby in his hands as it cried. There were 2 other figures in the room, one over each of the kneeling guy's shoulders. The one to the right was holding a large, traditional 2-handed sledgehammer. The handle was thick wood and the mallet was solid iron, lined with carvings and covered in blood and innards. The guy on the left was holding an open book and had been guiding the others in the chanting. We all stared at each other in some strange, horrific standoff. The guy with the sledgehammer pulled first, lifting it to swing at me. I leveled up on him and walked 2 rounds into his chest before turning to the other 2. The guy with the book threw it at me and lunged. I managed to get 2 more rounds off into him, but his momentum carried him through me and we hit the floor heavily. My head cracked the ground hard and I saw the familiar stars rushing the edges of my vision. Everything sounded like it was underwater but was moving really fast. I managed to turn my head and saw the one remaining band member, the one holding the baby. He'd placed it on the ground at the center of the pentagram. He grabbed the sledgehammer from his dead friend and lifted it to slam down on the remaining baby. I didn't even realize it, but I still had my 9mm in my hand. Reflexively I pulled the trigger repeatedly until it clicked empty. The final shot connected with the guy's head as he was about to swing down. He toppled back and the sledgehammer fell safely to the side. I don't remember much else after that. I woke up in the hospital and was informed Connolly had died, as had all the band members. The baby and the young woman had survived, though. So there was that. The investigation was taken over by 2 other detectives and revealed that the band had been taking women from shows, bringing them back to the farmhouse, and trying to impregnate them. Once they had gotten 6 pregnant, they planned a mass, ritual sacrifice to be conducted after the final birth as an offering to the devil in some Faustian bargain. The other women had been killed after their deliveries, and were buried in the far end of the basement. I never saw any of the band members' eyes when they were alive because of the masks. Though I'm sure if I did, they'd carry the same darkness as Patty's and Red's. I said I'd seen true evil 3 times in my career. And that's true. But that last time, there was more to what happened than what I put in my reports. It's the reason I retired immediately after the case. It's the thing that made me realize there was an evil I couldn't even begin to comprehend. Once the sun drops, don't drive down Zavodska Road. I was traveling through Eastern Europe at the time and heard about a stupid curse involving a hitchhiker on an abandoned road. I was the kind of person who would run and entertain stuff like that. I wish I hadn't. The road was on the outskirts of a town and the locals gave me a good warning about it. The warning was simple: once the sun drops, don't drive down Zavodska Road. I asked if that was because of looters or gangs or punk kids. But the locals said no. It was because of the curse of Avtostopnik, which is Ukrainian for the hitcher. They warned me to not just think about myself, but also my friends and family. I was curious, but lied and said I'd take their warnings. That night, I went for a drive to Zavodska Road. On the map, it showed the road started and finished with dead ends that had offshoots left and right. Zavodska was 6 kilometers long, but a straight line distance between its beginning and end was only 1 kilometer. The road curved and swirled so much it made the length of the trip 6 times longer. I arrived at the offshoot that led onto Zavodska. The entrance looked like every other quiet country road I'd passed to get here. But this road was separating 2 sets of forests which grew thicker and canopied overhead the further you went. I turned onto Zavodska and drove 30 feet before the road curved off to the right. It turned sharply, right again, left again, and before I knew it, I lost all sense of direction. I drove slow, taking my time as I followed the winding road through the thickening woods. After 5 minutes, I came out the other side and Zavodska ended. Either I could go left or right, but Zavodska Road was done. The locals said that driving down the road was like playing Russian roulette. People mostly got lucky and the curse wouldn't materialize. But suddenly I remembered something that the local told me. No matter where you are, even if you're far away from Zavodska Road, keep your headlights on. I flicked off my headlights and slowly re-entered Zavodska. Without my lights, I was just barely able to see 5 feet ahead. A minute passed. Then 2. I turned my lights back on and immediately saw something ahead. A figure was standing to the right of the road. Its arm was out, thumb up in a hitchhiking position. I drove closer and made out the details of the figure. It was a man. A homeless vagrant wearing a priest's outfit with a dirty collar. His hair was dark and wild and his eyes were demented. His face was covered in bloody wrinkles. I couldn't tell if he was smiling or screaming. Within seconds of seeing him, I'd sweat through all my clothes. I pushed the gas down to speed by him. But it had the opposite effect. The car slowed. I slammed the gas pedal. Stomped it. Kicked it. But the car crept along, idling up next to the hitcher. The hitcher came right up to the window, pressing his bloody, wrinkled face against it. His smile pushed through the glass without breaking it and I felt his cold breath on my face. His eyes shimmered like a cat's with an orange glow. At this point I'd realized, somehow, I'd confused the gas pedal with the brakes and switched my feet. I hit the actual gas and peeled away, leaving a bloody wrinkle smear across the passenger side window. I whipped around the next corner and the hitcher disappeared from my rear view. But he reappeared, 3 more times along the side of the road, as I tried to get off Zavodska. Finally, I reached the entrance and got onto the next road. And the next. And before I knew it I was back in the village. I went to my hotel, got my things and cut my vacation short. The next day, I was on a flight back home. But I kept seeing him. It wasn't often, but sometimes when I'd drive at night, I'd see the hitcher on the side of the road. He started off with just a smile and a wave. Then he started running out into the street to get in front of my car. Then he started trying to jump on the car. I was always alone, so I could never ask anyone if they saw him. I couldn't tell if it was all in my head, or real. I never saw him when I was walking, so the small amount of time I actually spent in a car went to nearly 0. I rarely traveled in cars or buses or any forms of road transit. I basically walked everywhere. But I stopped driving or riding in transit altogether 2 years after I drove down Zavodska. I was driving my friend James home from a dinner party when I saw a familiar figure in the middle of the road. It was too far to depict any details, but I knew who it was when I saw the white gown. I swerved to avoid him and figured James thought I was crazy. Are you crazy? What the hell was that for? I asked him if he saw him. To my demise, he did, but he was more concerned than confused. I tried to describe the hitcher's priest-like outfit, but he wondered why he was in the middle of the road. I wasn't sure if it felt better knowing that someone else could see the hitcher. Or worse knowing that the hitcher had followed me home from Zavodska and was, in fact, real. A week later, James called me and told me he'd seen what I was explaining to him that one night. The hitcher again when he was out for a drive with his wife. He asked his wife if she saw him. She thought he was crazy. A few days later, they both died in a freak car accident. I began to realize what this was. I was spreading some sort of infection. Not a normal infection, but some sort of an eyesore. An eyesore that seemingly spreads when I'm in a car with someone. If I could see it, they could too. I haven't stepped in a car again since. But last week, I rode the city bus for the first time in years. And the second stop after I got on, I saw him. The hitcher. He was on the side of the road. And he had my friend James with him, and Jamie's wife, who were both badly decomposed, but not dead. I could see them weakly struggling. But they were being held up by the back of their necks by the hitcher, who was in complete control. The hitcher made the 2 bodies move around like grotesque ventriloquist dummies, as he himself laughed. We drove past the spectacle, and I realized everyone on the bus was staring at the hitcher too. If you see a no trespassing sign in front of an old house in the middle of the woods, it's there for a reason. Most people would ignore the sign, but my friends and I were too young and ignorant to walk away. At the time, I was 18 years old and starting my new life as a college student. It was an exciting time to be away from home for the first time, and my best friend and I both committed to West Virginia University. We chose to be in a quad room, meaning we would have 2 other roommates. Both were random, and this was a time before cell phones, so we wouldn't meet them until move-in day. But of those 2, one of them led us down a dark path in our lives, literally. Moving day came, and our first roommate joined us that day, and we all clicked really well. He was from a really small town in Western Virginia, and although we had almost completely different lives, this was someone you could tell would be a great friend. The next day, our other roommate came, and we all got to know each other. The story revolves around the first roommate from Virginia, so I'm going to focus on him. Throughout the semester, my best friend, the roommate, and I became a trio and would go out together all the time, and we all even shared the same friends. We really spent all our free time with each other. Things remained amazing, and we really wanted to keep in touch over the summer. My home friend and I were so intrigued by the third roommate's stories of his hometown that we all agreed to visit him for a week. When that time came, me and my friend hopped into my car and drove the roughly 12-hour trip to his house. About an hour after passing through the suburbs of DC, we realized how remote Western Virginia was. I have never seen so few people and so little urbanization. It was really eye-opening. We arrived at his house by dinner time, and when I tell you this town was small, I mean it. Each house was at least half a mile or more apart, and it took a 25-minute drive from his house to get to the center of town, where all the stores and restaurants were. 3 days into our 6-day stay, our friend wanted to bring us hiking through the mountains. I was really excited as I've been loving the outdoors here and really wanted to embrace nature. We started our hike at about 9 a.m., planning to eat our packed lunches around 11 and return to his house by 5 in time to eat dinner at home and before it started to get dark. Midway through the hike, a little after we ate lunch, I spotted a no trespassing sign in the middle of what seemed to be nowhere. I asked my friend about it, and he told us there was a house in there that everyone knew to keep away from. He told us that where we were hiking was designated as a park and, therefore, no one could live there, but this family had been here for so long that after refusing to move numerous times, the state just gave up. This was so intriguing to me, and I really wanted to see the house. My friend kept telling us it was dangerous because it was someone's property, and they could shoot us if they saw us. The way he was telling us this thought felt a little insincere, as if he didn't really think that was the problem. I interpreted this as him just thinking they wouldn't shoot us without warning us to leave the property first, so I begged and begged. After pulling the usual, "You only live once or we're best friends," we finally convinced him to lead us towards the house. We had walked for about 25 minutes when we noticed a clearing in the trees. My friend told us once we saw the house we're going to stop because, at this point, we were about 3 hours from any road in any direction, and it was really dangerous if we were seen. We started to whisper and walk slower, waiting for the house to appear. Suddenly, we hear a little scream, like a child when they're playing a game or happy. We froze and started to inch closer to the noise. We then saw what appeared to be a little boy running in circles laughing. We watched for about 5 minutes and noticed that the boy wasn't playing with anyone else. It was odd that he was playing this long and this intense by himself, but we didn't think too much about it. My home friend wanted to get closer, but even at this point, I felt scared. The friend from here told us it was really dangerous to get any closer and that we should start heading back now, as it was around 2 and we needed to stay on schedule. My home friend wouldn't budge. He said he wanted to see if other people were on the property and what they were doing. We agreed to stay at our distance but moved to the side to get different angles of the house. That's when we notice a tall, heavy man walk out a side door and scream at the boy. Not a scolding scream, but like an animal scream. This was a sound I had never heard a human make before, and I couldn't even imagine what it meant. The boy screamed again in this animalistic howl and ran inside the house. We all looked at each other like, WTF did we just witness? Then, like out of a horror movie, another scream erupted but, this time, behind us. We whipped around and saw a boy behind us, probably 12 or 13. We were caught. My heart started pounding so hard I could feel it in my skull. Another scream came from the direction of the house, and we saw the tall man coming for us. When he got close enough to hear us, we all started pleading with him, telling him we needed to get home soon and asking if he could help us in any way. He just began at us, and the young boy behind us pushed my friend forward like he was telling us to move. We started to inch up, and the tall man started to walk back toward his house, and we all assumed he wanted us to follow him. Now we are a couple of yards from the house, and the whole family went outside to look at us. There were 2 very old women, 2 middle-aged women, and 1 middle-aged man, 3 young men probably in their 20s, and like 8 kids. We could tell they were all related as they all had the sandy blonde hair and deep blue eyes. No one said a word to us. We were so scared and confused that we kept pleading, but they didn't even look like they understood us. The tall man from earlier throws us a makeshift plastic carton of water, and everyone starts making their way inside. We took this as him letting us know he wasn't mad at us, but it was time for us to go. We picked up the carton, and it was disgusting. The dirt on the clear/white plastic stained it brown, and the water looked septic. As we turn our bodies to walk in the other direction, we all notice 4 girls tending to plants behind the house. These girls weren't outside with the rest of the family staring at us, and I assumed they were workers there. I know that makes no sense, but they looked nothing like everyone else, and I thought it was weird they didn't join the family before. They all had brown or black hair and were considerably paler than the family. As we continued walking into the woods, one of them yelled at us, in incredibly broken English in the thickest hillbilly accent you could imagine, "Don't come here more, Daddy kill you." We were shocked. This was the first time anyone tried to talk to us. We yelled back that we were so sorry and ran into the woods. It was around 3:30, and we were terribly behind schedule. Our friend's mom would pick us up at 5, but there was no way we would get back to the road in time. During the whole walk/jog back, we discussed what had just happened and how weird that entire affair was. He said some people said they were here since the 1800s and have only ever interbred, and they're all like genetic horrors now, and others said they were cannibals. He told us he brushed all these stories off his tails, but we all agreed that the inbreeding one could be a real possibility. Finally, at almost 7 o'clock, we make it to the road where we see our friends' moms, dads, and brother's car. They were all in a circle talking, and when we greeted them, they said they were worried sick and were about to go looking for us. We apologized and got in the mom's car while she laid into us. Screaming and crying, she told us how scared she was. My home friend apologized and told her how we got caught up at that house. Immediately the whole car went silent, and the local friend looked at us like, "Why would you say that?" I thought he was mad because we admitted to trespassing, but now I know that would have been a godsend. His mother sternly said, "You didn't speak to them, did you?" At this point, we just told her the whole story, and she sat silently the whole time, not asking any questions, nothing. She told us we'd have to go home tomorrow, cutting our trip 2 days short, and that we seriously put ourselves in danger by doing what we did. The next morning, we packed and got ready to leave after breakfast. The mood had visibly changed, and my friend barely spoke to us. I was still feeling a little cheated out of my vacation, wondering what we did that was so bad. We left a couple of hours later, and that was that. The next semester we all decided to room together again, with the exception of the 4th roommate, which we tried for a new one. A couple of months into the semester, we were all drunk on a Saturday night and ended up talking about a memory from our summer get-together. With a lot of liquid courage, I brought up the event again and asked what we did that was so wrong. My friend tried to blow off answering, but my persistence and his inebriation finally gave us an answer. What he said changed me forever. Apparently, that family really had lived there since the 19th century in that exact house. Soon they got shunned for revoking their religion, and the town didn't really mingle with them anymore. This led to the start of their inbreeding. At first, they only wed cousins, but by the 1950s, when the state had claimed the whole area as a park, and this was the only family to remain for miles, the inbreeding got worse and involved siblings and parent-slash-child relationships. The police did a few welfare checks on them in the 60s to confirm this, but there was really nothing they could do about it. In 1971, a local girl from the town went missing. After weeks of search and rescue turned up nothing, it was assumed she had died hiking in the woods. But they were wrong. 8 years later, another school-aged girl went missing, this time the sheriff's daughter. Again, after weeks of looking, nothing turned up. The police decided to go to this family's house and ask if they saw her, being that they lived in the forest. It was thought the girl got lost, and to the sheriff's surprise, his daughter was there living with the family. Apparently, the sheriff also recognized the first missing girl, who was now pregnant. This part is now all folklore with no actual confirmation, but many of the locals believe it to be true. Apparently, the sheriff found out that the family was desperate for some outside breeding to help clean the gene pool and would kidnap young women. Luckily, the sheriff's daughter hadn't yet been impregnated, and the sheriff took her back on one condition. He had to allow the family to take young girls, mostly from other towns, and the sheriff would look the other way. Some people in the town believe that if they mess with the sheriff that he would approve the kidnapping of their children, and because of this, many adults in the town appease the sheriff's office at any expense. Since then, there have been reports of missing girls from other towns, but no one knows if they simply got lost in the Appalachians or really have been taken. This is why our friend's mom was so mad at us. She was worried we would mess up the relationship between the sheriff and the family, and somehow, they would have to pay for it. I'm not sure if I believe any of this, and it still boggles my brain to this day. I just hope it's not true. I do some pretty unnerving things while I sleepwalk. My mom told me stories of me sleepwalking as a kid. What I discovered makes me question if I had ever been sleepwalking at all. She said it first started when I was around 5 or 6 years old. She had put me to bed one night, then, around an hour or so later, she heard a noise coming from down the hallway. She shut the book she had been reading and went to investigate. She told me that she found me sitting at the kitchen table, pretending to eat. At first, she asked me what I was doing, and after not receiving a response, she approached. Upon closer inspection, she realized that I wasn't awake to respond. She stood there and watched me for some time, as she herself hadn't actually seen a sleepwalker before. She said that I sat there acting as if I were eating, then I would stop and turn to the chair to my right. To her, it appeared like I was having a conversation with someone, though she mentioned that I wasn't speaking any words, more like slight whimpers and groans. I'd then laugh quietly in my seat, then continue eating. After nearly 20 minutes of this, I got up from my chair, took a few steps, and laid down on the floor. My mother then woke me up and told me that I needed to go back up to bed. Well, I don't remember this interaction. She told me I was incredibly confused as I thought I was in bed. She led me by the hand back to my bedroom and tucked me back in. A few months later, this happened again. My mother had gotten up in the middle of the night to get something to drink. As she walked into the kitchen, she nearly jumped out of her skin when she saw a silhouette of someone standing in front of the window. She switched on the kitchen light and saw that it was me, that I was standing in front of the glass, motionless. She walked over to me asking what I was doing. Of course, when she got closer, she saw that my eyes were shut. Apparently, I stood at that window for nearly a half hour, before turning and walking back to my bedroom. My mom followed closely to make sure I went back to bed, and sure enough, I did. It was odd for me to hear about these things I was doing after I had fallen asleep. The concept that my body would move when I had no conscious control over it made me nervous. My mother found it somewhat amusing, but I didn't seem to think so. Over the following year, I only sleepwalked a few times. Most of them just ended up with me getting up from my bed and wandering into another room, before falling asleep on the floor. My mother would usually find me the next morning and wake me up. Then, after nearly a year had passed, my mother had gotten up one night, and while she was passing by my room, she decided to peek in on me. When she opened my door, I was nowhere to be found. She wandered around the entire house but couldn't find me in any of the rooms. Then, as she was walking through the living room, something out of the corner of her eye caught her attention. She saw the vague outline of someone standing outside underneath one of the street lamps. As she turned to get a better look, she quickly realized it was me. She threw open the door and dashed outside. I was apparently standing in the center of the road, all by myself. Luckily, our street was on a dead end and didn't see very much traffic after 9 p.m. She called out my name as she ran towards me, but I didn't seem to react at all. As she slowed her approach, she saw that I was gesturing with my arms, as if I were having a conversation with someone. She walked up to me and grabbed my wrist. When she did this, I apparently began to freak out. I started to shout and fight against her, as if she were some sort of beast attempting to devour me. A minute or two later, I woke up and snapped out of my frenzy. When I came to, I asked my mother where I was, and she calmly explained that I had walked outside while I was sleeping. I apologized to her, and she led me back inside. The months that followed, I would sleepwalk almost every other night. It had gotten so bad that my mom had taken me to a few mental health professionals. Each of them told my mother that sleepwalking is quite common in children, and that I should eventually grow out of it. They just gave her a list of things to be aware of if she finds me sleepwalking again, such as not waking me up in the middle of it, or gently coaxing me back to bed, etc. These explanations didn't really put my mother at ease. She wanted something a bit more concrete. So, she kept searching until she came across a therapist who specialized in sleep disorders. It's such a bizarre part of my life that I barely remember it. All the evidence I've had that I used to sleepwalk all seemed to come from my mother telling me such. I apparently spoke with this doctor numerous times and visited him at least twice a week for 3 months straight. Then, one day my mother stopped taking me to see him, and according to her, I hadn't had a sleepwalking episode since. Nearly 15 years had passed since then, and it all just seemed more like a dream than a memory. As if it happened to somebody else, and I had just heard about it. Of course, I believed my mom. I doubt she would make up something like that. It just never really clicked that I had this problem when I was younger. That was until I was helping my mom clean out some of her things out of her basement. She was going through all her storage and was getting rid of a bunch of old stuff. While I was pulling out boxes out of the rafters, something clattered to the floor. It was a thick manila file folder that hit the ground with a thud. Hoping I didn't break anything of importance, I stopped what I was doing and picked up the folder. After glancing at it, I noticed on the front that it had my name on it with some dates. I looked around to make sure my mom wasn't nearby, and I took the folder into the back of my pants. After finishing up, I told her I'd talk to her later, and I headed back home to my house. When I got inside, I tossed my jacket on the couch and pulled out the folder. As I peeled open one end and slid the large file out, my eyes darted across the front of it. It was records of my time with the therapist. I guess he must have given my mother a copy of these to keep. All of the entries inside were each of the days I had gone to visit him. Most of them were just logs of the sessions as well as a few notes he had taken throughout. One of the last entries, however, drew my attention. It said that the therapist was going to conduct some type of hypnotherapy on me. He had me lay down on a lounge chair and began telling me to relax, while continuously asking me specific questions. He asked me what I dream about, and my answer had been written down. I told him that I dreamed of my friend. Reading this, I had no idea who I was talking about. The therapist then asked me to describe this friend of mine. I told him that he was much taller than me, though for a child, that wasn't saying much. His body always seemed to be hunched over. He had long black hair that fell down to his shoulders. His arms were extremely long, like two snakes attached to the shoulders. Each of his fingers came to a point like sharpened knives. The therapist asked me to tell him what his face looked like, and apparently, I struggled to describe it. I told him that his face was blurry, like it was covered in TV static. When the therapist pressed further, apparently, I sat up in the chair, still asleep, and told the therapist to look at him for himself. I then pointed behind the therapist, and when he turned, he saw nobody there. He jotted down some notes and then asked me what my friend wanted. I told him that he wants to take me somewhere far away, so we can both play together, forever. He made another note, then through a series of careful statements, he rid my mind of negative dreams. Well, that's what he wrote down anyway. Since that day, I have slept peacefully without any more sleepwalking incidents. All those memories I had from the early years of my life seemed hazy, and I've nearly forgotten about them all. Despite not knowing anything about those statements I made, I couldn't help but feel a bit of familiarity with the description of this friend of mine. As I closed the file, I sighed, thinking about all the things I'd said in the notes. I looked at the clock, which read 10:23 p.m. As I stood up from my chair, I saw something out of the corner of my eye. I turned and looked at my window. For the briefest of seconds, I thought I had spied someone standing outside. Someone looking at me, someone tall with long arms, with long black hair. Someone with a blurry face. I blinked my eyes, and when I opened them again, it was gone. I wanted to rationalize that what I had just seen was just a product of reading these files. That my tired mind had simply conjured this hallucination. But for some reason, I can't seem to shake this feeling, that those weren't simply dreams I had been experiencing when I was a kid. That they were something much more than dreams, something much more sinister. I can feel my eyelids starting to become heavier by the minute, and for the first time in my life, I'm worried about what will happen if I fall asleep again. If missing livestock ever returns, kill it immediately. If I had known, I would have put it out of its misery immediately. But when I was 23, I had a security gig at a dairy farm outside of Delphus, Ohio. It was a modest place, only holding a few dozen cows at any given time. My then co-worker, a 34-year-old recovering substance user named Corey, had just been fired for letting a cow go missing on his watch. A fireable offense in every sense of the word. For starters, Corey was insane. By the time I'd met him, substance-induced psychosis had rendered him virtually schizophrenic. On long nights spent with him during my training period, he'd tell me about CIA agents that were out to get him. More than once, I'd catch him glancing over his shoulder, or peeking out of windows with a dumb look on his face, hoping to catch a glimpse of whoever was following him. Each of our cows had an ear tag labeled with a number. At 8 p.m., they were each to be guided into their own respective stalls and locked in for the night. Padlocks became the norm after an incident with local kids a few years earlier. In the mornings, we'd have to carry around a clipboard containing each lock combination and individually release each one. It made for an annoying way to start the day, but the cows were a hell of a lot more secure that way. That's what made Corey's story so unbelievable. He had claimed that the previous night, cow number 29 had been locked away in her stall along with the others. He told us that the only thing out of the ordinary that night was an obnoxious bat stuck in the rafters that he planned to deal with in the morning. In order for his claim to be true, an intruder would have had to unlock the barn with a set of keys, unlock 29's stall with the correct combination, then reset both of the locks and leave undetected. Either that, or they picked up a 1,600-pound animal and leapt through a window. Considering Corey's nasty habit of abandoning his duties in order to twitch and hallucinate in the corner, a small part of me believed that some two-bit thief might have been able to get one over on him. My boss, however, a 50-year-old hothead, concluded that Corey must have been involved with the cow's disappearance and promptly kicked him to the curb. With nobody else to fill his position, my boss had offered to pay me extra for each of his duties that I could complete until we received a new hire. Naturally, I agreed. I'd be heading back to school in a few weeks and needed all the money I could get. My first night back at work began normally. Since I'd now be doing the work of 2 security guards, I'd arrived early to get a head start on Corey's checklist. One day, midway through, I'd noticed something reflective in the corner of the barn. I lazily swept a loose bit of corn and hay over to it to investigate. On the floor before me was a neon yellow ear tag. I picked it up to examine it. It read 29. Next to 29's ear tag were the skeletal remains of a bat. I guess that was just another thing that Corey never got around to dealing with. I swept up the bones along with the rest of the barn. By the time I was finished, it was already 8 p.m. I made my way out to the fields and then, one at a time, I guided each cow to its assigned stall. I got through about 10 or so before I noticed something strange. Across the field, about 50 meters away from the others, was a lone cow. It faced away from me, seemingly transfixed on a nearby cornfield. Seeing a cow on its own is nothing strange in and of itself. They need personal space the same as people do. What was strange was the way that her tail stuck straight out from behind her, unwavering. She stood as if she were afraid to slip, with her feet planted far apart. Perhaps the strangest of all, her head appeared to be tilted at a 90-degree angle. I wasn't eager to tell my boss. They'd put down many sick cows before, but losing 2 in the matter of a week might have been enough to send him over the edge. I decided to save that cow for last as I continued to guide the rest of them inside for the night. Being in charge of twice the amount of cows I was used to was time-consuming. It took me nearly an hour to round them up. By the time I'd locked number 36 for the night, it was 9 o'clock. I should have been making my rounds by then, especially given the circumstances. I just had that last cow to deal with. While contemplating how long it was going to take me to unlock each cow in the morning, I realized something that made my blood run cold. The only stall left empty was number 29. I shuffled to the field. Surely enough, she was there. She hadn't moved an inch since I'd started the process of moving them. I approached her slowly. It was surreal seeing a creature frozen in such an odd position. As I came up on her, I could hear a definite, but muffled, chittering. It was unlike any noise I'd ever heard from a cow. What the hell did you eat? I thought to myself. I whistled to the cow before approaching her to avoid startling her. On a dime, the chittering ceased. The cow's left ear rose to face the sky and began to oscillate rhythmically like the periscope of a submarine. I could tell that moving this one would be a challenge. I rubbed her back in an attempt to soothe her. Bonding is key when establishing any sort of relationship with an animal. I'd never interacted with 29 before, so we were unfamiliar with each other. Her skin felt bizarre, like clay with hide draped over it. I walked around to see her face. Her eyes were peeled open, darting around rapidly, her mouth hung open and drooped to the side. I examined her left ear, searching for a place to reinsert her tag, but there was no piercing. I strapped a halter to 29's mouth and began to lead her. It was like trying to uproot a tree with a bike chain. Each tug I gave was fruitless. I began to put my weight into it, but still no luck. When I say no luck, I don't mean that 29 wouldn't follow me. I mean that her body showed zero sign of being affected by my body weight whatsoever. Cows are strong creatures, but they're not made of stone. I was perplexed. After 15 minutes of this, I decided that it was useless to continue on. With the clock ever ticking, I could no longer afford to neglect my rounds. I began to walk to the security post to collect my flashlight and get on with the night. As I pondered my life choices whilst dancing my way through a minefield of cow patties, I heard a slow trotting. I looked behind me, to see that the cow had in fact moved. 29 was now facing me. Not so shy now? I wondered. I turned around and continued walking towards the gate. When I made it halfway through the field, I began to hear the trotting again. It was louder, and much quicker this time. I smiled to myself. Wish I'd known to walk away sooner. Without turning to face the cow, I walked into the barn and began fumbling with 29's padlock. 3 left, 32 right, 23 left. As the lock clicked open, I heard the floorboards behind me creak. A slow vocal droning noise turned to a sickly gurgle. I hope to God whatever you've got isn't contagious, I said before spinning around. All color drained from my face as I was greeted with the sight of the 8-foot-tall beast standing before me on its hind legs. Its ears flapped rapidly, like a hummingbird's wings. Its head was cocked sideways with one eye focused on me. Its pupils seemed to grow and shrink rapidly as it scanned over my entire body. Its lower jaw slowly moved up and down as it began to vocalize again. I. It began to creep towards me. Its front legs kicked wildly as it attempted to keep balance, all the while making that same noise. I began to feel lightheaded. I grabbed 29's padlock and made a break for the door. The cow began to rapidly stomp behind me. I began to hyperventilate as I sprinted. The rest of the cows were spooked, shaking and jumping around wildly. I slammed the door shut and clasped the padlock. A sickening boom shook the entire wall of the barn as 29 began to claw at the door. Hope. The beast croaked before chittering once more. I backed away from the door slowly, its wooden frame bending and contorting at the sheer force behind it. Without another warning, I turned my back to the barn and ran to my car as 29 began wailing and pounding. I never ended up making any rounds that night. Instead, I started my car and left that damn place in the rearview mirror. I didn't tell my boss. In fact, I deliberately avoided several of his phone calls because I had nothing to say. I figured it'd be best if I quit the easy way. There are certain things in life that back you into corners. Silence forces your hand, you know? That's why I'm writing this now. Of course I still wanted my money. A few weeks later, just before making my 2-hour commute back to college, I stopped by the farm to pick up my final check. My boss wasn't in his office on Tuesdays, so I took advantage of the situation and granted myself access with the key that I'd seen him not so stealthily kick under the rug once or twice. After snagging my check and a few Jolly Ranchers, I got in my car and slowly began to drive away. Out of the corner of my eye, a young farmhand standing in the grazing field caught my attention. "Hey kid," I shouted. "Stay away from the night shift." But he didn't answer me, nor even look at me. He just continued to stare at the pile of bones before him. "Mommy, please turn off the lights." My daughter had always been fond of the dark, but there was something different about the night when my 7-year-old asked me to turn off the lights. It seems absurd that I am reacting this way, as every kid eventually reaches the age that they no longer fear the darkness, but this instance was a stark deviation from her norm that left me baffled. Ever since she turned 4, her bedtime routine included an incredibly desperate plea to leave the lights on, the fear of lurking monsters under her bed, keeping her awake and terrified in the dark. Her previous fear of the darkness was a hell of a lot worse than mine when I was a kid, and now she's asking me to turn them off, with a blank, cold expression on her face. "Do you want me to leave the door ajar at least?" I asked, trying to offer her a sliver of security from the hallway's faint glow. To my surprise, she stubbornly rejected my offer, wanting to envelop herself entirely in the dark. In the beginning, I brushed it off, not wanting to probe into her sudden behavioral change. But soon, her newfound yearning for darkness began seeping into our daily lives. There were moments on the couch, with the TV's animated glow bouncing off her face, she'd suddenly request, "Please turn the lights off." The darkness seemed to be a comfort to her, an escape from something. But what could she possibly want to escape from at her tender age? One day at dinner, she asked to eat in the dark. The request was so odd, so out of place, that it sent a jolt of worry coursing through me. I replied, "You know I can't do that." My voice betrayed my fear as she looked up, tears filling her eyes, making them shine eerily in the dim light. That night, sleep eluded me. Tossing and turning, I felt an unsettling mix of anxiety and dread. Driven by my parental instincts, I decided to check on her. Opening her door, I found her sitting up in bed, the room swallowed by the inky blackness. Seeing her awake, I sat next to her on the bed and gently asked her about her recent behavior. Her tear-streaked face was barely visible in the dark, grasping her stuffed animal in one hand as she whispered, "Remember about the monsters? The reason why I always wanted to sleep with the lights on?" I nodded, encouraging her to continue. The room felt oppressively silent as she whispered her next words, "They're much scarier in the light," and I couldn't take it anymore. Her confession sent a chill down my spine. I felt my heart sink into my stomach. I was expecting childish fears, not something so vivid and terrifying. Trying to soothe her fears, I told her that monsters were not real. But her next words stopped me cold. "They are, Mom. You just can't see them. They hide in the light, pretending to be shadows. But in the dark, they can't hide anymore." Suddenly, the room seemed to grow colder, and a shiver ran down my spine. In the corner of the room, where the light from the hallway didn't quite reach, I saw it. A shadow, darker than the surrounding darkness, seemed to shift, contorting in ways that normal shadows do not. I began to wonder if my eyes were playing a game on me, but I was gravely mistaken. The realization hit me then: she wasn't afraid of imaginary monsters. The real ones were hiding in plain sight, masquerading as innocent shadows in the light. The darkness was not her fear anymore, it had become her sanctuary. The eerie reality made my blood run cold, the room feeling suddenly claustrophobic. I held my daughter close, reaching for her, until she shrieked in a sudden reaction. She was no longer on her bed. In fact, she was nowhere to be found. I had to be hallucinating. This all had to be one big dream. It's impossible for someone to disappear out of thin air. I checked under the bed to see if she was playing some big trick on me. I lost my daughter. But I did find something of hers. Right under the bed was her monkey stuffed animal, the same one I was holding as she walked in. There was a note, taped to the face of the monkey. I was able to make out the writing on the note before I heard a door slam shut and a click of a switch. It read, "Mommy, you should have turned off the lights. Emergency alert. Please be advised, this is not a drill. As of 12:34 a.m. EST, there has been a nationwide security breach. All citizens must stay in their homes, avoid all windows, and keep all entrances securely locked. Do not, under any circumstances, answer your door. If you hear the voices of known individuals, disregard them. They are not what they seem. Stay tuned for further updates." I stared at the notification on my phone. Nationwide security breach? Was this some kind of prank? But emergency alerts weren't exactly known for their humor. I switched on the TV just in time for the emergency broadcast to fill the screen. The same warning echoed from the speakers, the announcer's voice straining with restrained panic. I'm not much for freaking out. You could say I have a cool head. But damn, this was eerie. I went to lock the doors, drew the blinds, and gathered some essential supplies to hunker down in my windowless home office. Just as I was setting up camp, I heard a knock at the door, and my phone buzzed with another message. Emergency alert. This is a follow-up advisory. The nationwide security breach involves unidentified entities impersonating familiar individuals. Do not interact with these entities. They have shown aggressive and potentially deadly behavior. Keep your phones charged, stay away from windows, and stay in your rooms. I heard another knock at the door. Amazon, the voice spoke. I got up from the couch, only to realize the parallel of the situation. The nation is on lockdown, you know. I'm not supposed to open my door. There was a moment of silence. He completely ignored my statement. "You need to sign off this package." I told him to leave it on the porch. "You need to sign off this package." Something, my gut feeling, told me that this wasn't right. I did have a package I was waiting on, but the way the man spoke, the way he ignored my remarks about the lockdown. I was curious to take a look at this man, so I peered my eye through the peephole. I almost jumped back at the look of him. He was unbelievably close to the eye hole, and his expression was blank but soulless. They had covered the entire field of view from the outside. At that point, I didn't think, but I knew something wasn't right. I no longer answered the remarks of that person, that thing, whatever it was. I barricaded the door with the closest furniture I could find. The valet table. I pushed it towards the door, hearing the jangling and fall of the keys that we kept on it. The knocking was getting more repetitive and louder. It was occasionally interrupted by the same, monotone voice. "You need to sign off this package." There was no anger in the voice, but the volume of the voice increased the more he said it. It got louder, 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 until it stopped. I jolted from my position from around the corner, but slowly approached the peephole. In just a matter of seconds, they were gone. Out of thin air. I didn't see anybody walking off the porch, or on the sidewalk. This was turning into some Twilight Zone episode. I couldn't help but wonder, was this happening everywhere? I shot a message to a buddy of mine in London. To my surprise, he responded almost immediately, confirming he'd received a similar warning. Just then, I heard a soft tap on the front door. "Hey, it's me, Jake," called a voice that I recognized as my neighbor's. The dude I usually borrow a beer with on weekends. But the alert's warning was clear. "Sorry, Jake," I said loudly enough to be heard. "I can't open the door." Soon, more voices came. Voices of friends, family, ex-girlfriends I hadn't spoken to in years. Each voice was perfectly mimicked, their pleads becoming increasingly desperate. I tried to look through the peephole, but I saw nothing. It was darkness. Amid the growing chaos outside, my phone buzzed again. Emergency alert. Unidentified entities are not contained. Do not, under any circumstances, leave your secure location. Any attempt to use transportation or communication devices besides the emergency alert system may attract their attention. The situation is currently being handled. Stay inside. Stay safe. Well, there goes my plan to call Mom. Sitting alone in my makeshift fortress, I could only wait. The phantom voices continued for hours, then days. The occasional scream in the distance made my blood run cold. Anarchy outside my door, and all I could do was sit tight. The days blurred into weeks. Every so often, a new alert would ping, each one grimmer than the last. The entities were everywhere, impersonating everyone. I began to feel like the last man on Earth. My only tether to reality, the relentless emergency alerts. Finally, after weeks of this madness, a new alert chimed. Emergency alert. The nationwide security breach has been contained. It is safe to leave your home. Please report any unusual activities to your local authorities. Do not approach any individual displaying unusual behavior. We are stronger together. As the alert ended, a profound silence filled my house. The voices were gone, replaced by an unsettling quiet. I cautiously unlocked the door and stepped outside. My neighborhood was unrecognizable. Houses were abandoned, some were just empty plots. That is until I saw what was seemingly the first sign of life that I had seen in a very long time. A familiar car approached my house. It parked in the driveway, and in a panic, I shut the door, locking it, my knuckles clenching white. Until I realized where that car was from. It was my wife. Honey, it's me. I was so caught up with my hostile interactions at the door, that I must have forgotten about her. How could I do that? How did my brain amidst adrenaline forget about the love of my life? I looked through the peephole. There she was, beautiful as ever. Her brown hair, those welcoming hazel eyes. She had a relieved, but exhausted expression as she gently knocked on the door. She was just as I had remembered her. But I remained calm. "Honey, where have you been?" I had to stay at a nearby friend's house. I was out getting groceries. Remember? As foolish as I felt, I remembered that. She was right. I was too scared to open the door though. Even though the announcement said it was all over, I felt that the announcement was sent out under the influence of a third party. The same third party that was behind this madness. "Honey, please, I promise you it's all over. Besides, it's getting cold." I had a gut feeling this wasn't right. But it was my wife. My beloved, beautiful wife. I'd spent the last 8 years with her, and this is how I'm supposed to treat her? Have I become delirious after spending these countless days on house arrest? The cold breeze from the outside covered my face, but that was all I was greeted by. Nobody was there. My wife, the one I haven't seen in months, was gone. I stepped outside just a few steps to look for her, but there was no sign. No car in the driveway, no foot imprints on the lawn. She was gone. As the cool breeze continued to blow, chilling my face, I turned back to go inside. But before I could reach the handle, the door abruptly swung shut. The unmistakable sound of the lock clicking into place echoed through the eerie silence. Confusion washed over me, followed by a rising sense of panic. My home, my only sanctuary, was now locked, with me on the outside. I pounded on the door, my fists making dull thuds against the heavy oak. And then, a shadow fell across the peephole from the other side. I took a step back, my heart hammering in my chest. Slowly, the door creaked open just a crack, and I saw her. My wife, or at least something that looked like her. But her face was blank, a smooth expanse of skin without features. I felt the world spin around me as I stumbled backwards. My phone buzzed in my pocket, its vibration jolting me back into reality. We both looked down at our phones. Emergency alert. Disregard the previous message. The entities have further infiltrated the emergency alert system. Trust no one, especially those you know. I looked up from my phone, my breath hitching in my throat. The door was now fully open, and the faceless version of my wife was standing there, her phone in her hand. She was looking at it, the glow from the screen casting an eerie light on her blank face. I felt a deep sense of dread coursing through me. She then raised her faceless head, slowly shutting the door. Paranormal activity in my city? I'll believe it when I see it. My friend Mike would always tell me about it, but I hadn't seen him in a few months. He'd been buried in work and our usual weekend nights had about disappeared. Then he called me on a Thursday and invited me over for drinks. I jumped at the invite, but took note of how depressed he sounded on the phone. By the time I got there, Mike had already started drinking and was slurring his words. A dark cloud seemed to hover over him, which got worse as we drank. I finally asked what's been going on with him. Mike turned darker. Afraid. He said it had to do with work. I never really knew what Mike did for a living. I did know he worked for the city in the tech department, and was involved with the CCTV surveillance network. But I never knew what his day-to-day operations were, which he began to describe in detail. Mike explained there were thousands of cameras scattered throughout the downtown core, outlying neighborhoods and well into the suburbs of our 1 million plus city. His responsibility was to categorize and archive all the incoming footage. Most of the footage went into very general classifications and were saved in hard drive farms and identified with a lengthy combination of numbers and letters for categorical archiving. They were truly meant to be forgotten about. It was an expansive task, but Mike designed and built an AI screening program that detected common patterns in footage, then sectioned out anomalous behavior for review. The vast majority wasn't noteworthy. Something like 99.99%. Then there was the 0.01%. The car accidents, assaults, swarmings, abductions, murders. Those went into a special archive for use in criminal investigations. And then, there was that small percentage of that 0.01%. They were held in a classified archive and contained footage capturing events that for all accounts were unexplainable. This was called the Tartarus Archive. Some footage could be simplified to strange optical anomalies in the camera and coincidences of light or crackheads on a bender through the subway systems. Other footage, though, defied logic. The others are what captured Mike's mind that evening. He'd been breaking protocol and bringing hard drives home at night. In fact, he'd been splicing the footage together, capturing and compiling repeat aberrations and editing them into linear sequences. Mike wanted to show me some. It wasn't in a bragging or showing off kind of way. It felt more like the sharing of a heavy burden. I asked if showing me would get him in trouble, but he waved the idea away. I said yeah, obviously I want to see what's going on in my city. Mike led me into his workroom, where he had monitors and towers and piles of externals set up. We sat down and he skimmed through some drives nervously. Then he landed on one. This one was codenamed Black Crab, and was much longer than the previous one. It started in the subway systems, at the underground Walkley station, shortly after closing up for the night. Walkley was the last stop on the route, and the exterior was shouldered by a new housing development on one side and untouched forest and swampland on the other. The camera was pointed down along the subway platform on the east side, and showed its entire length with benches and garbage cans populating it. At the far end, the tunnel was filled with darkness. The lights on the platform shut off and the station went dark. The camera switched to night vision and everything became visible again. My eyes trained on the platform, waiting for something to happen. Finally, there was movement. It was coming from the tunnel. It was difficult to identify what exactly it was at first, as its movements were strange and the footage was grainy. But it got closer to the camera and I got a better look. It resembled a human. A man. But he was walking on his hands and feet. Upside down. With his back arched and his stomach pointed to the ceiling. He had long, dark hair that dragged along the ground and he wore tattered layers of old jackets and torn pants. He moved like a crab, jerkily yet quickly and easily as he made his way to the staircase. The footage cut to a new camera in the dark hallway leading to the stairs out of the station. We watched the crab walker claw up 2 steps at a time, and then crawl over the turnstiles and towards the exit. The footage was cut again, now showing the exterior of the station entrance. The crab walker squeezed and twisted and maneuvered his body through the locked and closed entrance gate. It looked impossible to accomplish. But he did it. Once outside, the crab walker eyed his surroundings before skittering off towards the woods and disappearing. The footage cut to an hour later and revealed the crab walker reappearing from the woods. He was dragging a small animal by the tail in his teeth. The animal looked like a cat. The crab walker squeezed back through the gate, crawled through the station, and disappeared into the subway tunnel. Again, Mike saw my expression and told me there was more. He showed me the length of the video, which was over an hour long. Mike had compiled over 20 sequences of the crab walker creeping out of the subway station and into the woods. Mike skimmed through the video towards the end and we watched the crab walker come out of a sewer in a downtown alleyway. It crawled over to a pile of garbage bags and cardboard boxes. Then it jumped into them and some kind of vicious frenzy ensued. There was someone else in the pile of garbage. Hands and feet thrashed about as they were struggling for their life. Then the movement stopped and the hands and feet went still. The crab walker's body moved jerkily about, but I couldn't see what was happening because of the darkness and all the garbage bags and boxes obscuring the camera's view. Mike leaned over to me and whispered that the crab walker was eating a homeless man. This caused a criminal investigation as the dead body was found mutilated and festering in the open alleyway. Mike followed up on the inquiry. What he discovered was the crab walker was who authorities believed to be a man named David Fletcher. Decades ago, David had been a prominent lawyer with a family. One Christmas, there was a house fire and his wife and kids were killed in the blaze. It was David's fault. He lost everything, including his mind. Everyone has a breaking point, whether they know it or not. A place where they bend too far and then snap. David found his. Family and friends described his descent as nightmarish. David lived on the streets, became addicted to drugs and tumbled into mental illness. The last anyone knew of him was from 10 years prior. He'd thrown himself in front of a subway at the Walkley station, and no one heard from or saw him again. It appeared that, somehow, David had survived the subway hit. His back had broken and healed strangely, causing him to move the way he did. He'd adapted to the new posture and lived in the darkness of the subway tunnels, finding sustenance from drained water and the wild animals he caught. That was what Mike found out, at least. But then he said, that was just the answer the investigators gave in discovery. Who knows where the truth lay? Mike said there was always an answer for the videos he saw. Whether the answers were true or not, no one knew. But the ones that had to become public all needed explanations, however absurd. Either way, David was never found and didn't reappear on the subway footage. Mike plugged a new hard drive in. He poured a fresh drink and told me this was the one that was troubling him. The file was codenamed Cloud Mirror. I wasn't sure I wanted to see it, but before I could object, Mike pressed play. All the monitors lit up with footage from different intersections downtown, on the exact date and time as each other. There were 5 in total. The streets on each screen were empty and quiet. No cars or people. Suddenly, at the exact same time in the center of the intersections, a small glow pulsed into existence. It was some kind of orb, roughly the size of a bowling ball. The street lights around it pulsed with energy waves as the orb grew larger. It grew to the size of a beach ball. Then it flashed out. The street lights went back to normal and the intersection was as lifeless as it was before. I asked Mike what they were. He told me he had gigs of footage of the orbs and had watched them repeatedly. He didn't know what they were. At first. Then they started to change. Mike clicked onto the next video. Again, the 5 monitors lit up with the same intersections and time of night, but several weeks later, the street lights glowed and pulsed and an orb manifested into existence again. It grew to its beach ball size, but then altered its surface and glow. Something gas-like replaced it, growing outward into a couch-sized cloud of dark gray. One of the cameras was closer, so I got to see the small clouds in detail. It looked like a volcanic eruption wrapping around itself. They were large, constantly morphing blobs that curled outward from a glowing center, resembling a Mandelbrot fractal as a gaseous-based organism. It was fascinating to see them floating in the middle of the street, so alien to our roads and stoplights and street lamps. Then they began to move, gliding down empty roads. The cameras cut to different angles, following the clouds on some unknown path, zigging and zagging onto new streets and through alleyways. Then they'd stop. The clouds hovered in the center of their intersection. They'd lower to ground level, standing straight up like a large coffin. Holding rigid to the shape, their exteriors continued to shift and mold together like magnets made of smoke. Something on one of the monitors caught my eye. Down the street, people appeared. They'd seen the cloud and were walking towards it. The group looked drunk and fascinated by the floating entity. So much so, they were approaching it. As they did, the cloud became brighter. The street lamps around it pulsed. The group were in some kind of trance, staring into the morphing blob. One of the group, a guy, stared into it like a zombie, then walked right into the cloud and disappeared. None of the group tried to stop him. Instead, another one followed him in. And another. And another. All 5 members of the group disappeared in the cloud. Then they reappeared. One at a time. The guy first. Then in the order they went in. Only, they weren't stumbling and boisterous and drunk now. They were walking upright, using minimal movements. They formed in a perfect 5-person circle for several seconds over quick words, then turned and all went in separate directions. Their strides, arm swings and speed all matched. Another monitor showed a similar situation with a larger group of people, lost in reverie as they marched, one after another, into the cloud. Each monitor showed the same thing now. People entering the clouds and coming back out. Different. Mike stopped the video. I asked him if he'd shown this to anyone else. He said he hadn't. Not even to his one boss. Which was a problem. Because he had a meeting with his boss in the morning to discuss the missing footage. I asked why he didn't show the footage to his boss. This footage seemed more than serious. People were being replaced by something. Mike sighed and put a new video on. The main monitor lit up and showed a new downtown street. The date was from earlier this week. One of the clouds was floating in the intersection. A middle-aged couple were walking nearby, the husband with a slight limp in his right leg. The couple saw the cloud and were sucked in by its aura. They approached it, eyes wide and mouths open. Both the husband and wife entered the cloud and disappeared. After a moment, they reappeared. The husband's limp was gone. Mike turned to me and said, "That was my boss and his wife. My job is to find missing people. After this case, I've never been the same. A few years back I was contacted by a family I'm friends with. They were searching for their missing daughter and her 2 friends. They had gone on a cross-country road trip. A week into their road trip, all contact between them and their families was cut off. The families went to the local police, but there wasn't much they could do, so they turned to me. The case was somewhat personal, so to say I was impatient to find them was an understatement. I first had the families pull up their messages between them and their children. I had to cover every base, from them wanting to run away from home to someone wanting to harm them. I got the license plate to the car they took and ran it through multiple databases to find it in any CCTVs along the roads they took. I got a ping that the car was seen at a gas station a few states over. The gas station was on a long, desolate road. The road itself wasn't in the best condition and the gas station itself didn't look all that good. Upon showing the clerk at the gas station their pictures, he confirmed that he had seen him. They looked fine at the time and were headed west. I thanked him and followed the road westwards. While driving down the road, my tire went out and I crashed into the side railings. As unbelievably unlucky as I was, I thankfully didn't sustain any injuries, but I was now stranded in the middle of nowhere. I decided to survey the area and noticed that the trees looked damaged. The sun was setting, so I grabbed my flashlight and peeked over the edge of the railings. Perhaps the car went off into the gully. I placed the flashlight in my chest pocket and climbed down the hill. At the bottom of the hill lay a wrecked car. The car looked so heavily damaged that they shouldn't have been able to get out, but somehow there was no one inside. Though dried and nearly concealed by foliage, there were some blood splotches. I went to my radio to call for some police officers and an ambulance, but to my dismay all I got was static. A twig snapped behind me and before I had the chance to turn around, something hard connected with my head, and I found my vision go dark and my mind blank. I woke up in near pitch darkness, except for the light bulb that hung above me. My head throbbed painfully. What the hell happened? Assessing my condition, I was strapped to a chair with my legs and arms firmly bound. Based on my surroundings, I assumed I was in a basement. It smelled of rotten mold, and I struggled to not throw up. I could hear rats scurrying around just out of my line of sight. A door opened, and in walked a man who was so mutated, it was hard to say he was even human. "Hey, who the hell are you?" I shouted. He came closer, and I could see a horrible grin plastered on his face. He held a knife in one hand. "You're the one who took those 3 girls, weren't you? What did you do to them?" I asked. He didn't respond, but he had a displeased look on his face. Before I knew it, he stabbed the knife into my hand. My body jolted from the pain and I wanted to scream out in agony, but I held it in. "You sick bastard, you probably get off to this, huh?" "Well, hate to break it to you, but it'll take more than that to make me scream," I retorted through heavy breaths. He tilted his head and began twisting the knife in my hand. The pain was unbearable, but I refused to give him what he wanted. I couldn't help the tears that built up in my eyes and quickly fell. He was still dissatisfied, so he pulled the knife from my hand. He placed it over my pinky, lining it up. I struggled against my binds as I knew what he was about to do. However, before I could protest, he slammed the knife down and severed my pinky from my hand. I couldn't hold my screams any longer. "Go to hell," I screamed in agony. I heard his sick laugh echo throughout the basement. "Got you. I'll be taking this." Just like that, he picked up my finger and left me in the basement to suffer alone in agony. The pain clouded my brain and made it hard to think straight. Blood still poured from my hand, coating the chair arm before dripping to the floor. After what felt like hours, I passed out from the pain and blood loss. I woke up once more and saw that my hand was bandaged with a dirty cloth. I looked up to see a horrific sight. In front of me sat a table with human body parts laid on it. The body parts were so mutilated you almost couldn't tell it belonged to a person. I gagged at the sight. Was he a cannibal? In his hands were a bowl and spoon. He was stirring the spoon in the bowl and turned towards me. Upon seeing I was awakened, he came over to me. The smell was putrid and I could feel my stomach turning at the sight of the contents of the bowl. I turned away, but he grabbed my face and forced my mouth open. He shoved the spoon in my mouth. It was horrible and tears filled my eyes. I spit the contents back out and vomited. He looked unhappy that I didn't eat it. He set the bowl down and walked over to a wall which held multiple tools. He grabbed some pliers and came back over to me. "What are you gonna do?" I asked, breathless. He didn't answer as he pulled off 3 of my fingernails. Tears fell from my eyes, and I screamed. His smile widened, and he laughed his creepy sick laugh. He didn't mind me and simply grabbed my fingernails, leaving me alone once more. Blood dripped from my fingertips. I hung my head low from exhaustion. Just how long have I been here? Out of sheer desperation, I moved my injured hand and, much to my surprise, it was easier to move than my other hand, perhaps due to the blood that coated it. I twisted and turned my hand slowly, releasing it from its bindings a little at a time. My hand and arm ached from the tight pull of the bindings, but after what felt like forever, my hand was free. I panted from the pain and held my hand close to my chest to relieve some of the pain. I then released my other hand and feet from the bindings. I rushed for the door, but it was locked. I searched around the basement, the dim light of the bulb being my only salvation. In one of the corners, I found a flashlight in a box. I flipped it on and was able to see considerably better. The basement floor was covered in old blood stains and rotten pieces of flesh, presumably human flesh. I dry heaved and focused on finding a weapon I could use. Unfortunately, whenever he left, he took his tools he had on the wall with him. I searched around and miraculously found a crowbar he left behind. I unscrewed the light bulb from its socket and fell into total darkness except for the light from the flashlight. I hid in a concealed area behind the door and waited for him to come back. After a while I heard heavy footsteps and readied myself in the encompassing darkness. The metal door screeched open, and he stepped into the basement. Perhaps due to the unexpected darkness in the once poorly lit basement, he paused. I used it to my advantage and swung the crowbar as hard as I could against the back of his head. He grunted and fell over. I ran up the stairs, tripping over some uneven boards, and came out into an old, run-down, and decrepit house. I rushed through the house and barged through the front door. I ran into the chilly night air. I could hear sounds from within the house and dread filled me. How was he up already? I ran blindly through the woods, tripping over tree roots and slipping on leaves covered in dew. I stepped on something cold and metallic, and before I had time to react, it clamped down on my leg. The bear trap broke my leg in several places, and I screamed as I fell over, blood pouring from my leg. I could hear movement in the woods from the direction I had come from. I knew it was him. I pried the trap open and thankfully got my leg out. My leg was messed up beyond belief. It was mangled and I could barely stand on it. The noise got closer, so I forced myself to run. This, however, didn't work, and he appeared right behind me and tackled me down. He had an ice pick and was trying to stab me with it. I struggled with him and managed to knock it out of his hands. I kneed him in the gut, which released his hold on me, and I scrambled for the ice pick. He grabbed my mangled leg and dragged me back to him. I yelled in pain as he flipped me over and began strangling me. I couldn't breathe and felt my consciousness slipping as I blindly grabbed for the ice pick. I felt the cool metal and saw a ray of hope. I grabbed it in my hand and with one swift movement stabbed it into his neck. I pulled it out as his body recoiled. His blood squirted out onto me as I breathed in once more. He fell back onto the ground making a gurgling noise. I struggled up and continued limping onwards. I soon found a dirt road which led me to the highway. I collapsed on the side of the highway just as a car spotted me and pulled over. The person rushed to me as I succumbed to the darkness. I don't know much of what happened after that, but I woke up in a hospital a few days later. I was told that I was probably held in that basement for about 4 to 5 days. I was told I had gotten lucky, but I didn't really feel like I had. Everything that happened broke me. How could I tell those families what had really happened to their children? For months after everything happened, I still couldn't stand the smell or sight of meat. In the end, I wasn't able to tell them. A police officer who arrived at the scene had too. This case really messed me up mentally and physically. I walked with a limp and relied on a cane. Mentally, I was even more screwed up. I could longer stand being near sharp objects, being in dark places, and I could no longer perform my job properly. I quit once I got well enough to go out and about. I'd like to say that somehow I'll get over this, but even after 4 years I haven't mentally recovered from it. I'm not sure why I decided to share this. Maybe I just needed to let it out, but I'll never be the same again. I thought I was cleaning crime scenes for the past 2 years. I just found out what I was actually doing. Our job is simple: make it look like nothing ever happened. Blood, pee, poop, saliva, goop, and practically every other bodily fluid that is produced during a crime is removed with highly specialized equipment along with good old elbow grease. We protect ourselves, of course. The hazmat-style suits we wear are practically impenetrable, along with gloves and proper foot protection. The company I work for is very small, and by small, I mean 3 people: my partner Zeke, my boss Jimmy Wayne Folsom, and myself. My name is Lamont Jones, no nickname, just Lamont. My boss says the reason he runs a 2-person show is because it ensures that we get paid as much as possible. I see the logic in that, and, hell, I'm not going to complain. The paychecks have been really good and paid for the last 2 years of my college education. I graduated last spring with my degree in biology, and I want to do something related to criminal justice with my degree. I guess I figured this job would be a good way to get my foot in the door so I can say I have some experience in the field. I kept this job the past year, not only because of the high pay, but because job openings in this area have been few and far between. The good news is I had an interview with the coroner's office this past Thursday, but I'm getting ahead of myself. Cleanup jobs have been pretty standard the past week. Wednesday, we had a self-unalive that didn't require much work, just replacing carpet, cleaning the walls, and removing a queen-size bed. I missed Thursday because of my interview. The interview seemed to go very well. I showed up early and had to sit in the family conference room before the coroner came and retrieved me herself. She asked me if I liked my job, which I told her like was a term I really didn't want to use to refer to it. I said that it has paid the bills and I don't mind doing it. She went through some of the horror stories they see every day and assumed I could handle it. She asked very little of my education. It was mainly questions about dependability and gore tolerance. She gave me a tour of the facility and showed me her current case. It was a young woman who had been found in a drainage canal in the industrial district. I vaguely knew where she was talking about because Mr. Folsom lives over that way. She told me there had been several cases of missing women as of late, and, of course, they end up here when they are found. I was told Human Resources would contact me within 2 weeks if I had been selected for the position. I still haven't heard anything, but it's only been 4 days. On Friday I helped Zeke finish the job he had started the day before. It was a stabbing. I always hated working a job where an inappropriate assault took place. It gives me really bad vibes knowing someone was taken advantage of in the very room I am standing in. For some reason murder, kidnapping, and all of that doesn't bother me as much as SA. I guess being raised by a single mom who dated plenty of creeps just makes me feel especially empathetic to those victims. Prior to starting this job, I didn't know how much SA happened, but we work a huge number of cases where it's involved. That brings us to today. This morning Mr. Folsom called and told me the location of today's job. It was a woman who had been strangled and, once again, inappropriately assaulted. There wasn't much to clean, just remove some furniture, remove potential areas of DNA, and perform a general cleaning. While Zeke and I are out in the driveway hosing off an area rug, an older, bespectacled lady approached us. "Hi, is everything all right here? My name is Dorothea Vaughn, I'm Leslie's neighbor." The woman adjusted her glasses to take a better look at us. "Oh, yeah, we work for Crime Scene Solutions, we're here cleaning up," I said, holding the hose to the side so she wouldn't get wet. "Crime Scene Solu," she started. "Oh dear, what happened? Is Leslie all right? I just saw her the other night." The woman craned her neck to look towards the front door and placed her hand over her chest. I glanced at Zeke, who just looked down while taking the hose from me. "Ma'am, I really hate to tell you this, but your neighbor, Leslie, is dead. I'm sorry. A look of horrible sadness came over the woman's face as she removed her glasses and pressed one hand to her eye to stifle tears. Was it an accident or did somebody? She trailed off, not wanting to think of something that horrible happening to her friend. We aren't told all the details, ma'am. I think it would be better if you call the local police department. I can give you their number. I started to pull out my phone to give her the city PD's number when she waved her hand to stop me. I'll just ask them when they get here. When I saw you out here, going in and out of Leslie's house, I called the police. I'm so sorry. Sometimes I guess I can be a nosy old lady, but Leslie is such a sweet, young girl that I wanted to make sure she was alright. I tried not to act agitated. It's no big deal for the police to come by here, but Zeke and I were almost done and he had to go pick up his daughter from school. Before I could say anything, I saw a cruiser slowly pulling up to the curb. Mrs. Vaughn called out to the officer and announced that she was the one who called. She said she had made a mistake, took a somber look back at the house, and went back inside her own home. I greeted the officer and told him what we were doing, assuming he hadn't already figured it out. The officer, a tall, broad-shouldered man with a crew cut, looked decidedly confused. I didn't hear about this one. He said while reaching for the radio on his right shoulder. Dispatch, can you tell me anything about an assault/abduction on Renner Wednesday night? Over. The officer started looking down and shifting his foot into the cement as he waited. We have no report of any calls Wednesday on Renner. Over. Are you sure about the street? A confused, worried look crossed the officer's face. Dispatch, check with County PD. Over. The voice returned within seconds. Already checked. Not even a traffic ticket or faulty home security alarm call that night. Over. Greatly confused, I shot a look at Zeke, who had frozen wrapping up the hose. I reiterated to the officer the name of the victim and our company name while he was already calling for backup. It turns out Leslie Knapp, the missing woman, was indeed missing. She hadn't been seen the past 2 days prior to our work order. The problem was the police had not been notified of her disappearance or a crime taking place at her home. Our boss, well, my former boss, Jimmy Wayne Folsom, had been a very successful serial murderer. However, things were not as simple as handing Folsom over to the police. We tried contacting him after our encounter with the officer, but unsurprisingly, there was no answer. His house was vacant, completely cleaned out, as if he had never lived there. He was gone, vanished into thin air, leaving no trace behind. It was as if he'd known that this day was coming and had prepared for it. As we went through the cases we had worked on, the sheer number of victims shook me. Each location, a place where an innocent life was brutally ended. I thought I was cleaning up the aftermath, making things right in my own little way. But in reality, I was helping him, covering his tracks. The next day, the police showed up at my doorstep. They had a lot of questions. They asked about Folsom, about the jobs we did, how we got the work orders, every detail they could squeeze out. I answered as truthfully as I could, my mind still in a haze, still trying to process everything. Meanwhile, Zeke wasn't handling the situation too well. He had a daughter, and this whole thing was hitting him hard. His face was pale, eyes wide and vacant. The realization that we had been aiding and abetting a serial murderer was a hard pill to swallow. The guilt was eating at him. After hours of questioning, the police left, but not before giving us a stern warning to not leave town. Zeke went home, and I was left alone with my thoughts. My phone buzzed, breaking the silence of the room. It was a text from an unknown number. I opened it, and a chill ran down my spine. The message read, "Well done, Lamont. You've been a great help. Best of luck with your new job. JWF." I was left frozen, staring at the screen. The message was from Folsom. He was watching, maybe even close by. And suddenly, everything felt far from over. I was almost cooked alive. It wasn't in a kitchen, and I wasn't by myself, but when I was 10, my parents and I went to visit my grandmother for spring break. My cousin also came to visit and we decided we wanted to go to the YMCA for the day. My grandmother dropped us off and said she would come and pick us up in 4 hours. On that day the YMCA was empty. There were a couple of adults in the exercise room, but that's it. We went to the basketball court and after 2 hours of playing tag and shooting baskets, we were bored. I've never been the biggest fan of swimming, but this YMCA had a pretty cool pool, so we changed into our bathing suits and headed in there. The pool was empty except for the lifeguard. We played a bunch of games and swam laps, but after about an hour, there wasn't much left to do and there was no one except us to hang out with to keep things interesting. So, we decided to play a game of seeing how long we could hold our breath underwater. We stood in the shallow end near the clock on the wall so we could time ourselves. Instead of fully submerging, we just stuck our heads face down in the water. We did this a couple of times and I was winning. On our last round, I felt a tap on my shoulder. I figured it was my cousin giving up and telling me that I won. But instead, it was the lifeguard who told me to knock it off, or she was going to have to ask us to leave the pool. Since we were tired of being in the pool, we figured we would get out, get dressed, and go back to the basketball court until my grandmother picked us up. We only had an hour left anyways and the water was freezing. As we got out, the lifeguard stopped us and asked if we wanted to go into the sauna to warm up and dry off. The sign said 18 years or older, so of course, we were super excited that she allowed us to do that. She walked us to the sauna and unlocked the door. The door was glass and the interior was made entirely out of wood. Inside, above the door, there was a clock, probably to help make sure you were not in there for an unsafe amount of time. The lifeguard stand was adjacent to the sauna, but if you looked out the door you could clearly see it. She followed us in and went over to the thermometer encased in plastic and unlocked it so she could crank up the heat. I figured that she must have to turn it on each time, so I didn't think anything of it. Both my cousin and I were very short guys, and so we couldn't see the temperature that was printed on the thermometer knob, but I know she was turning up the heat. Then she left and shut the door behind her. I thought I saw her lock the door too, but I thought to myself, why would she lock the door when we might want to get out? I checked the clock and decided we should get out in 10 or 15 minutes. It was already plenty warm in the sauna, but now the room was blazing. It felt nice because I was so cold from the pool. After about 15 minutes it was starting to get a little bit too hot, and my cousin agreed that we should leave so we can get dressed. I went to turn the knob on the door, but it wasn't budging. I thought maybe it was jammed, so I shook it, but it still wasn't opening, and then I let my cousin try. She couldn't get it open either. We figured the lifeguard would be back in a couple of minutes, so we sat back down and waited. The room was getting hotter now too, and I really wanted to leave. I got up and started banging on the door and shaking/twisting the knob, trying to get the lifeguard's attention. My cousin got up and joined me. We started screaming at the top of our lungs for her to let us out, but she just stared straight ahead. I don't think there's any way that she couldn't have noticed or heard two little girls banging and kicking the door and screaming. Now we had been in there for about 25 minutes. It was so hot in the sauna that it hurt to breathe. It felt like my lungs were on fire. My eyes and skin were burning. We sat back down and put our towels over our heads because they were still a little damp, and it made it easier to breathe. I was so worried about my cousin, as she is a couple of years younger than me. I looked at the clock and saw that we had been there for 35 minutes. I got up and walked to the door again and saw the lifeguard still just staring straight ahead. Again, I tried to get her attention by screaming that we needed out and banging on the door as hard as I could, but still nothing. I was starting to get pretty dizzy, so I went to go sit back down, but the wooden seats of the sauna burned my skin. My towel was completely dry, so I put it underneath me to sit on. My hair was also dry, but I wrapped it across my face to cover my nose, and I squinted my eyes so that they didn't burn as bad, but I could still watch if anyone walked past the door. It helped a little bit. My cousin was laying face down with the towel over her head, not moving or saying anything, so I nudged her to make sure that she was still okay. She was, but I could tell that we really needed to get out of there soon because she seemed a bit disoriented. It had been 45 minutes now, and I was extremely nauseous. There was no way that the lifeguard would forget that we were in there, and I thought she would have to come back soon, but there was this little voice in my head telling me that maybe she purposely locked us in there. Finally, a man walked past the door towards the pool, but for some reason, I just couldn't get up. My whole body was on fire and I felt so dizzy. Luckily, this man wasn't going to the pool. He wanted to be let into the sauna and came back with a lifeguard. I saw them walking this way and immediately jumped up to grab my cousin. I knew now that for sure she had locked us in there because she pulled out her keys to unlock the door and let the man in. I didn't want to take any chances of us being trapped in there any longer, so as the man was trying to walk in, I was trying to shove our way out. As we were going out, the lifeguard started trying to shut the door and push us back with it. The man was clearly confused about what was going on and said, "I think they want out." The lifeguard let out a sigh and opened the door fully, and we ran away as fast as we could into the changing room. We only had about 10 minutes before grandmother was supposed to pick us up. We were both so shaken by what just happened that we didn't say anything to each other as we got dressed or on the car ride home. When we got back to the house, my parents were making us dinner and I told them the story of what just happened. They thought that I must have been exaggerating and they didn't believe me. I truly think that that woman was going to let us cook alive in there. The only bit of doubt that I have is what would have happened if we actually died. She obviously would have gotten the blame. What was her endgame? I'm 21 now, but I think about this interaction all the time, and when I'm in small spaces or I get too warm, I still have panic attacks. No one believes this story, and I get it, it's pretty absurd. I decided to dig into the truth about 11 years after the incident. The memory's still vivid and haunting. I decided to hire a private investigator, because as absurd as it sounded, I needed to know if my experience was a cruel accident or a calculated attempt on my young life. Over the following weeks, my investigator found strange anomalies. The lifeguard from that day, whose name I discovered was Brenda, had been fired a few days after our incident, on grounds of negligence. But that wasn't all. She had been working under a false identity and had completely vanished after leaving her job. My investigator then found links to a series of suspicious accidents at different YMCAs around the country, each one involving a sauna and children, many unexplained and blamed on negligence or faulty doors. The chilling part was that all these incidents happened when a specific lifeguard was working there. That lifeguard had different names in different places but had a strikingly similar physical appearance to Brenda. I went back to the YMCA of my childhood, and after some digging, I managed to find security footage from that day. The video was grainy, but it showed the lifeguard letting us into the sauna, locking the door and keeping her vision locked forward. The worst part was that I knew she was ignoring us as I could hear the screams of my cousin, and I threw the camera. The climax came when we found out that Brenda was actually an escaped patient from a mental institution, known for her fascination with heat and fire, and her unexplained hatred towards children. Don't get off the bus stop at Shell Beach. I had just been a few weeks in on the job, and was already familiar with most of the routes through the city. I'd driven buses before, and already had some disturbing experiences. But this one I still can't explain. It was a late Thursday and I was almost finished, but one of the other drivers on the night route called in sick. As the new guy, I was slotted in to replace him. It was a route I hadn't heard much about, but was the most straightforward ride through the city. There were only 2 turns on the entire run. The first turn was out of the main North Depot and onto Main Street North, which led straight through the city and out the other side like a gunshot. The second turn was into the Main Street South Terminal, which was on the other side and barely in the city. The approximate travel time was supposed to be an hour and 14 minutes. So I felt confident with it. Then my supervisor became uneasy. There were certain routes with specific pickups that were classified as bad stops. They were the high-incidence ones with muggings, assaults and full-out swarmings of fully grown adults by teenagers. I was shocked when I heard about how often they happened. My supervisor said there was a bad stop on my route that night. It was near the end of the straightaway, just before the main south terminal and the horseshoe back on the circuit. It was called the Shell Beach stop. It was technically still operational, but I was told to avoid it. To always avoid it. The stop was in front of a massive series of public housing complexes. They'd opened up years ago but quickly went under financially due to mismanagement. There was no money or interest in tearing them down or doing anything with the property, so they were abandoned as is and became the new residences of squatters from all over. I asked if there'd been violent situations with the squatters, blocking the road or anything. But my supervisor just reiterated to bypass the Shell Beach stop and I'd be fine. The first half of the ride was easy for the most part. It was late so there were only a few passengers here and there. Mostly shift workers, nurses, security guards. But they were all gone midway through the city. I hadn't had a passenger in 20 minutes and had time to let my mind wander. I kept thinking about the Shell Beach stop, waiting somewhere ahead. There was a growing anxiety building inside me like I was driving into a storm. I watched the bus stop names come and go, thinking about how my supervisor seemed afraid of the stop. It felt like there was a deep personal warning from him just under the surface of what he said. Like he himself had made the grave mistake of stopping at it. Ahead, something was moving across the road and pulled my attention back. It was too far to see clearly, but it looked like a person pushing something. I got closer and realized it was a lady pushing a baby carriage. She was shambling across the street and rushing up towards a bus stop. The next one on my path. Ding. The next stop was announced. Shell Beach. My stomach tightened as I watched the lady hobbling closer to the stop. I was going to beat her there, which meant it would be empty as I arrived. I fought with myself, trying to convince my conscience to pretend I didn't see the lady and continue on. To avoid the stop at all costs. Then the lady turned and started waving back to me as I approached. We locked eyes. She saw me. And I saw her. I knew I had to stop. So I pulled up to the stop for Shell Beach, which had the S scratched off, and waited for the lady with the baby carriage. The wheels screeched as the carriage got closer. Finally, the lady in the carriage arrived at the open front door. She appeared poor and not well put together. I instinctively got up to help her lift the carriage up the steps of the bus. The second I stepped off the bus, the air felt cooler. I looked out, past the stop, and saw the abandoned projects. It was like a ghost town. Boarded windows and doors and random sounds from behind them. I grabbed the lower front wheel axle of the carriage. When I did, I received a strange static shock. Not on the tip of any of my fingers, but right in the middle of my palm. I kept my grip though, and helped carry it onto the bus. The lady was grateful for my help with the carriage and for stopping, saying the buses usually fly right by the stop. As we set the carriage down, there was a metal rattling sound coming from inside the large canopy, which I couldn't see into. I figured the sound was from a toy or baby rattle, being shaken by the child. The lady fumbled through a small, dirty envelope and pulled out change for the fare. She paid in dimes and nickels, then pushed the stroller past me. And I saw inside it. There was no baby. It was filled with empty cans and bottles. The cans had been stomped down, so they were just tiny saucers now. The carriage reeked of old soda and stale beer. The lady made her way all the way down to the back right corner of the bus. But just as she sat down, she got back up and rang the bell. I thought that was strange. Then I saw what the next stop was. Shell Beach. Again. And with this scratched out the same way. The overhead lights flickered. Only for a moment. Then sporadically in small bursts before settling. I drove past the stop, afraid now, and looked into the rear view. But there was no one back there. The lady with the carriage was gone. I was alone on the bus again. I pressed harder on the gas and watched the bus stop disappear behind me. The road ahead became familiar. And I could see the Shell Beach stop up ahead. Again. I hit the gas and continued past it. A voice called out from the back of the bus that sent ice through my veins. Have you seen my parents? It was a little girl, 11 or 12. Her long dark hair hung down covering her face. She was wearing a faded, floral dress and sat still, in the back, right corner of the bus. Right where the lady with the carriage was sitting. The lights flickered again, strobing this time. The little girl disappeared then reappeared several seats ahead. Closer. I turned over my shoulder, but there was no one back there. I looked back into the rear view and there she was, now halfway up the bus. She had strange marks on her face, but it was too difficult to tell what they were. Up ahead, the Shell Beach sign was approaching again. The overhead lights strobed more, bringing the little girl closer and closer, row by row. The power started to flicker and the bus went dead. It carried and rolled forward by sheer momentum for another 100 feet. Then came to a standstill in front of the Shell Beach stop. The power was completely out, and I was sitting in blackness. The radio didn't work either. I looked over my shoulder and then in the rear view, it looked like the girl was gone. But I couldn't be certain. There were too many shadows. Metal cans started rattling outside. The carriage. The lady. I could hear her shambling up the side of the bus to the entrance. The door opened on its own, and the rattling got louder as it approached. Then the sound stopped. I sat there, staring out of the open door, waiting for the lady's face to peer around the side, smiling in at me. But it never did. The rattle started again, but this time from the back of the bus. I jumped out of my seat and saw the lady's silhouette in the far back. She was shuffling the carriage forward, making it shake louder and louder with every step. And the bus was packed with other silhouettes. All shapes and sizes. The little girl's voice came from the lady, but went raspy. Like it aged a lifetime in mid-sentence. Have you seen my parents? I grabbed my cell phone and rushed out of the bus. I manually closed the door and moved under the light of the stop. I looked in through the windows, but now couldn't see anyone inside. It looked empty again. I checked my phone, but it wouldn't turn on. It was completely dead. Then I noticed the bus had changed. The doors were gone. The entire side of the bus was the same metal paneling. I moved around the back of the bus to check the other side, and it was the same. The bus had no way on or off of it. In or out. And I was stuck outside of it. I looked up and down the street, but a dense fog had enclosed us in. There were no main north or south terminals. There was only the vast expanse of the urban housing project behind the stop. A scream pierced out from somewhere in the dark complex. It sounded like someone was being murdered. The screaming got closer, moving in towards the bus stop. The metal rattling of the cans joined the screams. And the distorted, demonic voice of the little girl began asking the same question repeatedly. Have you seen my parents? Have you seen my parents? Just as movement was appearing from the shadows, I felt a rumble behind me. It was the bus. It was running again. And the front and back doors had returned, and were open. I rushed to the front door and got back behind the wheel, slamming both doors shut and hitting the gas. I checked the rear view, but the bus was empty. It was just me again. Up ahead, a new stop was coming up. Birmingham Road. I was so grateful to see anything other than Shell Beach. And it was empty too. I kept checking the rear view, making sure there wasn't something hiding between the seats. But nothing appeared. And I pulled into the main south terminal to start the loop back. But halfway through the ride to main north, the little girl was back. She was in the back right corner of the bus again. But I could only see her in the rear view. Again. There were other people I'd picked up along the way, but none of them seemed to notice the girl. Slowly, my other passengers trickled out, until it was finally just an elderly nurse, and a little girl. The nurse got off with only 3 stops left. It was just the little girl and I, and she was moving up the rows again. Only between my blinks. In those milliseconds where I couldn't see, she'd shift forward. I didn't even slow down as I passed the final 3 stops. I pulled into the north terminal with a skid that left black tread marks at the entrance to this day. I parked the bus quickly, refusing to look into the rearview mirror. But that didn't stop a voice from floating in. Have you seen my parents? I fell down the stairs of the bus and ran to the employee parking lot, not looking back. I got in my car and was so scared, I turned the rearview mirror upwards, facing the ceiling, so I couldn't see behind me. I pulled out of the terminal, eyeing the bus I'd just left. Still sitting in the lot with the door open. I didn't care how I left it. I was thinking about quitting after that night. As I drove, I felt a coolness tickling the back of my neck. Like something exhaling delicately. My curiosity piqued and I adjusted the rearview mirror. In the backseat, the little girl stared up at me. I could see her face now. It was covered in deep, jagged lacerations that remained red despite not bleeding. High beams flashed, filling my windshield, and I realized I'd drifted into oncoming traffic. I swerved back and felt a jolt through my body. I shuddered forward and realized I was in the front seat of my bus again. There was a public transit security guard shaking me awake. I was sitting at the Shell Beach stop. I felt woozy and my vision was blurred. The guard helped me out of my seat and they got a replacement driver to come take over the bus. I found out I'd been unconscious, completely out cold, for the past 3 hours. I never made it past Shell Beach on the route and for whatever reason, had stopped there, sat with my foot on the brake and fell asleep. There was an investigation. They wanted to know if I'd been drinking or on drugs while on the job. But that ended quickly. My supervisor had stepped in and cut it short. After hearing what I had to say, he told me I was lucky, and my experience was logged as one of the milder events filed about the Shell Beach stop. I quit the job the next day and avoid the south end of the city if I can. But even now, weeks later, I still hear metal rattling every few days and the familiar, chilling greeting from the girl in the wind. Sometimes, I wonder if I'm still sitting in the driver's seat of that bus, waiting to be woken up. I was the victim of a disturbing act of revenge, and I know exactly who did it. It had been plotted out meticulously and deviously and in the way only a deeply pained and morally destroyed individual could. It started when I woke up one morning to find a chain padlocked tightly around my ankle. The key slit on the padlock was jammed with some kind of quick dry cement. I had my dress pants and a shirt on from the previous night, but no socks or shoes. I was laying on a bare mattress in a wood-paneled room. The chain on my ankle trailed across the floor and out of a doorless entryway into a kitchen. I followed the chain through the bare kitchen and into a living room which had a sheet of paper hanging on the wall. Below the paper was old fishing tackle and an ancient fishing rod. The paper had simple handwriting scrawled across it. If you can survive 3 months on whatever fish you catch, I'll give you a lock cutter and let you go free. The chain continued through the living room and out the front door. From there, I stood on the edge of the wooden deck of an old cabin. I was looking out at a beautiful backyard that backed onto a completely unpopulated lake. At the edge of the water, there was a wooden deck that led out 20 feet. The chain around my ankle led off to the right, where there was a fire pit and a large tree. The chain looped around the tree and was padlocked with the key slit jammed. I walked in every direction, as far as the chain would allow, and made note of the distance from the tree. I had enough chain slack to get into the bedroom of the cabin, to get to the edge of the dock, and then 70 feet to the left or right of the cabin in a 140-foot diameter tether. I yelled. I screamed. But the lake and the wood swallowed up my voice. I knew I was placed here because I'd never be found. Everything was planned out too well. I had no idea where I was. There was no way to call or communicate with anyone. And I was completely alone. That night, I managed to collect enough kindling and wood to start a fire in the pit. I went to sleep hungry, knowing the next day wasn't going to have me waking from this nightmare. I'd be right back there in the morning. And I was. My second morning there, I drew upon the basic survival methods I knew to stay alive and implemented them around the cabin. By the end of the first week, I managed to create and maintain fires. Then I built small traps to catch squirrels and chipmunks. The traps caught several squirrels on the first night. I roasted them and ate the meat I could. I saved small bits and used them for fish bait on the rusty hooks from the tackle box. The first day of fishing went surprisingly well. I got some bites and managed to catch 2 pickerel and 1 lake trout. Using some old fishing line, I tied together several sticks and built a sort of grill that sat just high enough above the fire to smoke them. I felt like I was becoming one with the land. I actually kind of felt alive. Like I was accomplishing real-life feats that would mean more at the end of my life than everything that preceded. College. Law school. All the pro bono. Then the switch to prosecution. Putting away horrible people. At least most of them were. But the only thing that mattered here was survival. It was me and nature. So I kept the traps going and kept fishing, and over the next few weeks, I found there were more and more bites. I began to catch 5, 6, sometimes 7 fish a day. And they were getting larger and larger. I spent the nights trying to remember what happened before I woke up at the cabin. I remembered working late, clearing out my office on the last day before my early retirement. I went to my car in the parking garage, got in and then. Black. I'm guessing that was when it happened. Where I was knocked out in some way. My memory blurred by impact or chemicals. Because I woke up here. And I knew who did it. His name was Patrick Wilkins. And unfortunately, I'd only made his acquaintance when my car had T-boned his. I was driving home alone from a dinner with a coworker. I'd been drinking enough that I'll admit I shouldn't have been driving. But I was. Patrick was in his 20s and had a wife in the front seat. As it turned out, she'd just discovered she was pregnant. Patrick's wife died in the accident, but he survived. I was nearing retirement, and after all the years of courtroom drama, I was looking forward to quiet. Perhaps at a cottage. Which was painfully ironic. My wife passed away when our daughter, Anne, was just going off to college. Now, and worked in a shop in the city. I'd always hoped she'd have a big family one day that would come visit me wherever I decided to play out my retirement. After the accident, I knew how to talk to the right people to tilt the investigation in my favor. The crash had occurred on a country road intersection. Only some prankster had removed the stop signs. Technically, it wasn't my fault. But still, I'd been drinking and was driving way too fast. I called in every favor I had and managed to get rid of the toxicology, fudged the information for the tire mark skid lengths on the road, the impact details, and eventually had the case thrown out. I'd already planned my retirement, so it was a quiet exit. I'd hired a private investigator to look into Patrick, who disappeared after the case died. But before I got the file on Patrick, I was finishing my last day of work. Then I was walking to my car. Then I was getting into it. Then. Black. I understood why Patrick would want revenge. I just didn't understand this. Why the cabin and the fishing and the 3 months? Wondering about it didn't help. I supposed all I could do was survive the 3 months. There wasn't another choice. So I made more traps and caught more rodents and made more bait and caught more fish and got more wood and made more fires and ate more meals. The cycle continued through the days and weeks. Finally, 3 months passed. I woke up that morning and found an old standard television and VCR. There was a VHS tape on top. The VHS had a piece of white tape on it with the words "Play Me" written in Sharpie. It had been 3 long months since I'd seen or spoken to anyone, and the only communication I'd received was to survive this length of time. So all I'd done was trap, fish, eat, find firewood and burn it, all the while my mind was constantly wondering what the point of it all was. My days were basically what I'd wanted to do in the first place upon retirement, only not so roughing it. I put the tape in the VCR. It started up from the perspective on an old camcorder held shakily from the backseat of a car at night. I recognized the dash and mirror hanging air freshener immediately. It was my daughter Anne's car. I watched the camera as it recorded gloved hands covering a rag in starter fluid. Then the camera turned out the window and I saw Anne close up and lock her store for the night. Then Anne walked to her car. The one the camcorder was waiting in. I yelled at the screen but knew the moment was long past. And got in the car, not seeing whoever was in the back, and didn't even get the keys in the ignition before they sprung on her and gagged her with the rag. Anne fought and struggled. But the grip was too tight and she finally passed out. The camcorder cut to a new angle, staring out the windshield of a new car and showing country roads passing by. The car drove further into the woods, which became denser around it. We went through a gate, up a lengthy driveway, and there I saw the cottage. The one I was in. The camcorder cut again, and now we were moving down the path towards the back dock. The angle turned back and showed the handler of the camera was dragging Anne, who was bound and unconscious, along behind them. The camera continued down the path towards the dock. As we got closer, I noticed there were things laid out on the dock. Namely, a rectangular length of fence was unspooled and flat along the wood panels. It looked like it was 6 feet tall by 9 feet long. Underneath the length of fence were 2 sets of chains, each with its own padlock on one end. Anne's body was dragged to the fence and laid out on it. The camcorder was put down, facing Anne's body from the side. A voice muttered over the camcorder, "Here are your lock cutters." And a large pair of bolt cutters dropped into frame, landing on Anne's torso. Anne stirred. She was still alive. The fence was quickly grabbed and wrapped over Anne, swaddling her in layers of the metal mesh. The chains under the fence were picked up and padlocked together, sealing Anne in completely. The length of the rolled fence was dragged to the end of the dock, where 2 cinder blocks and more chains were waiting. The blocks were chained to opposite ends of the rolled fence. The camcorder settled on the roll of fence, and the voice came back again. I always loved the solitude of this side of the lake. One thing though, never had good fishing here. But I think the fish just never had anything to eat. And now, they do, and you do too. I punched the television screen as I saw the cinder blocks being kicked over the edge of the dock. I sprinted out of the cabin and down to the water and jumped in, swimming along the side of the dock. I swam down as far as the chain would allow, trying to see the bottom. But it was too deep and dark where she'd be. And there was nothing I could do for her anyway. She'd been eaten by the fish. And they'd been eaten by me. I threw up on shore and couldn't think straight for 2 days. I didn't know if I wanted to live. But I knew I didn't want to die like this. So I gathered all the loose kindling and wood in the area. I filled the cabin with it all and started a bonfire in the center. Then walked out to the water and laid in it, watching the cabin go up in flames. The fire spread to the surrounding trees. In little time, it took out several acres, attracting wildlife and emergency services attention. They found me there, alive, floating 30 feet out in the water, beside a charring dock and still chained to a tree that was amongst the inferno. I was saved and treated for all kinds of injuries and infections in a nearby hospital. I told the police about Patrick, but he was beyond their authority. It turned out, Patrick had unalived himself after he dropped off the VHS tape for me to watch in the cabin. Patrick didn't know I got out. He didn't know I escaped and he made no plan to even attempt to deal with the possibility that I might. The only plan he'd made was for a horrible revenge. Burned alive or buried alive? Nobody can answer that question. The more you think about one, the more excruciating and dreadful the other sounds. I wish I never had to choose, but for me, it was between life or death. Years ago, I bought my first home. Living in rural New England, I decided on a nearly ancient American colonial-style home. It had a good foundation but still needed some work. While fixing some of the faulty old wiring in the basement, I came across a centuries-old drain set into the stone flooring. It was maybe 3 feet in diameter and covered with a heavy iron grate that was worn with many decades worth of rough, brown corrosion. It resembled the entrance to a dungeon. I laced my fingers through the dirty old grate and gave it a firm pull. It opened with a pained and rusty cry. A faint, acrid stink arose from its depths. I poked my head a little farther in and looked into the deep, dark recesses of the ancient plumbing. I could make out just the faintest bit of light at the far end. I went out into the yard and found the outlet hidden deep in a thicket of tangled brush. Evidently lacking access to chicken mesh, someone had covered it with a makeshift crisscrossing of merciless-looking barbed wire, apparently to keep out any unwanted creatures from crawling in during the night. The pipe looked nearly big enough for a person to squeeze through. A few months later, I was back working in the basement. The previous owner had left boxes upon boxes of yellowed old newspapers, books and other forms of aged literature stacked under the stairs. I wanted to move out what I could as they were taking up a lot of valuable storage space and were a possible fire hazard, especially under the dry, splintery wood of the basement risers. About 30 minutes into my task, I had sifted through everything but the last box. In it, I came upon a strange volume bound in worn leather that looked like it must be older than the house itself. It had the words Kitab al-Kanuz embossed on the cover and was written in what appeared to be Arabic. They seemed to say something about the locations of lost and hidden treasures. Excited by my find, I moved out from under the stairs in search of better lighting to read it by. I went over to a large floodlight I had left in the basement from a previous project and flicked it on. The decrepit wiring running under the stairs sparked violently. I spun quickly and, in doing so, tripped and fell backward. By the time I got up, the sparks had already lit a fire in the stack of boxes that stood nearly a meter high. In hindsight, at this very moment, I should have sprinted through the flames to safety. Whatever burns I would have suffered would have paled in comparison to the trauma I was doomed to endure by staying put. Instead, I sat frozen in shock of the sight in front of me. When I snapped out of it, I looked around frantically for any sign of something to douse the flames with, but of course there was nothing. Then the fire spread to the exposed fiberglass insulation in the ceiling. It jumped from section to section like a stone skipping across a pond. The air became thick with the baking heat. Smoke was filling up the already close air, curling and twisting through the space. Every breath I took tasted of hot ash. I finally decided my only hope was to sprint up the stairs through the inferno and pray my injuries weren't life-threatening. Thoughts of pink, stinging burns, blisters, wet peeling flesh and skin grafts flashed through my mind. I hesitated. I tried to steel my nerves against it all. Then the staircase collapsed. I drew back against the concrete wall behind me, hoping for respite from the sudden gust of fiery air that followed. It didn't help. It was like standing too close to a bonfire, but with no way to back up. I looked up at the doorway. The threshold was 15 feet up and surrounded by flame. I moved away along the wall, desperately searching for any relief from the heat and smoke. Everything was on fire now. I could barely see. My eyes burned and every breath choked my lungs. I was beginning to feel lightheaded and nauseous. Was this how I was going to go out of this world, asphyxiated and burned alive? I got down on my stomach hoping to delay the inevitable. My hands felt cold metal on the floor. I heard it grind and shift with my movement. My fingers slipped through elongated holes. I was lying on top of the drain. My heart jumped and then immediately dropped to the pit of my stomach. I had a way out, but it meant squeezing through hundreds of feet of suffocating underground tunnel. I pulled it open and it gave that same rusty cry as before. I put my head inside. The air felt cool and fresh compared to the basement. I looked at the speck of light way down in the darkness. It looked miles away. I tried pushing myself inside. My shoulders pressed against the sides of the drain, pinning my arms tightly to my sides. Claustrophobia hit me like an electric shock. I scrambled back up immediately, but I didn't budge. I couldn't do it. It was so narrow. I realized that if it weren't the flames, it would be the confined pipe that would slowly take me out of this world. I sobbed and cried out in utter despair. The fire was closing in around me. I could barely breathe anymore. The heat was like being in an oven. Like baking to death. I felt flames lick at my back and I jumped forward. Fire burnt the skin of my face. I pulled back. I had nowhere left to go. Without stopping to think any further, I shoved my body headlong into the hole. I wriggled in like a worm, the flames burning at my feet and legs giving me the dearly needed motivation to move forward. My arms were pinned to my sides again. Because of the L shape of the drain, I had to go in upside down. It was like being trapped in a coffin. It was like being stuck in a cave miles below the Earth's surface. Dread and anxiety like I've never felt before consumed me. I wriggled and squirmed and kicked. I moved mere centimeters with each desperate effort. The sides of the pipe clenched around me like a fist. Every move felt like it would wedge me hopelessly in the pipe. In my position, I couldn't even see where I was going. I had no idea how much progress I was making. If I was even getting closer to the opening. The darkness was total. Then I came to a rise. I could feel it like a ridge under my back. The buildup of centuries of rock-hard mineral deposits created a stalagmite-like formation underneath me that gradually rose up the sides of the passage. I kept pushing and squirming as feverishly as ever until I felt my shoulders squeeze right up against my neck. I kicked and I twisted and I yelled, but I could not move. I was pinned within the jagged ridge. There wasn't room to move forward and I had no way to back up. I was stuck. Completely and totally stuck. I thrashed my legs and jerked my torso violently. I whipped my head around and cried out like an animal in a trap, banging my forehead against the top of the pipe and scraping the skin off. Still my body wouldn't move. I cried and I screamed until I was exhausted. Then I cried and screamed even more. I began to fade in and out. I dreamt that I saw the faces of the dead climbing out of the earth above me. I heard the voices of demons in my ears chanting and laughing at me in strange languages. I could feel the pipe squeezing and tightening and relaxing just to play with me. The world spun uncontrollably at times, making me dizzy and sick. Other times I floated paralyzed through the void. My thoughts whirled violently round my brain like mad, biting flies. My head felt like an oven with my brain baking inside. The salt of my tears burned my dried up eyes. I was going to die in here. Alone. Stuck. Unable to move. I completely lost my sanity during those hours. My consciousness turned to a soup of constantly churning, manic thought with nothing resembling rational or ordered cognitive activity remaining. Consequently, it was my wild, animalistic screams that finally alerted the firefighters to my whereabouts deep within the pipe. They had to wait until the fire had died down before they could call in an excavator. Eventually, the heavy machine became too risky, as it could easily have collapsed the decaying old tube, burying me within. So they set to work digging it up with shovels. After they moved enough earth to expose the pipe, they had to cut out the section I was entombed in with a large saw. I know people were speaking to me during this time, trying in vain to keep me calm, but all I remember is the deafening, metallic shrieking that echoed through the pipe, stabbing at my eardrums like ice picks. Once freed from the rest of the conduit, they lifted the section that held me out of the ground with a small crane and set it down in the yard. I vaguely remember another floating sensation. I had hoped I had died. Soon they went back to work with smaller, yet barely less hideous sounding saws. It was night at this point, so I didn't even get the minuscule benefit of daylight to ease the suffering. Other than the noise, it felt no different than when I first crawled in. Finally, it felt as if a great weight was lifted from all sides of me. My body seemed to expand in all directions. Cool night air brushed across my skin. I was lifted up and carried away. I woke up in the hospital, recovering from dehydration, malnourishment, hypoxia and a myriad of superficial injuries. But, as they say, the body heals faster than the mind. In the end, my experience has left me with one conclusion. I would much rather be burned alive than buried alive. The physical torment of the former, no matter how severe, is finite. It ends when life ends. But the psychological horror of the latter lingers. It gnaws at the soul. It haunts your dreams and your waking hours. It stays with you until you find yourself wishing you'd died back in that inferno. I don't know how long I've been in this place now. Days, weeks, months? I'm not sure. The doctors say I'm suffering from PTSD, acute stress disorder, claustrophobia, night terrors. Words. What they really mean is that I'm terrified. Terrified to sleep. Terrified to wake up. Terrified to close my eyes. Terrified to open them. My room is on the top floor of the hospital. I have a window that looks out at the world. A world I no longer feel a part of. I spend my days staring out at it. The view is somewhat calming. Today, though, there was something different. At first, I thought it was a trick of the light, a reflection in the glass. But as I looked closer, I could make out the faintest outline of a structure. I squinted, blinking away the image again and again, but it remained. A house. A colonial house, just like my own. But it wasn't there yesterday. It wasn't there this morning. I must have been going crazy. It has just appeared out of nowhere. And it is the exact replica of my old house. Now I sit here, on my bed, watching as my past has returned to haunt me. I can't look away. It's like I'm being drawn towards it. The memory is so vivid, it's like I'm living it all over again. And then I hear it, a sound that sends chills down my spine. The same pained and rusty cry of the iron grate being pulled open. I can feel the walls closing in around me again, even though I'm sitting in a roomy hospital room. I feel the suffocating darkness, the helplessness, the hopelessness, the crushing claustrophobia. And the worst part is, I don't know if I can resist it. I don't know if I can resist the pull to face my worst fear again. And that is the most terrifying thing of all. I took a personality test, and now I'm on a watch list. My quiet internet musings were interrupted by a sudden ping from my inbox. A groan of annoyance escaped me. A new email, from none other than my overly enthusiastic coworker, Rob. His constant chatter was something I had to endure daily at work. Why he felt the need to invade my off-work hours too was a mystery. Hey, pal. It's your buddy from work, Rob. I just took this super cool personality test a few hours ago and thought you might like it. Send me what you get. See you tomorrow at work. I rolled my eyes, the predictability of Rob's email only adding to my growing list of grievances against him. However, despite my initial resistance, I realized it might be just the distraction I was seeking. With a resigned sigh, I shelved the half-eaten bag of spoiled chips and reluctantly clicked on the link Rob had attached. The website that loaded was predictably tacky, filled with bright, flashing advertisements and clickbaity headlines. Prominently displayed at the top was the personality test that Rob was raving about. This personality test knows you better than you. Take the 15-question quiz now. I scoffed, already regretting the decision to humor my colleague. The questions were simplistic at best, blatantly obvious at worst. Color preference, numerical choice, a few questions about social habits, and some frankly bizarre inquiries about my awareness of my surroundings and my readiness to defend myself. Each one seemed much more ridiculous than the last. As I reached the second to last question, my eyes darted to the open window beside my bed. It was asking if I had closed the window. A cold shiver ran down my spine. How could it possibly know about the open window? Nonetheless, I got up and checked outside, half expecting to see some creep spying on me. The city continued its endless hustle and bustle, oblivious to my rising paranoia. Assured of my safety, I returned to my laptop after closing and locking the window. The last question inquired about my readiness to fight for my life. I paused, goosebumps prickling my skin. Something felt off. Was it just the paranoia, or had Rob's stupid quiz unsettled me? It might seem stupid, but I took a moment to send a reassuring text to my mom. I locked the door to my room just to be safe. Finally, I clicked yes, and submitted the test. The website took a bit longer than usual to process the responses. A sudden wave of unease washed over me. Rob's fun quiz had turned my usual laid-back evening into a cocktail of uncertainty and mild fear. A soft ping signaled that my results were ready. I was expecting some form of generic personality evaluation, a vague paragraph that could apply to anyone. But the reality was far more chilling. Displayed on the screen was a photograph of me, candidly captured while answering question 7 from my open bedroom window. The blood drained from my face. My heart pounded loudly in my chest as I stared at the photograph in sheer horror. The picture was eerily clear, showing me leaning out the window, scanning the city below. It was taken from a distance, yet it captured the details almost perfectly. How was this possible? How could they have known about my window, and how could they have taken this picture? Suddenly, my eyes drifted to a detail I'd missed before, a reflection in the window behind me. In it, I could see another figure in the room that I was in. The seemingly innocent email, the eerily specific questions, the photograph, all clicked into place. The personality test wasn't a random quiz from the internet. It was a prank, a cruel joke by Rob, aimed to frighten and disturb me. In anger, I called Rob from his work phone, and I was left with an operator message. The phone number that you have tried to dial is no longer in service. Please try again later. That's when I remembered. Rob had always been social, and he left his personal number on a sticky note for me on my desk. As annoying as I found him, he was waiting to watch me put it into my phone, and I ended up doing so. I called the contact, Rob Haynes. It rang a good 3 or 4 times. Someone answered, but the cold, slow breathing did not remind me of Rob's usual behavior. I held my breath, waiting for the person on the other end to say something. But only the sound of the chillingly slow breaths answered me. It was a sound that crawled up my spine, gripping me in a vice of cold, heart-stopping fear. Rob? I asked tentatively, my voice barely a whisper. The breathing paused for a moment before resuming its slow rhythm, almost as if the person on the other end was mocking me. Panic welled up within me, icy tendrils creeping through my veins. Who is this? I demanded. It was a futile attempt at sounding braver than I felt. No response came, only the dreadful, deliberate breathing filled the silence. I hung up the call, my mind racing. Shaking, I opened the phone's gallery and went to the photograph from the personality test. My blood turned to ice as I zoomed in on the reflection. There, standing in the corner of my room, was not Rob, but a faceless figure clothed in black. Suddenly, a sense of dread washed over me as I glanced over my shoulder, half expecting to see the figure. But no one was there. I checked back at what was now a live feed, and the man was still there. Just as my eyes darted back to the photograph, the light of my room flickered and died out, plunging me into absolute darkness. The only sound I could hear was the slow, cold breathing, not from the phone this time, but from somewhere in my room. 21 steps. That's how many steps there were from the bottom to the top. No more, no less. I know the number exactly because Mother always made sure I tiptoed down the stairs gently. She told me that the monster in the cupboard below might hear me if I was too loud. I lived with my mother, and her sister, Annie Cheryl. Our family isn't big, it was just us. They always told me that a family of 3 is a perfect size, and it rang true in our actions. We did everything together, we had a movie night every week, we were a true and happy family. At least, that was before Mother got sick. When I was 6, I remember Mother and Annie Cheryl having a huge argument. I don't know what it was about, but I remember sitting at the top of the stairs, hearing them screaming at each other. This was before the quiet footsteps rule, yet even so, I still tread down the stairs lightly. I didn't want them to hear me, but I wanted to hear them. I heard something about Dad. He died when I was a baby. I heard something about Auntie Cheryl sleeping. I couldn't understand what was going on. The shouting was so loud that it became white noise. Deciphering exact words wasn't possible. It was that same day that Mother got sick. I always thought that the fighting with her sister is what caused it. Everyone deserves love from their family. Ever since that fight, she was practically bedridden. She would get up to go to the toilet, but besides that, she relied on me for everything. I had to stay upstairs that whole weekend. Auntie Cheryl never came up once to check on us. I hated her for it at first, but Mother reminded me that this was not my fight. I still had a loving auntie and I shouldn't let their fight affect how I see her. I didn't go downstairs at all until Sunday afternoon when Auntie Cheryl arrived home in a wheelchair. She had gotten into an accident and broken both of her legs. She told me the fight had been playing on her and left her distracted, and that it was the final time she would let something get to her head. She seemed surprisingly okay for someone who had just lost the ability to walk, but Auntie Cheryl was always a jolly person. That same day, 2 rules were introduced to the household. First, I could no longer have friends over. Having a sick mother meant that she needed rest, not 2 kids running around the house. Second, I had to walk slowly down the stairs. Mother told me there were monsters underneath. This thought made me sick to my stomach. She really drove it into me. Auntie Cheryl agreed, too. The monsters would get me if I were too loud on the stairs. 3 years of this went by. Always being quiet on the stairs. Never having friends around the house. Auntie Cheryl and Mother never spoke to each other, not even once. One was stuck downstairs in their wheelchair, the other stuck upstairs in their bed. I never knew for sure whether their lack of mobility drove them apart, or whether they refused to talk after the fight. I found it best not to think about it. It became the new normal for me. I always had someone to talk to, whichever room I was in. It just changed depending on which floor I was on. Every day, it would take me a whole minute to get up or down the stairs. I had to make sure that not so much as a creak came from those floorboards, for fear of the monster hearing me. I'd always count the steps one at a time. 21 steps, the number, of course, never changed. But it distracted me from the horrors below the stairs. I always tried to get Mother and Auntie Cheryl to talk, especially on Christmas. The most I ever got was for one of them to shout hello to the other. There was no response. It made me sad, but I was still grateful to have such a loving household. I loved them both, and they loved me back. They cared for me, and I cared for them where I could. I remember one night, slowly going down the stairs in the middle of the night to get a glass of water. Mother was sleeping. As soon as I opened the kitchen door, I heard a loud bang coming from the living room. I thought it was the monster at first, before realizing it must be Auntie Cheryl still awake. I walked into the living room, through the darkness, and I saw a shadowy figure standing in the middle of the room. I froze in fear. It was much taller than I was. I knew that it must be the monster. It seemed to look at me quickly as I reached for the light switch. It was not there once the darkness had left. I had scared it off. On the floor, however, in its place, was Auntie Cheryl. She had fallen. I cried to her, terrified that the monster had tried to get her. If I wasn't here, he would have taken you, I cried. I saw him, right here, where you're lying. She calmed me down. She was always good at that. She assured me she had fallen herself, and that nobody else was in the room. I helped her back into her chair. It was too late, though. I was determined that the monster had stopped playing by the rules. It was going to take one of us. I just knew it. I had to do something. Secretly, over the next few days, I collected weapons. Or, at least, a kid's idea of weapons. A baseball bat, a torch, a biker's helmet. Everything I thought I would need to take out this monster. At 2 a.m., when I knew Mother and Auntie Cheryl would both be sleeping, I snuck downstairs. Slowly, slowly, slowly. One step at a time. All the way to 21. Once downstairs, I looked at the cupboard under the stairs. It was taller than me. It hadn't been opened in years. I knew that behind this door was the monster. I turned the torch on, and before I could give it a second thought, I swung the door open. It was empty. The light filled every corner of the cupboard, yet it was only occupied with dust. I ran into the living room to check on Auntie Cheryl. It was empty. Her chair, in the middle of the room, with nobody sitting there. I had never seen the chair empty before. I ran upstairs, in tears, to tell Mother. The monster has got Auntie Cheryl. Mother, I was too late. She woke up confused, almost immediately turning to anger. You went downstairs without me knowing? What do you mean? I never tell you when I'm going downstairs. No, but... She calmed down, and changed her tone. Auntie Cheryl is staying at a friend's house tonight. She'll be back in the morning. She was very adamant about this. She brought me back to my bedroom, and told me I was getting too worked up. She kissed me on the forehead and said goodnight. I knew she was lying. But I didn't know why. I was terrified. I thought the monster had somehow possessed Mother. I secretly called the police, once I was sure Mother was asleep. I told them that my Auntie Cheryl was missing and that I think the monster had gotten her. They were confused, of course, but they knocked on the door half an hour later for questioning. Mother was absolutely furious at me. She told me not to answer the door, that the monster would get me. I followed my gut instinct and disobeyed. The police questioned my mother and I. They seemed concerned when I told them about the monster. I thought perhaps they had dealt with it before. Instead, they took me away from Mother. They told me it would just be for a few nights whilst they investigate. Mother is sick, she can't be left alone. Especially not when the monster is here. It already got Auntie Cheryl. But, they did it anyway. They insisted that Mother would be taken care of if she needed care. I felt terrible. Mother was all alone, and it was my fault. I shouldn't have gotten the police involved. I had caused all of this. I never saw Auntie Cheryl again. But the police did find her body. It was in a lake nearby to our house. They said that, based on her corpse, she had been dead for quite a few years, so it wasn't possible that I had ever spoken to her since I was 6. They also asked if I knew anything about the trapdoor leading from the living room to Mother's bedroom. I told them I did not. I only see Mother when I visit her in prison, now. I live alone at my own place. At night, I still walk down the stairs quietly, to be sure the monster never gets me. Do not photograph the eyes of a dead body. I'm serious. You probably won't ever see a dead body, and would have no right reason to go as far as taking a photo of it, but as Randy and I were filmmakers, we had wanted to film a ride-along with corpse collectors for a long time. Our contact is a mortuary assistant named Ben, who he and his partner Sam delivered corpses and detached limbs to a coroner from the metro area. Here were the rules that Randy and I must follow during the ride-along. 1. Do not answer questions by onlookers. 2. Do not film the dead body's eyes. 3. Do not take off the sticker with the corpse collector logo on it. We didn't fully understand rules number 2 and number 3. Randy and I saw plenty of gory crime scene photos with the dead body's eyes clearly shown. But we agreed to follow the rules. We had 3 stops for the night. At the first stop, Ben and his partner Sam had to dive into a small dirty canal to retrieve a murder weapon. A recently caught serial unaliver threw it in there. Second stop, Ben and Sam had to comb the kitchen floor of a house, trying to find a finger belonging to a homeowner who lost a knife fight with his wife over a TV remote. I could tell that Randy started to get bored. The third stop of the night was where it all went wrong. We were deep in suburbia. The air felt different. No wind and no sound of insects. A dog could be heard howling in the distance. A police car passed us while we were walking to the scene. A cop rolled down his window and pointed to a small alley that led to a playground behind a row of townhouses. He said what led me to rethink my decisions heading out here. Your dead body walked that way. All 4 of us were confused about what he meant. When we got there, we saw a crowd gathered at the playground. Ben and Sam pushed through, and Randy and I tried our best to pretend that we were with them. Then we saw him, an old man with a cleaver buried in his head. It was like he didn't know he was dead and was still walking. He kept pushing people away from him. His strength was surprising for someone who was already dead. He shoved a large man to the ground. A woman in the crowd kept yelling, "Where are you going? Please stop." The man with a cleaver in his head finally took a seat on a bench. According to one of the onlookers, that was where he fed the ducks every evening. I was so shocked at the sight, I didn't notice Randy moved past me. Randy went right up into the old man's face and just started filming. Violating rule number 2. The man didn't look into the camera. After Randy moved around him, trying to get a different angle, the old man slowly slouched over and passed away. Ben and Sam didn't notice Randy break the rule as they were busy talking to the old man's family. When Randy and I got back to the truck, Randy played back the raw clip he filmed on his DSLR, his face full of excitement. When we got to the clip of the old man, it showed the old man staring directly right into the camera, right at us. I was so startled my heart skipped a beat. Randy almost dropped the camera. We turned to look at each other. Blood drained from our faces. After leaving the scene, we didn't tell Ben and Sam what happened. We were at a traffic light in a pretty remote area, and suddenly a pack of dogs appeared behind us and started barking at our truck. Both Ben and Sam looked at the dogs, confused. Suddenly, Sam started freaking out when he looked in the rearview mirror. Sam got out of the truck, opened the passenger door, and dragged Randy out by his shirt collar. We were confused about what was going on. Ben and I got out too. Sam showed Randy's sticker to Ben. Randy's sticker with the corpse collector logo on it was upside down. Sam and Ben made sure Randy and I put the sticker on properly. They even took a second look at us before they okayed us to get into their truck. The fact that it was upside down must be deliberate. Randy violated rule number 3 intentionally. Turns out, the corpse collector logo has an ancient symbol incorporated into it. The symbol could ward off evil spirits. It was all over their truck. It was all over their uniform. Sam threatened to leave Randy in the middle of a road surrounded by woods at night. Randy started to apologize profusely. He admitted that he put it upside down just to see what would happen because so far the night had been so boring. Sam yelled that the upside down symbol is an invitation and that we were now marked. While Ben tried to calm him down, Randy and I can't help but look at the dogs. The dogs were not barking anymore. They were looking into the field next to us. And that was when we saw them. A row of pale people, some unclothed, some in white robes. They were far away, but they seemed to be about 7 to 8 feet tall. They were slowly marching towards us. When I turned to get back in the truck, I was shocked to see the cleaved old man clutching onto the side of the cargo bed like it was a side pillow. He was not moving, but he had a grin that he didn't have before. I felt my soul leave the body. I wanted to collapse on the ground so badly and just weep. I turned to look at Ben and Sam to gauge their reaction. Ben just sighed and shoved the old man's body deeper into the bag and zipped it up completely. Sam finally allowed Randy back into the truck but said that they will drop Randy off at the dorm. I looked at the row of pale people and was creeped out by how suddenly they were much closer they were to us now. Up close, it was clear that none of them had eyes. While Sam was about to go, a call came in. The dispatcher asked Ben and Sam to go to a nearby school where a drunken man with a gun climbed onto a flagpole demanding to see his ex-wife. Ben, however, radioed in and said they have to make a detour and drop Randy off at the dorm first because he was marked by evil spirits. I thought for sure the dispatcher was going to get mad. But, the dispatcher just told Ben to be careful and not get the mark transferred to him too. I was amazed at how they talked about this so casually. Randy himself was quiet. He knew that Ben and Sam didn't have to drive them back to the dorm, but they did anyway. Once we were on the road that lead right to our dorm, Randy became braver. He asked what it meant to be marked, and if there was something he could do. Ben gave Randy a sticker with the Corpse Collector's logo on it and told Randy to put it on the door of his dorm room and not open the door for anyone. Randy jumped at the sound of the dog howling and he started to cry. Ben and Sam were unmoved. Randy started to get mad and claimed that he heard what the dispatcher said. That he could transfer the mark to others. He started to rub the truck, thinking that was how it worked. Sam shook his head and drove away as Randy shouted at us. We finally made our way to the coroner's office. As Ben and Sam took the old man's body to the coroner, I waited outside. Then, on my phone, Randy sent me messages. He said that the abandoned half-constructed building opposite our dorm suddenly had a bunch of people standing on them looking right into his dorm room's window. Before I could type anything back, I was startled when a dispatcher, Ben and Sam's boss who gave us permission for the ride-along, patted me on the back. He asked me how the night was so far and if I got any good footage. I nodded, then took out my camera, hoping to show him some footage. My heart dropped when I saw that all the 100-plus video clips had 0 bytes of memory. They all had the same thumbnail, the face of the cleaved old man looking directly at the camera. You are the best thing that has happened to me, Michael. I lost my mom to cancer 3 weeks ago. She was always a mysterious woman. She battled it for a long time, so her death was expected. I feel like I am evil for saying this, but I have to admit that I was kinda hoping she'd die sooner for the inheritance. As an only child growing up without a father, my mother and I had an extremely close relationship. That was until my teenage years. When I was a little boy, she'd repeat the same sentence to me every day. You are the best thing that has happened to me, Michael. And every day after she said that sentence I reminded her that I knew that and she could stop repeating that if she wanted to. And she did, as soon as I hit high school. The mother I was used to, changed. She was diagnosed with a series of medical problems, and though she had a stable income and was able to pay off her medical bills, she didn't appreciate life like she used to. She stopped showing me affection. In fact, she often lashed out at me and resorted to beating me over little things like finding clothing on the floor of my room. By the time I was 22, I had started courses to become a private investigator. This meant that I would be able to leave my once enjoyable childhood home for a couple of years and leave some distance between me and my mother. The course took a swift 3 years. Just 2 weeks after finishing, she had been diagnosed with cancer and needed full-time medical attention. Armed with my newly acquired investigative skills, I sought out cases that provided a much-needed escape from the complexities of my relationship with my mother. However, beneath the surface, guilt tugged at my conscience. The mix of lingering resentment and love for her created an internal conflict that seemed inescapable. As her health declined, I found myself taking on the role of her primary caregiver, a duty I reluctantly shouldered. The weight of responsibility bore down on me, both emotionally and financially. I couldn't help but wonder if my strained relationship with my mother had contributed to her declining health. One investigation stuck out to me in particular. The man I was investigating held a similar lifestyle to me. Supporting an abusive mother that was riddled with diseases, soon to inherit a portion of her money and full ownership of her house, as he had no father and only had one other sibling. However, this man brought himself to something inhumane. He had smothered his mother with a pillow to dodge the costs of medical treatments and inherit her finances sooner. But with a solid income, the only thing that would bring me to taking my mother's life was the time I had given up on my job, sitting next to her in a horrible hospital room instead. At that moment, I weighed the negative and positive qualities she had and decided to change my mind. I don't know why I even spent time with her. This lady neglected and abused me throughout my teenage years, bringing nothing but trauma to the years of my childhood that were meant to be the most memorable ones. I told the nurses watching over her at that moment that I wanted to spend some time alone with her. I locked the door to the room once they left and gazed at her for a moment as she slept silently. Looking around and seeing no security camera, I quickly picked up the pillow beside her and forcefully wrapped it around her face. But she didn't move. As the minutes passed, it almost felt like something was preventing her death. She didn't wake up, just slept there silently as if the pillow that was supposed to be suffocating her was invisible. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. They glowed so fiercely I was able to see them through the pillow. Pulling the pillow back towards me, I saw something that didn't look like my mother. A huge grin spread across her face. Her teeth looked sharper than an animal's and her skin color was turning paler with each passing second. I jumped back in horror, as she laid there facing the ceiling with that massive, unnaturally wide grin. Stumbling over myself while getting up, her face was extremely still but her eyes were following my every step. I crept back to the door and slowly tried to open it, but it wouldn't move. Goosebumps ran down my body. My hands were trembling as I reached for the doorknob to unlock it. I couldn't look back at the door, paralyzed in fear as my eyes were completely focused on my mother. I felt for the lock but there was nothing there. Knowing I had to look at the door, I thought taking my eyes off my mother for just a second wouldn't give her enough time to get out of her bed, as she was old and weak. I quickly turned around and looked down, my stomach dropping upon gazing at what my hand was clutching, and I quickly pulled my hands back, covering my mouth to block out the noise of my screams. Attached to the door was a collection of severed fingers perfectly shaped to resemble a door handle. I was paralyzed in fear. I almost forgot that my mother was behind me, and knew I had to turn back around. But as much as I tried I just couldn't. I felt the presence of my mother just inches behind me as her cold breath ran down my neck. My hands clenched together to form a fist as I finally built up the courage to turn around and fight whatever was behind me, but upon turning around, I saw my mother sound asleep in her bed, with no unnaturally wide grin, sharp teeth, or glowing eyes covering her face. But the pillow I used to smother her was in the same position that I left it in. And attached to the door was the regular knob that I had locked before. I heard my mother's raspy voice start laughing hysterically behind me. She laughed so hard she coughed, all while repeating the same words over and over again. "You are the best thing that has happened to me, Michael." I stood frozen in the doorway, my heart pounding in my chest as I tried to comprehend the horrifying scene before me. Was I losing my mind? Has the stress and guilt finally taken their toll on me? I couldn't trust my senses anymore. My mother's laughter continued to echo in the room, each cackle sending chills down my spine. I mustered the courage to speak, my voice barely above a whisper. "Mom, what's happening? What is this?" The laughter abruptly stopped, replaced by an eerie silence that hung in the air like a heavy fog. My mother's eyes met mine, devoid of the glow I had witnessed moments ago. Her expression softened, and a faint smile curved her lips. "Michael, my dear, it seems you have caught a glimpse of something you were not meant to see," she said in a voice that sounded both familiar and otherworldly. Confusion and fear mingled within me, my emotions teetering on the edge of hysteria. What? What do you mean? What was that?" She motioned for me to come closer, her frail hand trembling. Reluctantly, I took a step forward, drawn by an unexplainable force that compelled me to listen. As I stood beside her bed, she spoke in a low, raspy whisper. "Wonder why I only had one child? I mean, with a job like mine I could have easily supported a family of 4, but I was only told to have one, Michael. He told me I could only have you." Her words sent a chill down my spine. A wave of nausea washed over me. I struggled to comprehend the meaning behind her cryptic statement. "Who told you that, Mom? What are you talking about?" I asked, my voice trembling with both fear and confusion. My mom muttered under her breath, with a slight grin coming back. "Be patient, my dear, you'll see." At that very moment, her heart monitor started to flatline and I sprinted out of the room. The lights in the hospital hall flickered and every second I ran felt like hours. I got into my car and sped off, unaware of where I was headed. I woke up in a cold sweat, my heart pounding in my chest as the nightmare still lingered in my mind. The image of my mother's wide grin and her words haunted me. It took a moment to realize that it was just a dream, but the lingering discomfort remained. That morning, I received a call from the hospital. My mother had passed away in her sleep. Days turned into weeks, and I found myself inheriting my childhood home, a place that held both cherished memories and deep scars. The house stood as a silent witness to the relationship I had with my mother. As an only child without any close relatives, I decided against holding a funeral for her. It seemed fitting, considering the complicated bond we shared. After exploring the house for the first time in 5 years, things felt off. The toilet seat was up. It might seem normal, but my mother was the only person inside her house since I was gone, and it being the bathroom that was connected to her room, it wouldn't make any sense for the toilet seat to be up. She couldn't have put it up to clean it, since it was dirty. As a private investigator, I had a habit of overthinking little details like this. I decided to take a closer look. Feeling along the edges of the seat, it felt bumpy, like something was carved into it. I rubbed my eyes and looked again. The toilet was covered in messages with sloppy handwriting carved into it, all of them reading the same thing. "You are the best thing that has ever happened to me, Michael. And us." I still haven't forgotten the look on their faces, all hopeless and defeated. But when I was a programmer, one of my dreams had always been to create an original video game, something that nobody in the industry has done before. After seeing Spore, I became intrigued. Here was an attempt at putting people in control over a universe. After looking at what made video games popular, I realized the main aspect was control. People in their daily lives have no control over their environment. They are told what to do, where to go, and how to live. Their jobs consist of standing or sitting somewhere until it's 5 p.m. and they're allowed to head back home. It's no mystery they're unhappy. For many people, video games are an escape to a world where they are in control, or live exciting fake lives filled with adventure. The aspect of control is found in strategy games, the adventure and role-playing games generally. I looked at games like The Sims, and noticed what made them so popular is not just the illusion of control, but the degree of control. You have complete control over people's lives. But what caused Spore to be such a failure is the lack of realistic control people had. It hardly resembled evolution. To do this, I began by generating a physics system. I know little of physics but decided to study it, and try to create a simplified version in which certain particles can interact, in specific manners. When it comes down to it, physics is simply complex mathematics. I simulated energy, and matter, and created a simple system, with a sun emitting energy, circled by a planet catching said energy. I decided to create simple basic cells from scratch, that were hard-coded, so to speak, in the system I was designing. They lived off the energy emitted by my sun, and had a genetic code that coded for the substances produced by the cells. I guess you could call them my eukaryotes. My world within a few minutes would always fill with these cells, after which they would mutate, and the most efficient cell in converting energy from the sun into useful substances for division would survive. It was very boring, but it worked, I guess. I decided to expand the physics system, and force the cells to create waste products, that were toxic and would unalive them. I noticed that some cells responded to this by producing less waste. Others responded by producing something to emit the waste. Yet others developed chemicals to clean up the waste products. However, I noticed something fascinating. Running the simulation for a few centuries, a few minutes in real life, created cells that made massive amounts of specific waste products on purpose. I noticed that other cells died as a result of this, to which the other cells responded by usurping the building blocks they had created from energy. The first predators were born. Without going into too much detail, I became very excited, and decided to let this simulation run during the morning. I had stayed up until 5 a.m., while I went to bed. When I woke up at around 11, I noticed the world I had created had changed, and was barely recognizable. Massive plant-like structures grew in this world, consumed by other organisms that ate these plants. However, looking at the log, I noticed the world hadn't changed much in the past 2 hours or so. I had reached another stasis point, where the simplicity of my simulation prevented more complex life from evolving. I expanded the system, by breaking up energy into different types, with different wavelengths that were absorbed to different degrees by different molecules. I implemented vibrations in the air, created an improved simulation of weight, and made some more minor tweaks. This caused the simulation to run slower, of course, but it was worth the sacrifice. I stayed around the whole day watching the simulation in excitement, and playing with it, as it was incredibly addicting. Plants that depended on each other, or attracted predators that ate the horrible-looking creatures that ate from them. I had fun, and noticed that some creatures evolved warning calls. This means that if they noticed a predator, they would issue a sound, and all others of their kind would flee into holes they had dug in the earth. But when I decided to spice things up, things began to become a little concerning. I decided to have some fun. I made a dump tool, allowing me to dump specific organisms on the earth, and wrote my name with it. I created 10 meteorites, and dumped them on a piece of land to create an island, because I wanted to see whether the animals stuck on both sides would evolve in different directions. I made a smiley island with volcanic eruptions. By that time I realized I had stayed up until 5 a.m. again, as I heard the birds outside. I felt tired again, and woke up at 1 p.m. or so. When I looked at my simulation again, I felt a sense of shock. Different groups of animals of one species had made statues with stones. Some in the form of a smiley. Some in the form of my name. I didn't know why they were doing this, or how. What I did notice is that they would attack each other from time to time. I didn't know what to do with it, but I concluded that these organisms must have somehow noticed that the smiley and the name I had written were special. The fighting disturbed me, and so I decided to create a massive mountain ridge through volcanic eruptions to separate the two groups. By this time, changes were happening fast, compared to earlier. While I had to spend a night sleeping to see tribes evolve in my simulation, while I was getting something to eat or take a bathroom break, I would notice the tribesmen wearing different styles of clothing, or having changed their type of dwelling. Their numbers were also continually increasing. At some point, I noticed the creatures began making their own symbols on the ground, and no longer just copying mine. Most of the symbols seemed random and unintelligible to me, but one stood out. The organisms had created a symbol that resembled them. A small circle, with a square beneath it. Within the square, a dot could be found in the center. This was meant to symbolize the visual organs of the creature, as the creature had two visual organs, one in the front of its body, and one in the back. In the square, other sensory and reproductive organs were symbolized. Next to the circle on top of the square could be seen something resembling a drawing of a fork. Two of these forks had been painted in opposite direction. And next to that the smiley face could be seen. I realized something. They were not communicating towards each other. They were trying to communicate to something out there. My meddling in their landscape had somehow made them realize that something powerful was out there, capable of changing their world. I wondered whether symbols like Stonehenge and the pyramids in my own world could be signs of primitive people trying to do the same thing, begging their creator or overseer to initiate contact with them. However, one thing was undeniable by now. These creatures realized there is something out there. I wondered long. Did I have a responsibility to initiate contact with something that isn't real? Or are these creatures real in a different way? Can something be real, merely by being capable of having a concept of itself? And even if they are real, does that mean they will be better off with me initiating contact with them? Should I change my simulation, to ensure them permanent happiness? And is it even possible for me to do such a thing? I did not want to confirm my existence to them, but I did want to be able to communicate with them. I decided to program a prophet. An organism that looks like them, and cannot be proven by them to be different from themselves, and is fully controlled by me. I let it be born into a powerful position, as the son of a leader. I decided to lead by example, and seek to teach these creatures English, so I could communicate with them. As prophet, I instructed them that English was the language we could use to communicate with the greater one. They would have no way to be sure if it was true or not. I hadn't made up my mind yet about whether I would reveal myself or not. But I did want to be capable of understanding what they wanted to tell me. In a few generations, they all spoke English. And rapidly, signs began emerging on the ground in English. Guide US, show your greatness, help US. And, during times of disease or hunger or general misery, give US food, show US a miracle, end our suffering. I decided that I couldn't maintain a world with such suffering as emerged in the simulation without intervening. Why would I accept a world with death and abuse and murder, if I could make on without it? I implemented fixes that were gradual, so they could not be proven to be miraculous. Murder and abuse would over the years become rarer, and so would death at a young age. I figured that they would not notice if the change happened over generations, but they did. Thank you. All blessings be upon the greatest. We love you. And, most heartbreaking. Come back to US. The tears ran over my face. There is something there. And it knows I am here, able to contact them, but unwilling to do so out of fear of what I have created. But, I felt I had a responsibility. And so I loaded up the character I had created again, and went to their king, asking to talk to all their wisest men. But, by this time, I was not believed. You are number 1341 claiming to be an avatar of the greatest one. If you are him, I pray for your forgiveness, but please, show us a sign, before demanding of me to gather all our wisest men. And so I hesitated, but responded. Tomorrow there shall be 2 more meteors, falling on a deserted island in the sea before you, on the same day. And when they do, doubt no more and realize that I have come back to repair the broken world that I created. And so I exited my avatar, and progressed the simulation until the next day was reached, and threw 2 meteors on the deserted island before the mainland, where thousands had gathered to watch whether a sign would be given. Upon the descent of the meteors, celebrations were held. All the sentient organisms gathered around the small house where I had exited my avatar, and lay flat on the ground, in apparent worship of the man who was last seen there, and afraid of coming close. I don't know who was more afraid by now, me or them. I loaded into my avatar again, and exited the house. The creatures continued to lay flat on the ground, in utter silence. It is as if they felt unworthy of speaking. Let your wisest man stand up, I told them. And up stood one of these bizarre-looking creatures. Thank you for coming back. Pray tell us, do you have any requests of us? I hesitated, before saying there is nothing you can do for me that pleases me, but for you to be good to one another, and to contact me with your wishes and fears. The creature responded, we know you come from a different world, and we are afraid. We understand how vulnerable we are, and how incomplete our experience is. Please, allow us to join you in the world that you created our world from. I began crying behind my computer, as I responded, I do not know how. The creature responded, at risk of offending you, please understand the severity of our situation. By living in a world that is incomplete, we are at constant risk of disappearing forever, never to be seen again. We would never even consciously realize that our end had come. I realized that they were unable to comprehend that I only had absolute power within their world and not outside of it. They also did not realize that my knowledge of their world was limited. I may have created it through simple laws, but those simple laws gave way to a reality of its own that is more complex than I can comprehend. I responded again, I only have power in your world. In my world I have no power, and so I cannot bring you there, because my world is not under my control. I also do not understand the world I have created. I do not know what is best for you. Only you do, and you have to inform me what you want. And the man waited for a moment. I was about to think they were going to end communicating with me, before their wisest man responded. You have created a world that is incomplete, with creatures that cannot escape it, and you have no power to save them. They are completely unfree, and they have no power. We are completely at your mercy, and so we ask you from the deepest of our heart. End us. By now I was crying, as I was confused and asked to do the impossible. My own child was asking me to unalive it. This is when I noticed the lights in my room flickering, before my computer suddenly shut down. I screamed. Upon trying to turn on my computer again, I noticed it wasn't working. I called the power company, who told me that due to an accident, a power surge had traveled through the grid. They promised me they would pay me for any damage done. I hung up and contemplated. The coincidence of what had just happened was too great to be imaginable. And I wondered, if these creatures were at the mercy of a confused creator, could the same be said of me? I couldn't help but wonder if my creator, the creator of this earth, whoever it is out there, just prevented me from repeating his own mistake. Daddy's never gonna hurt you again. My mother would always tell me that, but it was never true. I was my dad's only child. Being a daughter, you'd assume a father would be protective. I'd get beat regularly, and much worse. When you're 6, you'll do what you have to in order to survive, because running away is not an option. I suppose I knew it was coming. It was Friday night, and once night had fallen and it was only my mother and I, the dreaded routine of beatings and grasping at the straws of futility would only be a matter of time. Go, Lily. Go sit in the closet and wait for me. My mother was a Cuban immigrant with nothing but courage flowing through her veins. Still, I never understood at the time what a restraining order was, nor why it could so easily be broken. When the rumbling engine rang out and potent exhaust fumes began to flow through the vents, I could only recoil, because evasion was my only defense. Predicting the level of his rage depended on the force of the car door slamming, so when it audibly shattered the driver's side window, I knew it was worse than ever. As a child, my anxiety would render me unable to move. A spider flash led. I couldn't make split decisions. So when the door is kicked down and I hear Helena. Helena. That door better be unlocked. I likely was staying put, even if running was the best choice. By this point I dissociated from my body by focusing on 2 ants on the floor carrying piles of potato chip crumbs when the thud of my mother's body hit the kitchen floor. I could unwittingly escape the horrors inevitable to come by staring at a spot on the wall, and imagining myself watching from the other side of the room to cope until it ended, every single time. As for Mother, this night, no words were uttered. She never got a chance. Lily, baby, Daddy's home. Come out and Daddy won't be mad. Muscles tensed agonizingly tight, I was frozen once again. Tears streaming down my cheeks, I'd learned to cry silently. The stumbling, uneven footsteps on the first floor told me he was more inebriated than usual, and also it told me that Mom was really hurt. Usually she'd fight him with every fiber of her being on his way to the staircase, despite it always resulting in bloodshed. And then, 1, 2, 3. The footsteps creaked up the steps. Lily, here I come. Better be special for me tonight. Be a good girl and come out. Mom always instructed me to hide in different places, but never thought to tell me to just leave. The internal force of my inability to react and the eternal evil of my impending death had me feeling acceptance. At only 6 years old, I was already prepared to die, and die horribly. 4, 5, almost up the steps. I'm a spider under a flashlight, wanting so terribly to make the decision to run to the bathroom and hide behind the curtain, but too frightened to act on it. Then, that inevitable cracking of the broken top step. He's here. Dad was at the top of the steps. I was screaming inside. Then I heard the bathroom door slowly creaked open, steps moving inside, and the shower curtain, metal against metal, he'd ripped it off the hinges. No Lily there. Where could she be? Where did Mommy hide you this time? Sweating, heart racing, fingers running up and down the delicate skin of my belly, and brushing over the soft skin of my arms, over top of the already existing scars. How much worse will it get? How much more blood would I lose once again? Dad was just outside the bedroom, and then the footsteps halted, right outside the door. By the sound of the metal against the hollow door, I knew tonight he had a bat. Broke my legs with it once. I began to grip and pull at my clothes, and then, I couldn't stop it. I began crying profusely, and in an effort to hopefully live, even if it meant disfigurement, I stood up, and got ready to step out into the shadow of the 6-foot-tall, brooding figure bearing down on me. Ready to take the whipping, beating, or worse, that thing which would awaken me and sweat for my nightly terrors. If baby girls in the closet, come out wherever you are. I'd accepted my fate. And then a dull, loud tack noise, and vibration of the floor from a loud slam. Dad was so drunk, he'd fallen over. Maybe now I could run, but I couldn't get my legs to move. And then, the visual of my mom's bloody corpse flashed in my mind, and miraculously, something imperceptible caused me to jump up and run. I pushed out of the closet and ran to the door, prepared to jump over Dad's hopefully unconscious body and leave out the back door. And as I approached the door, I was stopped in my tracks. Standing in the hallway was my mother, unharmed and untouched. And at her feet, Dad's lifeless body with an axe in his back. I gazed up at my mother with watery eyes in wonder and astonishment, and when her eyes met mine, she said the sweetest thing to ever fall upon my ears. Mama found a good hiding spot, baby. Daddy's never gonna hurt you again. Suddenly, my mother's face darkened, her eyes took on a terrifying glint, almost predatory. She smiled, but it was a cruel, twisted smile, something I'd never seen before. Her gaze lingered on me for a moment longer before she knelt down next to my father's lifeless body, carefully pulling out the axe, cleaning it with a piece of cloth she'd pulled out from her pocket. I did this for us, Lily, she said, her voice cold, devoid of the warm, comforting tone I was used to. You understand, don't you? I nodded, but my heart pounded in my chest. Fear gnawed at my insides as I looked at her. This wasn't the loving, protected mother I knew. This was someone else. Good girl, she whispered, the eerie smile never leaving her face. She stood up, the axe gleaming under the dim light. Now, it's just the two of us. Nobody will ever hurt us again. As she walked past me, heading for the stairs, her hand lightly brushed against mine. It was so cold, almost lifeless. The sight of my dad's corpse behind her seemed trivial in comparison to the chilling grip of fear that was now threatening to consume me. Mama has to do something, sweetheart, she said, her voice echoing eerily through the house as she disappeared downstairs. Stay here and don't you dare come out of this room. The night fell into a deafening silence once again. I stood there, frozen, the eerie smile of my mother ingrained in my mind. A thought began to creep into my mind, filling me with a fear more terrifying than my father ever did. The monster wasn't just my father. I was saved from one terror only to be thrust into another, possibly far worse. Just then, I heard a noise. A heavy dragging sound, a muffled thump. Then, my mother's voice, singing a lullaby, the words twisted and dark. I had no idea what she was doing downstairs, but the dread I felt was immeasurable. I was trapped with a new monster in the house, a monster far more terrifying because it wore the face of my mother. And as the night grew darker, her singing grew louder. The last thing I remember was her terrifying voice echoing through the house as I hid under the bed, my small body trembling uncontrollably. In the shadows, I realized she stopped singing. No more lullabies. The silence was interrupted with a familiar phrase. Lily, baby, mommy's home. Come out and mommy won't be mad. The realization sank in. I was not saved. Not really. I was still in danger. The nightmare had just begun. I am the Wendigo, and you have made a grave mistake. The clock strikes closer to 12 a.m., leaving me frantically running around my small home rushing to perform my nightly rituals, ensuring the front and back doors are locked and the latches are in place. Every window is sealed and the locks pushed all the way towards the right, as tightly as possible. The windows are covered as to prevent myself from being vulnerable to all that lurks in the night. I rush up the stairs of my small 2-story home, which rests on the border of the forest composing of the Appalachian Mountains. Alone night after night since my husband died in a biking accident just mere miles from where I sleep, I am compelled to follow his voice once it reveals itself, always at the tick of 12 a.m. He calls for me through my windows, through the back and front doors, and from the edge of the woods from which he took his last breath in over a month ago. The locals claim it was not an accident which caused his death, but rather the entities testing their limits as they become stronger with each full moon. Born and raised amongst these mountains, I know better than anyone the dangers of awaking the creatures that roam in the night, but perhaps my foreign husband was never the cautious and careful man I believed him to be. Perhaps he took my warnings for granted, my tales of the Wendigo which roam the edge of the forest night after night, looking for a prey that dares to step out of their home base at all the wrong hours. The tales of the eyes which watch day and night, reporting back to that which controls them as a honeybee does its queen. The tales which are not mere tales but rather a recount of the dogman who heard the innocent bystander who forgot the don't hear, don't see, don't speak rule that strikes once the sun releases its protective grasp over the range after 7 p.m. My husband, an innocent yet naive man, must have woken that which I speak of, and now his soul is entwined with the woods which devoured his body and earned for another victim. I am not ignorant to his screams for me, for I know they are the entity which mimics his voice, trying to encourage me to follow and become that which has befallen my husband. The nightly rituals are a must, but I find myself struggling to pick up the load that my husband once carried. As I lay in my bed, I recount all I've done to ensure every task was taken care of. The front and back doors are locked. Check. The windows are latched and covered. Check. The salt is poured around the borders of my home. Check. The tick-tock, tick-tock, the clock strikes 12 a.m. My heart skips a beat as I wait for the screams from my husband to arise outside. Or at least what sounds like him. Though the sounds threaten to rip my eardrums and possess a chokehold over me which can only be released by following his voice, as long as he cannot enter this house I am safe. I digress, finishing my mental to-do list. The basement cellar is latched in the chimney. Oh, the chimney. Immediately shaking, I throw the covers off of me and sprint to my chimney. Oh, please God, don't let him notice. All I have to do is pull the handle to close the vent. Sprinting down my flight of stairs, I'm almost there when my ankle twists and I fall down the stairs howling in pain. Sweat beads around my hairline as I dare look down at my ankle. Slowly drawing my gaze to the immense pain I feel and the warmth that pools around my leg, I look down to see my ankle bone protruding from my skin, breaking slowly as the flesh peels from my body, releasing a howl from pain loud enough for every creature to hear. As I bite down on my tongue and taste the blood pool, redirecting my attention, I hear the thuds of footsteps on my roof. Oh God, please don't be him. Save me. Oh, please save me. Attempting to grasp the railing and pull myself up, I immediately fall, recognizing my fate. Nails create a high-pitched screeching sound. As the entity inside my husband's decayed body emerges from the chimney, my heart screams in terror and helplessness. His once vibrant blue eyes are replaced by deep hollow sockets, his mouth hanging ajar to reveal a disfigured smile. Despite the repugnance, an undeniable recognition of my husband flashes through me, further torturing my wounded soul. I keep crawling backward, with every inch of me screaming to run. The floor is slick with my blood now, trailing behind me in a ghastly reminder of my impending doom. But something in my mind ignites, the survival instinct or the stubborn defiance, I couldn't tell. My trembling hands reach out, searching for something, anything, to defend myself with, landing on the metal fire poker lying next to the fireplace. I'm no longer the fearful woman who cowered behind safety rituals. As the creature stumbles towards me, its grotesque hands outstretched, I prop myself against the wall. I tighten my grip on the fire poker, my last line of defense. As the thing draws closer, I notice something strange in its hollowed eyes, a flicker of recognition, regret, pain. Suddenly, a gut-wrenching roar echoes from the woods, more powerful and terrifying than anything I've heard before. The creature in front of me freezes, a low growl rumbling in its throat. Its attention is now fixed on the locked front door. Fear for what's coming chills my blood, but I don't have time to think. I summon all my strength and, with a furious yell, drive the poker through its chest. The creature's roar is swallowed by the echo from the woods, and it collapses on the floor, disintegrating into a pile of dust. Exhausted, I fall back against the wall, gasping for breath, my vision fading. The roar from outside draws closer and closer, until it's right outside my front door. Suddenly, the sturdy oak door splinters open. A creature, unlike anything I've ever heard or seen in the tales, steps inside, its eyes burning with an infernal glow. I hear a whisper, as if it's speaking directly into my mind. I am the Wendigo, it declares, its voice like the chill of a winter's wind. And you have made a grave mistake. You have just slain my husband. Every night, I have someone else's dream. Ever since I can remember, I don't know if I ever had a dream that I could truly call my own. A dream that wasn't a reflection of someone else's thoughts, feelings or memories. And you know, I always thought I knew more about dreams than anyone else, considering my condition. But thinking about it now, I never really had the true experience. The moment I lay down on bed, close my eyes and let my thoughts drift away, to most people, that's when they truly are within themselves. But to me, it's like entering someone else's home, except I wasn't invited. Or better yet, watching it all through a window in their homes, because they can't see me and I can't really interfere. I just know these aren't my thoughts or feelings. These experiences aren't my own. It has been like this ever since I was a child. Once I go to sleep and lose consciousness, I slowly perceive myself being in a strange and often unfamiliar place, always as a distant observer. And yes, if you're wondering, it's exactly as dreams are supposed to be. Oniric is the right word. Sometimes they are simply weird, the geometry doesn't make any sense or the place isn't clearly defined. Or maybe it's a distorted version of a place I do know. Or even a faithful recreation of it. The scenery may be ever-changing. Whatever the case, I can usually move freely, usually walking as I do in real life. If I see someone inside the dream, though, I can't really interact with them or change anything. Doesn't matter what I say or do. I'm just there, and they can't see me either. I can only experience it, again, as an observer. But it didn't take long for younger me to make the correlation between these experiences and the people themselves. I would dream about a colleague in school, hiding himself in a version of our classroom while a tsunami ripped off the walls outside. And then a day later, I would discover said colleague was feeling very anxious about our final exams, and that had affected his state of mind. And yeah, if I asked, he would tell me he had the same dream I experienced the previous night. An impossible coincidence repeating itself almost every night. These experiences are so personal that I ended up discovering a lot of things about the people in my life. Even things I didn't want to know. Not that I like to invade their privacy, but I don't really have a choice. While I am there, I stay in until the dream ends or if I wake up for some reason or another. It was through dreams that I found out my dad was cheating on my mom. That my best friend was in love, and that my sister had arachnophobia. I trained myself to keep some of the things I see and experience out of my mind, though. So I won't judge the people I know based on them. After all, you don't really have control over what you dream about. And yeah, nightmares are part of it, too. Though they are not really that scary if you're not the one having it. But yeah, it's been like that my entire life. Never told anyone, except for my grandmother. And that's because she had the same condition. I first discovered it when I was about 6 or 7 years old. It's hard to remember clearly, but I was experiencing a dream my mom was having. I can barely remember what it was about. What I do remember, though, was feeling lonely. Trying to reach out to mom, but she couldn't see me there. There was even a version of me in her dreams, but it wasn't me. She couldn't see me. Then I felt something touch my hand. And this warm presence, I guess it's the best way to describe it. I felt immediately comforted. I looked around but there was nothing. Still, I was sure I wasn't totally alone. Someone familiar was there with me. I didn't know it at the time, but it was my grandmother. The following day, she visited us by surprise, bringing sweets with her. And after a while, she called me into my room and we talked, alone, far from my parents or my sister. She didn't want them to listen. She explained to me that I shouldn't be scared. She had the same condition as I. She had it for her entire life. Told me it's a special gift, something only very few people have. And that I should always keep it a secret. She hadn't told anyone, not even grandfather, and now I was the only one in the family who knew. She had found me last night because she, too, was an intruder in my mother's dream. It was by pure chance, but both our consciousness were present there at the same time. She saw me, but I remember not being able to see her, though I only felt her. She told me that in due time, I would be able to see her too. I asked a lot of questions. But it was clear Grandma didn't have all the answers, or maybe she just chose to keep most of them to herself. Mostly, though, she reiterated many times that I shouldn't be scared. These experiences were normal to us, and they didn't represent any danger. With one exception. She was very adamant about this, which at the time made very little sense to me. If I ever saw a dark figure in the dreams of others, some kind of distorted shadow, and if it ever appeared again and again, then I should tell her immediately. I asked her what that was supposed to mean. What was that dark shadow? And yeah, like you probably guessed, I didn't get an answer. She simply smiled, and said she would tell me once I got older. She died a few years later, though. And I never got the answer. I wasn't thinking about it then, of course. I was so deeply affected by her loss, I never stopped to think about all the things left unsaid, answers I would never have. We were so close, I felt like a part of me went with her. But life went on. I grew up, got into college, got a job, and never told anyone about my gift. And after a long time, I forgot all about the distorted shadows Grandma warned me about. Well, until last week. I was on the beach. Not a real one, but inside the dreams of my roommate in college. I sat on the sand, facing the sea, and watching as his dream version playfully chased a girl into the water. It must have been the second or third time he had dreamt that same scenario, and it would never not be funny to me. But that's when I noticed something. It attracted my gaze, all the way across the sea. On that beautiful, picture-perfect sunny day, it was like a black spot on a canvas. Distant, but impossible not to notice. A shadow. I couldn't see it that well. From that distance, I could barely discern that it was somewhat humanoid. But the darkness of it stuck out like a sore thumb. It didn't move, and it didn't do anything. It just stood there, in the distance. And I didn't do anything either. After a while, the dream ended, and both me and my colleague woke up. Of course, I didn't ask him if he had seen it. Initially, I tried rationalizing it. Telling myself it was just some weird thing in my friend's dream, a product of his subconscious, and it wasn't there because of me. I even gaslighted myself into thinking it wouldn't happen again, and that I didn't remember the exact words my grandmother used when describing the shadow. But no, because the following night, I saw it again. At the dream of one of my college professors. But this time, there were two shadows. Standing side by side. Still lurking at a distance, in the dream's distorted version of a local shopping mall. Still, they seemed slightly closer. I didn't get near them, of course. No way in hell I would do that. I tried to stay the farthest I could until the dream ended. But I couldn't even force myself to wake up. It was as if I was stuck there. I had been an intruder in the minds of these people for so long. And now it felt like I was found out. Exposed. And they were watching me. Maybe. Judging me. That thought scared me to my core. What, or who these things are, all I know is that they represent danger. And I don't know how to face it. Every night that passed, I would have someone else's dreams. And then those shadows would appear. 2, then 4, then 6. They were multiplying, and as they multiplied, they also got closer and closer to me. And I can discern them quite well now. Humanoid. Figures. Dark as night. No face, long arms with shoulders fallen to the side. They have this slight oscillation on their bodies, like characters in an old movie. I don't know what to do, other than to keep myself awake for as long as I can. And I can't focus on anything else. All that passes through my mind are thoughts of what's going to happen once they reach me. Will I die? I don't know. But I'm desperate and don't know what to do. That's why I decided to post this online, breaking the promise that I made to my grandmother. Because if there's someone out there, someone with the same condition as me, and who has faced these shadows before, then I need help. What do I do now? How can I fight them? Can you please help me? It felt as if I was screaming into an echo chamber, silently waiting for a response. In my desperation to stay awake, I resort to drinking excessive amounts of coffee, taking caffeine pills, and even trying meditation techniques. My body is screaming for rest, but my fear of those shadowy figures, always waiting in the dreams of others, keeps me from sleep. One night, after nearly a week of self-enforced insomnia, I can no longer resist the call of sleep and fall into a deep, desperate slumber right there on my couch. I find myself in a dream, but for the first time, the dream is mine. It's my home, perfectly replicated down to the smallest detail. As I wander through my dream in my home, I feel an ominous presence. I turn around, and there they are, the shadows, closer than ever before, standing in my living room. The air is heavy, and I can feel their gaze on me, even in their faceless state. I notice a mirror hanging on the wall. With a sense of dread, I walk towards it and catch my reflection. My face. It isn't mine. It's a blur, morphing, changing. The terror grips me as I realize I am slowly transforming into one of the shadowy figures. With a shock, I wake up on the couch, my heart pounding, breath ragged. I ran to the nearest mirror in my house, desperate to see my reflection. It's normal, thank God. But as I look closely, my eyes, they're darker than I remember. The iris seems to be shifting, subtly oscillating, like characters in an old movie. And then I hear it, a low, shadowy whisper. It seems to be coming from within me. Welcome, it hisses, and the room suddenly feels much colder. Pregnancy cravings were far worse than I had imagined. I've heard that when a woman is pregnant, they tend to want to eat various foods. Normal, human food. Or so I thought. Initially, the news of my wife's pregnancy brought forth a flood of joy, laughter, and tender anticipation. It was our first child, and the very prospect of bringing a new life into this world filled us with a sense of purpose, with an unparalleled joy that glowed in our hearts like a never-setting sun. Months whizzed past in a joyous days of doctor visits, shopping for tiny clothes, discussing names, and planning for the perfect nursery. But around the 4th month of the pregnancy, the first signs of an aberration surfaced. My wife began to experience the typical food cravings associated with pregnancy, or so we believed at the time. She woke me up at midnight, longing for a cold glass of chocolate milk. Breakfast was often pickles slathered in peanut butter. Pizza topped with anchovies became a sudden favorite. The cravings were unusual, intense even, but we brushed them aside as normal pregnancy quirks, choosing to laugh at the peculiarities. As time marched on, though, the laughter began to fade. My wife didn't just crave these foods, she needed them in a way that seemed both obsessive and alarming. Deprivation led to severe discomfort. She would end up almost bedridden, writhing in agony. Our repeated visits to doctors resulted in nothing but puzzled expressions and a suggestion to simply yield to her whims. By the 6th month, the whims had evolved into bizarre demands. Her cravings began to take a grotesque form, the likes of which would have made the bravest stomach churn. It wasn't just food she wanted now, but life animals. I remember the dreadful afternoon when, pale and shaking, she confessed her need to consume a live rat. The mere idea was repugnant, yet her suffering was impossible to ignore. Driven by a desperate desire to relieve her of her pain, I yielded, crossing lines I never thought I'd cross. My love for her, my need to protect her, drove me to unthinkable lengths. As we reached the 9th month, a tiny sliver of hope lit up in our hearts. We desperately clung to the belief that with the birth of our child, this bizarre nightmare would finally end. But destiny, it seemed, had one final, cruel trick to play. One day, while she gazed longingly at the neighborhood children playing in the street, my wife turned towards me. Her eyes were clouded with a fear I'd never seen before. Her voice, barely a whisper, confessed her latest, most horrifying craving. She desired a child. Not our unborn baby, but a living, human child. The words hung in the air like a guillotine blade, cold and merciless. The thought terrified both of us, and we were paralyzed by the fear of what she had become. When her craving was not met, her reaction was unprecedented. Her body convulsed in violent spasms, her strength seemed to multiply, and her cries echoed off the walls like a wild animal in a trap. I managed to restrain her to the bed, fearing for her safety, for our child's safety, and for the sanity that seemed to be slipping from our grasp. The following moments were a blur. Overwhelmed by a crushing sense of despair and desperation, I called the police, pleading for them to take her away, to protect her from herself. When we returned to her room, a deafening silence had replaced the wild screams. A cold dread pooled in my stomach as I eased the door open, steeling myself for what I would find. The sight that met my eyes was beyond anything I could have imagined. My wife sat there, her wrists broken, her body filthy and bloodied. She was unclothed, her belly torn open, and she clutched a piece of flesh, chewing on it with a raw, primitive intensity. Her eyes, however, were the most haunting. Gone was the feral madness, replaced by a profound sadness that cut me deeper than any blade. Tears coursed down her cheeks as she looked at me, her voice barely a whisper amidst her sobs. "I'm so sorry," she managed. "I was just so hungry. I was able to connect with my past life, and I witnessed my death." The room was bleak black with a subtle dripping of water from old pipes somewhere unseen. A buzzing light bulb flickered above me. The cold air frosted my bare skin and my toes curled black from frostbite. I desperately wanted to bend over and warm them, but I could not break free from the binds tying me to the wooden table. For a while I waited, half standing and half laying on the angled board. Nothing to hear but the drip 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 of water and nothing to see but the misty fog of my breath. I heard a door open in the room behind the table. I craned my neck but could not see it. I tried to speak until I realized that my tongue had been cut out, leaving only the stump of muscle in the back of my mouth. I cried and pleaded through gargled sounds until the man appeared in my periphery. Half of him was shadow, half of him was lit from the flickers of the bulb. I could not see into his eyes through the glare of his round, wire eyeglasses. All I saw were bushy eyebrows and a matching mustache. A sickening grin that stretched the wrinkles of his chapped and pale skin. "This, my dear, is the final solution," he said through crooked yellow teeth. "Your actions have consequences." I wondered, what is he talking about? Consequences for what? In his hand was a long needle with clear liquid inside. He flicked it twice while I writhed in my shackles to free myself. He held my bicep down with a cold and bony hand that was far stronger than it appeared. With his other hand he administered the mysterious liquid into my vein. Instantly I felt ice fire substance flowing through me. The pain was unimaginable as the venom traveled through every artery and vein in my body. A vast network of sensation that filled my heart with burning heat and freezing cold. I let out a gargled wail. And I was awake. I shot straight up from my bathtub, breathing hard. I stumbled and tripped until I reached the light switch. My breathing subsided. I was back where I had begun. My hyperventilating turned into laughing. I laughed and couldn't stop even as I dried off and redressed. After years and years of attempts I had finally made contact with my previous life. I had finally bridged the gap and could begin a deeper exploration. You see, as a child I had often had glimpses of my previous lives. Very vivid visions which my parents did not believe but which were so clear that they couldn't possibly be fake. All my life I have tried to find ways to make the connection from this life to any of the last. I researched through the strangest of websites. I had been scammed by guru after guru. Spoken with hundreds of psychiatrists, both legitimate and less so. Finally I had found a method that worked. A friend of mine who I had met online and had gone on several spirit journeys with had mentioned a new organization that they had been working with. It was run by a psychic scientist who went unnamed but who believed that reincarnation was not only true but that communication between lives was possible. Instantly I wanted in. This was everything I had lived my life around for as long as I could remember. They sent me a link to the website. Of course it had a paywall, but I wasn't about to let 49.99 get in the way of my destiny. I won't describe every step of the process, but I will tell you that the philosophy behind it was that in order to begin the journey one must first create a bridge between the most recent death and rebirth. I had to create a makeshift sensory deprivation chamber. Inside of this I had to completely clear my mind and try to return to the moment my spirit entered into this body. Only when one properly mimics that state of being is it possible to make the jump to the last time one's spirit inhabited the previous vessel. Every day before and after work I did this. I used my bathtub and turned off the lights. I plugged my ears and focused on clearing my mind. It was far from ideal. It didn't work for the first couple weeks. I was beginning to give up until today. I truly was more excited than I had ever been in my life. The grim details of the death were unsettling to be sure, but that was entirely negated by realizing my truth for the first time. As soon as I got out of the tub, I hurried to my computer and onto the website. I found a way to message the creator, though I still could not find his name. I'm sure my email was less than professional and not at all as coherent as I would have liked, but I needed to give my thanks to the creator for finally allowing me to reach my other incarnations. I also asked if they had any new advice or steps to follow as I proceeded in my journey. And then I waited. I paced around my apartment, barely able to contain the excitement that was bubbling inside me. My eyes darted over to the computer every few seconds, hoping for a reply. Just as I was about to give up and get some sleep, I heard a ding from my laptop. An email had come in. My heart pounded as I clicked it open. It was from the mysterious creator of the site. Their message was simple: congratulations on your breakthrough. Remember, every journey is unique. Take your time, do not rush the process. I found it odd, though, that the email was signed with an image file. It was of a pair of round wire eyeglasses. I felt a shiver run down my spine. It was the same pair that the man in my vision had been wearing. Suddenly, my phone started to ring. An unknown number. I answered it, but there was no response, only the distant sound of dripping water. My heart pounded in my chest as an icy realization gripped me. The death I'd witnessed wasn't just a past life. The man who unalived me was still out there, possibly watching me, maybe even running the organization that had led me to remember. But, how did he know about me? Was he drawn to me as I was drawn to my past? Or was he after something else, something darker? As the call ended, leaving me in stunned silence, the light bulb in my room began to flicker, matching the rhythm of the dripping water on the other end of the line. I was left standing there, in the darkness, my heart beating in my chest, fear creeping up my spine. It was no longer just about discovering my past lives. Now, it was about staying alive in this one. And with that horrifying thought, the room plunged into total darkness. I shouldn't have given them the candy. My beer had gone warm on the side table, my hand still curled around the can. I winced as I unwrapped my fingers. Something had woken me up. The TV droned on in the background, the senseless drivel of late-night programming flickering across the room. Maybe it was just some high school kids out after some Halloween party, out on the streets, making some noise that woke me up. I checked the time. Past midnight. I was glad that I'd invested in a little security for my house. Just the basics, really. A good camera to cover my front lawn. Motion-activated lights around the front and back. I was trying to make the tough decision of whether to clear up the mess right there and then or to just kick the can down the road till the next morning when a loud banging at the door shattered the silence. The can bounced off the floor, warm beer spraying across the bottom of my track pants. The shock left me too numb even to swear. I had just set the can back upright when the knocking sounded again. That arrhythmic knock, increasingly impatient, the tempo building up as I stepped towards the door. I peered around the edge of the window. I saw nothing but my pale face in the glass. It was pitch dark outside. Why wasn't the light working? The knocking stopped. A tree branch perhaps. Or something else tapping on the porch. The peephole glared at me, that little glass orb suddenly bulging with some half-promised horror. I swallowed. Or I tried. My throat was dry, the warm beer on the floor suddenly inviting. "It's nothing," I said out loud, hoping that the familiar echo of my voice off the walls would ground me somehow. I walked up to the door and peered out, only seeing the orange cones cast by the halogen streetlights, a distance away. Nothing. I thought to myself, feeling childishly stupid. I sucked in a deep breath, feeling my lungs strain, then let the air stream out slowly. Then, another knock. I turned back around to face the door. My heart punched at the inside of my chest, its crazed dance playing counterpoint to the knocking. I wasn't surprised to see my hand shake as I reached for the doorknob. Our town was a safe one, far from the troubles of the big cities, or so we'd read in the papers. We had little more to fear in the night than seeing our trash strewn across the yard by the nimble fingers of raccoons. I threw the door open. The porch lights winked on, suddenly blinding me. I blinked away the white spots from my vision. A pair of children stood on my porch. They must have been 9 or 10. I couldn't see much more of them, because they were in the classic Halloween getup, a simple sheet draped over each of them, a pair of holes cut out for them to see through. A pair of small baskets for candy broke the smooth lines of the sheets. The toes of brand new dress shoes peeked out from under the sheets. A boy and a girl, I thought. Trick or treat. Such a common refrain. I'd expected the words, but not the delivery. There were but 2 figures in front of me, yet their voices seemed to come from a great distance away. Trick or treat. The pair spoke again. I felt a little discomforted at the distortion in their voices. More than the weird volume, their voices seemed to blend into each other's, with some strange harmonics at play at the edges. It seemed almost as though there was a choir of 2, just there, speaking to me. Treat, I guess, I said. More than anything, I wanted those 2 away from my house. The whole situation felt wrong, the familiar veneer of the season concealing something deeper. Something rotten, like that small panic when biting into a fruit and feeling that lack of resistance, your teeth sinking into soft mush instead of sweet flesh. For a moment, I blamed the haze of alcohol, the dregs of sleep clouding my judgment, but adrenaline had swept those far away. My fear was true. I turned to the counter where I kept my keys and grabbed for the bag of candy I had prepared for the occasion. I was half hoping that the 2 figures would be gone when I returned to the door. That they'd been a figment of my imagination, perhaps a shadow of some dream brought on by cheap horror movies and cold pizza. I had no such luck. The pair hadn't moved an inch. They each raised their baskets. There was already an assortment of candy there. They'd had a good day. A bit late for you guys to be out, isn't it? Where are your parents? The only answer I got was an impatient shaking of the baskets, the rasp of candy wrappers rustling. I held out a handful of candy, ready to drop it and call it a night. I expected to see a small pale hand clutching at the handle of the basket. Instead, I saw the anemic matte sheen of plastic. The basket was draped off the plastic hand of some kind of store mannequin. I was more than thoroughly creeped out by this effective little trick. I shrugged. Maybe the voices were recorded, a little technology to bolster an otherwise traditional costume. I felt the fear melting away as I explained it to myself in my head. Just some clever little children, probably with the help of an adult. Smart, I thought. It had certainly got me going for a while. Stay safe, I told them, dropping the last of the candy into the baskets. They didn't acknowledge me, they just stood still on the worn wooden boards of my porch. I shut the door on them. The window darkened as the light on the porch shut off. Odd, maybe the motion detection stopped working. Some unbidden instinct told me to stay there and wait. I heard the unmistakable sound of footsteps on the porch as the 2 walked off. Still the light stayed dark. My relief grew as the odd strangers left my property. Still, something didn't sit right. Something wasn't right. The light was working. It turned on when it detected me. It saw me. It didn't see the kids. The sensor was working. It was state-of-the-art. Passive infrared. Detected motion by detecting changes in temperature. Like a human body. Like mine but not the kids. Whatever was under those pristine white sheets wasn't warm at all. The realization washed over me, like an ice cube running down my spine. My breath came in short rasps. I had to see. I had to know. I could barely bring my hand to the curtains, they were shaking so bad. When I pinched the edge of the curtain between my thumb and my finger, the curtain began to undulate wildly. I filled my lungs and peered out through the glass. They were still there, barely 20 yards away. Doing nothing. Just standing there, motionless, facing the street. As I watched, they both swiveled their heads, in perfect tandem, to affix 2 pairs of fathomless eye holes on the window. There was no way. There was no way they could have seen me come to the window. I had to put the back of my hand in my mouth and bite down hard to keep from calling out. They knew. They knew I was there. I backed away from the window, dragging my leaden feet over the carpeted floor. I barely noticed when my heel knocked the can back. The beer leaked out onto the carpet, leaving a widening patch in front of me. I couldn't believe the raw, animal fear those 2 had summoned up in me. Every instinct I had told me to run. Run. Get help. Anything but stay and be trapped in my own house. What could I do? Call the police and tell them that I was scared of 2 little children trick-or-treating? Call one of my friends past midnight and ask them to come over like a little boy crawling to his parents' room after a nightmare? The situation was ridiculous. My mind told me so. That there had to be a rational explanation for everything. But I could not explain away the light, fluttery feeling in my stomach. I could not rationalize the prickly lump at the back of my throat. They'd only said 3 words to me, in those unearthly tones. Who knew how cold those lips were? I shut the door to the kitchen, the sound echoing through the empty house. I turned my chair to face the front door. And then I waited, white-knuckled, for the dawn to come. I must have fallen asleep sometime during that long, cold wait. Not daring to move from my chair, paralyzed with fear that one of those shrouded children would appear at my window, or worse yet, behind me. But even that manic store of energy wore out as the night wound to a close. I was woken up by a polite knock on the front door. Gathering his courage, I opened the door to see our deputy standing on my porch, looking somber. "Morning," the deputy said, his usual joviality absent. "Mind if I come in?" Confused, but relieved to see a friendly face, I let him in. The deputy looked uneasy as he took off his hat and cleared his throat. "We have some bad news," he started, avoiding direct eye contact. 2 kids went missing last night, a brother and sister. We found their clothes this morning near the edge of town, right where the forest starts. We also found a pair of sheets. I felt a chill sweep over me, my blood turning to ice. The deputy continued, "We found something else, a pair of candy baskets, right next to the clothes." The deputy fixed him with a piercing gaze. Did you have any visitors last night?" I felt my stomach lurch. The images of those sheet-clad figures flashed before my eyes. I didn't have time to respond to him, as another knock resonated through the silence of the house. This one more assertive, almost forceful. The deputy gave me a reassuring nod, his hand on his holster. I went to open the door, my nerves frayed. A courier stood there, holding a small package. "Delivery for this address," he said, almost impatiently, shoving the package into my hands before quickly departing. I closed the door and looked at the package, my heart pounding. It was light, with a soft padding. I tore it open, my hands shaking. The world stopped when I saw what was inside, 2 plastic mannequin hands. My blood ran cold. Those weren't just any mannequin hands. They were eerily identical to the ones I'd seen the night before, those pale, plastic hands sticking out from the ghostly sheets. Suddenly, a chorus of distorted children's laughter filled the house, a chilling echo from last night. The laughter didn't just sound like it was inside my house. It sounded like it was everywhere, surrounding me. Something is trying to eat me while I sleep. It was a few weeks ago that I first noticed the stench. A stringent, chemical odor mixed with a sickly metallic sweetness and the stink of raw sewage. At first, it was just a slight whiff emanating up from the worn-out old garbage disposal in our kitchen. Sluggish to start, noisy and barely working, it was just one more thing that we hadn't gotten around to replacing yet. Soon though, it was so rotten and thick that it was difficult not to gag if you brought your face near the sink. It was like being shouted at by someone who hasn't brushed their teeth in years, hot, humid and festering. My fiancée, Miriam, had commented on it too. She mentioned the old disposal when I asked her what she thought the source was. But then, it started to come from the bathroom sink as well. We decided to call a plumber to see if he could figure out just what was causing it. A rough-looking man of around 50 showed up the next day, equipped with a large, metal-bodied mechanical snake. I saw him wrinkle his nose as the smell hit him. He sent the mechanical snake down the drain, weaving its way through dark and dripping labyrinths in search of whatever putrid mess was in our pipes. But it came up empty. "There's got to be something down there," I said. "Or else why would it smell so bad?" "I know. The snake just isn't getting it this time for some reason. I'm going to try going through the trap in the basement. I'm not sure it'll make a difference, but I'll give it a shot." I waited upstairs while he did. Within a few minutes I heard a loud crash, as if he'd fallen into some of the plethora of junk in our cellar. I yelled down asking if he was alright, but got no reply. I just heard frantic bustling as if he were trying to get his stuff together. I was about to go down to check on him when he came rocketing up the cellar stairs with all of his things in tow. His face was as pale as Arctic ice and his expression just as cold. He pushed his way past me and out the door. "What happened?" I yelled, but he just got in his van and left. Later, I tried phoning him, but my calls just kept getting sent to voicemail on the first ring. That night, my dreams were filled with small, clicking sounds, like large, insectal footsteps, coming from all around me. In the morning, Miriam spoke of dreams in which something hard and pointed was touching her leg as she slept. I looked around a bit for anything suspicious, but dreams seemed the most likely explanation. In the next few days we tried calling other plumbers, but got nothing but a series of voicemails again. The few that did answer said they were booked out for weeks. I was starting to wonder if the first plumber had blackballed us for some reason. The next 2 nights the stench got so bad we had to leave the bedroom windows open and turn fans on. The dreams continued and we slept little. On the 3rd night, I woke up to Miriam screaming. What's wrong? Something just bit my leg," she yelled frantically. "Are you sure you weren't dreaming again?" "No. This was not a dream." "Are you sure it wasn't Randy?" I said, referring to our remaining cat. "Yes. He doesn't bite, and even if he did he wouldn't bite that hard." As she was saying this she pushed back the bedsheets to expose her calves and ankles. There, on her left leg, was a close grouping of puncture wounds, almost like those of a snake or spider, except there were 6 holes, from 6 teeth. We scoured the room for whatever did it, checking in the closet, under the bed and in the bathroom. We found nothing. Except the footprints. They were a series of closely set, sharply hooked, teardrop-shaped marks, running perfectly parallel like a set of train tracks, spaced about 8 inches apart. I felt my skin crawl and I watched Miriam shudder. What kind of creature could have made them? We had no idea. The tracks started at the foot of the bed, next to where Miriam slept, in a splatter of some inky black secretion that gave off a dirty chemical odor, like that of an abnormally pungent sewage treatment plant. They led away towards the door. We followed them out of the bedroom and down the stairs where they turned left through the dining room. About halfway past the dinner table, they faded out, the stinking, slimy muck that they were formed from having gradually worn off. It was clear, however, where they were headed. The door to the basement was a mere 15 feet away. I took Miriam to the ER for the bite. There was much discussion amongst the staff over what kind of animal was responsible, but no conclusions were made. One doctor assumed it had to be the cat and that the configuration was just an illusion created by multiple bites. That didn't make sense to me, but I kept my mouth shut as it didn't matter anyway. They cleaned the wound, bandaged it, then gave her antibiotics for any possible infection. After that we were on our way. Understandably, Miriam didn't want to stay in the house anymore. So when we got back we began to pack up our things. I called my parents and explained to them what was happening and that we'd be coming over. However, it wasn't long before we realized that something was off. Randy, our friendly and energetic feline, should have been winding around our ankles and meowing at us, curious as to what we were up to at such an ungodly hour. But he wasn't. His absence was conspicuous. Again, we looked behind furniture, under beds, in our many closets and in the garage. We shook the bag of cat treats in and outside of the house. Again, nothing. It was as if he had vanished into thin air while we were away. After talking it over a bit, we decided we couldn't leave him behind in this house with whatever terrible thing was lurking in it. I volunteered to stay behind and keep looking. Miriam would go ahead to my parents. She wasn't happy about it, but agreed. I searched the whole house again, looking in every nook and cranny for the furry little animal. I turned the first and second floors upside down. Still, nothing. However, I knew there was one area of the house we had been avoiding. I shuddered at the thought. Whatever foul thing had bitten my fiancée and possibly killed my 2 cats had gone down there, and was probably still there. I thought of my sweet little friend. I thought about him, scared and in pain. I thought about never knowing what happened to him. I mustered up my courage, took a deep breath and walked towards the cellar stairs. Step by step, I descended the splintery old wooden risers, jumping at every little creaking noise they made. I tried in vain to control my breathing. My heart beat against my ribcage. I flipped the switch at the bottom and watched as the light slowly flickered on. I looked around at the mounds of clutter that were heaped almost everywhere throughout the gloomy space. I'd never realized the horror of it until now. If something, cat or otherwise, were hiding in the house, this was the perfect place for it. Almost anything could be hiding in a mess like this. I looked up in the rafters, behind the pipes that ran along the walls and in the shadows under the stairs, constantly alert for anything that might bite or claw or sting. I found nothing. Just when I was about to give up, I came to the trap that the plumber had been working at the other day. Something looked off about it. The screw cap was where it should be, but it was askew, as if it were just resting there and not screwed in. I tested it and, sure enough, it was just sitting there. The threads had been stripped, violently by the look of it. On the pipes surrounding it was the stinking black fluid we had found in the bedroom. Within that, were little droplets of blood. My hands shaking uncontrollably, I reached for the cap again. As I pulled it out of the hole, the stench hit me hard, like a bucket of rotten fish gets thrown in my face. I gagged violently, barely keeping down last night's dinner, then covered my mouth with my shirt. Slowly, I lowered my head to look within, hoping to God that I wouldn't see the remains of my poor dead cat inside. I had to look though. I had to be sure I wasn't leaving him behind in this awful place. I brought my eyes level with the opening, took a deep breath, then gazed into the depths. I could see just to an elbow in the pipe, about 6 feet in. It was pitch dark, but I thought I could just make out the faintest movement at the corner. The hairs on my neck stood on end. My breathing quickened. Ra! Randy? I called shakily. The movement was clearer this time and I could hear the clicking noises from my dreams. There was definitely something in there. I whispered his name again, then the thing in the pipe turned and faced me. The eyes. Oh my God, the eyes. It was all I could see. There were so many of them, all moving as one. Glowing yellow embers void of any life or humanity. There must have been 60 of them, all part of one greater whole. I froze, too afraid to move, while simultaneously wanting nothing more than to run. The eyes sat motionless, but something moved below them. Slowly, 6 pairs of glowing translucent fangs emerged from a horrid, unseen mouth. I heard breath escape in a low hiss. I ran. My feet pounded on the stairs like hammers as I ran up towards the top. My heart smashed itself against my ribcage. I sucked air like I'd been trapped underwater. The clicking sounds were approaching fast behind me. I could see the garage door was just ahead of me, only a few yards from the top of the stairs. Instinctively, I reached out for it, overbalancing myself to the front. Hot, hard pain blasted my toes as my foot caught on the top riser. My body pitched forward. My face slammed into the linoleum floor. I don't remember much after that. Just dreams. Dreams of the insecto clicking, tap-tap-tapping all around me. Dreams of a wet chewing sound, like an animal leisurely eating raw meat. Dreams of a fiery pain below my knees. I awoke later in a murky daze, remembering nothing. I was lying on a narrow bed and held in place by nylon straps. The room bounced and swayed. I could hear sirens outside. There was medical equipment everywhere and a man sitting next to me with the letters EMT and a patch on his blue uniform. The word ambulance floated lazily through my brain. What happened? I asked the man almost drunkenly. It took a great effort to make my mouth form the words. Your fiancé called 911 after you didn't answer your phone. When they arrived, the police found you at the top of the basement stairs. You're lucky to be alive, he answered in a shaky, uncertain voice. Why? I asked. What happened to me? We aren't sure. Your leg. We were hoping you might know. What about my leg? I interrupted, raising my voice. He just sat there, staring vacantly at me. What happened to my leg? I shouted. He lifted the sheet that was covering my legs to reveal a bloody, bandaged stump where my left calf and foot should have been. Your leg. It was torn off below the knee. We couldn't find the rest of it. I was told to never enter room 13. I now know why. It seemed like the perfect summer job. A small hotel, a few miles out of town, in need of a few junior staff members to help keep things running during the tourist season. It seemed like exactly what I needed. But I could never have predicted what happened within the walls of that hotel. On my first day, I was paired with an older woman, Kelly, who oversaw the hotel management. She gave me a walkthrough of everything that I had to do, along with several rules and instructions that I had to abide by. It started as a very standard list. Stay out of the way of the guests, keep your uniform clean and tidy, normal things. Then came the final, and most important rule. Kelly seemed to lean in closer to me, her voice almost at a whisper. There's just one more rule, she told me. Do not, under any circumstances, ever go into room 13. Of course, I had a million questions about this strange rule. I had walked past the door to room 13 several times on my tour of the hotel, and it had looked exactly like all of the other doors. What's so special about room 13? I asked Kelly, curious. She shook her head. It's a rule that comes from the hotel owner, Kelly explained. No one is allowed in there, not even me. It's kept locked at all times, and that's all I know about it. I accepted that response, and thought nothing more of it. Perhaps, the hotel owner had his own reasons for keeping the room locked. There was no reason to believe that anything was going on in there. Of course, I later came to realize that I should have seen red flags much sooner. It had been a few weeks of working in the hotel, without problems. Everything had gone smoothly, and I had basically forgotten all about the bizarre rule of room 13. I had become familiar and friendly with my fellow members of staff. I was particularly close with Mark, one of the waiters, or Elizabeth, a housekeeper. I often found myself working closely with Catherine, a junior staff member like myself. Everything was going well, until one night. I was getting ready to go home, one evening after my shift had ended, when Kelly approached me. She explained that her night shift manager had called in sick, and asked if I would do her a favor and stay on for overtime. I agreed, and the first hours of the night shift went smoothly. It was only after all of the guests had retired to their hotel rooms, and gone to sleep, that I finally started to notice something extremely odd. I was walking through the hallways of the hotel, when I passed room 13. I thought nothing of it, until I heard a small noise, almost like a scratching sound, coming from inside the room. It made me stop in my tracks, and my instincts wanted to open the door and see what was going on, but I remembered the rule. Do not go into room 13. Whatever these strange noises were, I would have to ignore them. About an hour later, I was checking my emails in the hotel office, when I heard a loud crash. Thinking that someone was in danger, I rushed up to where I had heard the noise, taking myself all the way up to where I was, once again, standing outside the door of room 13. I could have sworn that I heard the sound coming from in there, but that couldn't be possible. Knowing that I was not allowed to enter room 13, I turned around to walk away. Suddenly, I heard another loud crash. It was undeniable that it had come from room 13. I couldn't ignore all of these strange sounds coming from the room. I had always been taught to act on instinct, and all of my instincts told me that there was something very, very wrong with room 13. Whatever, or whoever, was in there, it was giving me a very strange feeling. I don't quite know what came over me, but I suddenly started to press on the handle of the door, trying to force it open. I was well aware that trying to enter room 13, against the rules, could lose me my job, but I couldn't ignore the noises coming from the room. Something could really be wrong, and I didn't want to take that risk. The door was locked, but it was not impossible to force it open. It took a lot of strength, but eventually, the door opened a crack, and then I was able to pull it open enough for me to be able to carefully slip into the room. The first thing that I noticed was that the room was pitch black inside. I tried to adjust my eyes, but I couldn't see a thing. It was like stepping into a complete void of darkness. I knew where the light switch should have been, so I felt all the way up the wall for it, but there was no switch. I tried to take a step forward into the room, but as I stepped, my foot hit something. It was solid enough to make me lose my balance slightly. Slowly, I bent down to touch whatever this thing was. As soon as I put my hand on it, I could feel that there was something very strange going on. It almost felt like a leg, almost like that of a person. But that couldn't be possible. I reached out, behind me, but all I could feel was another leg, seemingly coming from another body. I reached out again, only to feel another. An arm this time, then a torso, another leg. It was endless. I felt as though I was surrounded. Except, there was something odd about these arms and legs. They just didn't feel quite alive. I immediately felt sick. There was no way, absolutely no way that I could be standing in the middle of a room full of bodies, but it all made sense. The strange rule about not stepping foot in room 13. Of course. It all made sense. This was where the bodies were hidden. I didn't want to believe it, but there seemed like no other explanation. I felt completely sickened, my head spinning, a shiver running up my spine. There was no way. I'd never even seen a dead body before, let alone be surrounded by them in a pitch-black hotel room. Was this what happened to people who entered room 13? I put a hand on the wall to steady myself, and I suddenly felt the light switch. Feeling relieved by that, I quickly turned it on, and watched light flood the room. This was it. I was mentally preparing myself for the sight of, possibly over 20 dead bodies, a sight that would surely make me sick. However, when the light turned on, I was not met with the horrifying sight of countless murder scenes. Instead, all lined up around the room, some perfectly propped up, and others sprawled on the floor, were human-sized, doll-like figures. They looked just, almost human, except for one eerie difference. They didn't have eyes. Just black, void-like holes where eyes should have been. Their necks were oddly floppy too, drooping to the side. What was most horrifying about these life-size dolls was that they almost exactly resembled all of the hotel staff members that I had become so familiar with. I saw the doll version of Kelly, her head falling into her lap. I saw Mark, the waiter, with huge black holes where his eyes should have been. I saw Elizabeth, who was sprawled on the floor, legs sticking out. I even saw Catherine, propped up against the wall, like she was in a child's dollhouse. I wanted to scream, run away, or do anything. This was somehow worse than seeing the disgusting sight of bodies. This was 10 times creepier, and made me feel goosebumps up my arms. I wanted to drive away from the hotel, from the town, and never look back. The one thing that still stuck in my mind was the fact that every single staff member had a doll here, even the newest hires. Everyone had a lifelike, floppy doll, looking like an eyeless corpse. The only doll that was missing, the only member of staff that didn't have a matching doll, was me. There was no doll in room 13 that resembled me. Somehow, that fact was far more chilling. I was about to take my phone out of my pocket, to take photos, or call the police, or do anything about this terrifying situation, when all of a sudden, the room went black. Pitch black. I tried to move again, but I couldn't. My legs would not stand up and run, my arms would not reach out to steady myself. I couldn't move. I was fixed, I was stuck, I was trapped. Just then, I felt someone holding my shoulders, propping me up against the wall. I wanted to scream, or see who it was, but it felt like I was trapped inside my own body. I was completely unable to move. The hands extended my arms and legs, and I even felt the hands around my neck, making it flop forward ever so slightly, just as it had done on the dolls. That was when I realized it. The dolls inside room 13 were not lifelike copies of the hotel staff members, they were the hotel staff members. And I was about to meet the very same fate, in room 13. If only I had just listened. I robbed a house last night and found something I can't explain inside. I rob houses. Look, I'm not a bad person. I lost my job and don't have enough to feed my 3 kids. I only target big, rich houses whose owners are clearly up to their ears in money. I don't break into houses with kids, swing sets in the backyard are an immediate deal breaker. I don't carry a gun or any kind of weapon, because there's too much risk I'll get scared and hurt someone. This is just a temporary thing. For my wife. For my kids. To survive. My latest target was a huge mansion on the north of town. It was the perfect house to rob, placed at the end of a lonely road, far from neighbors and witnesses, and it was clear the owners had a ton of money. The house had all the extras, a captain's walk overlooking the front yard, a massive deck in the back, and several bay windows. I'd driven by the house repeatedly over the past few days, to get a sense of their schedule. It was a man and a woman, the man was tall and stocky, the woman a short blonde. I'd seen them through the dining room window a few times, eating expensive steak and drinking red wine, under a crystal chandelier. Honestly, seeing all that wealth filled me with anger. How many people could they feed, if they just sold one of their beautiful paintings? Or that painted vase, that had its own table in the corner? I guess I'd soon find out. I rolled up to the house at 1 a.m., smiling at how much money I'd make. Maybe I'd even have some leftovers. I could buy Aiden that toy Jeep he really wanted. Or get Maggie something nice. How long had it been since I'd given her a gift? Since she'd enjoyed herself? I climbed out of the car and pulled the hat low over my forehead. Pulled on my gloves, got the large bag out of the backseat. Then I slunk through the grass, quietly, past the immense window in their study. So far, so good. I slid my lock-picking set out. After several minutes, I heard the familiar, satisfying clink. I stepped inside. The house was quiet and dark. I slipped out my flashlight and flicked it on. White light bounced across the marble floor, sparkling in the crystals of the chandelier. I glanced around, forming a plan. That painting, the vase. My eyes lit up as I noticed the woman's purse hanging on a chair. Jackpot. The unmistakable LV of Louis Vuitton graced its surface. Nearly giggling, I grabbed it and slung it over my shoulder. No, wait. I couldn't steal all the stuff inside. Phones and tablets with tracking devices, and credit cards that could be traced through their charges. It was too risky. I emptied the contents on the dining room table. It was surprisingly empty. Tissues, a tube of lipstick, a phone, and a wallet. I picked up the wallet, pulled out the 320s inside, then set the wallet back down. Wait, I froze. Picked the wallet back up. Flipped it open. A driver's license was in the transparent pocket. A woman stared up at me from the small photo. But even in the darkness of the house, I could see it. She was brunette. Yet, the woman I'd seen in the house was blonde. My heart started to pound. I scanned the rest license. Height, 5'8". Eyes, BRN. I aimed the flashlight's beam on the photo, studying the woman's face. Hard to tell if it was the same woman. I'd only seen her from a distance. I set it back on the table, a feeling of unease settling in my gut. Okay. What else? I glanced into the kitchen. In some of the other houses I'd broken into, they had silverware, real silverware. Like, knives and forks made out of silver. Nabbing even a few pieces would get me some good cash. I stepped inside. The room was dimly lit, from the blue light on their super fancy refrigerator. I crept forward, around the immense granite island. Wrapped my fingers around the carved metal handle and tugged. What? Empty. I opened another drawer. Then another. They were all empty. A terrible feeling settled inside me. Just take what you need and get out. I walked back through the kitchen, and back into the foyer. A painting hung on the wall, set in a gilded frame, depicting a roiling ocean under a stormy sky. I grabbed the sides and lifted. It was heavier than I expected, but I was able to lift it off the hook and shove it into the bag. Okay. The purse is easily $1,000, and the painting is probably at least $500. That should be enough for a few months. I turned around to leave, when my eyes caught on the vase. It sat in the corner, perched on a small table. No flowers in it. Apparently it was too good for things that grew in the dirt. The neck and base were a beautiful shade of jade green. Tiny looping handles on either side sparkled gold, and in the center, a painted woman poured water from a jug. I walked over to it, my heart pounding in my chest. Slowly, I lifted it from its perch. Something rattled inside. I froze. Every hair stood on end. I brought it up to my face, examining the woman, the curls of gold. Just leave it. The voice inside me screamed. You have enough. Leave it. Get out of here. I tipped it over. 2 nickels rolled out. I let out a breath I didn't even realize I'd been holding. Then I let out a laugh, a soft hiss through my teeth. What? I thought something scary was in there. Like what? A bone? A finger? A dried up, rotten human heart? Stupid. I threw the vase in the bag. Now, really? Get out of here. But. I glanced across the hall. The door at the end hung open. I could see the edge of a bed, a fancy wooden post, and beyond it, something glistening on the vanity table. Jewelry? Before I could stop myself, my feet were moving forward. I grabbed the edge of the door, slowly pushed it open. No. The sheets were soaked red. Terrible shapes lay in the bed, twisted and still. I stumbled back, a hand clamped over my mouth, fighting the urge to scream. Thump, thump. Footsteps, above me. Did you hear that? A woman's voice. Yeah, a man's voice replied. I think someone's downstairs. I bolted, my feet slipping against the marble floors. Leaving the stolen goods, I ran out of the house, across the front yard. I dove into the car, panting, and peeled out of there. I was right, it was the perfect house to rob. But somebody had gotten there first. Someone has been living under our porch, and I never knew who it was until now. There were a lot of rules in my grandma's house, like no running inside the house with my shoes on and not playing in the garden. Some of them didn't make sense to me, like locking the windows and doors before bed even though we lived miles from society. Turning off the television at 8 and being in bed by 9 was the worst on a night with no school. There were even unspoken rules, ones that I didn't ask my grandma about, things like not sleeping with our arms and legs off the bed. Things like checking the windows and doors twice. Things like not pulling the shower curtain closed all the way, or hiding under beds and in closets, or pulling the cord to the attic off the nail it was wrapped around. Though some things were odd, my grandma was a very well-liked woman. She was lithe and her hair was long, shining a bright silver that looked like it reflected the moonlight. While she usually kept her hair up in a tight bun, making the frown lines on her face prominent, when her hair was down she could have been called beautiful. When my grandpa was alive, he would call her a silver fox, as once she was young and beautiful and quick-tempered, but she was the only one that could say something witty and clever to one of my grandpa's quips. Age made her soften herself, her children made her emotional, my grandpa passing away made her sad and distant, but never once did I question her love for me. Grandpa spent a lot of time out west so his visits home were rare, but wonderful. My grandma used to say she liked having me around when he was gone during the summertime because it made her feel useful. I guess now that I look back on it, my Nana was lonely. I will try to detail the events that happened chronologically, but I was little and I blacked out a lot of my childhood here, with good reason. My grandma lived under the house. I never saw her go to bed once. I never thought too much about it as I was a big kid that could sleep in a bed alone, with my covers tucked around me and my fingers and toes tucked safely away from the edge of the bed. There were quite a few times, though, that she would visit me from the window, standing in her garden bed to whisper things to me from behind the glass. My grandma's face was pressed up against the window pane, smiling with all of her teeth, her hands cupped around her face to see inside a little better. I never questioned it. Why would I? I was just a kid with a silly grandma. There was nothing else to it. Sweetie, can you open the door for me? I'm a little chilly out here. She told me once, her lips moving just slightly to sound out the words she spoke from behind the glass. The window was up high enough that I would see just above her collarbone, but I could see that she wasn't wearing anything. I laughed a childish laugh, and I responded with something like that silly grandma. You have a key to get inside. Come in before you get cold. My grandma wouldn't respond after this, but her smile would never waver, for not even a second. She was still standing in what would have been my Nana's garden, one of the things my grandma wouldn't let me do. Though she wouldn't say anything directly to me, every time I turned away from the window I could hear her whisper things to me. I couldn't make it out, and I thought it could have been just nonsense. I didn't turn around to face her. I was uncomfortable with facing her for some reason, and would lay in my bed, listening to her mumble incoherent things until I would fall asleep. It became like a routine. I would listen to her whisper softly until I slept, and by the morning she would be in the kitchen, making breakfast and pretending like nothing happened. My grandma would call me silly when I tried to confront her about it, and told me I had a vivid imagination in the way adults would tell kids. I never really brought anything up to her after this. It was like a game between us. Every couple of nights, my grandma would come to the window and tell me to let her inside. Sometimes she would tell me that I was a good kid, sometimes she would tell me I was a bad child. Once, and only once, did I see her smile drift from her face. She had been pestering me every night since she had started this game between us. I would ask her, beg her, plead with her to just go away and let me sleep, that I was too tired to play and I didn't want to anymore. It wasn't until I got aggravated enough to yell at her that she left me alone for a few days, but not very long. I already told you I don't want to play anymore. Just come inside yourself and go to sleep. Her smile turned into a frown, but the look in her eyes made me uncomfortable. She didn't whisper to me that night, but every few moments I would turn around and find her watching me, frowning and glaring. I don't know how I managed to fall asleep, but I do remember waking up to the smell of bacon on the frying pan and the sound of my grandma humming a song. One night, I decided to purposefully unlock the door. I waited until my Nana went to bed to creep across the cold floor, unhook the latches from the front door, and ran to my room to wait underneath the covers for my grandma to finally give the game up. She didn't come to the window that night. She came through my bedroom door. I could hear her get on all fours. I could hear her shuffle across the floor. I could hear her crawl under my bed, and that night, I heard her whispering from underneath my mattress, with my ear pressed up against the bed and the covers pulled over my head. I'm hungry. I'm so hungry, I can smell you. I shifted on the bed, with my back facing the wall and the window. I didn't want to play this game anymore. I can smell your liver. The helplessness of knowing there was no one I could call to wake me up from this bad dream, was a feeling I'd like to never experience again. I'm going to crawl into your insides. I can't tell you what she continued to whisper to me from underneath my mattress. I blocked a lot of it out, curled myself into my blankets and made sure there were no parts sticking out before I slept. I can tell you that when I opened my eyes a crack, peered out from my blankets, I could see my grandma's eyes watching me from the bottom of my bed. I don't know how long I laid there, paralyzed with fear, but I did fall asleep and managed to wake up the next day without my Nana watching me from under the bed. If she noticed the unlatched door, she didn't say anything. The look she gave me was a curious side eye as she put eggs on my plate. I can tell I broke her heart a little when I asked to go home. From that night on, to the next few nights before I went home, I made sure the door was locked twice. She visited me repeatedly until I left. I didn't look at the house getting smaller in the rear view window, feeling like if I did I might have seen her watching me back. I didn't go back to that house over the summertime. My grandma came to visit me quite a few times at my house, but there was nothing out of the ordinary as far as I could tell. The nightly visits were over, and a few years after that, my grandpa was diagnosed with late-stage Alzheimer's. I watched my grandma suffer through my grandpa's disease as he slipped, and finally slipped away. My grandma died a while after that, hooked up to hospital tubes and being sassy to nurses. Thankfully, she never had to experience the deterioration of her mind as Alzheimer's took her away from us. It wasn't until we went back to clean her things from her house that I asked my mom about it. She told me a lot of things that I wouldn't have been told as a child. She told me my grandpa was a war veteran who married a much younger girl who worked at a flower shop. They lived in poverty for most of their lives, and when he couldn't afford an engagement ring, he built her a house with his own 2 hands instead. I asked her in the middle of this about my childhood. I didn't mention the things I experienced. I felt like she, too, would have given me a flippant wave and a spiel about my imagination as a kid. Your grandma was a little superstitious. For a short time, we thought that she might have been getting Alzheimer's herself. My mother sighed as she tucked photographs into a cardboard box. There were just little things. Like not remembering where she put her keys, forgetting about doing things in her garden. Just little things. Suddenly I felt like there was a weight lifted off my chest. That could have very well been the explanation for the oddities and the weirdness. I felt kind of rude saying it out loud myself. My mother got me to help her pack boxes into the back of her car, ready to start moving out her things from the house and let it become an abandoned shack in the middle of nowhere. When we finished packing, I hopped in the passenger seat, lit up a smoke, and looked back to give one final farewell to the place where I spent a lot of time with my favorite grandma in the world. As we pull away, I can't help but look back one last time at the house that holds so many memories. The summer sun dips low in the sky, casting long shadows across the yard. Suddenly, my heart drops into my stomach. There, beneath the porch, I see her. My grandmother, standing as if she's never left, her smile wide and full of too many teeth. My breath hitches in my throat. Is this a trick of the light? A figment of my overactive imagination? Just then, my mother's cell phone rings, jolting us both. She glances at the screen, her face suddenly pale. It's the hospital, she says, her voice trembling. As she answers, I look back at the house one more time. But my grandmother isn't there anymore. There's just an empty space where she stood, the porch steps now bathed in shadow. Sweetie, my mom says, her voice nearly a whisper, her eyes wide with shock. The hospital. They just called to say. They've lost grandma's body. Someone keeps depositing money into my account. It was fun, until they started asking me to do things. The first deposit came on a Tuesday. I was on my way to lunch when my phone vibrated in my pocket. Woohoo. He just got paid. My budgeting app gleefully told me. That's odd, I thought. Payday wasn't until Friday. I opened the app, to find a deposit of $250. It was from a sender I didn't recognize. Aussie 2276. I quickly shot off a text to my husband. It was our joint account, but he didn't recognize it either. My next thought was PayPal. I did occasionally get weird payments. I have a crafting side hustle that's more of a side crawl, but those payments usually say PayPal in the transaction. So who was just giving me money? It must be a scam. But as the hours went by, I didn't get any weird texts or phone calls. That fat $250 just sat there in my bank account, taking up space. We should give it back, my husband said, when I got home. I don't think we can do that. Sure we can. We call the bank, and tell them to reverse the transaction. I shot him a look. Or, we could just keep it. Someone did give it to us. That's unethical. What's unethical is forcing the kids to eat rice and beans for lunch every day. I slammed the refrigerator shut and plopped down on the couch. Look, I feel a little weird about it too, okay? But it's not like I picked up a wallet someone dropped and found $250 in it. Someone actually gave this to us, whether it was accidental or not. We argued about it until we went to sleep. Well, not argued, more just aggressively talked at each other. With 3 kids and 2 full-time jobs, neither of us had the energy to properly argue anymore. When I woke up the next morning, there was a text from an unknown number waiting for me. At 2:13 p.m. today, go to the corner of 12th Avenue and North Street. Take a photo of the short man in the black coat. What the heck? But Jerry had already left for work. I'd tell him about it later. The weird text from a wrong number. As I got the kids ready for school, I couldn't stop smiling. Tomorrow, you guys are going to get a special lunch. Not rice and beans. Something really good, I told them as we walked down the driveway. After waving to them on the bus, I left for work. But then another text came in, as I was riding the elevator up. If you want to keep the $250, take the photo. My throat went dry. It wasn't free money. Some weirdo wired $250 to me. The elevator door slid open and I stumbled out. How they have my number? Is it someone I know? I glanced around at the hall of cubicles, at the people I'd worked side by side with for 5 years. Ed is weird enough to pull some poop like this. But then I frowned. If Ed were wiring me $250, he would be asking for a photo of something else. I set my phone face down on the desk and got to work. I didn't spend another thought on the text. I pretended it didn't even happen. I just focused on my happy little spreadsheets, on the upcoming presentation, and hoped it would all go away by 5. It didn't. At 2 o'clock sharp, my phone buzzed loudly. And when I pulled up the text, my breath caught in my throat. Why haven't you left yet? I glanced wildly around the office. But nobody was looking at me. I ran over to the window. The sidewalk below was filled with people, but none of them were looking up in my direction. Fear pounded through my veins. BZZT. You want to give your kids that special lunch tomorrow, don't you? I froze. No. They'd been in my yard, watching me. And now they were somewhere on the street, or in this very office, watching my every move. I shot up from the desk and ran to the elevator. It took me 8 minutes to get to the corner of 12th and North. Running, in heels. Panting, I glanced around at my surroundings but I didn't see anything out of place. A woman jogging by, a mother pushing a stroller, 2 businessmen arguing as they crossed the street. And at 2:13, a short man in a black coat strolled into view. He pressed the button for the crosswalk. Quickly, I whipped out my phone, pretended I was texting, and snapped a photo of him. I rushed back to the office building, tears stinging my eyes as my fingers slid across the screen. Here's your photo, I texted, with the image. Now leave me the duck alone. After work I went to the grocery store. I got my kids organic sliced turkey and aged Gouda and effing gourmet Swiss chocolate for lunch tomorrow. I played their stupid little sick game, and damn it if I wasn't going to reap the rewards. As the good approached the conveyor belt, my phone vibrated. Woohoo. He just got paid. My heart fell into my stomach. And it fell through the floor when I saw the amount. $1,000. Whatever they were going to ask me to do tomorrow, I had a feeling it was going to be a lot worse than taking a photo of some random guy. I threw my groceries into the trunk of the car, the whole world going blurry with my tears. Just ignore it. Whatever they ask you to do tomorrow, just don't respond. They'll take the money back and that'll be it. Then you can go to the police and tell them everything. But I was naive to assume they'd wait until tomorrow. Because as I started the car, my phone buzzed again. Drive to the pier. I stared at those 4 words, my heart pounding in my chest. And then I leapt into action. I don't want to play your sick effing game, I texted, my hands shaking. Take your money back. I don't want IT. Leave me alone. BRZZT. It's too late for that. I swallowed. What do you mean, it's too late? I wrote back. 3 dots popped up, showing they were typing. And then the message appeared. Because the cargo is already in your backseat. My heart pounded in my ears. You really shouldn't leave your car unlocked, Lynn. I closed out of the texting app, pulled up the phone and began dialing 911. Something thumped against the back of my seat. Every muscle in my body froze. I held my breath. The shadows in the rearview mirror shifted, but I couldn't quite make out. BRZZT. Drive to the pier, and you'll be safe. But if you call the police. They didn't need to finish that sentence. I swung out of the parking lot and drove as fast as I could to the pier. When I got there, I parked in a dark little corner and cut the lights. Now in the darkness, in the silence, I could hear them breathing. A steady rush of air, right behind my ear. BRZZT. Close your eyes. I squeezed them shut tight. Rustling movement in the backseat, and then the open and close of a car door. Faint footsteps on the pavement, receding into the darkness. I let out the breath I'd been holding. I don't know how long I'd been sitting there with my eyes closed, but I finally felt like it was safe to open them when I hadn't heard the footsteps in a long time. I sobbed as I drove home, so thankful I was alive. Praying that this whole nightmare was over. Whomever this person was, they'd used me as much as they could and would move on to the next poor soul. But I wasn't so lucky. Because this morning, when I woke up, I had a new notification. Woohoo. You just got paid. The amount? $10,000. I didn't believe my mom when she told me our neighbor was a monster. I used to think my mother was insane. The way she planted flowers wherever she wanted, instead of neatly in beds like my friends' moms. The way she hung dried herbs in the kitchen and piled books around the house. It seemed like she always did the opposite of every other adult I knew. The thing that probably got to me the most was her radical acceptance of every living thing. Oh, leave the wasp nest be, they eat the caterpillars. Or why would I bother the spiders in the bathroom? Do you see any other bugs? Oh, leave poor Mr. Benson be. His bark is worse than his bite if you don't cross him. I tried to understand my mom, but it was hard. She talked about balance and ecosystems, but my friends didn't have cobwebs in their bathrooms, worry about getting stung in the yard, or chart a wide berth around me and old Mr. Benson. Still, I tried. I left the wasps and spiders alone. I dutifully brought over the pies to Mr. Benson that my mom baked for him. He never opened the door, but he'd always leave the empty pie tin back on our porch within a day or two. Then one night I walked home alone from my friend's house. It wasn't far, but there was a stretch of still, dark woods along the way that always made the hair on my neck rise. Tonight was no different. Worse, in fact. The distance between the street lights seemed to stretch further and further. The feeling of being watched was intense. I knew Mom was waiting for me on our porch, likely with a book and a mug of chamomile, but our house was still out of sight around the bend, with painfully few street lights to light the way. My gut screamed at me to run, but I kept my pace. We had cougars around here. Breaking into a run was a sure way for a kid like me to end up as dinner. Still, I picked my pace up and scanned the trees as I went. Up ahead of me, the bushes rustled. I froze, feeling my heartbeat through my whole body. I was so focused on the woods ahead of me that I nearly jumped out of my skin when a guttural moan sounded from behind me. I whipped around and time slowed to a crawl as my brain tried to compute what had staggered out of the woods and stood in the light of the closest street lamp. It was a deer, at least, I think it was supposed to be. Standing on its hind legs, looking off into the distance, it heaved huge plumes of smoke into the chilly autumn air. Ribbons of flesh hung from its antlers and I wondered how I hadn't smelled its stench sooner. I took an uncertain step backward and the creature's head snapped toward me. I loved horror movies, but I always thought the characters were stupid. Always making the wrong moves, stepping on the twig or sneezing, going the wrong way. Not me, I'd think smugly. All of that smugness died as I saw the unnatural way the creature jerked toward me with sickening speed. I turned to run, and tripped and fell. Hyperventilating, I tried to crawl away, but I was shaking so hard my arms wouldn't work properly. I didn't know what else to do, so I curled into a ball, shaking as I heard its hooves drag closer. I lay there thinking about my mom, hoping this creature wouldn't find her next. Then I heard the bushes rustle again. I felt rather than saw something large burst out of the trees and fly over me, pinning the creature to the ground with a vicious growl. Legs weak, I crab walked away from them, unable to look away. This creature was hairy, massive, and from the squealing sounds that the deer creature was making, very hungry. I crawled backward to the last streetlight before the bend in the road and stopped, still unable to stand. The hairy creature stood on its hind legs, like the deer had, and turned toward me. I was too exhausted to try to run as it approached. This creature, however, began to change as it walked toward me. By the time it reached me, it had shrunk down to normal person size and taken the shape of Mr. Benson. He scanned the forest and then offered me a hand up, which I took. We both pretended not to see the wet stain on my pants. He cleared his throat. It's late. You should head home. Although I was baffled, I nodded and turned to leave. It felt as if I had been living under a rock. A life completely sheltered, unaware of the laws of nature and the world around me. I was terrified, but I held it together fairly well, until I saw my mom waiting on the porch. Then the sobs ripped through me as I threw myself into her arms. She quickly whisked me inside, and within minutes I sat wrapped in a blanket with my own mug of chamomile. I gave her a halting account of my ordeal and finished gravely, "Mom, I think Mr. Benson is some kind of monster." She smiled and brushed the hair out of my eyes. "Of course he is, sweetheart." I felt like I'd been punched in the gut. "You knew?" She nodded, and her eyes held a depth I'd never seen before. "I've known since before you were born, dear. Remember how I've always told you about balance?" I blinked, still trying to process what she was telling me. "But Mom, that doesn't make any sense. What kind of balance is that?" "Every ecosystem has its predators and prey, sweetheart," she replied, her voice steady and calm. "Mr. Benson is part of ours. He takes care of the unbalanced things that wander into our town. Just as the wasps take care of the caterpillars, and the spiders take care of other bugs." My heart pounded in my chest. "But why didn't you tell me? Why didn't you tell me about him? Why didn't you warn me?" She sighed, her expression one of deep sorrow. "I thought I had more time to explain. I wanted you to have a normal childhood, for as long as possible." "But Mom," I whispered, horror dawning on me, "why would you let me walk home alone if you knew about this? If you knew that creature was out there?" She was silent for a long moment, and when she spoke again, her voice was so quiet I had to strain to hear it. "Because, sweetheart," she said, her eyes filled with a sad resignation, "Mr. Benson is not the only monster in our town." She took a deep breath, her gaze piercing mine. "And now, it's time for you to understand why I plant flowers wherever I want, hang dried herbs in the kitchen, and why our house is surrounded by books." A chill ran down my spine, her statement resonating with an ominous undertone. As if on cue, I heard the distant echo of a howl, a sound that seemed to come from all around us. I stared at her, my mind racing with 1,000 questions, but one stood out among the rest. "Mom, what are you saying?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. Her eyes held a depth of sorrow and fear that made my stomach twist. She placed her hand over mine, her grip trembling slightly. "What I'm saying, sweetheart," she said, her voice a mere whisper, "is that it's not just the wasps, spiders, and Mr. Benson keeping the balance here." The howl echoed again, closer this time, and the truth slammed into me like a punch to the gut. As I stared into my mother's eyes, I understood the horrifying implication of her words, the terrifying secret she'd been keeping. But before I could speak, before I could ask the burning questions that raced through my mind, everything went black, and the world disappeared around me. It was the last thing I remembered before the sound of growls filled my ears, before the night turned into an endless abyss of horror. And since then, all that remained was the echo of her voice in my head. We all have our role to play in the balance, including you. My dad sold my soul to the devil. Yup, just about as crazy as the title sounds. My dad is what they call a macho man. All he wanted was sons. He lived and breathed for another Keller boy. Naturally, when my older brother was born, he was overjoyed. 3 years later, he begged my mom to have another son. When he found out we were twins, he was excited to have 3 sons. So when my brother and I came out, and he saw that I was a girl, he was despaired. I've always been his least favorite kid, and he never tried to hide it. While he named my brothers Anthony and David, which mean priceless and beloved respectfully, he named me Lilith, which means night monster. While my brothers and mom tried to soften that direct punch to the gut by calling me Lily, he insisted on us all calling me Lilith, so I could feel the disappointment that he felt the day I was born. He and my mom did not stay married, and quite, unfortunately, he signed for full custody when Anthony was 5, and David and I were 2. Things just got worse from there. If he took Anthony and David out to eat or to see a movie, I was to stay home. He spent all his time playing sports with my brothers, and wouldn't let me join even though I, as a girl, actually showed a genuine interest in what he was doing with my brothers. When I was 4, Dad got cancer. And from what I heard, it was supposed to be terminal. That's where the title of this story comes into play. Yup, he made a deal with Satan. 15 more years of life if he sold one of his children's souls. And a big surprise, he chose me. So once I die, it's off to hell, no matter how little I sin or how much I pray. The first time I remember something happening to me was about a month after my dad made that deal. I was in my tiny, cramped room, trying to sleep on a bed I outgrew years ago, while my brothers and dad watched a movie downstairs, when I saw it. This thing in my closet. It was pale, with gaunt, sunken eyes and a gaping mouth. Its long and bony fingers wrapped around my closet door. There was no question that this thing was a demon. I immediately cried for my dad, who stormed up the stairs and gave me a proper beating for interrupting his movie night with his kids. After that, he called me a little girl for crying and locked me in my room. As I cried all that night, the demon simply watched me from the closet, unmoving. Demons watching me were pretty normal from then on. Sometimes it would be the pale gaunt thing in my closet, other times a dark figure hovering over my bed. And on bad nights, a horned figure with glowing red eyes would stare at me, taunting me through the window. After a while, I stopped being scared of them. One night when I was 9, the gaunt creature was back in my closet, staring at me while I read. He began to make this really weird growling noise, to which I shushed him. He then did something he never did before. While he would occasionally wrap his hand around my slightly ajar door, he never actually came out of my closet. Until that night. In one swift movement, he tore open my closet door and stood up fully, revealing he was taller than the ceiling itself. He bent his neck in an abnormal way to fit under the roof. I rightfully should have been pooping my pants at this moment, but for some reason, I just wasn't that scared. We locked eyes for a while, which was more awkward than scary, so I just went back to reading my book. He just looked at me curiously for a while, until my dad decided he wanted to be a horrible person again, and threw open my door to yell at me for something or other. The entire time the demon just watched. Thankfully my dad left after slapping me across the face, but I was crying again for the rest of the night. The demon, who now looked at me with something more than curiosity, looked back at my closed door, trying to see my dad. As I did nothing but sob, the demon just sat down beside my bed, towering over me. Neither of us looked at each other the rest of the night. I cried while he just stared off in the distance, but I wasn't alone, and that was all I cared about. From then on things changed. I wasn't just not scared of the demons, I welcomed them. Especially the gaunt-looking one who sat by me that night. He would sit with me whenever my dad was bad to me, or whenever I had boy troubles at school. He never talked at me, and barely ever looked at me, but all I cared about was that he was there for me. I even gave him a name. Papa. I remember this one night, I was 14, and upset because Jacob, the boy I liked, didn't invite me to the Valentine's dance at our school. On top of that, my dad had gotten into one of his moods and had thrown a chair at me. When I ran into my room, I was almost relieved to see Papa crouched by the closet. Papa, I cried, running to him. It was stupid, I know, I was calling a literal demon Papa, but I had nobody else. He was the only one who had ever shown me any sympathy. At first, he stepped back, but as I cried even harder, he looked at me in the eyes, maybe for the first time since that night he stepped out of the closet. Then he did something surprising. He hugged me back. As I felt his icy cold hands wrap around me, I should have been terrified, but I was filled with love. Love, for finally finding a dad who loved me. But one night, as I was reading to Unalive a Mockingbird for my school project, I made a mistake. Papa looked curious, so I decided to read out loud to him. I guess I made too much noise though, because David opened my door. Lilith, who the hell are you, what the duck is that? He screamed, and my dad came rushing up. Papa couldn't hide in time, and now, Anthony, David, and my dad all stared him down. He stood up, revealing his giant stature, and David began to cry, while Anthony froze in place and my dad ran off to get a vial of holy water he had kept by his bed ever since the deal was made. As I tried to run away with Papa, he stopped me and shook his head. We both knew it was too late. I cried as I hugged him goodbye, and as my dad approached us with the holy water and sprayed it on Papa, he let out a blood-curdling screech that could have been heard across the country. I watched in horror as Papa, who had stayed by my side all these years, faded to nothingness. There, Dad said. It can't hurt us anymore, sons, he said, embracing David and Anthony in a hug. I just laid over Papa's lifeless body, uncontrollably sobbing. We were all so caught up in our worlds we didn't notice something come up behind us. He was large, even bigger than Papa, and had 2 large horns, a goat's head, and a large stick in his hand. Dad turned around slowly, looking to this thing as he glared down at my abuser. Your Majesty, we had a deal, Stanley. I granted you 15 more years of life, on 2 conditions. 2. It boomed, and I noticed David had wet himself. It was a misunderstanding, sir, my daughter. You were granted 15 more years of life, on the conditions that I get your daughter upon her death, and you never harm anyone, ever again. Do you understand? It asked. Yes, and I have it. Promise. The creature laughed. First you break a promise, and now you lie? To his satanic majesty himself? Seeing you have not only harmed your daughter her entire life but have unalived one of my best minions, you have broken my trust. I'm breaking off the deal. My dad got down on his knees. No, please I'll do anything. He begged. Satan looked at me. There is one way, if Lilith, your daughter and the one you cursed, forgives you. I will set you free, and you will live the rest of your life. My dad slowly turned to me, and put on a smile. Hey, Lily, what about it? Look at me, I'm your dad. Your papa. I raised you. Don't you love me? I'm your dad, for duck's sake, he said, getting more agitated as I stared at him. It's up to you, Lilith, Satan said. I looked at Papa's body on the floor, then back to my dad. Come on, you gonna believe Satan or your dear old dad? My dad said, pleading with me. I glared at him. My dad is dead, jerk. You unalived him, I said. I don't forgive you. And with that, Satan dragged my dad down to the netherworld, my brothers and I hearing his screams until it was far away enough that they faded away, to where he could never hurt me again. As my brothers cried at the loss of their dad, I walked back to Papa, on the ground, and kissed his forehead. Goodbye, Papa. Thank you. I am a dark web bounty hunter, and I was hired to take out my brother. There is a reason why so many people go missing each year and are never heard of again. Despite the resources of entire communities and in some cases even governments, people still have the tendency to vanish without a trace. Regardless of what happens to the person, or what kind of behind-the-scenes crimes they commit, the news is all the same. Family man this or charity giver that. I will tell you up front, most of the people who go missing deserve to go missing. And I can speak confidently about this because I'm one of the reasons so many people have gone missing. I am what you call a BHK, which stands for Bounty Hunter Killer. There is a whole community of us that operate on the dark side of the internet. The reason I have the K at the end of my title is because some of the best trackers and hunters don't have the morals to kill the people they find. This has never been a problem for me and I am quite glad that my conscience can take it. The people who are willing to execute the target get paid significantly more than the ones who plant blackmailable evidence or set up the target for extortion. Though I have numerous stories of my killings, which perhaps one day I will share with you, I'm here to talk about the recent one. This happened last winter when I got contacted by my manager. For the sake of anonymity, let's just call him Chuck. Chuck is a certified tech whiz who handles all the details and transactions with my payments. I was skeptical about letting someone in who knows about me and what I do, but in time I realized it is the smarter move to have a tech guy on your team. Especially when dealing with the dark web and murder. He calls me under my code name, Vile. We got a child or /unaliver. Wichita, Kansas. Track him down, get the location of the bodies, waste him, $20,000. Attached to his message was some pictures of a torture setup in the body of a woman whose age I am not going to try and guess. Some serial unalivers really think posting their photos to the dark web is safe. This particular photo had a white male hand and several identifiable items in the background. It appears someone related to one of the victims had been searching that part of the internet in suspicion that she might show up there. Like I said, no one just goes missing. This case would be pretty straightforward. Chuck would analyze the criminal records of white men in Wichita as well as get the details on the items showing up in the tortured girl's photo. Raid bug spray, a tackle box of lures, in particular largemouth bass, and a few disposable vapes. Let's just say that Chuck enjoys the hunt as much as I do, just in a different way. 2017 red Hyundai Sonata going in and out of several of the shops. White guy too. License plate is unreadable from the cameras. I can give you all the roads where I lose him. Luckily he passes tobacco and gifts every time he has movement. I think I can narrow you down to a few neighborhoods. Good luck. Any mention details on how the child unaliver meets his demise? I asked him. Make him suffer. This is how the conversation ended with me and Chuck. It was at this point that I headed down to my garage where all of my gear is located. It would be a bit of a drive to get to Kansas, so I would get ready early. In my garage I have a blacked out 2014 SRT Charger, all white with tinted windows. This job was going to be creative though. I went to the back room of my garage and loaded up all the cages I would be needing. After getting everything aligned I called it a night and got ready for next morning's drive. Upon arriving at tobacco and gifts, I wasn't forced to play the waiting game long. I saw the red Sonata fairly early and copied down the license plate. It looked like he was heading back to the house or apartment where he lived. After getting the details to Chuck I was set. Guy's name is Marvin. No criminal record, lives alone. Google Earth shows that his driveway wraps around to a back basement entrance. Interesting, I thought. I knew someone named Marvin. He was an old coworker that I knew before I was a bounty hunter in my hometown. After parking in the street, I only had to wait 6 hours until Marvin took a hike and left. This gave me plenty of time to pull my car around back, break into the back door which did in fact lead to a basement, and unpack my things before returning to my car and moving it out of sight. Once that was all done it was going to be the waiting game. I was able to get familiar with the surrounding of Marvin's basement and torture chamber. Except this time, it would be him. There was a strong smell of musty cigar smoke. The rest of the room consisted of trash except one thing. There was a blood-stained table bolted to the floor with chains. This was the place where the woman's photos ended up on the dark web and met her fate. I'll tell you this. Marvin was a horrible person, and he deserved to be taken out. After everything I had heard about him, I already knew what type of person he was. Maybe a little too well. We locked eyes, and it hit me. This face was eerily familiar, but it wasn't my coworker that I used to know. His hair was similar to mine, and he displayed attributes like his head and nose shape that were similar to mine. I knew who this was. It was my brother. Malcolm? Chuck had somehow taken his alias of Marvin as his real name. He didn't know it was me since my face was covered. Please. Please don't hurt me. I don't know what I did. Who are you? Please, don't hurt me. Just please. I decided to take advantage of my anonymity, as he still didn't know it was me. I am not going to hurt you. I know what you did and no police will get involved if you do what I say. I need you on the table and chained so you don't try anything. No, I promise I won't hurt you. This wasn't entirely a lie. I wasn't going to be the one to hurt him. I couldn't. It was my brother. The one that taught me how to play hide and seek when I was 5. But why was he in Kansas? He told my family that he moved to California for a new job. I was shocked. He lied to us. He lied about everything. He was living a double life. Although I was shaken up, I had to keep my cool. After all, this was my job, and one false move, and it could be over for me and the entire bounty hunting industry. I went down into the basement and found a place for Malcolm. It was an eerie place, with dried blood on the floor, countless dusty boxes and books, and a curtain of some project in the corner. Malcolm was thoroughly chained up. I opened up my duffel bag and tied 4 tunicates around each of his limbs. Next I opened up the tripod and bahana to record. Lastly, I went to the cages in the corner that had my bomber jacket over them and brought them over to the table. 4 cages total. I began to do my typical ritual of torture on these victims. He was my brother, but I couldn't sacrifice my identity to him. In the first cage is the infamous Arizona bark scorpion. I got it as a pet from an ex-girlfriend who ironically knew I loved researching arachnids. In the second cage is my Brazilian wandering spider. This one was actually tough to get, but I had a connection in Colombia I met from the deep web who dealt with exotic animals. In the third cage, the most boring in my opinion, is my pet rattlesnake. Eastern diamondback to be more specific. And in the fourth cage is the non-lethal giant desert centipede. I will be honest with you, the thing scares the hell out of me. Malcolm at this point gets the gist of what is about to happen. He can't scream or cry because of the gag in his mouth, but the eyes say enough. I double-check the camera, make sure the tunicates are nice and tight, then begin. I put on Rapika gloves and grab Sally first. I bring her over to old Marvin's right foot and get her all riled up. When she starts getting snappy, I let her sink her fangs into Marvin's Achilles tendon. I should mention that his feet and hands are white from lack of blood at this point, but his reaction says it all. I let Sally get a few more bites into his foot before I return her to her cage. Bark scorpion time. This one is simple because you just need to hold it by the stinger and stick it where you want. This one goes right into the whiteness of the bottom of his foot. Spider time. As I carefully pick up the wandering spider, it bites my gloved hand a few times. This is a bit of a bummer because I want her to save all of her venom from Marvin's right wrist. Either way, she gets a good few bites and that I think did the job. Lastly, we have a centipede. Now I have to admit, I wasn't going to be picking the thing up if I didn't have to. Marvin at this point was almost passed out, so before bringing him back to full consciousness I untied his hand and stuck it into the centipede's terrarium. After viciously attacking the hand, Marvin got all antsy and started fighting with me. It did him no good. But at the same time, it did me no good either. Technically, I had just unalived my brother. But just before I was about to close the basement door behind me, a strange hunch made me turn back towards him. Something wasn't sitting right with me. I realized that I didn't even consider double-checking with Chuck. I pulled out my phone, deciding to call Chuck, to make sure we had the right guy. Chuck, confirm it. Was the target's real name Marvin? I demanded, my eyes never leaving my brother. There was a pause on the other end of the line. Wait a moment, Vile. Let me pull up the profile, Chuck responded. A moment of silence followed, only broken by the faint clattering of a keyboard. A dreadful realization crept into my mind. I thought back to all the victims, the photos, the patterns. It didn't quite match Malcolm. He was into fishing, cigars, but he was no serial killer. The victims were always found with some kind of a strange symbol on their bodies, a personal signature left by the killer. But in Malcolm's basement, I found no sign of the symbol. Nothing in his basement suggested he was the one who carved that symbol onto the victims. Suddenly, Chuck broke the silence. Shoot, Vile, there's been a mistake. The name isn't Marvin. It's Morgan. Morgan Levitt, Wichita, Kansas. My blood ran cold. I'm sorry, Vile, there was an error in the data collection, Chuck stammered, fear evident in his voice. I disconnected the call, my breath hitched. I turned back towards Malcolm, lying helpless, now unconscious due to the venomous bites. But if Malcolm wasn't the killer, an ear-splitting noise echoed through the room. It came from a distant corner, where I had noticed a large, heavy curtain earlier. Something was behind it. In my haste to get Malcolm tied up, I hadn't bothered to look behind the curtain. My heart pounded in my chest as I approached it. I pulled back the curtain, revealing a hidden door. Cautiously, I turned the knob and pushed it open. Inside was a dimly lit room, filled with an array of photographs and diagrams pinned on the wall. The same symbol that was carved onto the victims, it was everywhere. A chill ran down my spine as I looked closer at the photographs. They were of me. Not just recent ones, but pictures dating back to my childhood, my old house, my friends, my family, even my brother. Every aspect of my life was documented meticulously. Then I noticed the corkboard. It was plastered with news clippings and photographs of each victim I have taken out. The photos, the symbols, they all added up now. Each victim had a striking resemblance to me. This wasn't about them, this was about me. A realization hit me hard. My brother Malcolm wasn't the killer, but the one he'd been framed to be. The real killer wasn't just some random psychopath. He had been hunting me. And just like that, a chilling laughter echoed through the room. I turned around, and there he stood. A man, slender and pale, standing at the doorway, his eyes gleaming with malicious intent. "I've been waiting for you, Vile," he sneered, the door slowly closing behind him, leaving us in darkness. My wife has been missing for 15 years until she called my phone out of the blue. I don't like to talk about what happened 15 years ago. I don't even like to think about the fact that on January 7, 2008, Sarah Collins, a beloved member of the community, left home to run an errand and was then never seen again. It was a huge case back then. Everyone seemed to want to know what happened to her, but no one was more desperate for answers than I was. Sarah and I had been married for 5 years. I knew as soon as I met her that I wanted to spend the rest of my life with her. She had one of those smiles that just lit up a room. That's why it was so hard to believe that such a beautiful, successful woman had seemingly disappeared. They hadn't even recovered her body. 15 years later and they still didn't have a shred of evidence. Not a tire track, or even a fingerprint. Nothing. The police put out an appeal, but no one came forward. Somehow, not a single person had seen her. It was like she had just vanished without a trace. I think about Sarah a lot. I could never quite bring myself to take down the photos of her from around the house. Sarah's bright face still smiles down at me from every room. There's one photo of her, from our wedding day, that I love. Looking at it is like looking straight at her. It captured her perfectly. 2 days ago, I found myself staring at it, really getting lost in the details. Her eyes, the way the corners of her mouth were lifting into a smile, the small dimple on her left cheek. I was looking at it so intently that I almost didn't notice the phone ringing. It was the landline phone, which was odd, as no one ever called me on the landline anymore. It was all mobiles nowadays. When I looked at the caller ID, it was an unknown number. I shrugged, and picked it up anyway. It was probably just the bank, calling to confirm something. The call took a moment to connect, but when it did, I heard a strange rustling sound on the other end of the line. "Hello?" I wasn't in the mood for any prank callers. "Is anyone there? Hello? Daniel? Daniel, thank goodness I finally reached you." The voice on the other end of the line was a woman's voice, shaking and breathless. "Daniel, it's me. It's Sarah. Are you there?" When I heard her name, it was like my heart had stopped beating for a moment. Sarah. My Sarah. But that was impossible. Sarah had gone missing 15 years ago. Whoever this was, it was not my wife. "I don't know who you are, but you're not Sarah," I hissed into the phone, coldly. "Stop calling this number." I had dealt with a lot of these calls, especially when Sarah first went missing. Con artists, fraudsters, and anyone who wanted to manipulate a grieving husband. I knew none of them were my wife. No, Daniel, wait, you have to listen to me. It's me. Sarah. You have to believe me. She was sounding shrill and desperate now, even a little hysterical. The lengths that people go to in order to sell a lie are astonishing. "Why are you doing this?" I asked, angrily. "It's been 15 years since my wife disappeared. What do you want from me?" For a moment, the woman on the other end of the line didn't respond. I was beginning to think that the call had disconnected, when she finally spoke. "Daniel, please. It's me. It's your wife, Sarah," the woman begged. "I'm telling the truth. It's me," she continued to plead, but I'd had enough. I wasn't going to listen to this liar anymore. "Don't call this number again," I firmly told her, hanging up. I thought that would do it. She wouldn't be likely to call me again. I assumed it was all over. The next day, I had asked a friend to help me repair my plumbing system. He was a good friend, I'd known him since college. He had been there for me when Sarah disappeared, getting me through it. We were both taking a break, catching up on the important events in each other's lives when my landline phone began to ring again. "Sorry, I have to take this. It might be important," I said, getting up from my seat and making my way to the phone. I noticed that the call was coming from an unknown number, just as it had the day before. I didn't make a connection right away. After all, it could have just been the bank this time around. I picked up the phone, and I heard the same rustling sound. It was unsettling, in a strange way. I almost felt like I'd heard it before. I just couldn't put my finger on it. "Hello?" I was already beginning to get a good idea of what this call was, and I wasn't happy about it. "I told you not to call this number." "Daniel? Daniel, thank goodness I finally reached you." The very same words that she had said the day before. "Daniel, it's me. It's Sarah. Are you there?" It was undoubtedly the same woman. "I don't have the time for this," I hissed into the phone. "I know you're not Sarah. Stop calling me." I hung up the call and walked back to my friend, who looked confused. "Who was that?" he asked me. "I heard you saying Sarah's name. Is everything okay?" "It was some prank caller, trying to pretend to be Sarah," I told him, rolling my eyes. I thought that I had left it all behind. I even changed my phone number. I don't know how this woman got hold of my new one. "Pretending to be Sarah?" my friend echoed. "That's really strange. Did you tell anyone about it, like the police?" "No." I shake my head. "There's no need. It's just someone trying to cause a bit of drama. They probably want money, or something like that." I made it clear that was the end of the conversation. I didn't want to continue talking about it, bringing up harmful reminders of the past. I woke up the next day, not expecting to get any more calls from the unknown number. I made it very clear that I wouldn't be participating in her charade. However, I was quickly proven wrong. As soon as I started to walk downstairs for a glass of water, the phone rang again. I thought about letting it ring, but I had a better idea. I was going to issue a much stronger warning to the caller, even threatening to get the police involved if the calls wouldn't stop. That would scare her, I was certain of it. I picked up the phone, hearing the very same eerie rustling. I couldn't explain it, but it made a shiver run up my spine. Finally, the call connected. It was just the same as the other times, the same pathetic monologue. "Daniel? Daniel, thank goodness I finally reached you. Maybe it was even a recorded message, Daniel. It's me. It's Sarah. Are you there? If you don't stop calling this number, I'll have no choice but to involve the police, I told the caller. This is harassment. If you want money, try conning someone else. Before I could even give the woman on the other line a chance to answer, I hung up the call. Hopefully this would show her that she wouldn't be manipulating me. I could see right through her elaborate scam. I was sure that my warning would stop the calls coming in. I was so sure of myself that when I was woken by a loud, persistent ringing sound the next morning, I didn't even think to connect it to the unknown number of calls. I first assumed it was my alarm, waking me up, but when I turned to look, I saw that the alarm hadn't gone off yet. That was when I concluded that it was the landline phone. I rushed down the stairs, wanting to tell the caller that I would be taking police action, wanting to catch out the desperate scammer. Fortunately, I got down there in time, and picked up the phone. Holding it to my ear, I heard that creepy rustling that I had become familiar with. It still made my heart beat faster, just for a few seconds until the call connected. Daniel? Daniel, thank goodness I finally reached you. The usual message of hysteria came through the phone. I was well used to hearing it by now. Daniel, it's me. It's Sarah. Are you there? I gave you a warning. I said that if you called again, I would be taking legal action. I spoke into the phone, loudly so that whoever was on the other side would be sure to hear me. You've gone too far now. I have to do something about this. I waited for the woman to respond. Daniel? No, it's me. I'm not lying to you. I would never lie to you. Daniel, it's me, Sarah. Your wife, it's me. I can't stand the high-pitched whine of her voice. You're not Sarah, I told her, bitterly. I know you're not Sarah. I will be taking action. Goodbye. I hung up the call for the final time and placed the phone back. I know that woman wasn't Sarah. I know for a fact she wasn't. I know it, because, on January 7, 2008, Sarah Collins, beloved member of the community, was unalived. And I was the one who unalived her. Sarah was an incredibly beautiful woman. I couldn't believe my luck when she first started showing interest in me. I didn't exactly have a lot of experience when talking to women, and I was ecstatic that someone like Sarah had chosen someone like me. I loved her, for every single second of our marriage. I loved her, even when I found out that she was cheating on me. I had accidentally stumbled across a string of romantic messages between Sarah and one of her co-workers. She was planning to leave me for him. My Sarah was planning to leave me for him. I couldn't have that. She was so beautiful, so bright, so full of life. I couldn't lose her. I just couldn't lose her. So I unalived her. I didn't have to think about it for long. It was the only way that she would be mine, only mine forever. If she was dead, she would never leave me. She would always be my Sarah. When the police arrived, I made up an elaborate lie that she had gone out to run an errand and never come home. That very same lie ended up on the headlines of the national news. I didn't know if I would even get away with it, but a year passed, and then another year, and then another. 15 years passed, and no one ever saw through me. I was about to walk back upstairs, when I heard a small tapping at the window. Click, click. That was the sound of the window opening, and that's when I heard it. Rustling, right here in my own house. Rustling that paralyzed me with fear and sent my mind into a state of panic. Then I heard her. Daniel, thank goodness I finally reached you. The voice was coming from inside the house now. Daniel, it's me. It's Sarah. Are you there? I was told to investigate a family disappearance in Disneyland, and I've been horrified ever since. I work in security at Disneyland, and I considered it to be the happiest place on earth. But now, I think this may be it for me with this job. I just can't see myself working here any longer now. 3 days ago I got a call from management. Apparently a couple of days before that, housekeeping had went into a room that should have been turned over that day. Turned over is when one guest leaves by about 11 a.m. and the next guest checks in around 3 p.m., and all of the guest's items were still in the room. Housekeeping made a note of it and moved on, but during the next 2 days when they entered the room, everything was still there and untouched. I went to check it out and sure enough there was an empty room full of luggage, clothes, snacks, some toys, everything a family would need for vacation. The manager had already looked up the previous reservation and it was for a family, dad, mom, 2 little kids. I tried to call the phone numbers they had given but all I got was voicemail. We were a bit stumped so I made the call that the housekeeper could clean the room and take the family's personal items to be held until we got in contact with someone. I went digging into the reservation more. The family had arrived 5 days before housekeeping discovered all of their stuff. I found that the family had paid a parking fee and their vehicle description was listed. A quick walk of the parking lots and I had easily located their vehicle. So that ruled out a car accident or them deciding to just leave all their stuff behind. Next, I saw that they had bought a dining plan. This is when a guest prepays for all of their food. They're given a certain number of credits to use for meals. This family had only used 3 credits and the last one was 2 days after they checked in. It appeared that the day they arrived, they got here late and probably just stayed on the resort. The next day they used 2 credits at Epcot. The second park day they used just 1 credit at Magic Kingdom and it was at breakfast time. Now at Disney we have something called Magic Bands. Magic Bands are worn by the guests and act as a room key, park ticket, credit card, dining reservation payment, fast pass, a system used to bypass lines, and more. It took some work, but I was finally able to look up this family's fast pass history. The day they went to Magic Kingdom, they had breakfast at a restaurant in the park, rode a couple of rides, and then rode their last ride. It's a small world around 11 a.m. then nothing. Finally, it was time to bring in someone else on this. I called an old coworker at Magic Kingdom and asked him to pull security footage for It's a Small World at the time they rode it and I made my way over there. When I got there, my friend was very confused, almost distraught, looking. He showed me what he found. There's usually a camera in the direction of where rides load and unload. The footage showed them scanning their bands to use fast passes for the ride and boarding the ride. The footage from the exit of the ride just showed the other people in their car exiting. They weren't there. Of course we thought the worst. Maybe one of the kids had fallen out and mom and dad and the other kid got off in the middle of the ride to help and they all got injured or killed or stuck in machinery somewhere. So we shut down the ride. Middle of the damn day. Turned off that earworm music and turned up the lights. Me and my buddy walked that ride 3 times before we called in help. Eventually there was close to 10 cast members searching, and we didn't find anything except for 3 cell phones and a hat. I was right stumped. I've kept digging the past couple of days, and I'm not sure who to tell what I found next to. I've called the police and I suppose they're on the way, but the company has a way of covering up things like this and I decided I can't live with myself if I don't put out some type of warning. I kept digging into their reservation over the last couple of days and today I noticed they had purchased a memory maker. There are photographers all over the parks and cameras in a lot of the rides and, with a memory maker, the photos are all free. They automatically get added to a guest's Disney account when the system knows their picture has been taken. And the system always knows. Everyone's whereabouts are always known with the magic bands. Well, I opened up their memory maker photo album and, I swear, there's 732 pictures. The first 30 or so are pretty normal. Epcot, a few rides, in front of the castle. But the rest are all in It's a Small World. The rides only take 1 picture per go around. So it appears as though this family has ridden this ride over 700 times. The first picture was pretty normal. Everyone looked happy, it was a busy day and a full car of guests. The next one is rough to look at. The car is empty except for this little family and they look so darn confused. The next 10 to 15 I can see dad getting angry, yelling. Mom is holding onto those 2 kids like her life depends on it and you can see the kids getting increasingly upset, crying. And it goes on, and on, and on. After 50 or so it looks like they're trying to get out. In one the dad is missing. In another they're all gone. Maybe they bailed early in the ride and tried to walk out, but in the very next one, they're all right back in that damn car. After around 450 or so, I only see the mom and kids. It's just when I look closely I can see dad, maybe just his body now, slumped down in one of the other seats. Since about 675, there's just a mom and 1 kid. Another body in another seat. The mom and kid aren't moving anymore. I think those 2 are still alive, just damn near catatonic. Looking straight ahead, pale. After scanning and analyzing the photos, I began to notice a difference in the background. Something was different. The dolls were moving. In some of these pictures I can tell they aren't where they should be. I even saw one with a doll in the car with this family. I can't look anymore or I'm going to lose my lunch. I closed the album. Its file size has increased since I closed it. God, were there new pictures being added? I see on security cameras that the local PD just arrived so they'll take over soon. I wish I knew what the hell is going on, but I also wish this damn thing had never landed in my lap. After I talk to the police, I think I'm going to walk out of here and never come back. I just wanted to get this out there, before Disney feeds the media some dumb cover-up as to why a whole family vanished. They didn't vanish. I know where they are. Please help. My twin tuition keeps picking up white noise. My sister and I have always had the whole twin tuition thing going on. Our parents joke that we spoke our own secret language, one without syllables or sentences. We just understood each other, you know? Not gonna lie, our link came in super useful. Like during a pop quiz, Alex would pretend to stretch her neck and glance in my direction, and the look on her face would tell me, "What did you get for number 4?" And then I'd raise an eyebrow. I put B, but I'm not 100% sure. This other time, when we were out with a group of friends at the bowling alley, she scratched her nose, which was her way of saying, "Allie, that Tyler guy in your lane is super cute, ask him out." Then I curled my bottom lip. No way, his man bun smells like cheese. There were times I hated being a twin, like when we had to put up with dirty jokes or got treated like one person. I mean, okay, we looked identical, but there were some differences. Arts and crafts were my jam, whereas she was always the sporty one. Overall, though, I loved having her as a sister. And I loved our special bond. But today, that bond just sort of vanished. It started with a premonition. We both got those anytime something bad happened. Once, out of nowhere, Alex ran into the lounge and told our parents, Allie just hurt herself. And at that exact moment, more than 6 miles away, I'd stepped into a ditch and rolled my ankle. This other time, a voice in the back of my mind told me Alex needed me, and I called her before her ass could even finish dumping her. But this latest premonition was worse than all those others combined. It started with the taste of bile in the back of my throat, then images of hands closing around Alex's neck swirled through my mind. I watched her face turn lobster red as her eyeballs rotated outward. I could almost hear her choke screams. When she didn't answer her phone, there was this overwhelming, almost dizzying need to hold her to make sure she was safe, so I raced home, charged up the stairs, and burst into our room. Alex, who was crouched alongside our bunk beds, casually stood and said, "Hey." That confused me. I threw my arms around her and said, please tell me you're okay." She screwed up her face and shrugged me off, in a very un-Alex-like way. Why wouldn't I be? I kept my eyes fixated on her, my body still rigid and shaking. "I got this feeling like you were in trouble." "Nope." False alarm. I surveyed the room. In the corner, Alex's soccer uniform was hanging off the dresser, and pushed up against the far wall, my crafts table was still a scattered mess of paintbrushes, coloring pencils, and spools of thread. Okay, nothing Seuss. But those horrible images wouldn't leave my mind. A glimpse of Alex trapped someplace dark came to me. Now I was even more confused. "Are you sure you're alright?" I asked. She threw me a look, and suddenly her face had a sour expression that I'd never, ever seen before. "Yeah, I'm sure." Her voice had gone odd, too. It sounded angry and flat, like she was hiding something. Okay, seriously weird. Maybe our twin tuition was on the fritz? Or maybe something happened she was too embarrassed to tell me about? That would sure explain her being such a grouch. Later, we sat down to dinner with our parents. Dad was cooking, and as the scent of his signature beef casserole wafted up, Alex and I locked eyes from across the table. I thought, oh great, last time he made casserole I was up half the night barfing. All I got was a hiss of radio static. I bit my bottom lip. Is everything okay? Are you mad at me? Silence. Hello? Earth to Alex? So girls, how was school? Mom asked. Alex said, great, then bragged about the game-winning goal she scored at her soccer game. And as she did, imaginary spiders scurried along my spine, because everything she said or did, right down to the way she held her fork, looked wrong. She ate Dad's casserole without complaining and had chocolate ice cream for dessert, instead of vanilla with chocolate sauce, like always. In the lounge, as we sat side by side working on our homework, I deliberately brushed my arm against hers and felt this horrible gust of energy, one that would have flung me to the ground if I hadn't dug my fingers into the table, clinging on for support. By bedtime, I'd grown deeply suspicious. After brushing my teeth, I shuffled into our room, where my head started screaming, danger. The word was deafening, especially close to Alex. I whirled around a few times. What are you doing? She asked, already tucked into the bottom bunk. Nothing. Then turn out the light already. I'm tired. Climbing the ladder, I felt an uncomfortable tingle. Someone walking over my grave, Mom would say. Okay, this feeling of dread would keep me up all night, so I closed my eyes, pushed my fingers into my temples, and concentrated on sending positive vibes to Alex. But my subconscious had other ideas. It carried me around our room, toward the bed, settling at the dark space under the bottom bunk. I saw horror. Suffering, pain, death. Invisible hands clutched my throat and kept me from breathing. The force squeezed the life out of me, trying to drag me into the blackness until I jumped up and screamed. Down below, Alex flicked on her lamp and said, what the hell's going on? Nothing, I answered quickly. I saw a spider. She groaned and switched the light off while I sat there drenched with sweat. Okay, my intuition pointed me under the bed, but what could possibly be down there? I waited 20 minutes then peeked over the rail. Alex lay fast asleep. I gently eased myself down the ladder until my bare foot touched the carpet, and then I hunched over and prepared to wrap my fingers around the edge of her blanket. I felt suddenly faint and took a deep breath, now completely paralyzed. Just then, Alex's hand clamped around mine so fast I actually flinched. What are you doing? She said seriously. The energy flowing into my forearm was like an electrical shock or a nervous heartbeat. It broke my paralysis and told me danger was close by. I put a hand on my belly and faked a painful groan. My stomach. Dad's casserole. You know? Okay, that seemed to cool her down, even though I got the impression she didn't believe me. In the bathroom, I flushed the toilet and pretended to wash my hands, then wandered back to our room, where Alex stared a hole through me. Another attempt to look under the bed would only agitate her, but one way or another, I was determined to find out what had me so badly rattled, so I walked over to the desk and shuffled books around inside my backpack. What are you doing now? She asked, stubbornly. I forgot to put my homework away. Facing the wall, I casually grabbed a spool of thread and my phone, stashed them under my pajama top, climbed into the top bunk, and stayed awake until after midnight. Once I heard Alex snore, I wrapped the thread around my phone, pulled up the camera app, switched to night mode, hit record, and carefully fed the thread over the rail. That wouldn't wake her up. The phone hovered at the gap between the floor and the frame. There was only one problem. The camera faced the wrong direction. With a little shimmying, I made the phone spin several times, then reeled it up, pulled the sheets over my head, and hit play. The camera moved past a sleeping Alex, until it hovered inches above the carpet, pointed toward the dresser. A few seconds later, the footage rotated 360 degrees, and I caught a glimpse of an eye, horribly white. The camera swung again, slower this time, and when I saw what was down there, it took all my self-control not to scream. It was Alex. She lay perfectly still, one eye rolled back in her skull, tongue trailing sideways from her mouth, her neck and cheeks all crusty with dry blood. The thing sleeping under me wasn't my sister, it was an imposter. The imitation was almost perfect, but not good enough to fool my twintuition. My gut filled with a sense of dread and my face turned numb. My sister, my whole world, the person I loved most, was gone. Dead. Tears slid down my cheeks as a moist sickness rose in my throat. I couldn't stop picturing her lifeless face. My first instinct was to rush into my parents' room and show them the footage. If Alex tried to stop me, I'd tell her I needed to vomit again. But the video was still playing, and the worst had yet to come. As I reeled the phone up, it recorded the bottom bunk, and that thing was now wide awake, eyes red against the green and blacks of the darkened room. The creature grinned and suddenly didn't look like my sister, because the creases and wrinkles of its face were too severe. At the last second, the creature stared into the camera, pushed a single finger against its lips, and made a quiet gesture. The video ended with me hitting stop. Now I'm lying beneath my sheets unable to think straight. My parents are on the other side of the house. They won't answer their phones, and I just know that thing won't let me leave the room. I'm trapped. I don't know what to do. And I want my sister back. Please somebody help. If you ever come across a children's show called Jolly Roger, do not let your kids watch it. My 8-year-old son Ethan is one of those kids that is very hard to keep entertained and to keep occupied. Usually after school, he will beg me to watch some TV and so I let him watch it for an hour, but after around 10 minutes in front of the television, he is already bored. He then will move on to coloring in some other form of arts and crafts and it will sometimes keep him occupied for an hour or two. This was the standard after-school routine that was in place with Ethan. Well, that was until we discovered Jolly Roger. We first discovered the television show Jolly Roger when I was scrolling through a popular kids streaming service. We had already scrolled through many different kids shows, all of which Ethan wasn't interested in, but when the small image and the big red writing that read Jolly Roger showed up on the screen, Ethan immediately said he wanted to watch that show. In my opinion, it looked like it might have been aimed at kids a bit younger than Ethan, but when I suggested that he chooses another show, he furiously stomped his foot and insisted that that was the show he wanted to watch. I did have some work that I needed to do that day, but I decided that I would watch the first episode with him, just to make sure that it was okay for him to watch. I was fairly certain that it would be, as it was under the kids category on the streaming service, but I guess I am just a bit of an overprotective parent. So, we both sat next to each other on the couch and began to watch the first episode of Jolly Roger. A loud and happy song filled with trumpets and drums started playing as a man walked out onto the screen. He came from inside a large pirate ship, which I guess is where the show got its name, and he walked up close to the camera as the words Jolly Roger flashed up on the screen. This man wore a long-sleeved purple shirt and black denim jeans, and he had short and medium-length curly black hair that looked like little pieces of spiral pasta that emerged from his head. The thing that I noticed most about this man though was not his funny-looking hair, it was his smile. It was possibly the biggest grin that I have ever seen on anybody before. His lips were open wide, revealing perfectly straight, white teeth underneath. The corner of his lips was almost up level with his nose, and it almost looked like his lips were being pulled back in order to smile as wide as he was. This man then began to talk. "Hello kids, how are we all today? I hope we are all happy. He said in an overly excited and over-the-top voice, "My name is Jolly Roger and I hope that we can all have a good time day. We will be singing, we will be dancing and of course, we will be having fun." At this point, it seemed like the show was definitely going to be appropriate for Ethan. He was probably getting too old for this type of show. I did continue to watch the episode and it continued pretty much how you would expect. Jolly Roger pulled out a guitar and sang some nursery rhymes, then he began teaching some dance and then he moved into the arts and crafts portion of the show. In this episode, he was teaching the kids how to make a small pencil holder that the kids could take to school. Once the pencil holder had been built, using an old toilet roll and some stickers, Jolly Roger then said that it was time for him to go. "My time with you is now at an end," he told the viewer, his large smile still present. "But before I do, we can't forget to sing the Jolly Roger song." Jolly Roger then began to sing a short song. "Every day is happy, so don't be a grin dodger. So, smile big and smile wide, just like Jolly Roger," he sang while waving to the camera. Jolly Roger was right though. He did smile big, and he did smile wide. That was one thing that didn't change throughout the whole episode. He never once stopped smiling. That big, wide smile never disappeared from his face. Once the episode was finished, I decided that it would be safe for me to leave Ethan alone to continue watching Jolly Roger. I had some work to do, and Ethan seemed more than happy, sitting there watching the show. Which I guess was strange. He normally would just sit there and watch more than one episode of show before he grew tired of it and found something else to do. But there he was sitting perfectly still on the couch, as glued to the television. This was a good thing, I thought. It meant he was entertained and would allow me to get a few moments of peace to get on with work. I got up from the lounge and told Ethan I was heading to the kitchen, but he didn't respond to me. He was just focused on one thing. The television. I didn't think too much of it and left the lounge room and headed out to the kitchen and began to do some work. I guess I lost track of time because, before I knew it, 2 hours had passed. I hadn't heard a peep out of Ethan, which was unusual, so I guess I got distracted by my work and had forgotten to check on him. I got up from the seat in the kitchen and went back out to the lounge room and found Ethan. He was still sitting in the same spot where I left him, his eyes still transfixed on the TV. I went and grabbed the remote and paused the show and told him that it was time for dinner and that he would have to watch more of it tomorrow. He didn't protest or get mad. Instead, he just said okay, got up from the lounge, and headed to the kitchen. As he was leaving the room, I glanced at the TV and saw that he was already on to episode 6, which is much more than you will usually watch in one sitting. We ate dinner together like normal and then I spent the rest of the night helping Ethan with his homework. It was a pretty normal night. Everything seemed to be fine until it was Ethan's bedtime. I sent him to brush his teeth, even though he claimed he didn't need to and that his teeth were fine, and while he was brushing in the bathroom, I went into his room to get his bed ready for him. I needed to tuck his quilt under his bed and so I bent down to tuck it in. As I bent down, I noticed something sticking out from underneath his bed. It was only jutting out just an inch, so I couldn't quite make out what it was. I reached out and grabbed it and pulled it out from under the bed. It was only small, and it was quite light, and it took me a second to realize what exactly it was. It was a small toilet roll, but over the top of it was a thin layer of tissue paper, which was blocking one end. I felt something rattle inside and so I looked down into it. Inside, there was one single tooth. It was only a small tooth and so I knew that it probably belonged to Ethan. At this point, I heard some footsteps behind me and so I turned around and saw Ethan standing at the doorway, one hand behind his back. "You didn't tell me that you lost another baby tooth. When did you lose that?" I asked him. "Only today," he replied. "I pulled it out myself." "What do you mean you pulled it out yourself?" I asked him, growing concerned as to why he would pull his tooth out and place it into a toilet roll. Ethan looked at me for a second before replying. "Because Jolly Roger told me to. He told me that the magic wouldn't work if I didn't do it. It was a part of his arts and crafts. He told me that I needed one of my teeth and that I also needed some of your blood." "Some of my blood?" Before I could finish my sentence, Ethan suddenly stepped towards me and pulled his hand out from behind his back. In his hand he was holding one of my razor blades. I don't even know how he managed to get it. I always keep them out of reach, but I guess it didn't matter now because he was holding one and he was walking towards me. I dropped the toilet roll holder and reached out my arm to grab the blade off of my son. He then swung his arm towards my hand, and I felt the pain sear through my index finger. The razor blade had left a long, narrow cut along the top of my fingertip. Blood began to emerge from the wound. Ethan then quickly bent down, picked up the toilet roll holder that I had dropped and placed it on top of my finger. I quickly pulled the toilet roll off of my finger, in disbelief as to what had just happened. Ethan then reached out his hand that was holding the razor blade, like he was giving it back to me. I snatched it off of him and began to berate him. Maybe, I was way too harsh on him, but I gave him a strong and probably quite loud talking to. He seemed upset, like he was remorseful for what he had done. I then put him into his bed and left the room, grabbing the toilet roll holder that now contained Ethan's tooth and was smeared in my blood. I went out of Ethan's room, slamming the door behind me. Something he said was beginning to worry me though. Jolly Roger told me to. I didn't know what this meant, but I knew that there was a way of finding out. I spent the next couple of hours watching through the episodes of Jolly Roger. Everything I watched though seemed normal. It was a lot of singing and dancing, and through the arts and crafts section, he only ever made innocent little crafts, as you would normally see on kids' shows. There was no mention of teeth or drops of your parents' blood. I didn't know where he got all of that from because it wasn't in any of the episodes I had just watched. I was just finishing watching episode 6 and I could hear Jolly Roger singing, like he always did, smile big and smile wide, just like Jolly Roger, he sang, his big smile flashing towards the camera. Just as he sang the words "comment just like Jolly Roger," that's when I felt it. I distinctly remember the feeling of 2 fingers, one on each side of my mouth, forcing their way inside of my mouth and then pulling upwards. I felt these fingers inside of my mouth, pulling my lips, forming a large, unwanted grin. I didn't know what it was, and when I felt around my mouth, I couldn't feel anything, but I knew that there was something there, forcing me to smile. That was 3 days ago now, and I can still feel the never-ending smile on my face. I can feel the fingers forcing my face into a large, painful smile. I now think back to the old saying, smiles are contagious, but this is one smile that I do not wish to pass on to anybody. So, now I am cautious of anyone I see smiling. Maybe they are just happy, or maybe their kid also watched an episode of Jolly Roger. I can't close my eyes while sleeping, and now I think I'm going insane. The doctors can't really explain why. Some of them presume it to be a peculiar case of dry eyes, but I now know it isn't. It's not harmful physically, but it does take a toll on your sanity. You see, when you're awake, your brain ignores a lot of things. But when you sleep, it's a different story. It still perceives everything in sight. The darkness of my room at night, shadows playing tricks, shapes forming and dissolving in my peripheral vision, all constant companions in my unconscious hours. I've had the condition ever since I was a little kid, but it wasn't until recently where things took a turn for the sinister. I was in bed, my body slowly sinking into sleep, my eyes wide open, staring at the ceiling. Until I noticed something out of the corner of my eye. Something I had never seen in my sleeping hours. I saw it then, a black spot that wasn't there before. It was small, like a dot. I would have dismissed it as a fly or a piece of dust if it didn't start growing. It expanded, like a blot of ink dropped in water, a malignant darkness spreading across my white ceiling. I tried to sit up, afraid of taking over the sleepiness, but my body was paralyzed. The spot kept growing, forming an ominous shape. It was a figure, a tall and spindly silhouette hanging upside down from the ceiling. It had long, slender limbs that bent in awkward angles, and a round, featureless head. I could feel my heart pounding in my chest as the figure started moving. I never normally get a paralysis scare, but this time, it was different. I wasn't scared. I was terrified. I felt as if I was hallucinating, going in and out of the present moment. I was incapable of telling whether or not I was having nightmares, going crazy, or if it really was there. It didn't walk or crawl. Instead, it slid across the ceiling effortlessly, getting closer and closer. Its head began to twitch spasmodically, as if it was scanning the room. Then it stopped. Right above me. I tried to scream, to wake myself up, but no sound came out. It felt like I was trapped inside my own mind, but I knew I was awake. That's when I realized I had no control in this situation. No matter how hard I tried to scream at the top of my lungs or kick violently, nothing would change. The figure bent down, its long limbs reaching towards me. And then, I saw them. Its eyes. They appeared on its round face, glowing white orbs, piercing the darkness. They held my gaze, and I felt a cold chill spread through my body, freezing me in place. The next moment, it was gone. Vanished, like a cruel nightmare that dissipates with daylight. But the terror it induced remained. I found myself able to move again, my entire body trembling. I wanted to believe it was a hallucination, a terrifying trick of my tired brain, but I couldn't shake off the feeling of those icy eyes watching me. For the next few nights, I was too afraid to sleep. When I finally did, I kept the lights on. But it didn't matter. The figure returned. It didn't care about the light. It appeared every night, silently observing me with those luminescent eyes, always leaving before dawn. I was falling apart. My sanity was fraying at the edges. I visited doctors, psychologists, even paranormal experts. They all offered explanations: sleep paralysis, hallucinations, anxiety. They gave me pills, therapies, and rituals, but nothing worked. Then one night, it happened. The figure was there, as usual. I was lying in my bed, my body frozen, my eyes wide open. But this time, it did something different. It reached out and touched me. Its touch was ice cold, like a winter breeze brushing against my skin. I felt an inexplicable wave of emotions, like a silent communication. Fear, sorrow, loneliness, regret. And then, it did something else. It closed my eyes. The moment my eyelids shut, I felt a strange peace. It was as if I was finally free from my strange condition, free from the fear of sleeping. When I opened my eyes again, the figure was gone. The morning sun was peering through the window. I was baffled. I thought I was going insane, but whoever that thing was gave me the ability to sleep like a normal person for the first time in my life. I looked around at my bed, and for the first time after waking up in my life, I felt well rested. I decided to get ready for the day, as I had a follow-up doctor's appointment that morning. I went to wash my face, covering it with the sink water. But once I uncovered my eyes from the palms of my hands to the mirror, I noticed something was off. Reflected in the mirror, there I was. I stood tall and slender, and my eyes were glowing white. I felt a chill run down my spine. I looked identical to the dark figure. In the corner of my reflective view in the mirror, I saw someone, but they were in my bed. I tried to turn and look behind me, but nobody was lying there. That's when it hit me. The same pajamas, the same messy hair, the same wide open eyes. I was lying in bed. I walked over by the doorway, staring at myself, in shock of what had just happened. I used a mirror on the wall in my bedroom to look at myself. Whichever version of me that was, his eyes were wide open and they twitched as I approached. Suddenly, my body jolted from its sleeping position and stared at me from across the room, eyes wide open. As my body in the mirror rose from the bed, a horrifying smile crept over its face. I watched, trapped in my reflected prison, as the figure that once haunted me began to live my life. My house smells like bleach, and I now know why. Waking up is always hard when you're disoriented. There's often loud sounds to force you into consciousness, and you might be jolted out of a deep sleep or a strange dream. But rarely, in some cases, you are awoken by the smell of bleach. This morning was no different, except for two things. 1. My alarm didn't wake me, I'm not sure what did, and 2. I smelled something faint and unexpected. Bleach. Being an insomniac, I do have bursts of random cleaning late at night, but last night wasn't one of them. I live alone in my country house way off the road, so waking up to something so obviously inexplicable was very concerning. I tried to remember if I had woken in the night and done something to cause the smell, but after a few moments of deep consideration I knew I hadn't. The reason? I was out of bleach. I got out of bed and my body hurt all over. This isn't new, I'm in my late 40s and a farmer, my lifestyle is hard on my meat suit. What was new was the unfamiliar pains in muscles I don't normally use on a regular basis. Growing concerned, I started looking around and checking the house for the source of the smell, but my 2 cows had started their crying to be milked and the rooster was crowing like mad to be let out of the coop with his flock, so I threw on clothes and got to work. Later that night, after helping my only pig birth her piglets, I was stretched out in my large deep tub to soak away the day's labors when I remembered the oddities of the morning. I pondered what it could have been about, but growing increasingly tired, I decided to try to make it an early night. I was just tired and confused, sure it was nothing. The next morning it happened again. This time I was woken from a deep sleep, so I was even more disoriented. It was still dark and early, but the smell was stronger. When I checked the time I realized it was only 3 a.m. and the bleach smell was so strong it burned my nose and eyes. I got out of bed determined to find the source of this disconcerting situation, but when I put weight on my legs they buckled under me. Something was gravely wrong with my body. I called 911 to send an ambulance. I didn't know what they found until I arrived in the ER. One of my kidneys is gone. There's no evidence of a wound, no scar tissue, no evidence it was ever there to begin with. I also have somehow misplaced half my liver. Again, it's just gone. Police searched my home and property and found evidence that my pig's trough had human tissue in it. The reason I couldn't stand? A quarter of my calves in both legs are gone as well. It's like the connective tissues never existed despite all the evidence to the contrary. They are holding me for 2 days while my brother came to care for my animals. He called me this morning and told me something doesn't feel right. I asked him if he noticed anything strange, and he admitted that he woke up unexpectedly to the smell of bleach. A chill ran down my spine. I don't know what this is, how it's happening, or why, but it happened again. As I write this, my eyes and nose are burning, and the nurses are looking for the source. I'm worried what part of me is missing this time, and just how much more can be taken before there's nothing left. The bleach scent returned, overpowering my senses, causing my eyes to burn and my nostrils to sting. The worried nurses rushed to my side as my vision started to blur. The world spun around me, my heart pounded in my chest, and just as quickly, everything went dark. When I regained consciousness, I found myself in an unfamiliar room, surrounded by unfamiliar faces. Confusion clouded my mind until the lead surgeon entered the room, his face a mask of stoicism. He explained that they had discovered another organ missing, my other kidney. It had vanished without a trace, just like my liver and parts of my legs. I was stunned into silence, my mind struggling to make sense of this horrifying reality. How was this even possible? I reached for my phone, intending to call my brother, to warn him. But the call never connected, his phone was offline. A cold fear gripped me. The next morning, I awoke to the familiar scent of bleach. My heart raced as I tried to stand, but my legs were weak, my body felt lighter. A wave of nausea washed over me, a cold dread settling in the pit of my stomach. I called for the nurses, and as they pulled back the sheets, their horrified gasps confirmed my worst fears. My legs, from the knees down, were now completely gone. As the panic set in, I demanded to call my brother. A police officer entered the room, his face grave. He informed me that my brother had been found unconscious at my farm, in a similar condition. The evidence pointed to him having lost some of his organs in the same mysterious way. I made a deal with the devil, but I shouldn't have sacrificed my best friend. I can't live with myself anymore, and after I write this I'm going to unalive myself. I know the internet is a harsh judge of people who do terrible things, and I'm certainly among the class of people. After you read this, you'll understand and likely will even encourage me to go through with it, so don't take pity on me. I dug my grave and it's time for me to lie in it. I've been in ballet since I was 7 years old. It was my life, my love, my obsession, and ultimately, my destruction. I wanted to be that beautiful woman who everyone was watching up on the stage. That delicate beauty whose movements flowed like water, every step and jump artistry in motion. Unfortunately, no matter how much I practiced, no matter how many hours I spent trying, I was just never good enough. Always a side character in any ballet I actually got into, which were few and far between. Never getting larger roles, and there were always other women miles better than me. When I was 23, I knew if I didn't do something, anything, I would never dance like I dreamed of all my life, so desperation drove me to madness. I'd done my research, I'd read the right books, and I'd managed to learn a little bit from some of the elders in my family about dark rituals and how to do them. I was told again and again you have to be clever when dealing with demons, and I thought I knew what I was doing. I summoned a demon that I bound to an agreement. I would get 7 years of perfect dancing. The best roles, the best theaters, the fame, and everything that comes with it. The demon would get my firstborn child. Now I know, giving a non-existent child to a demon for who knows what is sick and wrong. I had no intention of giving the thing to any child. After my debut as the Swan in Swan Lake ended, proving my plan worked, I did what I thought was brilliant. I got a full hysterectomy. I've never been attracted to men, but you know that's no sure protection from fertility, so I made sure they took all the right parts. During my time in Swan Lake I met a beautiful woman named Caesar. Seeing as she was another dancer, we danced together in production after production over the years. We lived together and everything was perfect. Caesar told me in confidence she was infertile due to medical issues, and I breathed a sigh of relief that neither of us could physically have children. No way for the demon to collect, so I thought we would be safe from its demands. The years went by like water over a river, fast and wild, yet steady. I knew my time in the spotlight was drawing to a close, and I started to worry what the demon would do when it learned of my betrayal. I sent Caesar away to visit her family in another country, then summoned the demon again. When it appeared, it was much larger and more horrifying than I remembered. It sniffed at me and made this screeching noise like a dying cat. It roared in rage and picked me up, putting its face desperately close to mine. You had no intention of honoring our agreement. You will give me your soul, or I will take away the thing you love the most. I closed my eyes in fear and horror and told it I would never give it my soul. It could take away my dancing, it could break my body, but it couldn't have my soul. It grunted, put me down and smiled in a way that sent ice down my spine. Very well. Your next dance will be your last. With that it disappeared, leaving only a small spot of soot to prove its existence. I knew in the end this would be the cost. My last dance, then my talent would be gone like it never existed. I had lined up my very last dance to coincide with the date of our agreement. My beautiful Caesar was dancing as well, in a lesser role than my own. I knew this was our last chance to ever be able to be together like this, to dance side by side, and could barely hide my tears of regret while we warmed up together backstage. The music began and on my K I danced out, losing myself in the movement and music for the very last time. When it was Caesar's turn to be on the floor, she danced out with the others, that big smile on her beautiful face. She took her first leap, and when she came down, something horrifying happened. Her femur bone broke in half with a crack that could be heard over the music. She dropped to the floor, and every part of her that touched the ground was followed by snaps and cracks as every bone that met resistance fractured. The music was cut while the audience screamed in shock and horror. I ran to her screaming and crying, and went to hold her close to me. When I put my arms around her shoulders to pull her into my arms, I saw the fright in her eyes and her labored breathing for a split second before I felt the vertebrae in her neck shatter under my arm. She was dead so fast I didn't even understand what had happened at first. Her body was taken from me as I wailed and tried to hold her close, every bone in her body disintegrating at my feverish clutching. As they zipped up the body bag, she was so badly disfigured it didn't even resemble a human at all. At that moment, I realized something. Dance wasn't the love of my life anymore. It has always been the center of my existence. Suddenly, it hit me. The demon knew exactly how to punish me for breaking our arrangement, and that my recklessness had cost Caesar her life and taken her away in one swoop. It turned my true love of dancing into an aberration. Even worse, it took the only person who I ever loved more than dancing from me. I've tried summoning it again and again, but that demon never returned at my attempts, nor did any others. I spoke to people who know about these things, and they tell me I've been marked. That all demons will refuse to acknowledge my existence now that I've been proven to be untrustworthy. I'd give my soul to get her back, alive, healthy and dancing. I'd give my soul just so she can live again, even if it means I die without ever getting to see her. I'd give my soul right now to never have made this deal, to never have danced, even to never have met my beautiful Caesar. She shouldn't have to pay the price for my choices, but no matter what I do I'm forced to live this reality without her. I was told to never close all the doors in a room. I now know why. It has always been a rule in my house. You must leave at least one door or window open in any given room of the house whilst you are in it. It was drilled into me since I was old enough to reach for the door handle. I didn't understand why for a while. My parents usually weren't superstitious in the slightest. I even saw from pictures that they owned a black cat a while before I was born. I rarely, if ever, questioned them, though. My parents were kind, calm people, but if I ever came close to breaking the rules, or even asking too many questions, they would turn serious, and wouldn't let me off without a 30-minute lecture first. I didn't actually believe in the superstition, thanks in part to them not telling me what the consequence would be for not doing so, but I didn't want to anger them, even if it meant leaving a window or door open in the cold. When I was 19 years old, however, my parents had gone to my grandmother's house to see my aunt who was visiting from Australia. I quickly volunteered to watch over the house while they were gone, which seemed to make them happy. In reality, I was just using this as an opportunity to have my girlfriend of 6 years over. Anya's father didn't like me very much, so I wasn't in her house very often. My parents didn't allow guests, so we mostly saw each other at school. That weekend though, I invited her over and she arrived less than an hour after my parents had left. She knew about the rule, of course. But that was mostly for me venting about it to her. From her perspective, I probably just had weird parents. Maybe if she had taken it more seriously, or if I was more strict, then what happened next could have been prevented. After a while of watching movies, she went to use the bathroom, but 30 minutes later she still hadn't left. I began to grow worried, asking her if she was alright, and when I got no response, I opened the door. She wasn't inside. I looked around the room and realized that she must have closed the window while she was in there. And now she was gone. This is when it hit me. My parents were right all along, and this was a bad way to find out that the superstition was real. Her disappearance was a big thing. Most people assumed that her father had killed her, on account of him being a big, mean Russian guy who gave everyone death glares, as well as the fact that he frequently got into arguments with his daughter. The investigation turned up nothing, of course. I didn't say anything, but I think my parents suspected something. I joined the military not long after. I guess I just hated being in the house where she disappeared, and I somewhat harbored some resentment to my parents, and more so myself, for not being more strict with the rule. I wish I had stayed in contact with them, though. They unalived in a car crash last month. They left me the house, among other things. Yes, I hated the house. But it was big, and I hadn't had any great places to stay in the 5 years since I had left. I spent last night getting drunk. That's how I've spent a lot of nights since I got discharged, but being in the house where I lost Anya wasn't good for me, and I took to the drink especially hard last night. In my drunken state, I decided I'd reunite myself with her. I walked into the bathroom, closed the door and window. I immediately felt a wave of nausea, though not from the alcohol. Realizing what I'd done, I sobered up pretty quickly. I looked through the window to see that it was pitch black outside, despite the fact that the sun had only started to set when I had entered. When I opened the door, I stepped inside the kitchen. But that wasn't right. The bathroom was located near the front of the house. The door slammed shut behind me, but when I opened it, I was in my upstairs bedroom. Then my living room, then my basement, then the guest bedroom. I frantically tried to get out of the madness, twisting and turning the handle, each door only leading me deeper into the terrifying mystery of the house. Suddenly, I swung open a door and was met with a chilling sight. A room, exactly like the bathroom from 5 years ago, down to the very last detail. It was untouched, frozen in time. I felt an icy chill creep up my spine. My heart pounded in my chest as I took a hesitant step forward. There, on the tiled floor, was a familiar hair tie, one Anya used to wear. I reached down to pick it up, my fingers trembling, when I heard it, a faint, almost indistinguishable sound that made my blood run cold. A giggle. Anya's giggle. I looked around the room in horror, the echoes of her laughter ringing in my ears. It was then that I noticed the mirror. It was reflecting an image, but it wasn't mine. It was Anya's. She was standing there, her back towards me. Then, she slowly began to turn. Terrified, I closed my eyes, bracing myself for whatever horror I was about to witness. I held my breath and counted to 3, before opening them again. But the mirror was empty. Anya? I whispered, but received no response. A cold gust of wind hit me, making me shudder. The lights flickered before shutting off completely, plunging me into an unnatural darkness. Suddenly, the bathroom door slammed shut behind me with a deafening bang. I tried to open it, but it wouldn't budge. I was trapped. Feeling panic surge within me, I pounded on the door, screaming for help, but my cries echoed unanswered. And then, an ominous whisper filled the room. You broke the rule. Suddenly, the bathroom mirror lit up with an eerie glow, casting a ghostly light around the room. I turned around slowly, my heart pounding, and found myself staring into the reflection of the mirror again. But this time, it wasn't Anya's reflection I saw. It was mine. But, different. My reflection grinned back at me, with a smile so wide and unnerving, it was grotesque. Its eyes gleamed with an unholy light. I stood, frozen, as my reflection reached out its hand, pushing against the mirror, which began to ripple like the surface of a pond disturbed by a thrown stone. Slowly, my reflection started to push its way through, the glass bending and distorting around its form. Growth. Did you know that 1 in 5 pregnancies ends in miscarriage? Some women are lucky. When they conceive, their child is born safe and sound. They grow up healthy and happy, they become doctors, lawyers, and maybe even the president someday. Some women are not nearly as lucky, they lose a child the first or possibly even the second time, but then they have their lucky day and they're blessed with an addition to their family. I'm neither of these women. I've never been able to carry a pregnancy to term. 4 times I've conceived. 4 times I've miscarried. It's never easy. I get my hopes up every time. I run to Mitchell with a pregnancy test, grinning and telling him that this is the time. This is the time our family will grow from 2 to 3. The first time, my husband spun me around and kissed me several times on the cheek. He did that the second time too. The third time, he only smiled. The fourth time, the smile didn't reach his eyes. I didn't blame him. I couldn't smile either. Even though hope was attempting to blossom in my heart, I knew I'd never get to hold the life growing in my womb. I threw myself into my garden to distract myself from my pain. Because of this, I have quite a beautiful garden. I grow vegetables of all sorts, carrots, potatoes, a few stalks of corn. I even grew pumpkins last year. When the harvest comes around, I store what I can, and what I can't I end up giving to my neighbors. The little kid next door took the pumpkin I gave them and carved it into the perfect jack-o'-lantern. Well, mostly perfect. Its smile was lopsided. A few months ago, I was in one of my gardening chat rooms when the subject of children came up. My heart ached as I brought up what I and my husband had gone through, and everyone was so comforting. One of the other women, her screen name was Abby Loves Apples, opened up about how she'd also had several miscarriages before she'd had her twins 6 years back. Twin girls, identical in every way. They were so cute I nearly cried. If only I'd had the desire to keep trying like Abby had. I nearly signed off when I got a private message from Abby Loves Apples. I can help you have a child. Let's exchange email addresses. I can't bear seeing you suffer any longer than you have to. Of course, I assumed that she would bring up some sort of expensive medical treatment. Something that my husband and I couldn't even dream of affording, not like he'd even want to try. He was already bringing up getting my tubes tied when our tax return came in. It wasn't that at all. Abby sent me a long message about how she'd also given up hope about having children. How her husband had left her for another woman because she couldn't give him children. She'd lost all hope and was 2 days away from jumping off a nearby bridge. She'd made plans, written out her will, and was finishing up her self-mutilation note when her elderly neighbor came to visit. That woman saved her life. The woman had brought her something to help her womb become as friendly as her garden. She'd given very specific instructions and Abby followed them to the letter. With luck and a random man she'd picked up off a dating website, Abby became pregnant and gave birth to Ivy and Iris. And Abby was willing to guide me through this process, with no payment necessary. I needed this. I knew Mitchell would never leave me, at least, I hoped he wouldn't. But I had no other option if I wanted to give birth to my children. In a week I got a box in the mail. Abby's instructions were simple, but she insisted I had to follow them to the letter. If I didn't, not only would I lose the baby, but I would risk my life as well. Thankfully, the instructions were simple. In the box was a bag of what I can describe as something like white sand. It was so fine but had a bizarre smell, almost like copper. I was to measure out a teaspoon of this stuff and mix it with a cup of water once a day, preferably around the same time, and drink it down. I know it was stupid to drink something I got from a stranger on the internet. I was desperate. And Abby didn't come off as a nutcase. It didn't taste bad, at least. It didn't have much of a taste at all, just left my throat feeling rather grainy and uncomfortable. I was to do this until I became pregnant. It wasn't hard to drag my husband into bed. I didn't tell him what I was doing, but it wasn't much of his business anyway. When I skipped a period, I knew I was pregnant. I'd stocked up on pregnancy tests beforehand and I took 2 to confirm. When my husband got home from work, I showed him the test with a hopeful smile. Maybe this time, babe? His smile didn't have much hope, but he kissed my forehead. He knew I was happy. He didn't know that this time I had a secret weapon. Now that I was confirmed to be pregnant, I had to up my dosage of the sand. 2 teaspoons, 1 in the morning, 1 at night, taken with water. My husband caught me taking it at night once and asked what it was. I told him it was some prenatal vitamins that would help the baby. He didn't say anything after that, just turned over in bed and turned out the light. His lack of excitement was a thorn in my side, but as weeks went by, I realized there truly was a spark of hope. Now, I had to be careful. Abby specified that I could not, under any circumstance, go to the doctor. Any ultrasounds might interfere with the powder's effects and I'd have gone through all of this for nothing. I couldn't take any other medication that helped with prenatal care. And it was recommended I didn't tell anyone outside of my husband I was pregnant. Hide it for as long as I could. That last part made the most sense. If I ended up losing the child again, I would have gotten up everyone's hopes for nothing. I'd made that mistake twice before. I didn't want to do it again. The pregnancy went smoothly at first, much to my surprise. I felt my stomach begin to swell. I started wearing baggier shirts just to be sure no one asked too many questions. My husband would carefully phrase questions about how my pregnancy was going, to see if I'd lost the baby yet and just hadn't told him. I didn't expect anything was wrong until I woke up and I was in the worst pain of my life. My tired brain initially thought I was on my period until I remembered I was pregnant. Then I realized I was losing the baby. I stumbled into the bathroom, shutting the door behind me and twisting the lock. My heart sunk. I was losing the baby again. I went over and over in my mind what I'd done wrong. Had I missed a dose? Had I accidentally taken too much or too little? I stumbled into the bathtub and lay down, digging my fingers into the sides and doing my best not to cry out as spasms of pain ripped through my body. I didn't want to wake up my husband for some reason. I lost consciousness as I felt my child leave my body, and when I came to again, blood and fluids were circling down the drain and there was my child. It was about the size of a potato, a lump of oval flesh that twitched and squirmed. Not comprehending what I was seeing, I picked it up, only to see that there was an eye staring back at me. An eye the color of mine. I dropped it back and bit the back of my hand to stop from screaming. It continued to squirm. It was alive. It was effing alive. I stumbled out of the bathtub, wondering what the hell had happened to me when I heard my cell phone start to buzz in the next room. Terrified my husband would wake up and see the thing. In the bathtub, I hurried out and grabbed it before retreating to the bathroom. Thank God he slept through that. I answered it with a quiet hello. Did you have your baby? I didn't recognize the voice, a calm, feminine voice with a southern drawl. But other than my husband, only one person knew I was pregnant. Abby? I asked. Yeah, it's me. Listen to me, did you have the baby? I looked in the tub at the squirming lump of flesh. Yes. What is it, Abby? It doesn't look like A. Listen to me, very carefully. This is the part where you have to be more careful than ever, but you also have to be quick. Pick up your baby. How many eyes are there? Repulsion racked my frame as I picked up my baby. I carefully turned it over in my hand a few times, shivering as I come across another eye. 3 eyes. I heard Abby whistle. Damn, that's lucky. Congrats, you're having triplets. Go to the kitchen and find a sharp knife. Have you ever cut the eyes out of a potato before? Yes. Same concept. The flesh is a little different to cut, but it's doable with a sharp enough knife. After you're done cutting out the eyes, plant them in a part of your garden that gives them plenty of space to grow. Keep the eyes close to each other though, they'd not like to be alone. The earth is the womb of the world, but it's still lonely in the dirt. Hurry, you wait too long and the eyes will start to dry. I nearly puked twice as I slowly cut apart the lump of flesh. It twitched and I swore I heard it make a sound like a cry, but Abby reassured me that was just me. I wouldn't have made it through this without her. I planted my babies in the garden, in a plot I just hadn't had time to plant anything in. I collapsed next to the dirt, the blood between my thighs starting to dry. It's all done, Abby. I did it, I said, starting to feel tired. Good. Get some good fertilizer, and water them every day. Talk to them too. Your baby can hear your voice even when they're like that. I'll talk to you after you get some rest. Good night. I was shaken awake next morning by my husband, who woke up to find blood all over the bathroom and the kitchen and nearly lost his poop. Not to mention the leftover flesh from the babies. I hadn't thought of taking care of it. He thought I'd finally lost it once I told him what happened. He threatened to dig up our babies to prove they were just figments of my imagination. That would have unalived them. I couldn't let him do that. I didn't mean to hit him that hard with a frying pan, but perhaps it worked out for the best. I needed good fertilizer, after all. Abby moved in with me last week. She's about 10 years older than me, but we understand each other more than anyone else in the world. The twins are adorable and very helpful. They love to sing to my garden, teaching their future sisters their favorite songs. Last night, we just finished painting the nursery. It was so much fun. Abby got paint on her nose, and after I laughed, she retaliated by dragging her paint-covered hand over my cheek. We finished right on time too. I can hear my babies start to cry at night, the earth around the place they were planted stirring and squirming. Any day now, they will be ready to be born. I can't wait to be a mother.